Chapter 1. Upon awakening, Xiaofan found himself standing amidst an endless expanse of starry skies, where countless celestial bodies danced around him. Awake? A voice drifted into Xiaofan's ears, pulling him from his astonishment. Turning towards the source of the voice, he beheld a man of unremarkable appearance, clad in black, with eyes that seemed to swirl with cosmic nebulae, now standing beside him. "Who are you?" Xiaofan expressed his bewilderment at the unfolding scene. "Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Yadislang Zitimer, known by the title of the Supreme Deity, the singular highest God in this boundless universe," the man before Xiaofan proclaimed. The Supreme Deity? Xiaofan felt his mind grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Just moments prior, he had been at home engrossed in a game of PUBG, having just met an untimely demise, and was spectating his teammates as they wreak havoc on their foes when the doorbell rang. Who could it be? "Hello, I have a package for you." "A package? I haven't ordered anything recently," Xiaofan pondered, opening the door with a sense of confusion. In an instant, a blinding light enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. In that fleeting moment, before darkness consumed him, Xiaofan caught a glimpse of an unremarkable man standing outside, holding a square box inscribed with the words, "Transmigration Gift Pack." When Xiaofan regained consciousness, he found himself amidst the aforementioned scene. "I remember now. You are the one who delivered the package," Xiaofan exclaimed, pointing a finger at the man opposite him. "Before we discuss anything else, let us first take a look at your current form," the man said, gently waving his hand, causing an enormous mirror to materialize before Xiaofan. "Well, are you satisfied?" "Huh? What? Oh my, is this really me?" The mirror reflected a graceful young girl of approximately 16, with flowing hair and a delicate hand brushing her lips, her exquisite face etched with astonishment. Draped in a pristine white dress, the girl's petite figure trembled, unsure whether from anger or surprise. "This is me?" Xiaofan turned to the man beside him. "Indeed, it is you. What on earth is happening? Did you transform me into this?" The man, Yadis, settled cross-legged into the void, motioning for Xiaofan to do the same. Hesitantly, Xiaofan mimicked Yadis' posture, trembling as he did so. Upon seeing Xiaofan seated, Yadis began, "I have lived through countless chaotic epochs, long forgetting what joy, sorrow, or anger feels like. There is nothing that can evoke these emotions within me. However, upon discovering your world, I encountered a genre of stories about transmigration, which for the first time in eons brought me genuine joy. Thus, I resolved to randomly select a human from your realm for transmigration as a reward for bringing me delight. And you, my dear, have been fortuitously chosen. How do you feel about this unexpected turn of events?" Listening to Yadis, Xiaofan could not help but sense the profound loneliness emanating from him, prompting him to remark, "So, this is your rationale for transforming me into a woman? Are you indulging in transmigration tales or transformation stories?" "Ah, such details are trivial," Yadis chuckled awkwardly. "Your focus should be on the fact that you are about to embark on a journey to another world, where you shall win the heart of a beautiful and affluent maiden, ascending to the pinnacle of life. And how am I to achieve that in my current form? Shall I cultivate cucumbers?" Xiaofan retorted, gazing at the seemingly delusional Yadis. That is not something I need to concern myself with," Yadis replied with a resigned shrug. "This body I have crafted for you is exquisite and captivating, with strength nearly rivaling my own. Are you not thrilled?" "Thrilled? Hardly," Xiaofan shouted at Yadis, but realizing that Yadis was resolute in his intentions to facilitate her transformation and journey, she reluctantly acquiesced. After all, as the saying goes, if one cannot resist, one might as well choose to embrace it. "Very well, prepare yourself, for I shall transport you to another world, one I have meticulously selected," Yadis declared, ready to send Xiaofan away. "Wait, I have one last request," Xiaofan interrupted suddenly. "Speak, and if it is within reason, I shall grant it," Yadis replied with a sly smile. "Unlike the protagonists in novels, I am not an orphan. I have beloved parents who care for me. So I would like to ask you to, you need not worry, I have already cloned a doppelganger of you on Earth. He will live in your stead, and I can assure you that your parents will remain healthy and happy throughout their lives. All right then, if that's the case, I shall rest easy. Please send me away." Upon hearing Yadi's detailed arrangements, a smile blossomed on Yi Xiaofan's face, though it bore a hint of melancholy. "Through here, you shall enter another realm." With a wave of his hand, Yadi's conjured a dark rift in the fabric of space before Yi Xiaofan. "Well, it's time to embrace a new life. Farewell, supreme deity," Yi Xiaofan waved, stepping into the rift. "Ah, I look forward to your performance," Yadi's murmured, observing the rift as it began to close. His figure already vanished, leaving behind the eternal starry sky. Is this what they call an alternate world? Upon crossing the rift, Yi Xiaofan found herself in a bustling street, where throngs of people passed by without a hint of surprise at her sudden appearance, as if she had always belonged there. Glancing down, Yi Xiaofan noticed her attire had inexplicably changed. No longer clad in the previous white dress, she now wore an outfit befitting the whimsical nature of this new world. What is the foremost issue upon arriving in an alternate realm? Yi Xiaofan pondered. Indeed, as a seasoned reader of numerous transformation and transmigration novels, she was acutely aware of the dilemmas that awaited her. Should I marry or remain single? Truly a perplexing conundrum, Yi Xiaofan lamented, scratching her head in distress. Just then, a dashing young man appeared before her, radiating an aura of sunshine and charm. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, it seems you are troubled by something. Is there any way I might assist you?" "Huh? Oh." Startled by his voice, Yi Xiaofan looked up to find a handsome face imbued with an aristocratic air. "Is there anything I can help with, fair maiden?" The handsome man reiterated. Indeed, the entire universe seems to be speaking Chinese. Yi Xiaofan sighed in resignation. May I ask what you just said? Could you please rephrase it?" The young man appeared somewhat bewildered by Yi Xiaofan's seemingly nonsensical reply. "Oh, it's nothing. I truly appreciate your kindness. I just arrived in this city, but alas, a wretched thief has stolen my wallet." Yi Xiaofan feigned innocence, nearly repulsed by the act. However, considering her unfamiliarity with this world, she resolved to endure. "That is indeed unfortunate, but fortunately, you have encountered me," the young man responded after hearing her tale. "My name is Bu Huang, and I know of a place that offers free lodging. May I inquire your name, dear lady?" "Ah, you are too kind. I am Yi Xiaofan," she replied, increasingly embarrassed by the man's affectation. Subsequently, Yi Xiaofan followed Bu Huang as he led her through winding paths beyond the city. "Wait, we are leaving the city?" Yi Xiaofan questioned, puzzled by Bu Huang's direction. "You may not be aware, but beyond the City of Fire lies a branch of the Hall of Light, where the nuns provide accommodation for wandering adventurers," Bu Huang patiently explained. "Oh, I see," Yi Xiaofan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, within her heart, she could not shake the feeling of wariness towards this seemingly sunny man, Bu Huang. "Why, you ask? It was undoubtedly the sixth sense of a woman." No, what am I even thinking?" Yi Xiaofan vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. "Miss Xiaofan, we have arrived." Bu Huang's voice broke through her reverie, and upon looking up, Yi Xiaofan was astonished to find there was nothing here. "Wait, am I seeing things? How is it that I see nothing but trees and stones?" Yi Xiaofan strained to look at Bu Huang. It must be said that Yi Xiaofan, standing at a mere 1.5 meters, felt a genuine strain in her neck as she gazed upon the towering figure of Bu Huang, who loomed at least 1.80 meters. "What you see is precisely what you get come out now," Bu Huang remarked with a smile. As Bu Huang's words echoed, 7 or 8 individuals emerged from the ground and trees. "What do you mean by this?" Yi Xiaofan's expression grew increasingly grim. "As you can see, we are affiliated with the higher species trafficking syndicate. Surrender obediently." "Miss Xiaofan, judging by your attire, you are likely a magician. Am I correct?" Bu Huang continued, unfazed by Yi Xiaofan's darkening countenance. "Though I am unaware of your level, at such close proximity, you will not have time to chant your incantations. Behave yourself to avoid suffering. To put it bluntly, you are nothing more than human traffickers. But do not underestimate me. I am someone who once triumphed over all challengers at the 14th secondary school," Yi Xiaofan retorted, momentarily indulging in a dramatic flair. "According to the words of the supreme deity, This body concealed immense power. Throughout her journey, Xiaofan had not been lost in thought. Instead, she had developed a rough understanding of how to harness this Buddha strength. After all, the craftsmanship of the supreme deity was extraordinary. Xiaofan felt no discomfort in this body. Rather, it felt as if she had been inhabiting it for the past 20 years. Why is it that every girl who arrives here refuses to comply without enduring a bit of hardship? Bu Huang lamented, a look of exasperation on his face. With a casual wave of his right hand, his followers charged towards Xiaofan. I warned you not to underestimate me. Xiaofan scoffed, launching her fist at the first adversary who approached. I warned you not to underestimate me. Xiaofan scoffed, launching her fist at the first adversary who approached. Secret technique, little fist strike. Xiaofan cried out, her delicate fist making intimate contact with the enemy's face. Boom! With a resounding crash, vast expanses of space began to collapse. In an instant, Bu Huang and his subordinates were consumed by the crumbling void. It seems I may have exerted a bit too much force, Xiaofan remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment as she surveyed the aftermath of her punch. Nevertheless, that supreme deity certainly delivered on this front. First astonished, Xiaofan then felt an immense satisfaction with her own power. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the continent, at the headquarters of the Holy Light Sanctuary. Your Holiness, what was that terrifying spatial fluctuation just now? In a hall adorned entirely in pure white, a man clad in a white robe knelt before an elderly gentleman who appeared rather ordinary in his old age. I do not know. The elder pondered for a long moment before replying, I cannot glean any answers from our deity. Italos, you shall personally lead a team to investigate. Understood. A similar scene unfolded across countless locations on this continent. Xiaofan's unintentional punch marked the beginning of a tempestuous upheaval. At that moment, our protagonist, Xiaofan, had just escaped the chaotic currents of space. Phew! I am utterly exhausted. I never anticipated the chaos of spatial turbulence to be so terrifying. While I may not perish, the sensation of being restrained at every turn is truly irksome. Xiaofan lamented, unceremoniously seated on the ground, panting heavily. Little girl, are you uninjured? Turning around, Xiaofan saw a middle-aged man clad in a wizard's robe, yet heavily muscled. Upon observing Xiaofan's condition, the man shuddered slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The space here collapsed unexpectedly for some reason. It is indeed fortunate to have survived. The man helped Xiaofan to her feet. He must not have witnessed my escape from the chaotic currents, Xiaofan thought, but she merely said, Thank you, sir, that truly frightened me. One moment I was walking and the next everything transformed. I originally came here to visit relatives, but now... Boo-hoo. With that, Xiaofan crouched down, burying her head between her legs. Alas, she intended to shed a few tears to evoke sympathy, but no tears would come. The man scrutinized Xiaofan for a long while before finally speaking. If you truly have nowhere to go, you may accompany me. Xiaofan feigned ignorance, tilting her head to look at him. Without elaborating further, the man waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, whisking him and Xiaofan away into the distance. The man was named Nalan Hongwu, the vice president of the largest magic and martial arts academy in the Xinjiang kingdom. This was knowledge that Xiaofan would acquire later. Nalan Hongwu brought Xiaofan back to the capital of the Xinjiang kingdom and arranged accommodation and meals for her. Faced with a table laden with delectable food, Xiaofan showed no restraint, devouring the entire spread in mere moments, leaving the attendant speechless. After satisfying her hunger, Xiaofan returned to her room, not even bothering to change her clothes, and fell into a deep slumber. It is no wonder that having arrived alone in a foreign world, even someone as thick-skinned as Xiaofan would feel a sense of unease within. This also explains why, when Bu Huang and Nalan Hongwu took Xiaofan away, he offered no resistance whatsoever. In this unfamiliar land, solitude could devour one's spirit like a wild beast. When Xiaofan awoke once more, it was already the following evening, and Nalan Hongwu had come seek him out. Through Nalan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan learned that he was in a nation located in the northern part of the continent, known as the Kingdom of Xinjiang. Within this kingdom, 4 cities are particularly renowned, being the most prosperous and thriving, even more so than the capital itself. These 4 cities include the City of Fire, where Yi Xiaofan had first arrived. Additionally, there are the City of Water, the City of Earth, and the City of Wind. The city where Yi Xiaofan currently resided, situated between these 4, is the capital of the Kingdom of Xinjiang, known as Alasan. Nalan Hongwu sought out Yi Xiaofan to inquire about his future plans. Although Nalan Hongwu had previously brought Yi Xiaofan to Alasan, he was eager to hear Yi Xiaofan's own thoughts. Upon discovering that Yi Xiaofan had no particular ideas, Nalan Hongwu decided to enroll him in the largest martial arts academy in the Kingdom of Xinjiang, the Rod Academy. However, before that, they needed to assess Yi Xiaofan's aptitude. Observing Yi Xiaofan's sleepy demeanor, Nalan Hongwu resolved to return the following day for the evaluation. After Nalan Hongwu departed, Yi Xiaofan flopped back onto his bed to continue sleeping. Just before drifting into slumber, Yi Xiaofan's thoughts were as follows. Goodness, after finally arriving in a different world, I still have to go to school. The next morning, Nalan Hongwu arrived punctually at Yi Xiaofan's door. Knock, knock, knock. The door echoed with the sound of Nalan Hongwu's knocks. Xiaofan, hurry and get up. Understood, Yi Xiaofan replied reluctantly, still groggy as he climbed out of bed. Once inside, Nalan Hongwu placed a crystal ball measuring over 20 centimeters in diameter onto the table. Xiaofan, this is the crystal ball used to test magical aptitude. Simply place your hand on it to assess your magical talent. Gazing at the glistening crystal orb before him, Yi Xiaofan could not suppress his excitement, despite attempting to appear indifferent. Although the supreme deity had bestowed tremendous power upon him, the allure of magic was immense for someone from Earth. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Yi Xiaofan placed his hand upon the crystal ball, closing his eyes tightly. Relax, there's no need to be anxious. Nalan Hongwu's voice emanated with an enchanting charm, gradually soothing Yi Xiaofan's frayed nerve. As time ticked away, the crystal ball suddenly illuminated with a vibrant red glow, bathing the room in its light. How is it? Did I succeed? Yi Xiaofan opened his eyes, gazing expectantly at Nalan Hongwu. Indeed, you have succeeded. You possess a high affinity for fire elements, Nalan Hongwu replied with a smile. Oh yeah, Yi Xiaofan joyfully leaped into the air, and had he not suddenly eased his momentum upon leaving the ground, he might have soared out of the atmosphere. Subsequently, Nalan Hongwu handed Yi Xiaofan a badge, a book, and a pouch of gold coins. According to Nalan Hongwu, the badge served as proof of enrollment at Rod Academy, and he advised Yi Xiaofan to rest for a few days before officially starting classes on Monday. The book detailed important considerations for aspiring martial warriors and magicians. Nalan Hongwu encouraged Yi Xiaofan to ponder over it in the days to come, allowing him to determine which path he wished to pursue. Over the next few days, Yi Xiaofan diligently read the book from cover to cover, gaining insight into the power structure of this world. It was delineated into martial warriors and magicians, both of whom required a certain sensitivity to magical energy to learn. In simple terms, the distinction lay between warriors and mages. Without much deliberation, Yi Xiaofan opted for the path of the martial warrior, not only because he needed to develop control over his physical strength, but also due to the sheer romantic allure of the visceral experience of combat. Although Yi Xiaofan could hardly be considered a man at this juncture, this choice would lead those who became acquainted with him to affectionately refer to him as the Violent Lowly, a moniker he did not particularly fancy. In the blink of an eye, Monday arrived. Yi Xiaofan had eagerly pinned the badge, symbolizing his identity, to his chest, awaiting Nalan Hongwu's arrival. Nalan Hongwu was punctual, guiding Yi Xiaofan to the largest academy in the nation. Afterward, Nalan Hongwu entrusted Yi Xiaofan to a stunning beauty named Xiaofan, before disappearing from sight. Xiaofan, Xiaofan will be your homeroom teacher from now on. Let her help you familiarize yourself with the surroundings, he stated. As they walked along the academy's pathways, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but covertly admire the captivating figure before him. Her devilish curves, cascading golden waves of hair shimmering brilliantly, and her long legs clad in a short, pale yellow mini-skirt that accentuated her flawless physique. Compared to Yi Xiaofan's own flat figure, it was an entirely different spectacle. Yifulin, the quintessential mature woman, guided Yi Xiaofan on an extensive tour around the academy before leading him to the girls' dormitory. A typical dorm room accommodates 4 individuals, and, as luck would have it, this room currently has only 3 occupants, so you shall reside here from now on, Yifulin cheerfully informed him. Upon witnessing Yifulin's smile, Yi Xiaofan inexplicably shivered. It is currently class time. Your roommate should be in class right now. I will take you to the classroom shortly. Okay, thank you, teacher, Yi Xiaofan replied obediently. Soon thereafter, under Yifulin's guidance, Yi Xiaofan arrived at the classroom. Go on in and greet your future classmates, Yifulin instructed, pushing open the classroom door and stepping inside. While Yi Xiaofan followed closely behind her. Bang! As soon as he entered, Yi Xiaofan was struck by an unidentified flying object. Upon inspecting the object that had assaulted him, he discovered it to be a pillow adorned with a cute cat motif, complete with a pair of wings. Why on earth are there pillows in the classroom? I wonder if you all could manage a single day without chaos? Yifulin addressed the room, surveying the disarray within. The classroom was a scene of pandemonium, with students fighting, sleeping, and everything in between. Yet as Yifulin and Yi Xiaofan entered, the students quickly scrambled to get into their seats. It must be noted that Rod Academy's classrooms are exceptionally soundproof. Despite the raucous atmosphere within, not a whisper could be heard from outside. Yi Xiaofan conducted a quick count, estimating that there were about 20 students in total. Who threw the pillow? Yifulin inquired from the podium. It was me. A frail boy timidly raised his hand. Very well. You shall jog 10 laps around the school, Yifulin swiftly decreed, imposing the punishment point. 10 laps? Surely he won't survive that. Yi Xiaofan silently scoffed. The boy, without a word, exited the classroom, and no one protested, indicating that they were all quite accustomed to such occurrences. Today we welcome a new classmate. Please give a warm round of applause, Yifulin announced once the boy had left out a new student. Is it a transfer? Murmured the students, surprised that even a month into the school year, a new student had appeared. Is it that cute girl standing at the entrance? Yi Xiaofan was called to the front. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xiaofan, and I look forward to sharing a wonderful academy life with all of you. He introduced himself nervously. Xiaofan, you can sit over there. Yifulin pointed to his seat by the window. Wow, a prime seat for the protagonist, Yi Xiaofan thought excitedly as he descended from the podium. Indeed, I am destined to be the main character. All right, everyone, take some time to get to know our new classmate. We will commence lessons in half an hour, Yifulin declared before stepping out. Hello, I'm Accompanying, and my hobbies include eating, sleeping, and playing games. A freckled boy approached Yi Xiaofan as he settled into his seat. Playing games? Who's that? Out of habit, Yi Xiaofan immediately countered with a question. I am Daodu. My full name is Luqing Zhou, and my nickname is Daodu. The latest additions are a book and a flat-haired creature. A bespectacled youth squeezed past Ackerman and approached Yi Xiaofan. Speaking to him, the white Yi Xiaofan's expression instantly darkened. And who might this creature be? That creature is me, Ackerman interjected as he pushed past. Haha, you two truly are a perfect match. You, hello, I am Lucy. Lucy Abraham. It is a pleasure to meet you. A soft voice floated into Yi Xiaofan's ears. Turning to look, he beheld a sweet-looking girl. Could you please return that to me? Lucy asked with a pleading tone. This? Yi Xiaofan raised the pillow in his hand. Yes, it was just snatched away by Guidalu. Guidalu, the boy penalized by Yifulin to run 10 laps around the school. All right, here you go, Yi Xiaofan said, handing back the pillow embroidered with a cat. Can we still bring pillows to class? Well, because Lucy is notoriously known as the sleeping goddess, laughed a chubby boy who approached. Chubby dared to mock Lucy and see what happens. Suddenly, a tall youth appeared behind the chubby boy, brandishing a pitch-black dagger at him. Through Lucy's introduction, Yi Xiaofan learned that the chubby boy was named Wang Dahai, a name given by his parents in hopes that he would possess a heart as broad as the S-E-I-N fact. He had indeed succeeded in every sense of the word. The one wielding the dagger was Lucy's brother, Alan Abraham. During the half-hour that Yifulin was absent, Yi Xiaofan grasped just how chaotic this class truly was. In this environment, one must always be aware of their surroundings, for one could unexpectedly become embroiled in a skirmish at any moment. Strangely, despite the commotion, the classroom's desks and chairs remained completely unscathed. Although it was a freshman class, this group had already gained a notorious reputation throughout the Rod Magic and Martial Arts Academy. Being referred to as the Death Class, it was said that over 20 students had transferred out within the first month due to the immense pressure, amounting to half of the original class size. Such chaos continued until Yifulin's arrival brought it to an end. During this time, Yi Xiaofan inquired of Lucy why everyone seemed to fear Yifulin so much, but he received no answer, only a peculiar silence that lingered in the air for 3 seconds. With all present wearing expressions of sheer horror, this only deepened Yi Xiaofan's curiosity about the cruel deeds Yifulin had inflicted upon them. Unfortunately, by the time class ended, he had not acquired the answers he sought. The first lesson in this alternate world opened the door to a new realm for Yi Xiaofan, covering the nature of magic, the use of mental energy, and the source of magical power, concepts he had never encountered before. This was also one of the few occasions throughout his life when he was able to attend an entire class earnestly. At T10 in the morning, Yifulin announced that the day's main lesson had concluded. Subsequently, she called Yi Xiaofan aside to inform him that although the main class was over, there would be professors offering afternoon courses should he be interested. Unlike Earth, here, one only needed to attend a single class each day. From 8:30 in the morning until 10. During this time, the teachers would impart fundamental knowledge of magic and subsequently address any questions students had encountered during their practice. After the main lesson concluded, students could select elective afternoon courses based on their interests and magical attributes that, of course, one could opt out entirely, but failing to accumulate enough credits by the end of the year would prevent further advancement in their studies. If one failed to progress for 4 consecutive years, they would have no choice but to bid farewell to the Rod Academy. Speaking of credits, it is essential to mention the task system at the Rod Academy. Credits could be earned not only through attending classes, but also by completing tasks issued by the Academy or individuals, which would yield corresponding credits upon completion. First-year students, however, were prohibited from accepting tasks. After class, Yi Xiaofan declined Lucy's invitation to explore the market, choosing instead to return to the girls' dormitory alone. Besides needing to set up some essential living supplies, he was also filled with a touch of curiosity. After all, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse earlier and had not conducted a thorough inspection. Had he? Following his memory, Yi Xiaofan made his way back to the dormitory, encountering Guidalu, the boy punished by Yifulin to run 10 laps along the way. Yi Xiaofan had long wanted to comment on the absurdity of that name. Upon pushing open the dormitory door, he discovered that someone had already returned. A girl, even cuter than Yi Xiaofan, lay sprawled on the bed, holding a large magazine titled Academy Weekly. If Yi Xiaofan could barely be considered a lowly, then this girl was the epitome of one. Hearing the door open, the girl shifted her gaze from the magazine to Yi Xiaofan, standing at the entrance. "Hello, I just moved in. My name is Yi Xiaofan. Hello, I am Su Rue Koasai. It is a pleasure to meet you." The girl named Su Rue hopped off the bed and performed a proper noble greeting. Thus, Yi Xiaofan made the acquaintance of his first roommate. From Su Rue, he learned that the names of the other 2 roommates were Khaleesi Kaludia and Jonah. When Su Rue discovered that Yi Xiaofan lacked daily necessities, she eagerly took his hand and led him to the commercial street outside the academy for a shopping spree. Along the way, they encountered Lucy and her roommate, Reina, and thus the 4 formed a group to embark on a grand shopping expedition. After concluding their outing that evening, Yi Xiaofan returned to the dormitory and lay on his bed, utterly exhausted. In a sense, even a body transformed by the supreme deity could not withstand the innate vigor of girls. Once back in the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan met his remaining 2 roommates. Khaleesi was an incredibly lively girl. With her around, the dormitory was never quiet. The other, named Jonah, was a curious soul, incessantly asking Yi Xiaofan questions about this and that. Besides Yi Xiaofan and Su Rue, both Khaleesi and Jonah also possessed the features of Lolas.4 Lolas in one dormitory. If this were in Yi Xiaofan's past life, it would surely have melted the hearts of countless gentlemen. The following morning, as Yi Xiaofan exited the classroom, he was suddenly stopped by someone. "There's something you need?" Yi Xiaofan asked, perplexed, as he gazed at the boy before him. "I am in Chung from class 4. Please take this." And Chung handed Yi Xiaofan a letter adorned with a heart, and then dashed away. "This. A love letter?" This was the first love letter Yi Xiaofan had ever received in his life, and it happened to be from a boy, leaving him unsure whether to laugh or cry out, "Oh dear, I saw that." Just as Yi Xiaofan held the letter in disbelief, a voice chimed from behind. "Ah, it's you, Khaleesi. You startled me." Yi Xiaofan, feeling guilty, quickly hid the letter behind his back. "Don't hide it. I saw it all that a love letter, is it? Which handsome boy sent it?" Khaleesi grinned at Yi Xiaofan. "And no, it's nothing," Yi Xiaofan stammered, his face turning crimson. "I'll let you in on a secret. Although this is your first love letter, it definitely won't be your last." "What do you mean?" Yi Xiaofan was left puzzled by Khaleesi's words. "Oh, they're already here. So soon," Khaleesi suddenly squealed. Following her gaze, Yi Xiaofan saw a throng of boys rushing toward her. "Get lost. I was first." "No way. The goddess Xiaofan belongs to me. You should be the one to leave. How dare you?" Even if the goddess Xiaofan were blind, she would never look at you. Watching the swarm of boys approaching, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but recall a phrase from his past life. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. In the southern part of Alaskan City, Yi Xiaofan strolled along what was said to be the largest magical commercial street in the country, searching for materials to craft magical tools. As he wandered, he pondered the contents described in the magic book. The mediums required for creating a biological link could vary widely. Items such as sunglasses, earrings, and bracelets could all suffice. Certainly, it is generally understood that ordinary individuals are often fashioned into handcuffs and similar restraints. After all, the purpose behind the creation of the life-linking magic is to seal away those who are nefarious and possess formidable powers. There is no more reliable method of sealing oneself than utilizing one's own power for this purpose. It is worth noting that throughout history, Yi Xiaofan is the first to conceive of using life-linking to seal oneself. Although the mediums employed in crafting the life-link can be of any nature, they must invariably incorporate two exceedingly rare materials: blue sky stone and secret silver. Blue sky stone is a mineral imbued with spatial properties, each piece containing a diminutive space within. Consequently, blue sky stone is also utilized in the creation of storage items, such as spatial rings. The life link exploits the inherent spatial characteristics of the blue sky stone, channeling magical energy into its space, thereby continuously supplying the sealing magic array with power. Secret silver, on the other hand, possesses excellent resilience and magical conduction properties, ensuring that the medium does not shatter under overwhelming magical force. As Yi Xiaofan passed by a shop named the Magic Cottage, her eyes lit up. Ah, what a magnificent piece of secret silver! She could hardly contain her drool. "Excuse me, how much do you sell that piece of secret silver for?" As she approached the entrance, she eagerly inquired. Sula had always dreamed of owning her own shop in the magical commercial street of the royal capital, counting the gold coins earned by her own labor. Despite being one of the foremost mages in the Xinjiang kingdom, she was not lacking in gold. However, Sula's business had not been thriving that day, as she had not sold a single magical item all morning. Just as she was feeling despondent, she heard a melodious voice. Looking up, she saw a young girl dressed in a cream-colored shirt, with a blue badge pinned to her chest. The badge depicted a vividly illustrated flame-like leaf, the emblem of the Rod Magic and Martial Academy. Sula hurriedly approached, saying, "Young lady, you have made an excellent choice coming here for secret silver. I only stock high-quality secret silver. I ask that the piece you desire." "That one," Yi Xiaofan replied, pointing. It was a piece of secret silver roughly the size of an adult man's fist, causing Sula's expression to shift slightly. "My dear, such high-quality and sizable secret silver is quite rare. Do you possess sufficient funds?" Sula spoke truthfully, as the yield of secret silver was exceedingly low. Each year, only a few £100 could be mined throughout the entire Xinjiang kingdom, keeping its value perpetually high. Typically, ordinary magical equipment would only require a piece the size of a fingernail, and even that would be riddled with impurities. That a smirk of disdain appeared on Yi Xiaofan's lips. "Is this enough?" A fiery red, luminescent spherical stone lay quietly in her palm. Upon recognizing the item in Yi Xiaofan's hand, Sula's eyes nearly bulged out in shock. "Is it a magic crystal?" "The magical aura it exudes is extraordinarily potent. It must be at least a level 5 magic crystal. This is a level 6 magic crystal. If you don't believe me, feel free to test it," Yi Xiaofan asserted. Hearing this, Sula swiftly snatched the magic crystal from Yi Xiaofan's hand and retrieved specialized equipment from behind the counter to begin testing. According to their magical power, magical beasts are classified into levels 1 through 9. Levels 1 to 3 are referred to as magic soldiers, levels 4 to 6 as magic generals, and levels 7 to 9 as magic kings. Magic crystals are the source of power for each magical beast, with their levels corresponding to those of the beasts themselves. Observing Sula's fervent expression, Yi Xiaofan smiled slightly. So, uncle, this magic crystal should suffice to exchange for your secret silver, correct? Well, I suppose so. Sula feigned reluctance. That piece of secret silver is the pride of my shop, and I had no intention of selling it. However, this magic crystal could significantly aid my research, so I will reluctantly part with it. Yi Xiaofan accepted the secret silver, inspecting it thoroughly before contentedly placing it into her spatial ring. Uncle, do you have blue sky stones? A beautifully crafted silver ring adorned Yi Xiaofan's left hand. A gift from Nalan Hongwu. Yes, how many do you need? I shall give them to you for free. As a token of our fateful meeting, it was evident that Sula was highly satisfied with the magic crystal Yi Xiaofan had presented. Thus, Yi Xiaofan exchanged a level 6 magic crystal for a fist-sized piece of secret silver, along with 3 high-quality blue sky stones. When Nalan Hongwu learned of this incident, he summoned Yi Xiaofan to his office and scolded her severely. Standing before her, his face flushed with agitation, he exclaimed, "What am I to say to you? A level 6 magic crystal is something that could be deemed priceless, and you have exchanged it for mere trinkets." Yi Xiaofan trembled like a quail. "But I have already exchanged it. I had no idea that a mere stone would hold such value to a mere stone. This mere stone is something I do not possess. Not even in the Emperor's treasury would you find many. Look at these treasures you deem valuable." Nalan Hongwu gestured at the secret silver and blue sky stones on the table. "I could casually produce a whole pile of them. Do you understand that a level 6 magic crystal could easily trade for a mountain of your so-called treasures?" Yi Xiaofan remained silent, fearing further scolding, while internally she cursed Sula's ancestors. That wretched uncle has swindled me. It cannot be entirely blamed on Yi Xiaofan. Although she was aware of the high price of magic crystals, she had not anticipated their immense worth. That magic crystal had been discovered when Yi Xiaofan first arrived in this world. Amidst the chaotic spatial currents shattered by her own fist, she recalled witnessing a peculiar bird being sucked into the spatial turbulence, only to be torn apart moments later. Yi Xiaofan had quickly collected the undamaged remnants. Although she did not know what the strange bird was, her extensive reading in her past life led her to conclude that it was likely a magic stone. Later, Yi Xiaofan discovered through the Academy's library that this item, originating from the brains of magical beasts, was termed a magic crystal, possessing immense value. Perhaps fatigued from scolding, Nalan Hongwu took a large gulp from his cup. "Well, let's consider this a learning experience. I am familiar with the shop you mentioned. I will see if I can retrieve the magic crystal for you. By the way, what do you intend to do with these items? Do you aspire to become an alchemist?" An alchemist is a profession capable of crafting magical items. Noting the softening of Nalan Hongwu's tone, Yi Xiaofan quickly replied with respect, "Indeed, I am quite interested in this. Must I confess that my powers are so formidable that I wish to seal myself away. Becoming an alchemist is not as simple as you might imagine. Well, since you are interested, it is worth a try, but you must not allow it to interfere with your training, understand?" "Understood. I shall not let my training suffer." Yi Xiaofan verbally agreed. Yet in her mind, she mused, "I am but a woman second only to the supreme God. Is there really a need for me to toil in training?" Having grown weary, Nalan Hongwu took a seat. "I have heard that you intend to duel that girl, Tina." Upon hearing Nalan Hongwu mention the duel, a devilish grin spread across Yi Xiaofan's exquisite face. "I do not wish for this. But alas, if I do not display my strength, there will always be clowns eager to challenge me. Be cautious, and do not harm her too severely. After all, she is still a young girl," Nalan Hongwu advised. Understood. Although Yi Xiaofan had only been studying magic for a little over 2 months, Nalan Hongwu could distinctly perceive the immense magical energy emanating from her. He understood that in a confrontation between Tina and Yi Xiaofan, the latter would be utterly dominant. It could be said that Yi Xiaofan's magical power had already reached the level typically possessed by fourth-year students. Having said this, Nalan Hongwu expelled Yi Xiaofan from his office. In his words, "Seeing you squander resources pains my heart, da-da. Take this." Just as Yi Xiaofan was about to exit Nalan Hongwu's office, he suddenly called her back and tossed her a green key. Yi Xiaofan stared at the key in confusion, suddenly exclaiming, "What is this? Wow, is this key crafted from amylase? And yet they call me a spendthrift." That why Yi Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at Nalan Hongwu. Amylase, a mineral infinitely more precious than mithril. The kingdom of Xinjiang manages to extract a few hundred pounds of mithril each year. However, amylase has existed only in legends since the founding of the kingdom of Xinjiang. This small fragment in Yi Xiaofan's possession was fortuitously acquired by Nalan Hongwu during his travels in other countries in his early years. Ahem. Nalan Hongwu cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Simply infuse the key with magical energy, and it will unlock the door to my alchemical chamber. Take care not to cause any damage within. With a serious countenance, Nalan Hongwu further cautioned Yi Xiaofan, stating that the chamber contained his life savings. Thus, he employed amylase as the key, not out of extravagance. That why Yi Xiaofan, wearing an expression of skepticism, replied to Nalan Hongwu. "Understood. All right, let us be on our way." Upon returning to his dormitory, Yi Xiaofan discovered it was unoccupied, prompting him to take out the key made from amylase and, following Nalan Hongwu's instructions, infuse it with magical energy. Wow, this place is enormous. After channeling magical energy into the key, a grand azure door materialized before Yi Xiaofan. "What is this?" He approached a silver stone, towering at half his height. "Is this truly mithril? How could there be such a large piece?" With a crackle, Yi Xiaofan could not resist reaching for the mithril, only to be thwarted by a barrier of purple lightning. Rubbing his tingling hand, he muttered, "How stingy of that old man to set up a magical barrier." However, what was this lightning that caused such a sensation? Redirecting his focus from the massive mithril, Yi Xiaofan continued to explore the glimmering treasures behind it. Here lay blue sky stones, there ironwood branches, and lo and behold, a trove of magical crystal stones, rare and precious magical materials, typically valued highly in the market, were lavishly displayed as if they were worthless. As Yi Xiaofan meandered through the trove, he eventually became numb to the wealth surrounding him. Who would have thought the old man was so affluent? It appears I shall have to cleverly extort him in the future. Nevertheless, for now, he resolved to swiftly create the biological linking magic. With that thought, Yi Xiaofan entered another room filled with various intricate instruments meant for research. After retrieving a magic tome from his spatial ring and reviewing the production process once more, a serious glint appeared in his eyes. Boom! With an explosion, Yi Xiaofan emerged, his face smeared with soot. "I never anticipated that the fusion of elements would prove far more challenging than I had imagined." After cleansing his face, he immersed himself back into his studies. Boom! 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 For an entire month, Yi Xiaofan dedicated all his time to the research of the biological linking magic, aside from attending his main classes and taking breaks to eat and sleep. During this period, he lost count of how many times he had failed, but fortunately, the abundance of materials allowed him to experiment freely. After yet another failure, Yi Xiaofan gazed at a mound of charred remnants in his hand, shaking his head. In retrospect, the mithril and blue sky stones I initially purchased were hardly sufficient for this endeavor. Resolute, Yi Xiaofan plunged back into his research. Despite a month of failures, he made significant progress. From the initial explosions during the fusion of various elements to successfully incorporating the spatial aspect of the blue sky stones, he was nearing the cusp of solidification. That Yi Xiaofan was gradually mastering alchemy. And his control over power had also significantly improved, no longer shattering the space at will. Suddenly, the sound of a transmission crystal interrupted Yi Xiaofan's concentration. Upon retrieving it from his waist, he heard Su Rui's voice. "Xiao Yi, your duel with Tina is about to commence." "Oh no, I completely forgot about that." Hearing Su Rui's message, Yi Xiaofan recalled that today was indeed the day of his duel with Tina. His body trembled slightly, causing the black substance that had enveloped him to dissipate entirely. After placing the transmission crystal back at his waist, Yi Xiaofan retrieved the key to this space. I must say. Su Rui truly is remarkable. Such a calm demeanor is not something just anyone can master. Infusing magical energy into the key, it radiated a cerulean glow. In no time, an azure door swung open before Yi Xiaofan. In the arena, Tina stood upon the designated duel platform. Humph. That guy Yi Xiaofan must be too scared to show up. What a coward, daring to call himself the goddess of night. Tina's words infuriated the members of Yi Xiaofan's Night Knights, who stood below the platform. Instantly, some attempted to confront Tina, but were intercepted by her royal guards. Tension mounted on both sides, standing up there like a performer and still having the gall to act proud. Kaylee's voice rang out, deriding Tina from below. Upon hearing this, Tina's anger flared. You little runt, who are you calling a performer? Say it again if you dare. Kaylee's height had always been a sore spot for Tina, one that she would never allow to be mentioned. Oh no, the leader is about to get angry. Indeed, the leader despised anyone alluding to her stature. When a queen is enraged, corpses float for miles. It was a sight no one wished to witness that Kaylee's royal guard, hearing Tina mock Kaylee's height, immediately retreated 3 meters away from her, wary of being caught in the crossfire. As anticipated, a gust of wind coalesced around Kaylee, her magical energy surging forth. What does it matter? Performer, watch as I tear your mouth to shreds. With that, Kaylee charged toward the duel platform, a wind warrior. She harnessed her magical energy into a whirlwind that enveloped her, enhancing both her speed and attack power. Meanwhile, upon seeing Kaylee charge, Tina swiftly recited a few incantations and waved her wand, conjuring a bolt of lightning that shot toward Kaylee. The lightning traveled swiftly, reaching Kaylee in the blink of an eye. With no time to evade, Kaylee swung her fist, imbued with the power of wind, attempting to disperse the incoming lightning. Crack! The sound echoed as Kaylee stared in astonishment at the figure before her. A cascade of waist-length hair danced in the air, a delicate face adorned with a soft smile, and a seemingly fragile form concealed beneath an oversized cloak, which billowed in the wind, embroidered with a prominent character for night. This cloak was a gift from the members of the Night Knights to Yi Xiaofan. Kaylee, this is my duel. Why have you come here? Yi Xiaofan tilted his head, smiling at Kaylee. Then, turning his gaze toward Tina, he added, apologies for my tardiness. Look, it's the goddess of night. Wow, the goddess of night is so cool. I wish to be her admirer. I long to be ravaged by her. Yi Xiaofan's grand entrance ignited the enthusiasm of the onlookers below. Tisich, I thought you were too frightened to show up. Tina was not pleased with Yi Xiaofan's extravagant arrival. Now that you're here, let us get this started. I can hardly wait to teach you a lesson. The instructor serving as the judge ushered Kaylee off the platform. Go, Xiao Yi. Before departing the stage, Kaylee waved her small fist to cheer Yi Xiaofan on. Make sure to deal with that performer over there. Once Kaylee stepped down, the judge activated the surrounding defensive magical array and announced the commencement of the duel. I exerted my full strength earlier, yet Xiao Yi managed to handle it so effortlessly. Is he truly that strong? Standing below, Kaylee expressed her bewilderment to Su Rui and Jonah. In terms of strength, if one were to rank the dormitory members, Xiao Yi would undoubtedly be first, followed by me. Then Jonah. Beside them, Su Rui deadpanned. You are the weakest, Kaylee. Feeling the sting of Su Rui's words, Kaylee gazed at her dejectedly. Su Rui, that comment really hurt my feelings. Look quickly, it's about to begin. Joanna urged Callus, who had just moments ago worn a face of despondency, now instantly revitalized, shouting towards the stage. Xiao Yi, give her a good beating. Upon hearing Callus's words, Yi Xiaofan turned around and bestowed a broad smile upon her. Noticing Yi Xiaofan's glance, Tina immediately unleashed her magic. A mysterious incantation flowed from her lips, followed by a bolt of lightning, even thicker than before, hurtling towards Yi Xiaofan, sensing the immense surge of magical energy. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but concede that although Tina was bothersome, her magical prowess was formidable. That a month prior, Yi Xiaofan would have had to rely solely on her formidable physique to withstand such magic. But now, she merely tilted her body slightly to evade the lightning strike. How could this be? Tina exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of seriousness. Why, Yi Xiaofan, it seems I indeed underestimated you. I must take this seriously. With that, another arcane melody escaped from her mouth, conjuring a magical shield in front of her. Was that incantation the essence of magic? Yi Xiaofan pondered, perplexed, as she had never studied the knowledge of sorcery. Although both magic warriors and sorcerers utilized magical energy to construct spells, their methods were fundamentally different. Magic warriors stored magical energy within their bodies to enhance their own capabilities, while sorcerers amplified their mental strength. Using incantations in conjunction with their mental prowess to guide the ambient magical energy, thereby forming powerful spells, it was said that sorcerers with formidable mental strength could even cast spells without uttering incantations. Tina, having formed her defensive shield, noticed Yi Xiaofan lost in thought and frowned. Distracted in battle? Yi Xiaofan, do you truly underestimate me? After swiftly reciting her incantation, Tina crouched down and forcefully thrust her wand into the ground. Sensing something amiss, Yi Xiaofan leaped away just as a surge of potent magical energy erupted from her previous position, igniting sparks of lightning. Bam! As Yi Xiaofan landed, she suddenly felt the heat beneath her feet and, with no time to contemplate, retreated hastily. Just as she evaded, the ground beneath her melted from the intense heat, flames leaping forth from the earth. That I advise you not to underestimate me. I am a dual-element sorceress of thunder and fire, Tina declared proudly, gazing at Yi Xiaofan. Apologies, but I too shall take this seriously now. With that, Yi Xiaofan summoned the magical energy within her, conjuring a sphere of flames in her hand. This was a spell derived from her studies of anime from her past life. She was eager to showcase the power of imagination from another world. As she prepared for her attack, she thought, this is my first time witnessing such magic. What an intriguing girl. The referee observed Yi Xiaofan. Contemplating, what kind of magic is that? Tina inquired, astonished. Feel the magic I created myself, Yi Xiaofan replied, charging towards Tina with flames held high. How boring, Yi Xiaofan muttered, lounging in her dormitory, absent-mindedly toying with the silver necklace around her neck. The necklace, crafted entirely from mithril, culminated in a single blue, translucent leaf adorned with intricate magical patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern a soft glow emanating from it. It was the life-linking magic that Yi Xiaofan had created. Months prior, after her duel with Tina, Yi Xiaofan had successfully developed the life-linking magic. She vividly recalled the events of that day, after Tina had unleashed a series of thunder and fire spells. Yi Xiaofan had emulated a scene from an anime, constructing flames of magical energy in her hands. Prepare to receive my attack, Yi Xiaofan shouted before swiftly appearing before Tina. Truly, as still as a maiden. As swift as a mad hare. So fast, Tina thought, unable to comprehend how Yi Xiaofan had reached her so quickly. Fire Dragon's iron fist, fearing she might inadvertently harm Tina. Yi Xiaofan targeted the magical shield directly in front of her. With a mere instant, the shield shattered into fragments, and her fiery fist struck Tina with relentless force. From the moment of her strike to its conclusion, Yi Xiaofan had acted in mere seconds. The audience, initially stunned into silence, erupted in a thunderous applause. Incredible! So impressive! Truly worthy of the title goddess of the night! They exclaimed. This surpasses mere freshman prowess. She could rival the 10 greats. After the magic circle surrounding the platform dissipated, members of the royal guard hurriedly carried the unconscious Tina away. Xiao Yi, you are so cool. I think I might be falling for you, Callus exclaimed, rushing onto the stage to embrace Yi Xiaofan. Meanwhile, members of the Night Knights and the Royal Legion looked at Yi Xiaofan and Callus with expressions of disbelief, as if to say, don't waste resources frivolously. Xiao Yi, what magic was that? How could you envelop yourself in flames? Joanna followed closely behind Callus. Well done, remarked Su Rei, who approached calmly. Surrounded by admirers, Yi Xiaofan returned to her dormitory. Thus concluded the duel that had originated from jealousy. A month later, as Yi Xiaofan was about to invite Su Rei to take a bath, she was intercepted by Tina. Unlike a month prior, Tina now appeared haggard, her golden hair lacking its usual luster. Gazing at Yi Xiaofan's exquisitely striking face, Tina fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Yi Xiaofan, this time I concede that I will abide by the rules and refrain from troubling you. However, I will train diligently. One day I will surpass you and defeat you. When that day comes, I will challenge you to a duel again. According to the duel rules established by the Rod Academy, the victor could not refuse a revenge challenge initiated by the loser. I await your challenge. Yi Xiaofan responded calmly as she walked past Tina. After this brief interlude, Yi Xiaofan lost interest in bathing and instead sought a secluded spot to retrieve her key to the mirrors. Entering the laboratory, Yi Xiaofan felt an unusual calmness wash over her. Let us see if I can successfully create the life link, she mused. With practiced ease, she melted, fused, and inscribed the magical array with various materials. Without a hitch, she successfully crafted the life-linking magic that a silver necklace, radiating a soft glow, appeared in her hands. Looking at the beautifully crafted necklace, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but express her disbelief. Did I really succeed? What was I doing for the past month? You succeeded because you entered the state of void, a voice behind her interrupted. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan saw it was Nalan Hongwu. Old man, how did you get in? I thought I had the only key. Nalan Hongwu smiled slightly, producing a red key that I never claimed there was only one key. Yi Xiaofan was taken aback by the revelation that Nalan Hongwu possessed another Amira's key, but quickly inquired, Old man, what do you mean by the void state? Don't rush. Let me explain slowly that I didn't expect you to possess such talent. Nalan Hongwu replied, gesturing for Yi Xiaofan to sit. Those who practice magic aspire to attain the three great realms, and void is one of them. Upon entering the void state, a person becomes profoundly tranquil, achieving a peak in magical control, making the casting of spells and alchemy exceptionally effortless. Unfortunately, such realms cannot be pursued directly. Moreover, after entering a realm, one's magical and mental powers significantly increase. Upon hearing Nalan Hongwu's words, Yi Xiaofan instinctively checked her magical energy. I've actually reached the level of an intermediate magician. To think you've attained such a level. It seems this time has truly been fruitful, she reflected. Nalan Hongwu felt a sense of joy for Yi Xiaofan. After examining his magical power, Yi Xiaofan proceeded to assess his mental strength, but to his delight, there was no significant change. What would happen if one were to persistently enter the state of emptiness? Yi Xiaofan voiced his perplexity. Nalan Hongwu erupted into a thunderous laugh. That is impossible. Otherwise, how could we even speak of realms? However, before he could finish his words, he noticed Yi Xiaofan's gaze becoming tranquil, as if nothing could disturb the calm of his heart. The heart, as clear as ice, unperturbed by the fall of heaven. Yi Xiaofan's ruby lips parted slightly as he slowly uttered 8 words. I once read in ancient texts that in primordial times, there were individuals who could fully master the state of emptiness, entering it at will. This phenomenon was referred to by the ancients as the unity of man and heaven, signifying a profound fusion with the cosmos. In Nalan Hongwu's eyes, Yi Xiaofan's figure appeared as though it had melded into the very fabric of this space, poised to vanish at any moment. Yet, paradoxically, Yi Xiaofan stood right before him. Nalan Hongwu, in disbelief, exclaimed, "Is this what they call the unity of man and heaven?" Subsequently, he grasped Yi Xiaofan's arm, incessantly inquiring about how he accomplished such a feat. Old man, you are quite bothersome. I already told you, it is simply about not thinking of anything. Yi Xiaofan responded, feeling exasperated. But why can't I achieve it? Nalan Hongwu queried, scratching his head in frustration. How could I possibly know? Please stop pestering me. I wish to return to my dormitory. With that, Yi Xiaofan donned the biolink necklace he had crafted and opened the door to the outside world as he walked along the path of the academy. A pair of hands suddenly reached out from behind him. A deafening scream echoed through the busy students of the academy, while Yi Xiaofan's face flushed crimson as he beheld the girl before him. Retreating step by step, Feina, what are you doing here? A girl with a touch of boldness gazed at Yi Xiaofan with a wicked smile, advancing towards him with deliberate steps. This is fate, dear Xiaofan. I must warn you, Feina, don't act recklessly. Yi Xiaofan stammered, struggling to articulate his words as he faced Feina's approach. What do you intend to do, my dear Xiaofan? Feina was a third-year student, and through a twist of fate, Yi Xiaofan had crossed paths with her. Ever since, he felt ensnared in a nightmare. Xiaofan, I have some exquisite black tea. Would you care to sample it? Yi Xiaofan retreated to a corner, realizing he had nowhere left to escape. Perhaps not I am feeling a bit tired. I shall return now." With that, Xiaofan retrieved a magical scroll from his spatial ring and activated its spell. In an instant, he vanished before Feina. Oh dear. Using such a precious magical scroll. How wasteful. Feina remarked with a look of boredom as she watched Xiaofan flee. "And no matter. I shall soon achieve a breakthrough, and then you shall not escape from me so easily." After Xiaofan's hasty departure, Feina lingered for a moment, and only when the air no longer bore Xiaofan's scent did she reluctantly leave. Upon returning to his empty dormitory, Xiaofan lay on his bed, toying with the silver necklace around his neck, suddenly engulfed by a wave of loneliness and emptiness. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent quite some time in this world already, gazing out at the sky. He murmured, "Dad, Mom, and little brother, I wonder how you are all faring. I'm doing well here, having made numerous new friends and even learned magic. If given the chance, I would love to show you. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Bang! Xiao Yi, I heard you ran into that weirdo Feina again." Khaleesi burst into the room, immediately noticing the tear stains on Xiaofan's face. "Xiao Yi, why are you crying? Did Feina do something outrageous? I'll go deal with her," Khaleesi declared, turning to leave, but Xiaofan pulled her back. "No, it's not that." Xiaofan wiped away his tears. "I just miss home." Khaleesi sat down and embraced Xiaofan. "Don't cry, dear. Aren't we about to have a break soon? We can go home then." Puffed. Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh. "Khaleesi, are you trying to comfort a child?" "Thank you, Khaleesi. I feel much better now." Why? Xiaofan perched on the edge of the bed, swinging his delicate white feet. Khaleesi sat opposite him, gazing at him tenderly. "Xiao Yi, have you ever been to the Chilean Mountains?" "The Chilean Mountains?" "Yes, to the north of Water City lies an endless expanse of mountains known as the Chilean Mountains." Xiaofan rubbed his little head and inquired, "No, I've never heard of them." Khaleesi wore an expression of defeat. "Xiao Yi, how reclusive have you been?" A senior from the third year has taken on a task to the Chilean Mountains, along with a new recruit. The task system at Rod Academy only permits students above the second year to accept missions, while third-year students can take on tasks for new recruits in addition to regular ones. With the newcomers being first-year students, ugh, you big-headed fool. What I meant was, would you like to join and take a look while getting some fresh air? Khaleesi exclaimed, her voice rising. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. That sounds like a splendid idea. Yet, he quickly donned a look of annoyance. However, such a wonderful opportunity will surely attract many others. The competition will be fierce. Perhaps I should pass it. Don't worry, Khaleesi assured as she moved closer to Xiaofan. Because that third-year senior has his sights set on me, so you understand. Khaleesi shot Xiaofan a triumphant glance. Wow. Don't roll your tongue when you speak. Why Xiaofan whimpered, covering his head as he looked at Khaleesi. Understood. Seeing Xiaofan acquiesce, Khaleesi produced a communication crystal. Hey, you big oaf, my friend wants to join us on our trip to the Chilean Mountains. Please reserve a spot for her. Before long, a response came through the crystal. No problem. Whatever Khaleesi requests, I shall fulfill. Why Xiaofan watched Khaleesi with a mischievous grin at how close you two are. Bang. Xiaofan crouched down, cradling his head. In this dormitory, aside from Surrey, Khaleesi was the one he feared the most. Although Khaleesi often appeared whimsical, when she was serious, she radiated an aura akin to that of Queen. This was also why her knightly order referred to themselves as the King's Legion. That evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Joanna, having heard about Xiaofan and Khaleesi's plan to venture to the Chilean Mountains, was eager to join them. No. Joanna, have you forgotten our agreement? Sue interjected, holding Joanna back with an impassive expression. Joanna turned to Sue with a pitiful look. But I really want to go. No, Sue declared firmly. Xiaofan pulled Khaleesi, who had been watching the scene unfold, and whispered, Khaleesi, don't you think it's terrifying how Sue can say such cold-hearted things with such a calm expression? Indeed, I completely agree. Khaleesi nodded in agreement. Perhaps having overheard Xiaofan and Khaleesi's murmurs, Sue turned to face them. I'm off to sleep now, Sue said, taking Joanna by the arm and leading her back to bed without another word. The next morning, while Xiaofan was still lost in slumber, Khaleesi yanked him from his bed. Khaleesi, just let me sleep for another 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. Yi Xiaofan pleaded, his bleary eyes fixed on her. No, you can sleep in late any other day, but today we are heading to the Chilean mountains, and if we don't reach Water City before nightfall, we shall have to camp outdoors. Kael'sis is rarely this strict. Yi Xiaofan adjusted the slipping straps of her nightgown and remarked, I see you are eager to meet your beloved. Moreover, you didn't mention yesterday that you would be leaving today. Little Yi, I have noticed that you increasingly require guidance. Kael'sis said, gazing intently at Yi Xiaofan with her beautiful, large eyes. Perhaps it was a primal instinct alerting her to danger. In a moment of confusion, Yi Xiaofan suddenly shivered and looked at Kael'sis with a face full of terror. I understand now. I will get up immediately. In just 5 minutes. Yi Xiaofan stood before Kael'sis, fully dressed and ready. Hee, now that's my good sister, Kael'sis exclaimed as she embraced Yi Xiaofan. All right, let us set off. Following Kael'sis, Yi Xiaofan made her way to the central square of Rod Academy, where she spotted the big oaf Kael'sis had mentioned. By the way, due to certain tasks being challenging to accomplish alone, the Academy designated them as group tasks. The central square serves as the location for task announcements. So many student groups gather there. Hello, I am Yi Xiaofan. Pleased to meet you. She introduced herself to the individuals before her. The first to respond was the big oaf Kael'sis had referred to, a burly man. I am Xiong. Kael'sis informed me about you yesterday. He appeared surprisingly earnest. If he were to become involved with Kael'sis, he would likely develop a case of bronchitis. Yi Xiaofan mused inwardly. The goddess of night, ranked 4th among the beauties in the Academy's weekly publication. Is it? I see. By the way, my name is Mage, interjected a slender man, who, compared to Xiong, seemed quite frail. That Mage's badge bore a leaf with 3 stripes, indicating he was also a third-year student. Behind Xiong and Mage stood a man and a woman, both appearing quite reserved. Through their introductions, Yi Xiaofan learned that the man's name was Alex and the woman's was Amy. Both first-year students like herself. Let me clarify something for you all. Mage and I have accepted not only the task for nurturing new recruits, but also another mission. Xiong's rugged voice reached Yi Xiaofan's ears. Thus, we will only guide you for 7 days. After that, you are to return to Water City to 8 that time. Whether you come back to the Academy or continue your adventures in the Chilean mountains is entirely up to you. Do you understand? Xiong's imposing physique and gruff voice instilled an unimaginable sense of intimidation, prompting Yi Xiaofan and the other 2 students to nod vigorously. Hiss! Xiong clutched his ear, which Kael'sis had tugged. Big oaf, why so serious? Can't you see you frighten our little Yi? Kael'sis scolded Xiong with a glare. Indeed, it seemed that this big oaf was destined to develop bronchitis, Yi Xiaofan thought as she observed the scene before her. After the farce concluded, the 6 of them officially set forth on their journey to the Chilean mountains in the north of Alaska, Water City. After a full day of arduous travel, Yi Xiaofan and her companions finally arrived at this city, more prosperous than the royal capital. I can't go on, Kael'sis exclaimed, lying on the back of a soil dragon, staring incredulously at Yi Xiaofan. Why, Yi Xiaofan diverted her gaze from the book on the nature of magic in her hands. What's so strange about that? Although we are all magic warriors, my magical power exceeds yours, so naturally, my stamina is superior. Yes, your magical power surpasses mine, and your stamina is indeed better, but look over there at those 2 third-years. Their magical power should be no less than yours. Kael'sis indicated for Yi Xiaofan to glance aside, that on another soil dragon's back, 3 male figures lay sprawled like dead dogs. Yi Xiaofan felt embarrassed, unsure of what to say. The soil dragon, despite its name, resembled the wild boar from Yi Xiaofan's past life, albeit much larger in size and possessing a gentle disposition. Consequently, the inhabitants of this world have tamed the soil dragon as a means of transportation. However, the experience of riding it is not particularly pleasant. Everyone look! Water City is ahead. Suddenly, Xiong, who had been lying on the soil dragon, sat up and pointed forward. Following his gesture, a magnificent city appeared before them. Just a little longer, and we can rest in the city, Mage encouraged as he climbed off the soil dragon's back. Thus, the group, invigorated, urged the soil dragon to hasten forward. Before long, they arrived at the gates of Water City. Halt! Entry to the city requires 5 copper coins per person. A soldier at the gate blocked their path. Xiong skillfully tossed 30 copper coins to the soldier. Water City consists of 80% water. Even the buildings are constructed atop it. As they walked along the streets of Water City, Yi Xiaofan turned to Kael'sis and asked, "Isn't this a bit tyrannical? We have to pay to enter the city." Kael'sis, looking somewhat embarrassed, pulled Yi Xiaofan closer. "Little Yi, it's customary to pay to enter a city. Isn't that common knowledge? In the royal capital, no one pays 10 copper coins." "Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have spoken up," Yi Xiaofan murmured, lowering her head to hide her flushed face. Observing Yi Xiaofan's downcast demeanor, Alex couldn't help but exclaim, "So cute." "Huh. Kid, you wouldn't happen to have a crush on our little Yi, would you?" Kael'sis teased Alex with a mischievous grin upon hearing his words. "And no, I was just startled," Alex stammered, attempting to defend himself, his voice dwindling. "All right, Kael'sis, stop teasing him," Yi Xiaofan interjected. Kael'sis immediately redirected her teasing towards Yi Xiaofan. "Oh dear. Our little Yi seems to be feeling sympathetic." Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes at Kael'sis and quickened her pace to distance herself. "Hey, little Yi, don't be shy," Kael'sis called out, hastening her steps to catch up. Meanwhile, Alex stood still, lost in endless fantasies. She just stood up for me. Does she like me? "Hey, kid, stop staring. They've already moved on." Mage suddenly approached and slapped Alex's shoulder. "Huh. Oh," jerked back to reality by Mage. Alex hastily nodded. "Let's stay here." Xiong pointed to an inn before them. "The owner of this establishment is quite friendly. Mage and I always stay here when we come to Water City." Seeing no objections from the others, Xiong stepped into the inn first. The rest followed in his wake, leaving Yi Xiaofan standing at the entrance with an odd expression as she gazed at the inn's name. Inn. I want to complain." Yi Xiaofan struggled to suppress her inner turmoil. Kael'sis reemerged from the inn. "Little Yi, why aren't you going in?" "What are you looking at?" Following Yi Xiaofan's gaze, Kael'sis saw nothing but the 4 characters of Inn. "Is there something strange?" "No, nothing at all. Let's hurry inside," Yi Xiaofan urged, pushing the still curious Kael'sis into the inn. The 6 of them, 3 men and 3 women, naturally arranged for the 3 men to share a room while each woman had her own. Alex looked at Xiong's burly frame and lamented, "Why do they get to have their own rooms while us 3 big men have to squeeze together? Come on, kid, girls deserve a little privilege." Mage replied, slinging an arm around Alex's shoulder. Alex, looking desperate, pleaded with Mage, "I can pay for myself. Can I have a room to myself?" "What nonsense are you talking about? All right, our room is on the 2nd floor." "Let's go," Mage said as he dragged Alex toward the stairs, followed closely by Xiong. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, just as the 3 girls were about to enter their room to rest, Xiong suddenly stopped them. Water City has a street that never sleeps, filled with fun activities. If you're not too tired, you can go and enjoy yourselves tonight. Though Xiong directed his words at the 3 girls, his gaze remained fixed on Kael'sis. "However, you are not allowed to go out alone. It is essential to avoid danger. Especially for you girls, at least 1 man must accompany you if you venture out." "Ah, I understand," why Yi Xiaofan discerned the subtle undertone in Xiong's voice, chuckling lightly before retreating to her room. "Well, I shall take my leave as well." Amy, who had remained largely inconspicuous, declared hurriedly before scurrying back to her own quarters. This left only Khaleesi and Xiong, ensconced in an awkward silence. Ultimately, it was Xiong who first shattered the tension. "Khaleesi, would you care to join me for an evening at the Nightless Street?" "I can protect you. No. Thank you," Khaleesi replied resolutely. "Oh." Xiong's expression fell as he turned to head back to his room. "Wait a moment," Khaleesi called out, as if struck by inspiration, halting Xiong in his tracks. Upon hearing her words, Xiong swiftly pivoted, his eyes brimming with anticipation that if I am to go, I must bring Xiao Yi along as well. However, Xiao Yi is unlikely to agree, so you'll have to convince her. Despite his desire to spend time alone with Khaleesi, given the circumstances, Xiong had no choice but to acquiesce, promptly replying, "All right, leave it to me. Isn't it preferable for you two to enjoy your world for 2? Why must I be dragged into it?" Yi Xiaofan, eavesdropping from behind the door, muttered in discontent that in a bid to secure Khaleesi's company, Xiong employed every tactic he could muster, persistently urging Yi Xiaofan to join them. Eventually, a weary Yi Xiaofan relented. However, the condition was that Xiong must gather some alchemical materials for her. For the sake of happiness, Xiong generously agreed to Yi Xiaofan's stipulation, yet upon glancing at the extensive list of materials she provided, even a man of iron resolve like him could not help but weep. Xiao Yi, this is simply too much, Xiong lamented, his expression fraught with difficulty, seated in a chair with one leg crossed over the other. Yi Xiaofan addressed him, if you disagree, that is perfectly fine. I was just contemplating a quiet evening with my books, and no, please don't, my lady, Xiong implored anxiously. I agree. Isn't that sufficient? Yi Xiaofan nodded in satisfaction. The Overmountain Dragon and Goldfinch Vine can be managed. They are readily available on the market. However, the Blood Drop Stone and Dragon Bloodgrass are only in the possession of the Dragon Clan. Money alone will not suffice. I never suggested you provide all at once. Just a portion for now, and the remainder when you are capable of confronting a mighty dragon, Yi Xiaofan counseled Xiong. As the saying goes, every talent must have its use. Wealth squandered shall return. Spending a little money to win a wife is undoubtedly worthwhile. At this juncture, Xiong still bore the expression of a man caught between a rock and a hard place. Observing his indecision, Yi Xiaofan decided to stoke the flames further. If you are unwilling, that is your choice. I am not one to impose on others. However, you are aware that Khaleesi and I share a dormitory. If I were to whisper a few words in her ear, I agree. Before she could finish her sentence, Xiong firmly acquiesced, that why Yi Xiaofan beamed with satisfaction and leapt from her chair, eager to pat Xiong on the shoulder. Only to be thwarted by her height disadvantage. Resigned, she cleared her throat and remarked, Ahem, young man, I have high hopes for you. 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiong, accompanied by Khaleesi and Yi Xiaofan, made their way to the nightless street of Water City. Despite the name, it was truly a paradise on water. Xiong rented a small boat, which was graced with the presence of 2 enchanting ladies, Khaleesi and Yi Xiaofan. Passers-by on other vessels cast envious glances in their direction, silently lamenting, this fellow does not even appear as handsome as I, yet he is accompanied by such exquisite beauties, 2 of them. No less. Meanwhile, Xiong, the object of envy, wore a face of discontent. I wish to share an intimate world with Khaleesi. Woe is me. Hey, you big oaf, why the long face, with 2 stunning beauties by your side? How can you not be delighted? Khaleesi chided, her arm draped around Yi Xiaofan. No, that's not it. How could I possibly feel that way? Xiong hastily donned a smile, though it appeared rather unappealing. What a rich abundance of water elements. Yi Xiaofan, indifferent to the playful banter, delicately raised her left hand to feel the air's moisture. According to the treatise on the nature of magic, elements of the same type possess differing properties. To alter an element's nature, one must attune themselves to it. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Khaleesi inquired, puzzled by Yi Xiaofan's gesture. I am sensing the water elements. Their richness here is remarkable, Yi Xiaofan replied. Her eyes closed. Khaleesi, growing more intrigued, asked, sensing water elements? But Xiao Yi, aren't you of the fire affinity? How can you sense water elements? Indeed, I am of the fire affinity, but the fire elements here are scarce. Thus I can only attune to the water elements. Fortunately, the abundance of water elements here allows me to do so, Yi Xiaofan explained to Khaleesi. Khaleesi, emulating Yi Xiaofan, closed her eyes and raised her right hand. Why can I sense nothing? I cannot sense anything either, save for the faint presence of the earth element. Xiong attempted to interject. However, Khaleesi paid him no mind. When we venture out, we ought to fully relish the experience. Do not dwell solely on training, she declared, pulling Yi Xiaofan to her feet, encircling them both with a gentle breeze wrought from their magic. With a light step, Khaleesi leaped onto the nearest merchant vessel, which featured a plethora of goods that, as an earth user, Xiong could not hope to leap the distance like Khaleesi. A single misstep would surely send him crashing through the deck. Overwhelmed, he could only slide slowly in Khaleesi's direction. Calling out, Khaleesi, wait for me. Alas, Khaleesi and Yi Xiaofan had already vanished from sight. Xiao Yi, this necklace would suit you splendidly, Khaleesi exclaimed, holding a delicate magical necklace against Yi Xiaofan's graceful neck, noting its accompanying earth defense array. Khaleesi prepared to purchase the necklace as a gift for Yi Xiaofan. However, Yi Xiaofan shook her head in refusal, pointing to the silver necklace adorning her neck. I do not want it. I am already wearing a necklace. I wasn't referring to you. Who gifted you that garish necklace? It's utterly hideous, Khaleesi remarked disdainfully, eyeing the silver piece around Yi Xiaofan's neck. Is it truly that unsightly? I find it rather appealing. Look, it even sparkles. Yi Xiaofan insisted, tugging at the collar of her robe to provide Khaleesi a better view. In her eagerness, she inadvertently stretched the already loose collar wide open, revealing her lovely collarbone, which drew the attention of numerous passers-by. Xiao Yi, do mind your appearance, Khaleesi exclaimed, quickly covering Yi Xiaofan and shooting a glare at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Due to the brevity of the encounter, those who had not fully glimpsed the scene wore expressions of regret. Hee, I forgot this isn't the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan chuckled, a sheepish smile gracing her lips, while pondering, I almost forgot I'm a girl now. Yet it seems the girls in this world are rather conservative. In my previous life, such exposure would hardly be noteworthy. Oh, how I miss my past life. Here, one scarcely sees a pair of long legs. Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi frolicked, xiong, searching for them, passed by unaware. Phew, casting magic on so many people at once is indeed challenging. But thankfully, I succeeded. In the shadows not far from the two ladies stood three men clad in black, one of whom, weary, remarked, Stop your complaining. Such exquisite goods are rare. They will surely fetch a handsome price. Another man, eyeing the two ladies with greed, added, Indeed, we must act swiftly. Khaleesi ultimately failed to persuade Yi Xiaofan to accept the necklace. Pouting in displeasure as she led Yi Xiaofan toward the next shop. Suddenly, Khaleesi clasped Yi Xiaofan tightly. Xiao Yi, I feel quite dizzy. Initially, Yi Xiaofan thought Khaleesi was merely teasing her, but upon witnessing Khaleesi's faltering stance, she realized the gravity of the situation. Khaleesi, what is the matter? Yi Xiaofan asked, embracing her. Why magic? It's fading, Khaleesi replied weakly. Yi Xiaofan swiftly summoned the magical energy within his body, yet he felt not a trace of it. What could be the reason for this? As confusion enveloped his mind, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a dimly lit room that a square table occupied the space, at which an elderly man with graying hair was scribbling something. Standing beside Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi were three men clad in black, brandishing handcuff-like devices that restrained their wrists. Without resistance, Yi Xiaofan allowed these three individuals to bind him. Who are you? Why have you captured us? Yi Xiaofan boldly gazed at the elderly man seated at the table. You may refer to me as Pika, the old man replied with a smile. And these three are Ada, Air, and San. Pika continued, We all belong to the High Species Trafficking Syndicate. Upon hearing Pika's words, Khaleesi's complexion turned pale. The High Species Trafficking Syndicate, the largest human trafficking organization in the world? Pika, visibly displeased, admonished Khaleesi, Please refrain from making such assumptions. Our syndicate does not solely traffic humans, that we deal in all valuable species, including elves and dragons. He added, However, since you are aware of our syndicate, you should also know that no one has ever escaped our grasp. So it would be wise to comply. It is far better than suffering in that moment. Yi Xiaofan recalled his first day in this world, when he had encountered a member of this very syndicate. Xiao Yi, what shall we do? Khaleesi sobbed, burying her head in Yi Xiaofan's embrace. Gently patting her back, Yi Xiaofan reassured her, Do not fear. I am here. If Yi Xiaofan were to break the seal, he could easily teach these scoundrels a lesson. Nevertheless, since he had been paid to take on their troubles, he decided to bide his time, granting someone a chance to prove themselves. With a resounding crash, Xiong burst through the wall, immediately spotting Yi Xiaofan and Khaleesi reclining on the floor. Relieved to see they were unharmed, he exhaled deeply. You big oaf, Khaleesi exclaimed in delight upon seeing Xiong's figure. Ada, with piercing eyes, glared at Xiong and rasped, How did you find this place? Fortunately, I had previously placed a magical mark on Khaleesi and Xiao Yi. Upon realizing they were under the dissipate spell, I activated the mark and followed it here. Xiong explained that the dissipate spell causes surrounding creatures to subconsciously overlook their immediate target. a tactic typically employed by mages to evade monsters in the wild, that I have long stated that the effectiveness of a mage's spell diminishes significantly amidst a large crowd. Air interjected. Ha. Who cares? Let us just kill him first, San cackled, suddenly launching a palm strike at Xiong. Bang! As San's hand struck Xiong's chest, he was astonished to find Xiong unscathed. Xiong retaliated with a punch, which San narrowly dodged, noting the stone-like texture of Xiong's skin. Earth magic. Petrification, and no wonder you remain unharmed after my strike, San remarked. But boy, mere petrification cannot deter me. With that, San charged at Xiong again, his hands turning a ghastly crimson. Ada, take those two to my room, Pika instructed, glancing at the tussle between Xiong and San. Understood, Ada responded, hoisting Xiaofan and Khaleesi over his shoulder. Let go of me. Oof, save me. Khaleesi struggled in vain, her magical powers sealed, rendering her unable to resist in an attempt to rescue Khaleesi. Xiong was momentarily distracted and caught a blow to the chest from San. Despite the protection of his petrified skin, he could not suppress a cough of blood. Observing Xiong struggle against a single opponent, Xiaofan contemplated removing the necklace inscribed with a life-linking enchantment around his neck, but suddenly glanced upward. Is that Mag and Alex and Amy? They have all arrived. Xiaofan focused intently on the energies emanating from the figures atop the roof. Mag, seated at the table, remarked, tonight's mice are indeed plentiful. Ada carried Xiaofan and Khaleesi. He felt the ground beneath him become soft, and before he could react, he sank into the floor. This is earth magic, Ada realized, glancing at the ground resembling quicksand. Xiao Yi, Khaleesi, Alex, and Amy leapt down from the roof, each seizing Xiaofan and Khaleesi, liberating them from Ada's grip. Release, Amy commanded, and the two immediately sensed their magical abilities returning. You all must flee. Mag jumped down as well, using earth spikes to block Air's advance. Khaleesi's anxious gaze remained fixed on Xiong. But, no buts, you are merely a burden here. Xiong and I have a way to escape, Mag urged Khaleesi urgently. Thus the four hastened toward the breach in the wall created by Xiong. Mag turned to cast an earth prison spell at Air, but it was shattered in an instant. Though engaged in combat with Air, Mag remained vigilant of Pika. Wary of any sudden attacks, he sensed that Pika was far superior to the three men in black. Yet Pika seemed disinclined to intervene, remaining seated at the table, observing Xiong and Mag with a calm demeanor. As the four neared freedom, an invisible barrier suddenly obstructed their path. What is this? Alex inquired, touching the unseen wall. It must be a ritual array, Xiaofan deduced, turning to face Pika. Meanwhile, Mag, locked in a fierce battle with Air, realized the predicament they faced at a ritual array. When was this set up? A ritual array, a powerful magical formation based on ancient scripts. Possesses formidable defensive capabilities that, if you little mice were to escape my grasp, it would be quite humiliating for me. Pika finally rose from his seat. As he did so, an overwhelming magical pressure emanated from him, causing Xiong and Mag to kneel involuntarily. Terror etched on their faces. An intermediate magic tutor. It had been ages since any foolish mice dared to cause trouble for the syndicate. With each step Pika took closer, the pressure intensified. However, considering you have provided me with another valuable asset, I shall grant you a swift end. Pika fixed his gaze upon Amy. Amy looked back at Pika, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Ada, take that black-haired beauty to my room. The other two, lock them up. I intend to enjoy myself tonight. Khaleesi, with her red hair, and Amy, with her pink, left Xiaofan as the target of Pika's desire. Upon hearing Pika's command, Ada slowly emerged from the marshy ground. Alex collapsed to the floor, despair evident on his face. And intermediate magic tutor, it's over. Using magical power to exert pressure? I should be able to do that as well, Xiaofan thought, removing the necklace from around his neck. Khaleesi, hearing Xiaofan's voice, forced a smile. It's useless, Xiao Yi. Only a grand mage can exert such pressure. Even if you could, it would be futile against an intermediate magic tutor. Whether it works or not, one must try to find out, Xiaofan replied, placing the necklace into his spatial ring. Instantly, a massive pressure radiated from Yi Xiaofan, overwhelming all present in a mere moment. He withdrew the pressure, contemplating. Now this is a useful skill. I need not worry about shattering the space. After murmuring softly to himself, Yi Xiaofan looked at the individuals sprawled on the ground and said, my apologies. It's my first time using this, and I've inadvertently harmed my own people. Are you all right? Regrettably, no one responded to Yi Xiaofan. He felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, pondering, could it be that I exerted too much force and frightened them into silence? How is that even possible? Pika lay on the ground, staring blankly at Yi Xiaofan. Even in the presence of the group leader, Pika had never experienced such an immense pressure. It is worth noting that the group leader was a saint-level mage, the pinnacle of existence in this continent. That it was precisely due to the leader's presence that the group could remain steadfast and unyielding simultaneously within the Lord's mansion of Water City. The Lord, Shaba, was playing with his 7-year-old daughter. Suddenly, he lifted his head to gaze into the distance. "Father, what are you looking at?" Evelyn asked curiously, noticing her father's sudden distraction. It's nothing. I just recalled some matters. Let us continue playing, Shaba explained to his daughter. Why did I just feel a strong sense of palpitations? Was it merely my imagination? Kalaisi gazed at Yi Xiaofan with a profound sense of unfamiliarity. Little Yi? Upon seeing the expression in Kalaisi's eyes, Yi Xiaofan felt a pang of discomfort. Kalaisi, how much longer will you remain on the ground? Hurry and get up. Forcing a smile, Yi Xiaofan crouched down, intending to help Kalaisi to her feet. I can manage myself. Kalaisi evaded Yi Xiaofan's outstretched hand and climbed up on her He will not be deceived by her bluster. If she were truly powerful, she wouldn't have been captured by us. Pika shouted at Air and Asan. Kill her! Air and Asan shouted in unison to rally themselves. Yi Xiaofan raised his left hand and gently flicked it. Boom! With a resounding crash, a rift in space appeared before everyone. Air and Asan vanished without a trace, and even Ada and Pika, who were behind them, were sucked into the spatial rift, dead beyond recovery. Compared to the one in Fire City, the current spatial rift was significantly smaller and quickly began to close. This indicated that Yi Xiaofan had begun to grasp some of his own powers. After another moment of silence, Yi Xiaofan calmly stated, "Let us return. The strong always inspire awe." In a library of Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan had once encountered this phrase within a magic tome. Turning to glance at the few individuals who had been following him closely, hesitant to step forward, Yi Xiaofan deeply felt the weight of those words and the profound solitude hidden within. Without uttering a word, Yi Xiaofan returned to his inn, entered his room, and fell into a deep slumber. After a long hesitation at Yi Xiaofan's door, Kalaisi ultimately turned and walked into her own room. The following morning, as Yi Xiaofan opened his door, he discovered Xiong and Mage standing respectfully at the entrance. A fleeting trace of melancholy crossed his eyes as Yi Xiaofan inquired, "What brings you here so early?" The two standing at the door exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Xiong who spoke up. Originally, today's plan was to venture into the Chilean mountains for training. However, given what occurred last night, Xiong unwittingly infused his speech with honorifics. Moreover, your strength is so formidable that you do not require our guidance for training. Thus, we wanted to say, Yi Xiaofan interrupted Xiong, I understand your intentions. You may continue to take Kalaisi and the others to the Chilean mountains for training. I will return on my own. As he turned to head back into his room, Yi Xiaofan suddenly pivoted again and added, Also, my affairs are not to be disclosed. That is not what we meant. Mage attempted to clarify, but Yi Xiaofan had already closed the door. Mage turned to Xiong and said, Xiong, why were you so blunt? If you anger her, we. Though Mage's sentence trailed off, Xiong comprehended what he was trying to convey. Yi Xiaofan shouldn't be that kind of person. Right? Mage couldn't help but glare at Xiong. What do you know? When she was concealing her strength, she was easy to converse with. But now that she has revealed her true power, who knows what her temperament is like? With just a flick of her hand, she created a spatial rift. She must be a saint-level powerhouse. Those saint-level beings are not merely ancient monsters who have lived for countless years. Once a renowned figure, Wazgazwode, remarked, Money brings me joy. When I am sad, I must find a way to earn. Thus, Yi Xiaofan now stood in the bustling hall of the Mercenary Guild, where a young lady was assisting him in registering as a mercenary. Hello, your identity registration is complete. From this moment on, you are a proud mercenary, the young lady said as she handed Yi Xiaofan a mercenary certificate along with a badge. The badge was, of course, designed by Yi Xiaofan himself, a vibrant green fire tree leaf. Silently accepting the certificate and badge, Yi Xiaofan opened the document to find the rank boldly inscribed as E.Y. Yi Xiaofan pointed at the prominent E on the certificate and asked, "ISNT the lowest rank F? Why am I classified as E? The highest rank for mercenaries is S, followed by A, and descending down to F at the bottom." The young lady smiled slightly and explained, "It works like this. If a mercenary fails to complete a task more than 10 times, their rank will be lowered. If one cannot even complete an E-level task, their rank will drop to F. By the way, you can find tasks over there." She gestured toward the cluster of people on the other side of the hall. "How could anyone fail even an E-level task? This rank is practically a joke." Yi Xiaofan murmured under his breath after hearing the young lady's explanation. Navigating through the crowd, Yi Xiaofan stood before the task board, meticulously selecting his assignments. Locate the lost beast ear. If one has lost it, why not just raise another? I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of these slaves. Next, obtain the magic crystal from the magic eye giant python. This one is good, but it requires a D-level mercenary rank. Next, gather stone crystals in the Dark Forest X30. This seems promising, and the reward is 50 copper coins that ITS settled. Having made his decision, Yi Xiaofan reached out towards the task notice. However, just as he was about to touch the notice, another hand reached out simultaneously from the crowd, making contact with the task at almost the same moment. Turning his head, Yi Xiaofan was immediately taken aback. It was a woman towering nearly 2 meters tall, possessing muscles that would make even men feel inferior to why Yi Xiaofan only reached her waist. "Mullah, are you here to take on a task again? Just give it up, Mullah. You failed the level tasks 8 times already. You are not suited to be a mercenary." Someone in the crowd clearly recognized Mullah, undeterred by the jeers from the crowd. Mullah flashed a shy smile at Yi Xiaofan and said, "You go ahead, I'll find another." With that, Mullah turned to search for other tasks. Watching Mullah's retreating figure, Yi Xiaofan fell silent for a few seconds before tearing the task from the board and stepping out of the crowd. He hadn't anticipated that someone could genuinely fail even an E-level task. As he submitted his task application and waited, Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but reflect that I wish to take this task. Yi Xiaofan turned around to see Mullah standing beside him, holding a task request form. Noticing Yi Xiaofan looking at her, Mullah beamed a broad smile. "Mullah, I'm aware of your situation, but please consider giving up on becoming a mercenary. There are many ways to earn money." The elderly man responsible for registering task applicants said to Mullah, "Mullah, you know your own circumstances. Don Tu, Grandpa Goral." At this juncture, Yi Xiaofan's identity information had been duly registered, and another individual responsible for the registration returned Yi Xiaofan's identification. With the identification in hand, Yi Xiaofan proceeded to walk through the gates of Water City, soon arriving at the outskirts of the Dark Forest. Shijing, a crystal formed from earth elements, is readily available in places where elemental energy is vibrant, often utilized in the crafting of various magical artifacts. Recalling the information about Shijing, Yi Xiaofan stepped into the depths of the Dark Forest, pondering whether Khaleesi and her companions had entered the Anhei Forest from this very spot. This thought crossed Yi Xiaofan's mind. The Dark Forest boasts a history that spans millennia, long known as a realm teeming with various magical beasts. Legends whisper of a saint-level magical beast slumbering deep within the heart of the Dark Forest. However, the veracity of this tale remains shrouded in mystery, for no one has ever laid eyes upon it. Those who might have are likely long gone, reduced to mere remnants, as Yi Xiaofan trod upon the layers of leaves accumulated over the years. The sound of crunching echoed beneath his feet. They say the Dark Forest is rife with magical beasts, yet after walking for such considerable distance, he had yet to encounter even one. Frustrated by the monotonous scenery surrounding him, Yi Xiaofan muttered irritably, "Despite the vast number of magical beasts within the Dark Forest, they are but a drop in the ocean compared to the expansive territory of the forest itself." Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan sensed a tremendous surge of magical energy emanating from ahead. It appeared that a confrontation was underway, perhaps a territorial dispute among the beasts. With this in mind, Yi Xiaofan quickened his pace toward the source of the magical energy. Lightly landing upon a branch, he made not a sound. Peering down from the tree, he observed a magical eye python and a silverback gorilla engaged in a fierce battle. The magical eye python was a level 3 low-grade magical soldier, while the silverback gorilla was a level 2 peak magical soldier. It seemed that the gorilla held the upper hand. Yi Xiaofan intently watched the struggle below, remarking to himself. The magical eye python slithered around the silverback gorilla, continuously spewing forth venomous darts from its maw. Upon contact with the gorilla's fur, the darts shattered into fragments, the toxic liquid eroding the ground into deep craters, yet the silverback gorilla's fur remained lustrous and unscathed. Each of the gorilla's attacks was executed with great force. Though it rarely managed to strike the magical eye python, whenever it did, the python would spew forth a copious amount of blood. How is it that the python does not flee despite being so severely wounded? It seemed as though something was luring it. What is that? A small black tiger. Concealed among the scattered rocks behind the two magical beasts was a tiny black tiger, no more than 10 centimeters in length. Glaring fiercely at the battling creatures, on the back of the little tiger was a grievous wound, deep enough to see bone, with blood flowing ceaselessly from the injury. How adorable, yet appears to be injured. Yi Xiaofan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the little tiger. Suddenly, the battle below took a dramatic turn. Seeing that its magic was ineffective, the magical eye python daringly slithered closer to the silverback gorilla. Ensnaring it with its robust body, the gorilla became entangled. The sound of cracking bones filled the air. Even with the gorilla's formidable physique, it could not withstand the python's immense constricting power. A roar erupted from the gorilla, its first cry of pain since the skirmish began. Using its free right hand, the gorilla grasped the python's body, attempting to pry it off, while the python constricted even tighter. I recall an old adage, when the clam and the heron vie, the fisherman reaps the reward. Today, I shall play the role of the fisherman. Steadying himself on the branch, Yi Xiaofan took a deep breath. Fire dragon salivated. A massive plume of fire erupted from Yi Xiaofan's mouth, hurtling toward the two beasts locked in combat below. Just as the two creatures sensed the overwhelming surge of magical energy, the fire struck them with great force. As the flames gradually dissipated, the body of the magical eye python lay charred to a crisp, thanks to the python acting as a buffer and the gorilla's robust build. The latter did not suffer severe injuries. Nevertheless, the silverback gorilla now bore a disheveled appearance, with patches of black and yellow across its body, with its copper bell-sized eyes fixed intently on Yi Xiaofan. The gorilla, despite its low intelligence, sensed the immense power contained within the diminutive figure perched upon the tree. If you leave now, I might still show you mercy. Yi Xiaofan smiled at the gorilla. Yet his words were lost on the creature. Casting a glance at the tiny black tiger hiding among the rocks, the gorilla's eyes gleamed with greed as it suddenly leaped toward Yi Xiaofan. Startled by the gorilla's leap, Yi Xiaofan gasped. How could such a massive creature jump so high? What a challenge for gravity! With a swift maneuver, Yi Xiaofan descended from the tree, observing the gorilla crash through the branches. He remarked, "It seems you cannot comprehend my words, which is truly unfortunate. However, I must insist, this little black tiger belongs to me, and no one shall take it from me." The fiery fist, imbued with flames, sped toward the silverback gorilla. Realizing the power of the oncoming strike, the gorilla hastily dodged to the side, its considerable bulk now a hindrance. Bang! Unable to evade entirely, the gorilla was sent flying several meters away. As it struggled to rise, its right arm, now charred, hung limply by its side, its eyes reflecting a flicker of fear. Holding a ball of flame in his right hand, Yi Xiaofan gazed at the incapacitated gorilla. Asking, "Care to try again?" Perhaps understanding his intent, the gorilla hesitated before turning to flee. Seeing the gorilla retreat, Yi Xiaofan joyfully dashed toward the tiny black tiger's direction. "Dudu, are you all right? I'm here to help treat your wounds." Yi Xiaofan had already decided on a name for the little tiger. Dragging itself along, the small black tiger, unable to stand, regarded Yi Xiaofan with wary eyes. Noticing the tiger's apprehensive gaze, Yi Xiaofan cautiously extended his right hand, saying, "Easy now, Dudu, don't be afraid." Puff! As Yi Xiaofan approached, the little black tiger spat out a black, round ball, approximately 1 centimeter in diameter. "Oh my, Dudu, can you spitting too? Are you an octopus?" Yi Xiaofan exclaimed. Observing the inky stain that marred his clothing, exhausted from using all its magical energy, the little black tiger collapsed in despair, while Yi Xiaofan hurriedly scooped it up, exclaiming, "Your injuries are quite severe. Unfortunately, I lack healing magic. So I shall find some herbs for you." Gazing at his own chest, Yi Xiaofan murmured, "If only it were larger, I could carry you like in the anime. Alas, my modest chest size is not my fault. You shall rest atop my head instead." With that, Yi Xiaofan placed the little black tiger on his head. "Did I recall seeing 4-leaf clovers in this area when I arrived? Why can't I find any now?" Balancing Dudu atop his head, Yi Xiaofan meticulously scanned the surroundings. The 4-leaf clover, a herb known for its blood-stopping properties, thrives with vitality, characterized by its 4 leaves. "I found it!" Yi Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully as he rushed toward a large tree, uprooting the 4-leaf clover from the ground. Chewing the leaves, he applied them to Dudu's wounds and tore a strip of cloth from his clothing to bandage the little tiger, then settled down to wait for Dudu to awaken. Yi Xiaofan fixed his gaze on the unconscious Dudu, contemplating, "I recall seeing this method of treating wounds on television in my previous life. It should work, right?" After a long while, Dudu's eyelids fluttered, rolling over. Yet it remained still thereafter. The rhythmic rise and fall of its belly indicated that its condition had improved. Sitting on the ground, Yi Xiaofan gazed at Dudu's adorably peaceful slumber, occasionally poking its cheek with a finger. Startled by the intrusion, Dudu rubbed its face with its front paws, eliciting hearty laughter from Yi Xiaofan. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan sprang to her feet, looking up at the sky. Only a few rays of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, and through the gaps in the leaves, she vaguely spotted several dark shapes darting across the sky. "What is that?" Yi Xiaofan squinted up at the heavens, whether it was an illusion or not. She sensed that the once tranquil forest had suddenly become agitated. Cradling Dudu atop her head, she thought, "It seems something unknown has occurred. I must quickly gather enough stone crystals and return to Water City to complete my mission." Resolute, Yi Xiaofan began her meticulous search for the stone crystals in the dark forest. Having already collected a substantial number of stone crystals, Yi Xiaofan was abruptly startled by a piercing scream. "Meg, is that Kales?" She shifted Dudu from her head to her chest and hurried toward the direction of the sound. Upon arrival, she found Kales and the others, battered and back-to-back, surrounded by a pack of silver moon wolves. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 20 of the wolves encircling them. As pack-dwelling magical beasts, silver moon wolves were among the most formidable creatures on the periphery of the dark forest. Countless mercenaries venturing into the forest each year fell prey to them. The silver moon wolves were 3rd-tier magical beasts adept at utilizing wind magic, and the alpha among them was a 4th-tier mid-level beast. Yi Xiaofan's gaze fixed on the largest silver moon wolf. It was indeed a creature of considerable prowess. The wolves surrounded Kales and her companions, attacking in turns under the Alpha's command, aiming to deplete their magical energy. Even a 4th-tier beast, considered the weakest among warlords, possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. Seeing Kales, who was covered in wounds, Yi Xiaofan's expression turned icy as she set Dudu aside and removed the silver necklace hanging around her neck. "Despite our past grievances, Kales remains one of my few friends in this world, and I shall not allow you to bully her." In an instant, she appeared before the Wolf King. Compared to the Wolf King's imposing 2-meter frame, Yi Xiaofan seemed minuscule, long as she refrained from employing her physical strength and relied solely on magical power in battle. She was confident she could avoid harming Kales and the others. The Silver Moon Wolf King, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the diminutive human, barely had time to react before a tremendous force struck its abdomen, while Yi Xiaofan observed the Wolf King being propelled several meters away. "It appears my initial attempt was somewhat clumsy. The magical energy drawn from the air should have sufficed to vanquish it." "Xiao Yi!" Kales exclaimed involuntarily. Hearing Kales' call, the others instinctively followed her gaze. A striking figure came into view, long hair cascading down to her waist, swirling gracefully in the air, and a delicate face adorned with an unprecedented seriousness. Nodding at Kales and the others, Xiaofan began to absorb the ubiquitous magical energy in the air with all her might. A visible vortex of magical energy formed around her. That a magic vortex? A saint-level mage. Although he had suspected it, Alex could not help but exclaim upon witnessing the vortex emanating from Xiaofan. A prominent characteristic of a saint-level mage was the appearance of a magical vortex during spell casting, as if they were the rightful owners of all magical energy in the world. Meanwhile, the Silver Moon Wolf King, just rising from the ground, also spotted the vortex surrounding Xiaofan, and with a wisdom comparable to humans, its first instinct was to flee. With a long howl, the Silver Moon Wolf King signaled its pack, and they rushed recklessly toward Xiaofan. Unfazed by the oncoming swarm, she ceased her absorption of magical energy, gently tapping her right foot against the ground. A colossal surge of magical energy emanated from her, and in an instant, the advancing wolves were sent flying, collapsing to the ground, their fates uncertain. Pointing her right hand forward, a torrent of flames erupted from Xiaofan, coalescing into a gigantic fire dragon above her head. Kales and the others, standing a short distance away, felt a sudden dryness in their throats as the fire dragon surged toward the fleeing Silver Moon Wolf King, sensing the intense heat approaching from behind. The Silver Moon Wolf King could not help but glance back. That fleeting glance nearly sent it into a panic. Frantically channeling its magical energy, the Wolf King sought to escape the path of the oncoming fire dragon. The fire dragon, soaring above the Wolf King, engulfed it in a single bite. In an instant, the consumed Silver Moon Wolf King was reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a crystalline magic gem that fell to the ground. Perhaps influenced by the violent surge of magical energy, Hidu, who had been left perched on a tree, slowly opened its eyes, witnessing the scene of the Wolf King being devoured by the fire dragon. In its human-like eyes, Hidu displayed a look of shock before promptly fainting once more atop the tree. Unbeknownst to Xiaofan, who had retracted her magical energy, Hidu had briefly awakened. She was now exchanging glances with Kales and the others, both sides hesitating to approach one another. Xiao Yi, you've saved me yet again. Adding yesterday's rescue, that makes 2 times, Meg finally broke the silence, stepping forward to address Xiaofan. Xiaofan frowned at the smiling Meg, sensing no trace of magical energy emanating from him. Meg, what happened to your magical energy? It's nothing. My magical sea just shattered, Meg replied nonchalantly, although magic warriors also stored magical energy within their bodies. The nature of their energy differed. Magic warriors converted the natural magical energy in the air into their own, retrieving it without depleting their reserves. Their internal magical energy merely lost vitality and could gradually recover. In contrast, mages confined their magical energy within their bodies, releasing it externally through mental power, and could only restore it by absorbing natural magical energy from the that moment. The others had also gathered around Xiaofan. Observing the injured individuals, she led them to a safe place to rest. After setting up tents, each person bowed in gratitude before her, including Kales, who was not surprised by the gesture. Cradling Hidu, Xiaofan offered a wry smile. Can I have a word with you? Meg's voice reached Xiaofan's ears. The two discreetly moved away from the others to a sturdy tree that would require at least 3 grown men to embrace. Sitting down, Meg addressed Xiaofan directly. Please don't hold it against them. Anyone who suddenly discovers that their friend is a saint-level mage would feel overwhelmed. Following Meg's lead, Xiaofan sat down beside him and replied, I bear them no ill will. Yet, their gazes upon me feel as though I am a stranger, and that saddens me. I would rather they resent me or question me than to be ignored and feel all alone. Sensing the profound loneliness in Xiaofan's tone, Meg felt an overwhelming urge to embrace her. Ultimately, he refrained, instead gently ruffling her hair with his right hand, saying, they just need some time to adjust. Eventually, they will come to accept you. Are you comforting a child? Xiaofan felt a warmth from Meg's gesture and smiled, asking, what about you? How did you come to terms with it? I've become a mere shell of myself. What is there to come to terms with? Meg replied with a self-deprecating smile. Why Xiaofan's heart ached at the expression on Meg's face. By the way, how did your magical sea shatter? Is there no way to recover it? No remedy exists. I employed a family ancestral secret technique, and I can never become a mage again. Meg shook his head. But it matters not. Even without being a mage, with my family's strength, I can still live quite comfortably. Suddenly, Xiaofan was struck by an idea and said to Mage, I have a method that might enable you to regain your strength. However, upon hearing that Xiaofan claimed he could restore his power, Mage, filled with skepticism, replied, it's futile. After employing the secret technique, the sea of magic can no longer be formed. The following morning, after safely escorting several individuals back to the City of Water, Xiaofan returned alone to the dark forest. Just before his departure, Khaleesi unexpectedly embraced him from behind. Although the moment lasted only a few seconds, Xiaofan could still sense Khaleesi's heartfelt intentions. With a broad smile gracing his face, he dashed into the dark forest, cradling Dudu in his arms. This time, Xiaofan ventured into the dark forest, not only to seek the crystal stones required for his mercenary mission, but also to discover something that could aid Mage in restoring his strength. The night prior, when Xiaofan suggested he had a solution to help Mage regain his powers, Mage's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Subsequently, Xiaofan elucidated in simple terms how to recover his strength. Mage, considering your current predicament, regaining your magic appears to be impossible. However, I possess a method that can restore your former prowess without the need to recover your magic. Mage looked at him incredulously, as if to say, Little Yi, how can one cast spells without magic? Xiaofan, wearing a self-satisfied expression, retorted, Humph, I can't believe you, a top student in your third year, are unaware of something so elementary. The primary function of magic during spellcasting is to harmonize with the natural magic in the air, allowing one's mental energy to better manipulate it. Am I right? Yes, I understand that, but what does it have to do with what you were saying? Xiaofan's expression turned knowing as he continued. What if we could bypass magic altogether and directly utilize mental energy to manipulate the natural magic in the air? Are you suggesting mental magic? Mage gazed at Xiaofan in astonishment. Mental magic, a form of sorcery that was once prevalent in ancient times, had subsequently vanished due to a great upheaval. Indeed, I have come across a method in ancient texts that could allow one to cultivate mental magic. Xiaofan declared with a snap of his fingers. However, this method is perilous. Yet, under my protection, you will face no danger. Ultimately, Mage, harboring a flicker of hope, acquiesced to Xiaofan's proposal. However, this method required numerous materials, prompting Xiaofan to decide to search for them in the dark forest. The dark forest, often referred to as the paradise of sorcerers, is renowned for its abundant magical materials. As Xiaofan traversed the dark forest, he lost track of how far he had wandered. During this time, he encountered countless waves of magical beasts seeking confrontation, and as he ventured deeper into the forest, the level of these beasts heightened. Eventually, he found himself facing magical creatures of level 4 and above, as if level 3 beasts had gone extinct in this realm. Yet, those who dared to provoke Xiaofan met a singular fate. They became part of the magical crystal stones within his spatial ring. If he had entered as a beggar, he now felt like a millionaire. Xiaofan mused with delight. Suddenly, the terrain before him opened up, revealing a vast valley with a colossal waterfall at one end. Flanking the river beneath the waterfall was an expansive meadow adorned with exquisite flowers that Xiaofan had never seen before. Wow, how beautiful! Xiaofan exclaimed, running downwards with unbridled joy. The breathtaking scenery uplifted his spirits, and in a moment of bliss, he lay down on the grass, pressing the tender green blades beneath him. The azure sky, fluffy clouds, and invigorating air combined to create an idyllic scene, lulling Xiaofan into a gentle drowsiness. Since arriving at the City of Water, a series of events had deprived him of a restful night's sleep. In a drowsy haze, Xiaofan sensed an object rushing towards him, with a swift motion akin to swatting a fly. He slapped the incoming object away. Dudu crawled up from the ground, glaring at Xiaofan with indignation. Instinctively, Dudu lunged forward, driven by the primal urge of a beast to attack. With another sharp sound, Dudu found himself on the grass, licking the spot where Yi Xiaofan had struck him. Once the pain had subsided, Dudu rose again, opening his mouth in preparation to retaliate with magic, gathering his magical energy. Dudu conjured a pitch-black sphere and sent it flying towards Yi Xiaofan. With an outstretched hand glowing faintly red, Yi Xiaofan redirected the dark magical sphere, sending it hurtling back to strike Dudu squarely in the face. Stunned by his own magic, Dudu stood frozen for 3 seconds before bolting away in a panic. What was that? Disturbing my slumber, how inconsiderate! Yi Xiaofan grumbled as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. Immediately spotting the fleeing Dudu, "You're awake. Where are you going?" he called out in surprise. Hearing Yi Xiaofan's voice, Dudu stumbled and then ran even faster. In the blink of an eye, Dudu vanished from Yi Xiaofan's sight. Realizing Dudu's intention to flee, Yi Xiaofan smirked. "Humph, you won't escape my grasp. You're mine." Removing the necklace inscribed with the life-linking magic, Yi Xiaofan closed his eyes to meticulously sense Dudu's presence. "I found you," Yi Xiaofan exclaimed, his eyes snapping open, revealing a wicked smile. Gathering his strength, he leaped in the direction of Dudu. As he transitioned from ground to air and back to the earth, Yi Xiaofan landed directly in front of the fleeing Dudu with a thunderous crash that created a massive crater with a 100-meter diameter. Dudu lay in the pit, looking up at Yi Xiaofan, who approached with a smile, his expression unmistakably conveying, "Woman, do you intend to kill me?" Lifting the now dazed Dudu from the ground, Yi Xiaofan brought him close to his face and said, "Dudu, why are you running? The forest is teeming with terrifying magical beasts. One misstep and your life could be in jeopardy." Dudu's eyes reflected a sense of despair. "Staying with you is what puts my life at risk." "Come on, Dudu, we must gather materials for Mage's mental magic training," Yi Xiaofan replied, glancing at his nearly flat chest before placing Dudu atop his head. "Sigh, I wish I could grow bigger." Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the dark forest, 2 bright eyes flickered to life within a shadowy cave. "Who dares defy the ancient pact and intrude upon my domain?" "Shall we take a moment to rest here before continuing?" Yi Xiaofan proposed as they returned to the earlier valley, gently lowering Dudu from his head to seek his consent. Grasping Dudu's little tiger head, he shook it up and down. "You agree too, right?" Yi Xiaofan reveled in his playful antics, completely oblivious to the icy glare emanating from Dudu. "Look, Dudu, that turtle is so amusing," Yi Xiaofan exclaimed as he approached the riverbank, placing Dudu at his feet and pointing into the water. Following Yi Xiaofan's gesture, Dudu noticed a group of fish with large tails frolicking in the rushing river, accompanied by a solitary turtle that seemed out of place. The turtle valiantly swam upstream against the current, but after a short distance of half a meter, it surrendered to the river's pull and floated back downstream. After returning to its original position, the turtle again began its arduous ascent. This cycle continued, as if the turtle were inexhaustible, perpetually repeating the same effort. As the fish swam alongside it, they playfully pecked at its shell, eager to join in its endeavors. However, the turtle had never paid any heed to this group of creatures that were so different from itself, continuing to play its own games with unrestrained delight. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Xiaofan, who was intently observing the turtle, Dudu thought to herself, "This foolish woman, what is so interesting about a silly turtle?" Sitting on the grass, Yi Xiaofan cradled Dudu in her arms, gently stroking the soft fur of her companion. Raising her gaze to the horizon, a barely perceptible sadness flickered in Yi Xiaofan's eyes. "Dudu, turtles and goldfish are fundamentally different species. Therefore, they can never play together." "Can they? You are absolutely right. The principle of different races must harbor different hearts applies here." "Dudu, can you speak?" Yi Xiaofan looked at Dudu in astonishment. "It is I who is speaking to you." Yi Xiaofan turned her head to find a beautiful woman standing behind her, her expression dark with irritation. "I apologize, ma'am. I thought my pet had begun to speak." Yi Xiaofan quickly rose to her feet, offering her apologies to the woman. The woman trembled slightly, replying, "Ma'am, do I really look that old?" Just a bit." To be honest, the woman standing before Yi Xiaofan did not appear old at all. She looked remarkably youthful. So much so that one could easily believe she was Yi Xiaofan's sister. However, the woman was dressed in the attire typical of middle-aged women, which prompted Yi Xiaofan to awkwardly address her as ma'am. After a moment of silence, the woman finally ceased her trembling and calmly addressed Yi Xiaofan. Which family do you belong to? Surely you know that the dark forest prohibits the entrance of those at the saint level. I do not know. I'm the sole member of my family. Humph, do not play the fool with me, that if you have cultivated to the saint level, someone must have informed you of these rules. The woman scoffed. Not knowing means not knowing. The supreme deity who sent me here told me nothing. Although Yi Xiaofan thought this to herself, she said aloud, Ma'am, truly, no one has ever mentioned such things to me. Why don't you enlighten me? Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, the woman's expression gradually darkened. If you wish for me to enlighten you, fine, if you can withstand 3 of my strikes without dying. I shall tell you. With that, a massive vortex of magical energy materialized around the woman, even larger than the one Yi Xiaofan had previously conjured. Little girl, do not think that reaching the saint level grants you the freedom to act as you please. The world is far grander than you can imagine. As the woman bolstered her magical power, she continued speaking to Yi Xiaofan. Remember, you will perish in my hands, Bai San. Before the woman could finish her sentence, she shot off at an incredible speed, crashing through countless ancient trees that had stood for a millennium. Wow. The woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her face a mask of disbelief. How is this possible? In order to better adapt to the power within her, Yi Xiaofan had refrained from donning the life-linking magical necklace since she had found Dudu. Cradling Dudu, Yi Xiaofan took a step forward, covering several kilometers in an instant to stand before the woman. I say, ma'am, if you wish to fight, then let us fight. Why waste words? The skill of shrinking the earth to an inch was something Yi Xiaofan had suddenly comprehended while observing the turtle in the river. Who are you? The reincarnation of some great deity. The woman gazed at Yi Xiaofan, who had suddenly appeared before her, and inquired to why Yi Xiaofan dismissed her with a scoff. I'm not the reincarnation of anyone. What deity in this world could surpass the supreme deity? I am a direct creation of the supreme deity. Why, Yi Xiaofan thought with pride, completely forgetting her initial resentment towards the supreme deity for transforming her into a woman. Hey, ma'am, why have you fallen silent? Yi Xiaofan waved her hand in front of the woman. Suddenly, the woman collapsed to the ground, turning into a puddle of mud. Running away when you can't win. How uncouth. Yi Xiaofan remarked to the puddle on the ground, surveying her surroundings before setting off in a determined direction, using her skill to shrink the earth to an inch. Only the ancient trees that had been shattered remained in her wake. Bai San is not so easily vanquished. Meanwhile, the woman, having used her secret technique to escape, returned to her cave, her face bearing a sickly pallor. How could you be here? You shouldn't have been able to find me. The woman, still gasping for breath after returning to her cave, looked at Yi Xiaofan with terror. Ma'am, you must be a transformed magical beast, right? Gulp. Bai San swallowed hard, nodding in response to Yi Xiaofan. That is wonderful. Do you know where I can find such creatures in the dark forest? Yi Xiaofan produced the list she had previously shown to Xiong and placed it before Bai San. I have all of these items. Take them if you wish to save her own life. Bai San was forced to painfully relinquish all the magical materials she had collected over 1,000 years. Wow, ma'am, you are truly wealthy. Yi Xiaofan exclaimed as she opened the spatial ring Bai San had handed her, overwhelmed by the vast space and the abundance of items it contained, bidding farewell to Bai San. Yi Xiaofan, with Dudu in her arms, exited the dark forest. This trip has truly been fruitful, Yi Xiaofan thought, unable to contain her smile. Now, I can not only allow mage to cultivate spirit magic, but also finally forge the magical equipment I have always desired. This woman must be a bit foolish, or perhaps she was never very clever to begin with, Did amused, gazing up at Yi Xiaofan with her small eyes. Strange, why is the school so deserted? Do you know what is happening? As Yi Xiaofan walked through the silent halls of Rod Academy, she pondered in confusion. Softly whimpered. Did I see? That makes sense. Let us head back to the dormitory first. It was unclear how Yi Xiaofan interpreted Dudu's intended message. Lady of the Night Goddess? A voice of astonishment came from behind her. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan spotted a frail figure concealed in the grass. This person was familiar to Yi Xiaofan. He was an elite member of the Night Knights. Kalen, what brings you here? Where are the others from the academy? Approaching Kalen, Yi Xiaofan inquired, detecting an unpleasant odor. Observing Kalen's slightly flushed face and his loose trousers, Yi Xiaofan quickly deduced the source of the smell that a look of disgust crossed Yi Xiaofan's face. Realizing that Yi Xiaofan had noticed his predicament, Kalen anxiously defended himself. Lady Goddess, please let me explain. I'm not. Stop right there. I have no interest in hearing about such matters. First, tell me why no one is at the academy. Yi Xiaofan interrupted Kalen and pressed her question. Although Kalen felt somewhat reluctant to have his image tarnished in the eyes of the goddess, he still complied. You may not be aware, but a large group of dragons arrived at the academy not long ago, seeking qualified dragon riders. Dragon riders? Those proud creatures would actively seek someone to ride them, while dragons and humans are not exactly enemies. Their relationship is far from cordial. Moreover, dragons are notoriously proud, making it exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to have a dragon as a mount. Only a select few fortunate individuals, or those capable of single-handedly challenging a dragon, might ever become dragon riders, I cannot say. Kalen waved his hand dismissively and continued, but although they arrived several days ago, the official selection process only began today. Lady Goddess, you are quite fortunate, returning just in time to encounter such a splendid opportunity. You must seize a dragon and become a dragon rider. Kalen attempted to flatter Yi Xiaofan. As for dragon riders, I have no interest. Besides, I already have a pet. Right, Dudu? Yi Xiaofan said, patting Dudu atop her head. Woo. Dudu lifted her head to respond to Yi Xiaofan before lying back down to continue her slumber. Tea this moment, Kalen noticed the dark, furry creature resting upon Yi Xiaofan's head. Lady Goddess, you truly are extraordinary. Even your pet is so uniquely remarkable. Kalen made no effort to conceal his admiration for Yi Xiaofan, yet he ultimately found himself at a loss for words to describe Du. Uniquely remarkable? I shall take that as a compliment, Yi Xiaofan thought, rolling her eyes. With that, she turned to leave, waving at Kalen over her shoulder. I suggest you find a girlfriend soon. Indulging in such activities too often is detrimental to your health. Lady Goddess truly cares for me. Is she hinting that I should find a girlfriend? Kalen pondered, feeling a mixture of confusion and hope. Kalen remained stationary, drooling, his mind awash with fantasies in the central square of Rod Academy. Two formidable men and a beautiful woman stood upon the podium, originally intended for the principal's address, exuding an aura that left onlookers breathless. Beside them, the principal of Rod Academy, a gaunt old man, wore a forced smile. Before the trio lay 3 enormous eggs, their shells adorned with intricate patterns that would dazzle and bewilder any ordinary observer. Yi Xiaofan, upon arriving at the central square and witnessing the vast throng of students, exclaimed, "Wow, I had no idea Rod Academy had so many students. It never occurred to me before." A sea of no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 students surrounded the viewing platform. Despite this immense crowd, the central square did not feel congested, hinting at its vastness. However, the lack of congestion was relative to the square itself. Yi Xiaofan soon discovered that even with her nearly supreme power, navigating her way to the front was no facile task. Remaining on the outskirts of the crowd, her height allowed her only to see the backs of others' heads. Just as she began to feel vexed, a wide path was cleared through the throng. Lady Goddess, Kalen has already informed us of your return. Please, the leader of the Night Knights, Xiaofan, performed a formal knightly salute to Yi Xiaofan, sending a shiver down her spine. As she walked along the path carved by the Night Knights, Yi Xiaofan felt for the first time that these individuals held some utility. Yet this action stirred discontent among the onlookers, some of whom, in their frustration, uttered irresponsible remarks to, she just a pretty face. What's the big deal? One scoffed. Exactly, just because she looks glamorous on the surface doesn't mean she isn't working as a tavern wench at night. Another chimed in, who knows, she might need several men to satisfy her. Even with her experiences from 2 lifetimes, Yi Xiaofan found herself taken aback by such harsh words, unable to suppress the urge to defend herself. Suddenly, a robust hand landed on Yi Xiaofan's shoulder. Dudu, perched atop her head, assumed an attack had occurred and cautiously raised its head to survey the surroundings. Xiaofan's deep voice reached Yi Xiaofan's ear. Lady Goddess, do not pay heed to those foolish jesters. Yet, Yi Xiaofan hesitated, replying to Xiaofan, But this behavior does seem a tad domineering, unfair to others. This world is inherently unjust. Perhaps this is the very essence of true fairness. Xiaofan's somber voice continued to echo in her ears. He was not wrong. The existence of inequality necessitated one's efforts to attain the so-called fairness. A clear, melodious voice followed Xiaofan's words. It is precisely due to inequity that we strive for equity. The speaker was Nalia, the vice-captain of the Night Knights, a girl adorned with freckles. Xiaofan was astonished to discover a female presence within her knightly order. So, it is because of unfairness that fairness exists? Xiaofan pondered. Nodding thoughtfully to the forefront of the crowd stood the 10 most beautiful students, as ranked by the Academy's weekly publication. Aside from Xiaofan, 9 beauties stood in order from left to right, with a conspicuous gap between the 3rd and 5th positions. Under the escort of Xiaofan and Nalia, Xiaofan approached the front, while they quietly withdrew into the crowd, their strength insufficient to stand so close. The 10 most beautiful students were flanked by 10 individuals seated in a row, recognized as the 10 strongest in the academy, collectively referred to as the 10 kings. Students, please quiet down, the principal, Meister announced, his voice resonating through the magical array to reach every student's ears. The once cacophonous square fell silent. Observing the sudden hush, Meister continued, I trust you are all aware that the dragon race has come with their offspring to our academy, seeking to forge contracts with those of strength and potential. Before you are the dragon eggs, intended to form bonds with you. Perched atop Xiaofan's head, suddenly stood up and called out to her. Dudu, be quiet. Those are dragon eggs, not for you to eat. Xiaofan gently patted Dudu's head in reassurance. Woo-woo. Dudu reluctantly nestled back down to Xiaofan's left. The 3rd-ranked beauty with purple hair turned and whispered, Is that your magical pet? It's so adorable. Its name is Dudu. Xiaofan replied softly, by the way, isn't the dragon race usually quite proud? Why would they seek to form contracts with humans? The purple-haired beauty leaned closer to Xiaofan, saying, I'm not entirely sure, but it seems there was some sort of agreement made with the dragon race that led to their arrival. I see. Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. Meister continued his lengthy discourse atop the stage when suddenly a gruff voice interrupted him. Have you finished your spiel? If so, let us get on with it. It was the burly man dressed in red standing next to Meister. Meister, momentarily taken aback by the interruption, quickly regained his composure. In that case, let us swiftly move to the main event. Each student will have 10 minutes to communicate with the dragon eggs on stage. Should the eggs acknowledge you, a contract will automatically be formed. Let us begin with the 10 kings. They will proceed in order. Those further back may return to rest for now, with a gathering of 5,000 to 6,000 individuals. Even if each had only 10 minutes, it would require over a month to accommodate everyone. Of course, should the 3 dragon eggs forge contracts early, subsequent students would not need to approach. Upon the conclusion of Meister's announcement, more than half of the students departed with expressions of disappointment, while some lingered, eager to witness who would be the first to successfully form a contract with a dragon egg. Many held onto the hope that if those ahead failed, they might succeed in their turn. Despite not harboring aspirations to contract a dragon egg, Xiaofan chose to stay, driven by curiosity regarding which fortunate individuals would succeed and what the contracting process entailed. After all, Xiaofan had captured Dudu through sheer force, without ever having established a formal contract. In her heart, she believed Dudu had chosen to be her magical pet due to her overwhelming aura. The first to step forward was the foremost among the 10 kings, Tianwang Uladhir. Among the 3 dragon eggs, Uladhir selected the central red one. Approaching the egg, he placed his right hand upon its massive surface. Channeling his magical energy, time slipped away, and beads of sweat began to form on Uladhir's brow. Gaining the approval of our dragon race is not so simple. Do you think these mere children stand a chance? The red-clad man who had interrupted Meister scoffed at Uladhir. Fack, the sole female among the 3 snapped at the burly man. This is the chieftain's decision. Do you have any objections? Humph, Fack grunted dismissively, turning away. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from the dragon egg before Uladhir. In haste, Uladhir pricked his finger, allowing crimson blood to drip onto the egg. The blood was swiftly absorbed, and a vast magical array materialized beneath Ulladhir and the egg. Fact, did you not assert that these youngsters could not gain recognition? What now? Ulrich, standing at the far right, questioned. Ulrich, do you wish to die? Fact glared at him. Enough. If you wish to argue, do so back on Dragon Island. Do you intend to disgrace the dragon race? Shirley reprimanded the two individuals. Shirley was the sole female among the trio. The enormous magical array gradually vanished, and the brilliant light emanating from the dragon egg began to dim. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the red dragon egg, and shortly thereafter, a small red dragon emerged, flapping its tiny wings and burrowing into Ulladir's embrace. After completing the contract, Ulladir saw Headmaster Meister nodding at him, and he stepped down from the platform with the little dragon in tow. The students below gazed at Ulladir with envy, including the other 9 members of the 10 Kings, so while Xiaofan looked at the shattered eggshells scattered across the stage. Marveling, isn't it customary for a dragon to consume its eggshell after hatching? Why would it eat the eggshell? Beside Xiaofan, a purple-haired beauty looked at him with a puzzled expression. Of course, it's because, oh, never mind. Why Xiaofan, wishing to explain, found himself at a loss for words. Should he mention that the eggshells contain high levels of calcium, beneficial for the dragon's growth? Nonsense, this isn't Blue Star. Dragons are not chickens. Who knows what their eggshells contain? Or do the inhabitants of this other world even know what calcium is? Subsequently, the remaining 9 members of the 10 Kings approached the dragon eggs in succession. But alas, none succeeded. Humph, that brat was merely fortunate. I told you, humans cannot so easily gain the recognition of our dragon kin, remarked Fack, his expression softening as he looked at Ulladir with a hint of disdain. After the 10 Kings had their turn, it was now the turn of the 10 Beauties. And, as Xiaofan stepped up, still no one managed to forge a contract with the dragon eggs. Xiaoyi, it's your turn. Go for it, cheered Reina, who had just ascended from the stage, her little fists clenched in encouragement. Why Xiaofan initially contemplated relinquishing this opportunity, but faced with Reina's supportive gaze and the expectant looks from the members of the Night Knights behind him, he steeled himself and ascended the stage. Woo! Didu protested from atop Xiaofan's head. It's all right. I'll just go up for a moment and come right back down to I1TB forging a contract. Xiaofan reassured the sulking Didu with a smile. There truly no one left at Rod Academy. Why are all these little girls emerging? Fack couldn't help but sneer again. Yes, Fack's arch-rival. Ulladir had no reason to refrain from countering Fack's remarks. Are you engaging in gender discrimination? Do not forget that the leader is also a woman, Ulladir replied, gesturing towards Shirley, who stood nearby. The dragon race was known for its physical prowess, and they were not particularly adept at magic. Thus, muscular magic warriors were more likely to earn the dragon's favor when forging contracts. Typically, petite girls like Xiaofan, with their flat physiques, found it challenging to establish a contract with the dragons. Fortunately, from the outset, Xiaofan had no intention of forging a contract with the dragons. She merely ascended the stage out of reluctance to back down in front of so many onlookers. An unexpected turn of events occurred as Xiaofan approached the stage. The remaining green and blue dragon eggs began to tremble in unison. How is this possible? How could such a flat-chested girl provoke a resonance so easily? Fack stared at Xiaofan in disbelief. Even Ulladir was momentarily speechless in astonishment. Although he had always opposed Fack, he did not disagree with his viewpoint regarding the 10 beauties of Rod Academy. Standing between them, Shirley, though silent, displayed a look of surprise in her beautiful eyes. Wu voiced its discontent, directing a few cries towards the 2 dragon eggs. Why Xiaofan herself had not anticipated such a significant reaction from the 2 eggs merely upon her ascent to the stage. Although perplexed, she calmly approached the 2 dragon eggs. As the largest creatures in this world, dragon eggs were naturally quite substantial in size, standing over a meter tall, nearly reaching Xiaofan's chest. On stage, both dragon eggs emitted a brilliant light in unison, seemingly extending a request for a contract to Xiaofan. Truly worthy of the night goddess, capable of making 2 dragon eggs vie for a contract. This sentiment echoed from the Night Knights. I wonder which dragon egg the goddess will choose. If it were me, I would pick the blue one. If it were you, you wouldn't stand a chance at forging a contract. But if it were me, I would choose the green one. Please forge a contract. May we never part. Yi Xiaofan suddenly felt a brief whisper of two voices resonating in her mind. Are you speaking to me? She gently asked the glowing dragon eggs before her, as if in response. The green and blue eggs trembled even more vigorously. I am grateful for your favor, but regrettably, I cannot forge a contract with you. Yi Xiaofan's calm words reverberated throughout the square via the magical array. The once boisterous square fell silent in an instant, and even the radiant glow of the dragon eggs seemed to dim considerably. Little girl, are you looking down on our dragonkin? Fact glared at Yi Xiaofan, emanating a powerful aura unique to dragons. The dragon's might, a natural ability of the dragon race, instilled fear across all species. Just as Yi Xiaofan prepared to summon her magic to resist, a slender figure stepped in front of her, shielding her from the oppressive dragon aura. An ally. I respect you. However, if you intend to harm my student, be prepared to face my wrath. Meister stood before Yi Xiaofan, emanating a magical force far more potent than facts. Yi Xiaofan was taken aback to realize that the previously obsequious elder now appeared remarkably imposing. Fack surely shot Fack a fierce glare and addressed Meister. I apologize, Headmaster Meister. We mean no offense. Reluctantly, Fack retracted his oppressive aura and sulked in silence. With Fack's aura subdued, Meister also reigned in the turbulent magical energy. Turning to Yi Xiaofan, Meister inquired, could you explain why you are unwilling to forge a contract with the dragon race? The dragons were among the most formidable races on the continent, and forming a contract with them held immense advantages. Headmaster, I already have a magical companion. Yi Xiaofan indicated towards Dudu atop her head. Ooh, Dudu, greeted Meister. Meister scrutinized Yi Xiaofan intently, about to speak when Shirley interjected, if that is the reason, you need not worry. Our dragon race forms a symbiotic contract with you, which will not interfere with your contracts with other magical beasts. Logically, Shirley hoped that Yi Xiaofan would forge a contract with the dragon eggs. After all, based on the eggs' reactions, as long as Yi Xiaofan survived, she could potentially reach the level of a 7th-tier magic warrior in the future. The dragon race possessed innate talents, capable of attaining the 6th-tier magic general level upon maturity. Yet, due to their exceptional talent, breaking through from the 6th tier to the 7th-tier magic lord posed a considerably greater challenge than for other races. If a contracted partner could reach the 7th tier, the benefits would also extend to the dragon, significantly increasing its chances of advancement. Meister regarded Yi Xiaofan and remarked, while I personally hope you will forge a contract with the dragon race, the final decision lies with you. Dudu anxiously patted Yi Xiaofan's head, tangling her smooth hair, while Yi Xiaofan resolutely gazed at Shirley and stated, I'm sorry, but I must decline. From the very beginning, Yi Xiaofan had no intention of forming a contract with the dragon race. Had it been the legendary dragons of mythology from her past life, she would have immediately agreed to the contract without hesitation. However, she felt no particular interest in the dragons of this world. If not for the fear of causing unnecessary trouble for Rod Academy, Yi Xiaofan would have long since turned to leave. After all, unsealed, Yi Xiaofan felt unfazed by the dragon race. Even if the entire dragon race came at her, she could easily fend them off. That's so. How truly regrettable. Shirley's face revealed a look of regret. Buzz, the two dragon eggs, one green and one blue, seemed to sense Yi Xiaofan's refusal to form a bond with them, emitting mournful cries from within their shells. Since no contract would be established, Yi Xiaofan saw no further purpose in remaining on the stage. Turning away, he gracefully departed the platform with Dudu in tow. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiaofan sauntered away from the square. Xiao Yi. Just as he exited the square, Yi Xiaofan heard someone calling his name from behind. The emotionless tone could only belong to Su Rue. Turning around, he found it indeed to be Su Rue, accompanied by Qiao Na and Kale Si. Without uttering a word, Su Rue took Yi Xiaofan back to their dormitory. Once inside, Su Rue sat on the bed. Gazing seriously at Yi Xiaofan and Kale Si. Kale Si has been acting strangely ever since she returned from the dark forest. And Xiao Yi, didn't T come back with her? She hasn't T said anything. And since you were away, I didn't T inquire further. But now that you're back, it's time to discuss what exactly transpired between you two. Qiao Na nodded in agreement from the side. Oh, come on, Su Rue. Why so serious? Aren't you going to try forming a bond with the dragon eggs? Yi Xiaofan attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh. All right, let us not dwell on that. Allow me to show you my magical pet. Its name is Dudu. I assent it adorable. Yi Xiaofan gently placed the slumbering Dudu on his flawless jade-like legs. Awakened, Dudu peered up at Su Rui's stern expression and quickly buried its head back into its belly. Feigning sleep. Realizing that Su Rui was not going to let him off easily, Yi Xiaofan's smile gradually faded. He looked earnestly at Su Rui and Xiao Na, saying, "Are you certain you wish to know? If you uncover the truth, I'm uncertain whether you would still wish to be my friends. I do not want to lose you, for you are the first genuine friends who have embraced me in this world, making me feel less like an outsider. But if..." "Enough," Su Rui interjected, cutting off Yi Xiaofan's lengthy monologue. "Though I am unaware of the gravity of what you speak, and I do not know your reasons, I cannot ascertain whether I would remain your friend after hearing it." For the first time, Yi Xiaofan sensed emotion in Su Rui's voice. Though faint, it was evident that she was quite agitated. "However, friends should not harbor secrets from one another. If I were to sever ties with you upon learning your hidden truths, then I, Su Rui, would be unworthy of the sincerity you, Yi Xiaofan, have offered." Kale Si, sitting beside Yi Xiaofan, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Su Rui's words unraveled the long-held knots in Yi Xiaofan's heart, placing Dudu on the bed. Yi Xiaofan stood up with a smile. "Thank you, Su Rui. Since it has come to this, I will show you." Rising, Yi Xiaofan removed the necklace from around his neck, presenting it before the others. Dudu, now resting on the bed, raised its head from its belly and gazed at Yi Xiaofan with its round, bulging eyes. The necklace bore the inscription of a life-linking spell. Life-linking. "You mean that spell that seals using one's own power?" Su Rui furrowed her brow as she observed Yi Xiaofan, while Xiaona looked on with curiosity at the softly glowing necklace. "That sounds impressive. But wait, Xiao Yi, you've worn that necklace all along. So how can you still cast spells?" "That is precisely the point," Yi Xiaofan replied to Xiaona. "Huh." Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan's hair lifted as if blown by an unseen wind, and a pressure radiated from her petite frame, growing increasingly intense. In an instant, Su Rui and the others found it difficult even to breathe. Just as the pressure reached its peak, Yi Xiaofan withdrew it back into herself, stating, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg of my strength. Kale Si has witnessed a force far greater than this." Su Rui and Xiao Na exchanged terrified glances at Kale Si. Kale Si nodded in affirmation, saying, "Indeed, during my time in Water City, I was captured by villains, and it was Xiao Yi who saved me. The pressure she emitted then was exponentially more powerful. I could scarcely muster the strength to stand." Kale Si turned to Yi Xiaofan and continued, "Xiao Yi, I truly do not wish to distance myself from you. However, the memory of that night fills me with an unshakable dread." Yi Xiaofan returned to her seat on the bed, cradling Dudu as she spoke. "I understand, which is why I have refrained from telling you to prevent inadvertently harming you. I sealed my powers with a life-linking spell. Yet, my strength is so vast that even the life-linking cannot fully contain it." Su Rui fixed her gaze on Yi Xiaofan, her tone once more devoid of emotion. "Xiao Yi, I have a question. Was that immense spatial rift outside Fire City created by you?" Yi Xiaofan stared at Su Rui in astonishment. "How did you know?" Su Rui remained calm as she replied, "The day after the rift appeared, you transferred to this academy, and with the power you now display, I assent difficult to deduce." Truly, Su Rui was impressive. With just a few clues, she had unraveled the truth. Yi Xiaofan nodded, albeit bitterly. "Yes, there were some villains I encountered. In a moment of tension, I accidentally overexerted myself." "Wow, Xiao Yi, are you really that powerful?" "You have to protect me from now on," Xiao Na exclaimed, embracing Yi Xiaofan with sparkling eyes. The serious atmosphere dissipated instantly with Xiao Na's interruption. Whimper, Dudu, feeling possessive, pushed against Xiao Na with its paws. Defending its territory, Su Rui pulled Xiao Na back to her own bed, saying, "Xiao Yi, Kale Si was merely frightened that night. She is just struggling to overcome her fears. Please do not hold it against her." "Of course, I have always considered Kale Si a dear friend. How could I blame her?" Yi Xiaofan smiled warmly at Kale S. Rue, then turned her attention back to Kale C. Kale C, you two must not keep hurting Xiao Yi's feelings. Yes, I understand, Kale C replied softly, stealing a glance at Yi Xiaofan. Upon seeing the smile on Yi Xiaofan's face, Kale C's expression momentarily froze. Before she returned the smile, whimper, Dudu whined, feeling wronged. When Xiao Na had pulled Dudu into her arms, it felt as though its territory was invaded. Don't you feel angry or scared about me hiding my strength from you? Yi Xiaofan questioned, looking at Su Rue and Xiao Na with confusion. Xiao Yi, what do you think? Su Rue responded with her usual emotionless tone, that I consider you both true friends, Xiao Na added from the side. Yi Xiaofan's beautiful eyes glistened with unshed tears. You all. Kale C wrapped her arms around Yi Xiaofan, saying, Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. Upon arriving in this world, feelings of strangeness, loneliness, and distrust from friends had weighed heavily on Yi Xiaofan like a mountain. After releasing her pent-up emotions, she could no longer contain her sobs. That day, Su Rue and the others enveloped Yi Xiaofan in a warm embrace, soothing her heart. With teary eyes, Yi Xiaofan looked at the people holding her and thought happily. Father, mother, and little brother, are you all doing well? You need not worry about me. I am thriving here, surrounded by friends who truly care for me. Whimper, Dudu placed its front paws on Yi Xiaofan's leg. Yes, and I have a cute little tiger. About a month flew by in the blink of an eye. Since that day, Yi Xiaofan had become more cheerful, even towards the members of the Night Knights. No longer wearing that cold, disdainful expression. This change left the Night Knights feeling utterly disoriented, prompting them to request that Yi Xiaofan return to her previous demeanor towards the Order. What a bunch of masochists. Yi Xiaofan thought helplessly. The matter of forming contracts with the Dragon Clan had come to a close, and the remaining 2 dragon eggs each found their rightful owners, as for the identity of the individuals. Yi Xiaofan had forgotten their names after hearing them once. After all, they were merely 2 obscure figures. Could this be considered a rise from obscurity, a transformation into the archetype of a protagonist? With this thought, Yi Xiaofan broke into a dreamy smile. Beside him, Dudu chewed on a meat bone larger than itself, gazing at Yi Xiaofan with a look of bewilderment. However, for the 3 fortunate souls who had successfully forged contracts with the Dragon Clan, the path to becoming true Dragon Knights was still fraught with challenges. Under the pretext of protection, the royal family of the Xinxiang Kingdom took the 3 individuals and their dragons away from the Rod Academy, reportedly to a secret location for training. Nevertheless, this had little bearing on the other students at Rod Academy. Their primary concern was who would fill the vacancies left by the 10 kings. Some students even began to place bets, listing a series of potential candidates for the positions that, of course, such matters would have to wait until the following year, as Rod Academy was now on break. Ah, how dreadfully boring Yi Xiaofan sat atop the rooftop terrace, his delicate white feet dangling in the air, shouting into the empty expanse of the academy. Dudu, startled from his bone, looked around warily, vigilant against anyone attempting to snatch its precious morsel. With the arrival of the holiday, nearly all students had returned home, including Su Rue and her companions from the dormitory. Little Yi, be good and stay out of trouble at the academy. Your sister will return with sweets for you, said Kale C, who had smoothed over any rifts with Yi Xiaofan before leaving, patting his head gently. I'm off now. Don't cause any trouble, Su Rue added in a tone devoid of emotion. Dudu, I'm leaving, goodbye, Joanna said, cheerfully bidding farewell to Dudu without so much as a glance at Yi Xiaofan. While Yi Xiaofan pounded his small, rosy fist against the rooftop, and instantly, the poor roof bore countless cracks. What does it mean to be obedient? What does it mean to avoid trouble? Am I truly the sort who loves to stir up trouble? With each emphatic strike of his tiny fists, the astute Dudu had already scampered downstairs with its meat bone in tow. And Joanna, how could she only say goodbye to Dudu, completely disregarding me? How infuriating. Just as Yi Xiaofan had begun to feel a flicker of warmth, he was abruptly abandoned by his heartless roommates. When you return, I will make you pay, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in indignation. And who are you planning to show off to? Upon hearing a voice from behind, Yi Xiaofan turned to find Mage T that moment. Mage's eyes were bloodshot, his entire being in disarray, with even his hair tangled and matted. Slowly, he approached Yi Xiaofan and said, "I've made up my mind. I want to give it another try. No matter the outcome, I will accept it that a month ago, upon returning to the academy, Yi Xiaofan had sought out Mage to help restore his strength. However, when it came time to implement the plan, Yi Xiaofan discovered it was far more complex than he had anticipated. According to ancient texts, to practice mental magic, one first needed to consume a potion crafted from numerous precious materials. However, those who ingested the potion would experience a sudden surge in mental power, exceeding the limits of what a normal person could bear. And if they could not withstand it, their lives would be in peril. That Yi Xiaofan, with his formidable strength, could ensure Mage would emerge unscathed. However, the potion had another side effect. There was an 80% chance that the physical body of the person consuming it would collapse, transforming into a pure mental entity. Once transformed, the individual would not only have to face the constant risk of disintegration, but would also lose all memory, becoming a mere existence driven by the urge to kill. Was this what the previous life referred to as a ghost? Upon reading this passage in the book, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment. Yet soon after, he was beset by uncertainty. If the issue were merely the inability to withstand the surging mental power, Yi Xiaofan believed he could find a solution. However, when it came to the unexplained collapse of the physical body, he had no means to address it. Ultimately, Yi Xiaofan conveyed the situation to Mage, leaving the decision in his hands. "I will do my utmost to protect you," Yi Xiaofan said earnestly to Mage. "Uft." Mage chuckled. "You're just a little girl. You should focus on being protected rather than talking about protecting others." As he spoke, Mage attempted to pat Yi Xiaofan's head, but she deftly dodged his hand. "Seriously, why does everyone feel the need to pat my head? Am I going to turn stupid from it?" Yi Xiaofan replied, disgruntled. "And you haven't been bathing for a month, have you? Just look at how filthy you are." "Ooh," Dudu chimed in, having run back up with its meat bone, as if to echo Yi Xiaofan's sentiment. Mage awkwardly glanced at his own disheveled state. Yi Xiaofan was right. He hadn't bathed in ages, and he hadn't even slept properly for the entire month. If it weren't for Xiong making sure he ate, he might have starved to death. Go take a shower, then get some proper rest. In the meantime, I will prepare the mental potion. Once you're in top condition, we'll begin," Yi Xiaofan said, pinching her nose as if shooing away a fly. Wu Dudu pressed one paw against the meat bone and the other against its nose, mimicking Yi Xiaofan as it huffed at Mage. "Take off your clothes," Yi Xiaofan instructed Mage. "Huh?" Mage stared blankly at Yi Xiaofan. "I said take off your clothes." Yi Xiaofan pointed to a large wooden barrel nearby, which was filled with a dark, murky liquid. "That's my specially formulated potion. It will help reduce the likelihood of your body collapsing." "You should have said so earlier." Mage's face fell momentarily, though the disappointment quickly vanished. Unnoticed by Yi Xiaofan, "You, should step outside," Mage said shyly to Yi Xiaofan. In response, Yi Xiaofan shot him a disdainful look. "What is there to be shy about? It's just a caterpillar. Who hasn't been through that?" That said, she still stepped out of the room. "Who are you calling a caterpillar? Mine is a dragon, you know." Once Yi Xiaofan closed the door, Mage begrudgingly retorted. Then he quickly shed his clothes and plunged into the dark liquid. The moment he submerged, a chilling sensation enveloped him, and his previously frail body felt remarkably invigorated. Unbeknownst to him, Dudu in the corner of the room regarded him with a look of disdain. "Little Yi, come in," Mage called out to the door. Hearing his words, Yi Xiaofan entered the room with a green liquid in hand, offering it to Mage. "If you're ready, drink this. Little Yi. Can you make the colors a bit more appealing? It's either black or green. It's quite nauseating," Mage remarked as he looked at the green liquid in his hand, unable to refrain from complaining. Yi Xiaofan rolled her eyes at Mage. "This is how it's supposed to be. I merely followed the recipe in the book." After a moment of silence, Mage tilted his head back and downed the entire bottle of green liquid. Cough, cough. Mage nearly choked. "Little Yi, didn't you say it would be painful? Why don't I feel anything?" After regaining his breath, Mage questioned Yi Xiaofan in confusion. "It's not something that takes effect immediately," Yi Xiaofan said, stepping back half a meter behind Mage, her right hand positioned before her chest as she formed a sword gesture. Beneath her feet, a massive magical circle began to materialize. At that instant, Mage felt as if thousands of needles were piercing his mind, letting out a pained cry. Hearing Mage's agonized scream, even Duda displayed a serious expression, hiding its meat bone beneath its body. Xiaofan's cold voice reached Mage's ears. If the heart is as clear as ice, one shall not tremble at the collapse of the heavens. Amidst the myriad changes, remain steadfast. Tranquility brings clarity, unblemished by dust, untouched by worldly affairs, in the ethereal void, where nothingness reigns, under the radiant glow emanating from the magic circle. Xiaofan momentarily resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens. Pure and exquisite. Alas, this magnificent scene went unnoticed by anyone as the Qingxinju flowed from Xiaofan's lips. Imbued with a peculiar power, Mage felt a significant alleviation of the pain that plagued his mind. Even Didu, who had been watching from the sidelines, gradually closed his eyes and succumbed to a deep slumber as he listened to Xiaofan recite the Qingxinju. Witnessing its effectiveness, Xiaofan fervently repeated the incantation. Time and again. Strangely enough, the Qingxinju from his past life acquired a mysterious potency upon entering this foreign realm. It had previously assisted Xiaofan in grasping the concept of emptiness, and now it proved remarkably effective as Mage transitioned into a mentalist. As time passed, the pain in Mage's head diminished, suggesting that success was near. However, the brilliance of the magic circle beneath Xiaofan's feet had dulled from its initial splendor. Beads of sweat began to form on Xiaofan's forehead. Holding his hand aloft was indeed exhausting. Suddenly, Mage, who had fallen silent, emitted another cry of anguish. This time, the torment transcended his mind, enveloping his entire body in excruciating pain. Why Xiaofan's heart sank. The very calamity he most dreaded had come to pass. The side effects of the mental potion had manifested, and Mage's body was gradually disintegrating. Blood splattered as Mage's form erupted in crimson blossoms, the once dark potion now suffused with a vibrant scarlet hue. Without hesitation, Xiaofan intensified the output of her magical energy, retrieving vials of potion from her spatial ring. Blue, yellow, and an array of colors. Each had been meticulously prepared to aid in healing wounds, enhance physical strength, or render skin more supple. Regardless of their efficacy, she unceremoniously poured them all into the barrel, where Mage each vial was added. The liquid within the barrel transformed into a mesmerizing spectrum of hues, reminiscent of a rainbow. Yet neither Xiaofan nor Mage had the luxury of admiring this kaleidoscopic display. Before long, every potion from Xiaofan's spatial ring had been emptied into the barrel. Yet Mage's suffering showed no sign of abating. He continued to vocalize his agony. Nonetheless, the depletion of potions did not signal the end of Xiaofan's resolve. She possessed a multitude of strategies yet to be employed. She traversed the room, activating the magic circle she had previously established. In an instant, blinding light illuminated the chamber, but Xiaofan, having undergone transformation by the supreme god, was unperturbed by the radiance. Through the dazzling glow, she discerned the severity of Mage's disintegration. His arms had been reduced to mere bone, now marred with countless fissures. Curse it! Who on earth concocted this potion? How could the side effects be so dire? Xiaofan's mind swirled with frustration. This moment, Mage could no longer produce sound. Perhaps his vocal cords had succumbed to destruction. This could not continue. She was left with no choice but to resort to that method. A resolute glimmer shone in Xiaofan's eyes. The biological link magic not only served as a means of sealing, but could also connect two disparate entities, enabling them to share the burden of pain. With her body, enhanced by the supreme god, Xiaofan knew that no mere potion could inflict harm upon her. Thus, she deemed the biological link magic her final gambit, the last resort she could conceive. With determination, Xiaofan activated the biological link magic circle. Mystical runes began to materialize beneath the barrel and upon her body. As long as my body remains intact, you shall be safe. Mage, she whispered softly to the unconscious figure of Mage. As the biological link spell took form, Xiaofan felt an unexpected pressure, causing her to gasp in alarm. This body, transformed by the supreme god, felt as invincible as facing an ant when confronted with a saint-level adversary. Yet now, a single vial of potion was inducing pressure. Moreover, this pressure was gradually intensifying, leaving Yi Xiaofan abashed. Fortunately, Mage's body within the barrel finally ceased its collapse. The previously ruptured wounds began to exhibit signs of healing. This brought Yi Xiaofan solace. Had even the biological link magic proven ineffective, she would have found herself utterly bereft of options. When Mage ingested the potion, the sun hung suspended in the eastern sky. But by now, it was nearing the horizon in the west. As time slipped by, the sun descended, and the pressure Yi Xiaofan felt intensified. In her desperate struggle against the mounting pressure, she remained oblivious to the faint purple glow emanating from her body. Nor did she notice the twinkling starlight that flickered in her eyes. Had she gazed into a mirror at that moment, she would have been astonished to find that the starlight in her gaze bore a striking resemblance to that of the supreme god. Existence alteration and correction. Amid her battle against the pressure, Yi Xiaofan seemed to hear a voice steeped in ancient wisdom. The oppressive force dissipated entirely, and the magic circle linking her and Mage collapsed. The immense pressure surged into Mage, causing his form to disintegrate in an instant, akin to a bomb detonating. This is impossible. Yi Xiaofan stared blankly at the now empty barrel, disbelief etched across her features. No, the biological link magic cannot fail. It must be due to that voice. She fervently sought the source of the voice that had just resonated. If I can find him, there may still be hope. Xiaofan, find out Mage's voice emerged, prompting Yi Xiaofan to turn in surprise towards its origin. To her astonishment, Mage floated in the air, appearing almost ethereal. Mage, have we still failed? Yi Xiaofan asked, disheartened. Mage responded nonchalantly. It's not entirely a failure. See, I still retain my consciousness. Indeed, the texts state that upon becoming a spirit, one becomes a mindless creature bent on destruction. How is it that you are unscathed, Mage? Yi Xiaofan inquired, intrigued. Haha, I cannot say. Although I lack a physical form. The sensation of being a spirit is rather pleasant. I can even fly. Mage declared, descending gracefully to the ground. To soar through the skies is a dream cherished by many, unless one possesses wings. No mage can achieve flight before reaching the level of 7th tier mage. Wind mages may suspend themselves in the air temporarily, yet true flight awaits those who surpass to the 7th tier. In the end, I simply wasn't adequately prepared, Yi Xiaofan lamented. Xiaofan, I am genuinely pleased to regain my strength. It is far better than being rendered powerless as before, Mage reassured her. Moreover, I feel more powerful than ever. I'm now at least the level of a grand mage. Mage attempted to boast before noticing Yi Xiaofan's gaze fixed on the ground. Xiaofan, is there something down there? Mage queried, puzzled as he glanced at the floor, only to discover his naked form before Yi Xiaofan. His face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Fortunately, being a spirit allowed him to conjure a silvery garment with a mere thought. How amusing. You truly are a cocoon. Yi Xiaofan finally lifted her head, casting a disdainful glance at Mage. Hey, I'm clearly a dragon, Mage protested, but Yi Xiaofan paid him no heed as she exited the room. Ah, understood. You should familiarize yourself with your identity as a spirit. Outside, the lackadaisical voice of Yi Xiaofan drifted in. Sensing Yi Xiaofan's departure, Dudu awoke from her slumber, clutching a meaty bone as she trailed after Yi Xiaofan. The room was left with Mage kneeling on the floor, an expression of utter defeat on his face. It was not Mage who stepped out of the room, but Yi Xiaofan, her countenance marked by solemnity. Just moments before, as Mage donned his clothing, Yi Xiaofan also felt an inexplicable force calling to her. Following this inner sensation, she wandered through the empty academy, her figure gradually fading until she ultimately vanished from sight. Wu Du, who had followed Yi Xiaofan outside, approached the spot where she had disappeared, emitting a sound of confusion through the bone in her mouth. The scent had clearly dissipated here. Where had the person gone? Dudu exhibited a contemplative expression, in the realm of the unknown. The surroundings were engulfed in a gray mist, devoid of air and magical elements, a stillness reigning as the predominant theme of this space. At a certain moment, a fissure suddenly opened in the fabric of space, and Yi Xiaofan emerged from within it. Experiencing the profound silence around her, Yi Xiaofan spoke, pray tell, has guided me to this place? Yi Xiaofan found it utterly astonishing. According to the supreme deity, her current form possessed strength second only to his. Yet she distinctly sensed that whoever had summoned her here held power that was certainly on par with her own. Had the supreme deity deceived her, or, as Yi Xiaofan pondered, a transformation occurred within the space. Light, the very essence of this realm, began to coalesce. Eventually, all the light converged to form a magnificent orb, following a brief interlude of darkness. The orb emanated a gentle glow, illuminating the entire space. Great orb of light, are you the supreme deity? Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at the radiant sphere. Have I been summoned by the supreme deity to the realm of reincarnation? This is not how the script was written. Yi Xiaofan involuntarily filled in the gaps with her imagination. I am the supreme deity, the creator of the realm of reincarnation. Yi Xiaofan, you shall become a reincarnator. Traversing through countless timelines, the great orb, or rather the supreme deity, addressed her. Yi Xiaofan shot a look of incredulity at the counterfeit supreme deity and retorted, Atis, how exceedingly bored must you be to summon me like this? Come forth. As her words fell, and sheepishly stepped out from behind the great orb. Yi Xiaofan regarded Ats and remarked, It is indeed you, Ats, who has guided me here, is it not? Not I, he shook his head. The one who led you here is he. Delighted to make your acquaintance. A voice filled with weariness emanated from the great orb, identical to the one Yi Xiaofan had heard earlier. Yi Xiaofan glared at the orb with suspicion. So, it was you who destroyed Mage's body, rendering him a spirit? Indeed, the weary voice replied once more. Allow me to elucidate. Ace interjected. Perceiving Yi Xiaofan's barely contained fury, he positioned himself between her and the great orb. Yi Xiaofan fixed her gaze on Ats, her expression clearly communicating. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, there will be consequences. Let us sit first. You cannot overpower me, and do not forget that even your strength is a gift from me. Ats waved his hand, conjuring 3 stone stools from thin air. He took a seat on one and gestured for Yi Xiaofan and the orb to do the same, despite her intense anger. Yi Xiaofan recognized the truth in Adiz's words and reluctantly settled onto a stone stool. The great orb floated gently onto one as well, for it mattered little to it whether a stool was present. Where to begin? Very well. Let me introduce you, Ats said, pointing at the great orb. This sphere before you is the world will of this realm. Yi Xiaofan's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment as she processed Adiz's introduction. Are you implying that it is the Kanglan continent? Kanglan is indeed the name of this world. You may directly address me as Kanglan, the weary voice responded once more, given that you are the world will of this realm. Why did you obliterate Mage's body? Yi Xiaofan stood, her agitation palpable as she confronted the Kanglan At that moment. Ats pressed Yi Xiaofan back on her stool. That a mental mage is a profession that existed millennia ago. The current world is unsuitable for such beings, the Kanglan will explain unhurriedly. All world wills exist in a state of half-life. You must exercise patience and listen. Ats whispered to Yi Xiaofan that, O great supreme deity, as the leader of the myriad realms, I implore you to maintain the decorum befitting your status. Though it was a gentle admonition, Yi Xiaofan sensed a hint of emotion in the Kanglan will's words. Times are evolving, and the world is changing that I cannot allow that which is unsuitable for this realm to persist. As for that individual, I have already shown restraint out of respect for you. The Kanglan will's words were clearly directed at Yi Xiaofan. Is there truly no room for reconsideration? Yi Xiaofan asked, her tone beseeching in the same weary voice. The Kanglan will responded resolutely. Regrettably, a mental mage cannot possess a physical form. The fact that he can maintain his self-awareness is already my greatest concession. Yi Xiaofan wished to say more, but was restrained by Ats. Now that the matter is clarified, you are free to leave, Ats declared, and, as he spoke, the great orb began to dissolve slowly, reverting to the natural light of this space. Yi Xiaofan looked at Ats, awaiting his explanation for holding her back. You, my dear, have lost your initial charm. Ats lamented. I am genuinely afraid of you. Why, Yi Xiaofan discreetly made a gesture behind her back, a trick she had learned from Su Rue and her companions. World wills are a stubborn lot, whether you plead or threaten them. They will never consent to anything that may jeopardize the world itself. ATIS gradually elucidated. What the Kanglen said is accurate. The only reason your friend can retain self-awareness is due to your supreme authority, which necessitated a concession on its part, but that is the extent of it. Then, does that mean Mage truly has no chance of returning to humanity? Yi Xiaofan's voice was tinged with despondence. Is humanity truly so significant? ATIS looked at Yi Xiaofan quizzically. Do not forget, fundamentally, you cannot be considered human either. That is different. I can still blend in with ordinary people, but Mage, as a spirit, must exist in solitude within this world. Yi Xiaofan replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at ATS. A spirit is akin to the ghosts of Yi Xiaofan's past life, existing below the sacred level, invisible to all living beings. ATIS scratched his head in frustration. I am genuinely afraid of you. To be frank, as long as he can break through to the sacred level and become a deity of this world, the Kanglen will naturally reconstruct a body for him. Is that true? But did not the Kanglen state that practicing mental magic would render him unable to possess a body? Yi Xiaofan wiped her moist eyes and questioned ATIS. Before I explain that, let me ask you, do you understand the cultivation system of this world? ATIS countered, of course. This world is divided into magic warriors and mages. After a brief pause, Yi Xiaofan continued. The ranks of mages include apprentice, intermediate, and advanced mages, grand mages, as well as initial, intermediate, and advanced magic mentors, grand magic mentors, and ultimately, the supreme magic mentor. As for magic warriors, they merely interchange the titles for warriors and mages. The ranks remain unchanged. ATIS nodded in agreement. Correct. And above the sacred level lies the divine level. The divine level is not merely about strength. It signifies a difference in the essence of life. Essence of life? Yi Xiaofan remarked in confusion. Indeed, it is not necessary for you to know the specifics at this moment. All you need to understand is that upon attaining divine status, the Kanglen must coalesce a physical form for your friend. This is the supreme rule of the vast universe, one that the Kanglen cannot defy. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaofan chuckled. So, once I become a deity, Mag will indeed obtain a body? Thank you. O Supreme God. This expression of gratitude was entirely sincere from Yi Xiaofan. Given our relationship, there is no need for thanks, replied the Supreme God. Moreover, I truly have done nothing. The figure of Yades gradually began to fade. Child, grow up swiftly. I eagerly await the day you come to find me in the void. With that, Yades's figure vanished without a trace. Left behind, Yi Xiaofan, after an initial surge of excitement, grew furious. Yades, come out. How am I supposed to return? After Yades departed, Yi Xiaofan found himself trapped in an unknown space, with time becoming an indeterminate concept. He contemplated every conceivable method of escape, yet remained ensnared in desperation. He even considered shattering this space. With all his might, he struck out with a punch, only to find that nothing transpired. Yades, just you wait. Leaving me here unattended, the next time I see you, you will pay. Yi Xiaofan paced back and forth within the space, cursing Yades aloud. Damn Yades, I curse you to bear children without a rear. Achoo! Back in a void, Yades suddenly sneezed. Why does it feel like I've forgotten something? Oh well, never mind, I should hurry back to my novel. In the void, Yades transformed into a streak of light. Meanwhile, in the unknown space, Yi Xiaofan was frantically punching and kicking at the surroundings. Yades, I will kick you to death. Suddenly, Yi Xiaofan misstepped and fell from the unknown space. This esteemed person has a temperament even worse than that of Lord Yades, echoed a voice steeped in weariness from the unknown space. On the other side, after Yi Xiaofan fell, she landed with a thud onto a patch of grass. Ugh, why did I land face first? It's unlikely I will be disfigured, but what if I am flattened instead? Yi Xiaofan spat out the leaves in her mouth and gazed down at her chest. Fortunately, all is well. Who goes there? Boomed a robust voice near Yi Xiaofan's ear. Following this, a middle-aged man wielding a slender sword pressed its sharp tip against Yi Xiaofan's throat. For a moment, Yi Xiaofan was taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, "I am back! How wonderful! I'm finally back." The middle-aged man, taken aback by her frenzied demeanor, wondered if this girl might be deranged. Nebo, an elderly man with graying hair, approached Yi Xiaofan, gesturing for the middle-aged man to step aside. "But this woman's origins are unknown. I must ensure your safety," Nebo insisted anxiously. "Nebo," the elder's tone grew stern. Reluctantly, Nebo sheathed his slender sword and stood to the side. Yi Xiaofan looked curiously at the two before her. Her instincts told her that despite the elder's plain attire, his status was undoubtedly significant. "Young lady, where do you hail from? Are you all right?" the elder asked kindly. Yi Xiaofan stood up, dusted off her backside, and replied, "Thank you, sir. I'm fine. By the way, may I ask where I am?" Uncertain of how she had escaped from the unknown space, she feared she had been teleported far from the Star Xiang Kingdom. Fortunately, the elder's next words eased her concerns. "You are in the capital of the Star Xiang Kingdom, Alaska." In truth, the elder had not mentioned that this was also the royal resort of the Star Xiang Kingdom. Realizing she had not been transported to some remote corner, Yi Xiaofan felt her heart finally settle. "Sir, do you know how to get to Rod Academy?" "You are a student of Rod Academy. It is quite a distance from here, and I ascend to the academy on break now?" the elder inquired in surprise. "Yes, it is on break, but I have no home, so I reside at Rod Academy," Yi Xiaofan replied candidly. Though she sensed the elder's significant status, she could not help but feel an affinity towards him. "Ah, I see. Allow me to arrange for your return," the elder said, preparing to call for Nebo to ready the dragon carriage. The dragon carriage was not pulled by ordinary earth dragons, but rather by the crystal dragons of a subspecies. These crystal dragons, resplendent and beautiful, were known for their amiable nature towards humans, making them the preferred choice for noble transport. "No need. Sir, just tell me how to get there. I can run quite fast," Yi Xiaofan insisted, demonstrating her athletic legs, albeit without much persuasive effect. The elder, seeing her vibrant demeanor, chuckled heartily. "Very well, but I must first escort you out of here. If you accidentally trigger the alarm magic, you could be captured." "All right then," Yi Xiaofan obediently followed the elder. Nebo, however, remained on high alert. Watching Yi Xiaofan closely, she could certainly feel the hostility emanating from Nebo. Yet she chose to disregard it. If a stranger suddenly appeared in your home, you would not only be wary but would also promptly expel them. Thus, Yi Xiaofan could understand Nebo's suspicion. "By the way, young lady, how did you arrive here?" the elder inquired as they walked. Mentioning this matter irritated Yi Xiaofan. "I was initially deceived by a scoundrel, and then I was transported here using space magic," she retorted angrily. "You are lying. This place is protected by a magic array that nullifies space magic. It is impossible for you to have arrived here through such means," Nebo interjected, advancing to confront Yi Xiaofan. "Quickly tell me how you entered this place." The elder, meanwhile, watched with a smile as Yi Xiaofan attempted to explain why. Yi Xiaofan gave Nebo a disdainful glance. "Uncle, is this what you mean?" With a flick of her right index finger, a massive magical barrier appeared before them. "Such superficial barriers serve little purpose," she declared. Then, with a swift motion, she tore the magical barrier in two. Nebo stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. In truth, this magical barrier was no weakling. It was capable of blocking space magic up to level 7. Yet for Yi Xiaofan, even a barrier that could withstand level 9 magic was but a trivial matter. The elder's eyes sparkled with an enigmatic light. "Young lady, what is your name?" "I am Yi Xiaofan. I just need to get out of here, right?" she replied to the elder. "Thank you, sir." Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Yi Xiaofan's figure vanished, appearing several hundred meters away. "Rod Academy, is it? I suppose I need to have a serious talk with that old Koopmeist. I did not realize there was such a talent, and he failed to inform me." The elder mused as he watched Yi Xiaofan's form gradually fade. "However, I seem to have neglected to tell her the way back to Rod Academy." The elder chuckled to himself. "Ah, what an impatient young lady." As Yi Xiaofan walked along the nocturnal path, she felt a profound sense of tranquility. Though she was lost, this feeling of serenity was unexpectedly pleasant, surrounded by the bustling crowd and beneath the enchanting starry sky. Yi Xiaofan felt a transcendence of body and spirit. although this was merely an illusion. Immersed in this inner peace, she suddenly felt something tugging at her pant leg. Glancing down, she saw Dudu gazing up at her with a pair of pitiful big eyes. Woo-woo. How did you find me? Xiaofan bent down to lift Dudu into her arms. After losing track of Xiaofan during the day, Dudu had intended to return to the wild and embrace a life of unrestrained freedom. However, just as Dudu reached the city gate, she suddenly sensed Xiaofan's presence. In that moment, memories of a scene in the dark forest flooded back to her. Trembling, Dudu gazed at the nearby city gate, her mind waging a fierce battle unknown to outsiders. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over the longing for freedom, and Dudu ran towards the source of Xiaofan's aura. Wu. Dudu lamented to Xiaofan about the hardships she had encountered along the way. After purchasing a bag of fried fish from a roadside stall, Xiaofan said to, "Here, this is a token of consolation for you." Thus, cradled in Xiaofan's embrace, Dudu happily indulged in the delicacy. Despite her aversion to fish, as they continued their stroll through the nocturnal streets, Xiaofan had already prepared to find a hotel for the night. Nevertheless, she still wished to see if she could make her way back to Rotor Academy. Xiaofan had also inquired of passers-by for directions, but curiously, despite the detailed instructions given, she could not locate the path back to the academy. It must be due to the overly intricate construction of Alaska. Yes, it must be why Xiaofan would never admit to being directionally challenged. At the crossroads, what should we do, Dudu? Xiaofan pondered, glancing down at Dudu, who was diligently devouring the small fish. Woo! Dudu looked up at Xiaofan with innocent eyes, then resumed her task. Don't you know? It seems I have no choice but to resort to this, Xiaofan contemplated. Lifting one of Dudu's front paws, she announced, "Let us play rock, paper, scissors. If you win, we go left. If I win, we go right." Dudu regarded Xiaofan with the eyes of someone who cares for a child with special needs. Though Xiaofan remained completely oblivious, Dudu chose left, while Xiaofan went right. In this manner, after a series of right turns, Xiaofan found herself back where she started. "Dudu, you're so foolish. Why do you always lose? Look, we come back again. It's all your fault." Xiaofan scolded the Dudu in her arms. If Dudu could speak, she would surely retort, "Is it my fault?" Alas, she could not speak. Instead, Dudu cast a glance at her own paws, wearing an expression that seemed to say, "I just want some peace." "Little girl, I see you've been wandering here for quite some time. Are you lost?" It was the elderly vendor who had sold Xiaofan the fried fish. Xiaofan nodded at the old man, saying, "Yes, I want to return to Rotor Academy, but I'm unfamiliar with the way." Upon hearing this, the old man visibly paused. Without uttering another word, he silently pushed his cart away. Frustrated, Xiaofan stamped her foot, exclaiming, "What was that? I thought you were going to help me." Fortunately, Xiaofan was wearing a biological link magic necklace at that moment. Otherwise, she would have been lost in the streets. "Lord Allen, it's her. The pretty little girl over there." The fried fish vendor pointed at Xiaofan while addressing the city guards. "Pretty? How did she end up being a lunatic?" Rod lamented that a lunatic. "Where?" Xiaofan curiously scanned her surroundings. Unfortunately, she did not see the so-called pretty girl they spoke of. Who could they possibly be referring to? Unwilling to give up, Xiaofan continued her search. Soon after, Alan approached Xiaofan. "Hee, Uncle, you mean to say that lunatic is me?" Xiaofan joked with Rod, feeling an ominous sensation in her heart. Due to the need to maintain an air of authority, her tone often came off as cold, in an attempt to avoid frightening the young girl before him. Rod spoke to Xiaofan in a gentler manner. "Little girl, don't give up on treatment. The kingdom has the finest experts, and they charge no fees whatsoever." However, Rod's so-called gentle tone sounded to others as if he were mocking her. "Do I appear to be the type who lacks money?" Xiaofan felt her pride deeply insulted, glaring angrily at Alan. "Woo," Dudu interjected, conveying the message that someone capable of caring for such a lovely magical beast like herself could not possibly be without funds. Alan immediately apologized to Xiaofan, saying, "I did not mean to insult you, that if I have offended you, I sincerely apologize." Nevertheless, he insisted, "Regardless of your financial situation, I believe you should not abandon treatment." After apologizing, Alan looked at Xiaofan with utmost seriousness. The elderly fish vendor had once been a renowned hero, traversing mountains and plains, battling countless magical beasts. However, limited by his talent, he remained stagnant as a first-tier magic warrior and retired to a quiet life in Alaska, selling fried fish. Yet, even with his vast experience, he could not comprehend the conversation taking place between Xiaofan and her OD'd. Is this a matter of wealth? Or are both individuals truly lunatics? The old man sighed helplessly, quietly departing from the two, thinking, I must be getting old, unable to keep up with the way young people think. Meanwhile, the two continued their lengthy debate over whether Xiaofan could afford the cost of treatment. Look at this. These are all exceedingly rare magical materials. Even selling just one could fetch a fortune. You think I can't afford treatment? Xiaofan's cheeks flushed with excitement. Even if you're wealthy, the mental hospitals within the kingdom will not accept a single copper coin from you. This is the wise decree of our great king. After finishing the fried fish, Dudu flipped over in Xiaofan's arms, exposing her belly and falling into a deep slumber. If they want to charge me, then they look down on me, and I absolutely refuse to go. Xiaofan insisted on her pride. You must seek treatment. But the kingdom will not charge you. Alan maintained his honor point one by one. The magical lamps extinguished, and the streets of Alaska gradually fell into darkness. Even Rotor Academy, nestled behind them, was shrouded in shadows. Knock, knock, knock. Early in the morning, a loud banging at the door jolted Xiaofan from her dreams. Groggily, she sat up in bed, the straps of her nightgown slipping to the side, revealing her fair skin. A silver necklace, emitting a faint glow, adorned her beautiful neck, with a verdant leaf hanging from its end. Who could it be so early? Xiaofan mumbled in dissatisfaction as she slowly crawled out of bed. The knocking continued, growing increasingly insistent. Finally managing to drag herself to the door, Xiaofan was about to open it when an unexpected incident occurred. Perhaps due to the prolonged wait, the person outside had lost their patience. With a loud crash, the door burst open violently, sending the dazed Xiaofan crashing against the wall. Oh, didn't she come home last night? Nalan Hongwu murmured as he surveyed the empty room. He conveniently chose to ignore the disheveled bed and the doo-doo sprawled atop it. That troublesome girl, always causing me trouble. Noticing no one was present, Nalan Hongwu closed the door and hurriedly departed, clearly in search of Xiaofan for something important. Old man, why are you looking for me so early? Xiaofan finally spoke up after Nalan Hongwu's figure vanished from sight, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Old man, old man. When no one responded, Xiaofan called out a couple more times. What's this? Waking someone up at dawn, only to find no trace of Nalan Hongwu, she complained. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Xiaofan was astounded by her own predicament. With a wall as a boundary, half of her body was outside the dormitory while the other half remained inside. Xiaofan felt as though her body were feather-light. With the slightest movement, she found herself floating in the AI. Her astonishment, she realized she was not only flying but also transparent. Looking down, she saw another version of herself. This other Xiaofan was pressed tightly against the wall, as if glued there. Could this be my soul leaving my body? Xiaofan gazed at her hands in disbelief. Ordinary people should not be able to see souls, should they? Upon reaching this thought, Xiaofan soared to the bedside and gently blew a breath toward Dudu. The once soundly sleeping Dudu was suddenly stirred by a chilling gust. Startled, Dudu sprang up from the bed, alertly scanning the surroundings. Observing Dudu's adorable demeanor, Xiaofan couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, seated upon the bed, Dudu was oblivious to Xiaofan's mirth. After confirming there were no foes nearby, Dudu returned to her prone position on the bed. Just as Xiaofan found amusement in teasing Dudu, the returning Nalan Hongwu pushed open the dormitory door. This isn't right. I distinctly remember that girl returning to the dormitory last night. Upon witnessing Nalan Hongwu's sudden reappearance, Xiaofan instinctively dubbed beneath the bed. Wait a moment, he shouldn't be able to see me now. Why should I fear him? Realizing this, Xiaofan emerged from beneath the bed, only to find Nalan Hongwu gazing at another version of himself, his eyes brimming with tears. Feeling a sense of awkwardness regarding this other self, Xiaofan decided to refer to it as simply body. As he pondered, he moved closer to Nalan Hongwu. Girl, as he floated near Nalan Hongwu, Yi Xiaofan was startled by the old man's anguished cry. Nalan Hongwu peeled himself away from the wall, and upon discovering that Yi Xiaofan's body was devoid of breath, he embraced her form and wept bitterly. Witnessing Nalan Hongwu's sorrowful visage, Yi Xiaofan's heart trembled. "Old man, please don't cry. I'm right here." Unfortunately, Nalan Hongwu could not hear Yi Xiaofan's voice, who had just fallen asleep on the bed. Was also awakened by Nalan Hongwu's cries. With indignation, Dudu glared at Nalan Hongwu, but upon seeing Yi Xiaofan's body, she instantly froze in shock. Jumping off the bed, Dudu cautiously approached Nalan Hongwu, her round little eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed upon Yi Xiaofan's form. "Girl, I shall take you to the high priest. He will surely be able to revive you." Nalan Hongwu lifted Yi Xiaofan's body and dashed out the door. Dudu hurriedly followed close behind. What on earth is happening? Yi Xiaofan thought, feeling perplexed. But why am I in this out-of-body experience? Did the door strike me? As Yi Xiaofan looked at the dormitory door, he fell into contemplation that no, this is not the time for such thoughts. "Wait for me, old man." Yi Xiaofan quickly flew out the door. Outside, Nalan Hongwu and Dudu had long since vanished. Just as Yi Xiaofan intended to fly down the stairs, he suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Have I lost my mind? I could simply pass through walls." Turning back into the dormitory, Yi Xiaofan traversed the balcony and spotted Nalan Hongwu, sprinting with his body in tow, with Dudu trailing closely behind. Given Dudu's short little legs, it was quite the feat for her to keep up with Nalan Hongwu. "Old man, you should stop running. I'm not dead," Yi Xiaofan shouted as he flew alongside Nalan Hongwu. The old man, feeling a wave of chill pass by, paid it no mind. With urgency in his eyes, he raced toward the palace in Alaska. "Girl, this time I will definitely save you, I promise." Realizing that Nalan Hongwu could not hear his words, Yi Xiaofan resignedly followed behind him, arriving at the palace. "Halt! Who goes there?" Two guards brandishing long spears aimed their weapons at Nalan Hongwu at the palace entrance. "I am the vice president of the Rod Academy. I must seek an audience with His Majesty," Nalan Hongwu replied, his anxious expression unmistakable to the guards. "Please wait a moment. Allow me to report this," one of the guards said before turning to head into the palace. Despite his overwhelming anxiety, Nalan Hongwu maintained his composure. He knew that causing a disturbance at the palace gates would not only result in his capture, but would also deprive Yi Xiaofan of her chance for salvation. As he anxiously awaited, the reporting guard emerged from the palace. "Please, follow me," the guard instructed Nalan Hongwu. With permission granted to enter the palace, Nalan Hongwu excitedly bypassed the guards and dashed inside. "Hey, you're not allowed to run." The guards were taken aback by Nalan Hongwu's reckless sprint. Ignoring their shouts, he continued to bolt, cradling Yi Xiaofan's body. "Old man, won't you get caught running about the palace like this?" Yi Xiaofan remarked, floating behind him. Yet, Nalan Hongwu remained oblivious to Yi Xiaofan's voice, racing forward. Dudu frantically scampered along, her little legs moving as fast as they could. A peculiar wave of energy resonated through the air, prompting Yi Xiaofan to glance back toward its source. Realizing the guards had activated the alarm, as the sensation spread throughout the palace, the guards were mobilized into action. "Though I may be but a humble guard, I will not allow you to underestimate me." After triggering the alarm, the guard radiated a magical luminescence. "Wind speed, activate." It appeared his magical affinity lay with the wind, Yi Xiaofan noted, sensing the guard's magical prowess. Harnessing magic, the guard swiftly closed the distance to Nalan Hongwu. In mere moments, he covered over 100 meters, positioning himself behind Nalan Hongwu. "Intruder, surrender immediately," the guard commanded. "Oh, not bad, kid. What's your name?" Nalan Hongwu remarked, astonished that this guard could keep pace with him. Jeff Yilthris," the guard replied. "Jeff, I shall remember you. However, I must correct you. I am not an intruder," Nalan Hongwu declared, tucking Yi Xiaofan under his arm. "You reported earlier that I have been granted entry into the palace." "Old man, please don't treat me like some object," Yi Xiaofan thought. Pained as he watched his body being clutched, he couldn't help but punch and kick at Nalan Hongwu. Regrettably, Yi Xiaofan's attempts merely passed through Nalan Hongwu's form, striking nothing but air. "Strange, I felt quite cold since earlier," Nalan Hongwu mused. "No matter. Kid, I'm off." With that, he drove his free hand downward, in the palace courtyard, the hardened luminescent stone floor yielded to Nalan Hongwu's punch, creating a crater several meters wide. The guard behind him, Jeff, stumbled and fell into the pit. "Curse it! If I have another chance." Jeff's words trailed off as his head tilted, pretending to faint that "I apologize, I apologize." Yi Xiaofan floated above, joining hands in a gesture of contrition toward the unfortunate Jeff. Meanwhile, having dispatched Jeff, Nalan Hongwu had not ventured far before being surrounded by the palace guards. "This is troublesome. Breaking through this many guards will require some effort," Nalan Hongwu observed, addressing Didu. "Ugh." Didu concurred with Nalan Hongwu's assessment. "Surrender the hostage and lay down your arms. This is your only path to safety." The apparent leader among the guards proclaimed. As Yi Xiaofan hovered beside Nalan Hongwu, she called out, "Old man, I'm right here." Yet, no one could see Yi Xiaofan, nor could they hear her voice. "I admire your tenacity." "Intruder, but regrettably, you have crossed paths with me," Xiao Jiuzi, the guard declared. Seeing Nalan Hongwu refuse to surrender the hostage, Xiao Jiuzi resolved to employ force. "Remember, you fell to my hand," he declared, raising his sword and lunging at Nalan Hongwu with blinding speed. The strike potent enough to pierce through space itself. Faced with such overwhelming force, Nalan Hongwu's expression shifted with apprehension. As he lunged toward Nalan Hongwu, Xiao Jiuzi's heart raced with fervor at the sight of the girl cradled under Nalan Hongwu's arm. "Once I slay this villain, I shall rescue this beautiful maiden and bestow upon her a kiss of love." Then there was nothing more to follow. Ensnared in his fantasies, Xiao Jiuzi was sent flying by a single punch from Nalan Hongwu, gradually fading into the horizon. "Da-da! I shall certainly return," shouted the flung Xiao Jiuzi. "You better not come back," remarked Yi Xiaofan, in ghostly mode, with an expression of dismay as he watched Xiao Jiuzi soar away. After sending Xiao Jiuzi flying, Nalan Hongwu had fully entered a berserk state, unleashing his wrath upon the surrounding guards with reckless abandon, in their steadfast defense of the palace against the invaders. These valiant souls seemed to disregard their own lives. Truly admirable, thought Yi Xiaofan, observing the brave guards charging forward to confront death. In stark contrast, the old man now resembled a formidable villain. Shaking his head, Yi Xiaofan settled in mid-air, preparing to watch the ensuing battle. However, the unfolding events compelled Yi Xiaofan to curse under his breath. "Monsters, run!" The once brave guards, upon witnessing their comrades being struck down one by one, were instantly gripped by fear, scattering in all directions. Hey, aren't you the royal guards? Is it truly acceptable to flee like this?" Yi Xiaofan, who had just readied himself for the spectacle, was utterly flabbergasted by the guards' retreat. With Yi Xiaofan's body now clutched in one hand, Nalan Hongwu continued his sprint toward the palace. The long-awaited respite for Dudu was once again interrupted, as it had to scramble its short legs to keep pace behind Nalan Hongwu. With the guards' withdrawal, Nalan Hongwu's departure, and even Dudu's exit, Yi Xiaofan pouted, soaring in the direction from which Nalan Hongwu had retreated. "Ah, the monster is coming! Everyone, run faster!" The fleeing guards fortuitously found themselves in the same direction as Nalan Hongwu's advance. Watching the chaotic scene below, Yi Xiaofan felt a profound weariness wash over him. You still consider yourselves soldiers of the kingdom?" Suddenly, a towering figure with dark skin emerged before the guards. Standing atop a fiery tree, gazing down upon them, "It's Lord Tajizi." "We are saved," the guards exclaimed excitedly upon recognizing the figure before them. Sensing Tajizi's formidable magical aura, Nalan Hongwu's expression grew solemn. "Allow me, Tajizi Jiushi Ji Quankai, to deal with you," Tajizi bellowed, leaping down from the tree with great force. "I seem to recall a move where one descends head first." Yi Xiaofan mused silently, observing Tajizi struggle to raise his head from the ground. "Captain of the 4th Guard, Tajizi, I have long heard of your great renown," Nalan Hongwu remarked, eyeing the bloodied Tajizi. "He, Vice President of Rod Academy." "Nalan Hongwu, a pleasure to finally meet you," Tajizi replied with a respectful nod. Yi Xiaofan, hovering in mid-air, grimaced at Tajizi below. "Hey, can you clean the blood off your face before you speak? That monster is actually the Vice President of Rod Academy. But why would the Vice President intrude upon the palace?" As the tension mounted, Yi Xiaofan called out, They're about to fight. Who wants some sunflower seeds? 10 copper coins for a pound. 10 copper coins can buy a whole pound of seeds. Can you be a bit more reasonable? Yi Xiaofan scrutinized the opportunistic guards while wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Wow, someone is actually buying. Do you all think this is a show? The guard selling seeds pocketed a little for himself, quickly selling out the rest. Since the opponent is your concern, I shall no longer hold back. Here it goes. Nalan Hongwu, with a serious demeanor, glared at Tajizi and forcefully hurled Yi Xiaofan into the air. Hey, old man, are you trying to kill me? Yi Xiaofan rushed after the direction in which his body had flown. Even faster than Yi Xiaofan was the little black tiger, Didu, upon reaching his own body. Yi Xiaofan found Didu had already arrived first. As Didu gazed at Yi Xiaofan's body, tears shimmered in its eyes. Didu, you are the best. I will surely reward you with more fried little fish in the future. Yi Xiaofan expressed, touched by Dudu's loyalty. Woo, Didu mournfully cried out, then bit down on Yi Xiaofan's arm, tugging fiercely. Despite being in a ghostly state, Yi Xiaofan found himself momentarily petrified in midair. Woo, Dudu exerted all its strength. But alas, the body created by the Supreme God was not so easily damaged. Meanwhile, the battle between Nalan Hongwu and Tajizi raged on fiercely. Do you not find this a bit hard on the eyes? It is somewhat, yet still quite thrilling that aren't you thirsty eating those seeds? I have water here, 20 copper coins for a pot. Seeing his body unharmed, Yi Xiaofan returned to Nalan Hongwu's side, to his astonishment. He beheld Nalan Hongwu and Tajizi, bare-chested, engage in a wrestling match. Why Yi Xiaofan once again fell into a state of shock. Oh dear, my soap has fallen, Tajizi cried out as he grappled with Nalan Hongwu. Nalan Hongwu halted his movements and separated from Tajizi. Could you help me pick it up? Tajizi requested of Nalan Hongwu. From their earlier tussle, Nalan Hongwu had discerned that Tajizi's magical power was on par with his own, though he clearly lacked agility. Considering the time it would take for him to bend down and retrieve the soap was approximately 0.5 seconds, while Tajizi, 6 meters away, would need about 1.2 seconds to reach him. He posed no threat. With this in mind, Nalan Hongwu bent down to retrieve the soap. Finally, I've got you. You certainly did not expect that I'm actually a magician, Tajizi smirked wickedly. Ice pillar, rise, Tajizi shouted, summoning a massive conical ice pillar from the ground behind Nalan Hongwu. Arg! Nalan Hongwu let out a wretched scream, clutching his back while casting a fierce glare at Tajizi. Yi Xiaofan emerged from his petrified state. He noticed the surrounding guards had collectively turned to stone, scratching his head in confusion. When he saw the blood flowing from Nalan Hongwu's back, his gaze toward Tajizi grew increasingly dangerous. How dare he harm the old man? Truly unforgivable. Tajizi, eyeing the wounded Nalan Hongwu, remarked, It appears you are injured. I shall have to retrieve it myself. With that, Tajizi began to stride toward the soap. With each step Tajizi took, Nalan Hongwu retreated, maintaining a steady 6-meter distance. Upon reaching the soap, Tajizi bent down slowly. I am about to pick it up. Observing the wicked grin on Tajizi's face, Nalan Hongwu felt an acute pain in his back, just as Tajizi was about to touch the soap. Nalan Hongwu suddenly produced a dagger, infusing it with magical energy and hurling it toward Tajizi. Unexpectedly, a magical shield made of ice appeared behind Tajizi, deflecting the enchanted dagger. Tajizi, rising to his feet, hurled the soap forcefully at Nalan Hongwu. With a thunderous explosion, the soap detonated before Nalan Hongwu, sending a massive shockwave that stirred the dust on the ground. Old man, Yi Xiaofan shouted toward Nalan Hongwu's position, magical energy gradually emanating from him. Tajizi suddenly sensed a chilling foreboding and turned to look behind him. In that instant, Nalan Hongwu emerged from the smoke, and scathed, his right hand coalescing into a sword-like gesture, thrusting toward Tajizi with great force. Arg! Another anguished cry escaped Tajizi as he clutched his back, his eyes filled with venomous intent as he glared at Nalan Hongwu. Truly, you are worthy of being the vice president of Rod Academy. Your methods are commendable. Compared to you, I still fall short, Nalan Hongwu retorted without hesitation. Hovering above, Yi Xiaofan assessed Tajizi's injury, then glanced at Nalan Hongwu, the surging magical energy within him slowly dissipating. Yi Xiaofan exhibited signs of a dark transformation. Below, Nalan Hongwu raised his right hand, launching a fierce assault against Tajizi, who, while dodging the attacks, simultaneously prepared a spell with one hand. Cease this at once. In the midst of aerial combat, Xiaofan, who had been veering towards a darker path, suddenly heard a familiar voice. Following the sound, he beheld the elderly man he had encountered upon returning from the mysterious realm. Upon recognizing the visitor, Nalan Hongwu, Dajizi, and an entire contingent of royal guards all knelt down in reverence. It turned out that he was none other than the emperor of the Xinjiang kingdom. Yi Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. The emperor approached the kneeling assembly, flanked by the cohort Yi Xiaofan had met previously. Nalan Hongwu, we are friends, are we not? We even attended the road academy together. Pray tell, what brings you to my palace in such a manner? The emperor inquired. Dragon Ao Tian 3, I trust one have not offended you to provoke such ire. Yi Xiaofan mused that he should have never set foot in Xinjiang kingdom. Dragon Ao Tian 3, are you vying for the protagonist role? Your Majesty, I meant no offense, but there is an urgent matter I must discuss with you. Nalan Hongwu replied, his head bowed in respect. Though many years had passed, the memories of their time at Road Academy remained vivid for Nalan Hongwu. A haunting nightmare he could never forget. In the opulent palace of Xinjiang kingdom, Nalan Hongwu stood respectfully behind Dragon Ao Tian 3, while Yi Xiaofan lay upon an exquisitely luxurious bed. Truly, this palace is magnificent. Even the bedding is woven from silkworm silk. Yi Xiaofan marveled at the grandeur in his ghostly state. Just a few days ago, I saw that young girl, full of vitality. Who would have thought? Dragon Ao Tian 3 sighed, gazing at Yi Xiaofan's unconscious form. Upon hearing the emperor's words, Nalan Hongwu's voice trembled with emotion. It is my fault. Had I not been so forceful in knocking on her door, she would not have ended up like this. Your Majesty, High Priest Hark has arrived. A maid announced, "T last. Allow Hark to enter." Dragon Ao Tian 3 commanded. And Nalan Hongwu's expression mirrored his excitement. Hark the High Priest. He sounds formidable, Yi Xiaofan thought, drifting closer to his own body on the sumptuous bed. Your Majesty, a youthful voice called out, prompting Yi Xiaofan to rise in surprise. A boy no older than 7 or 8 knelt before Dragon Ao Tian 3. Nalan Hongwu gazed at the boy with uncontainable excitement, murmuring repeatedly, Hark is here. The girl is saved. Hark is here. The girl is saved. What? This little brat is the kingdom's high priest. Surely, you jest. Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in disbelief as he regarded Hark. Rise, Hark, the emperor instructed. Quickly, see to this young girl. Responding to the emperor's command, Hark approached the bed, gazing at Yi Xiaofan. Who is this? He inquired, astonished by the sight of her earthly form. How long until she is healed, Hark? Nalan Hongwu asked, hope gleaming in his eyes. Let me first understand how she came to be in such a state. Hark countered, not answering directly. Nalan Hongwu, feeling somewhat guilty, explained, this morning, I went to wake her for training, but after calling for a long while, there was no response. And then you forcefully broke down the door, only to collide with her as she was about to open it. Am I correct? Hark interjected, his youthful voice articulating the conclusion. Nalan Hongwu nodded, a wry smile on his face. Indeed, that is accurate. But how did you know? Well, having known you for so many years and sharing a dormitory, I could hardly be oblivious to your character, Hark replied, adjusting the non-existent glasses on his face. Wait a moment. You mean to say you have known the old man for so long and are still a child? Does that mean you are over 100 years old? Yi Xiaofan's mind struggled to comprehend. Mother, I want to go home, Yi Xiaofan lamented, a look of despair etched across her face. I have a rough understanding of the situation. To be frank, I cannot guarantee I can save her, Hark informed Nalan Hongwu. Hark, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, you must save her, Nalan Hongwu implored, nearly on his knees. Hark regarded him with evident difficulty. Hark, we are all old classmates. Do your utmost to assist him. You know his granddaughter, Dragon Ao Tian 3 interjected. Granddaughter? Since when did the old man have a granddaughter? Yi Xiaofan queried in confusion. Did I understand? Your Majesty, Hark said, bowing slightly. He then turned to Nalan Hongwu. Your concern for this girl stems from her remarkable resemblance to your granddaughter. Does it not? Nalan Hongwu remained silent. Why, Yi Xiaofan stared at him in astonishment. I know of a method to save her, but I am uncertain if you will accept it, Hark continued. Upon hearing that there was a way to save Yi Xiaofan, Nalan Hongwu instantly replied, I accept. I will agree to any method that. Why, Yi Xiaofan's eyes lit up, setting aside the matter of Nalan Hongwu's granddaughter, and looked at Hark earnestly. However, you must allow me to explain fully. This is not a simple task. Hark cautioned, seeing no one speak. Hark continued, 300 years ago, a rogue created a mysterious magic, which you all are aware of. Are you referring to that? No, absolutely not. Nalan Hongwu vehemently opposed, why Yi Xiaofan lay in bewilderment. Utterly confused as to what magic could provoke such a strong reaction from the old man, she was struck with immense force, causing her soul to be expelled from her body. The only way to return her soul is through this method, Hark asserted, pushing up his non-existent glasses once more. What is this magic? Stop speaking in half-truths. You are driving me mad, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in frustration. Nalan Hongwu hesitated, but if we proceed, how will she live her life afterwards? The dual cultivation magic was originally a secret technique employed by that rogue to enhance his own magical prowess through the energies of others. Yet it imparts an ethereal sensation that be why harnessing this feeling. One can forcibly draw the soul back into the body, Hark elaborated. Nalan Hongwu stood in indecision, his heart rife with conflict. Even Dragon Aotan III appeared uncertain, while Yi Xiaofan's eyes widened in horror as she desperately tried to merge with her physical form. I refuse. I would rather die than consent to this, regrettably. In her ghostly state, Yi Xiaofan was unable to touch anything, including her own body. Had this occurred before her transformation, she might have acquiesced if her partner were not particularly unappealing. But now, transformed into a woman, the thought of engaging in such acts with another man filled her with dread. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Yi Xiaofan endeavored to return to her body, a faint purple glow emanated from her form, and the silver necklace adorning her neck began to crack. Enough, Nalan Hongwu. It is time to make a decision. If the soul remains separated for too long, it may never return, Hark urged, with anguish. Nalan Hongwu shut his eyes. Come in, Hark called out to the door. The door creaked open, revealing a hunched man with a grotesque growth on his face that I refuse. Help! Yi Xiaofan shrieked, sitting up in bed, with a sigh of relief. She realized it had all been a dream. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she exhaled deeply. Who lay beside her, glanced at Yi Xiaofan with round eyes before turning away to continue sleeping. Dudu, what troubles you? Yi Xiaofan lifted Dudu from the bed, playfully manipulating the little creature's body. Despite Dudu's internal reluctance, it could only accept its fate in silence. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, casting a mysterious veil over Yi Xiaofan's delicate form. As Dudu was placed upon her lap, Yi Xiaofan gazed at its snowy white belly and remarked, what if such a situation were to arise? One must be cautious of the unexpected, hence it is wise to prepare in advance. Wouldn't you agree to? Dudu responded, utterly bewildered by Yi Xiaofan's words. Setting Dudu aside, Yi Xiaofan rose to stand before the mirror, narcissistically exclaiming, it is all due to this exquisite face of mine. Otherwise, I would have no cause for concern. Eureka! She suddenly exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The mirror reflected her face, adorned with an air of cunning and triumph. Meanwhile, the restless Dudu cast a glance at Yi Xiaofan, who was lost in her daydream, and silently hopped onto the table to feast on the dried fish Yi Xiaofan had prepared for it. Dudu ate. Yet a look of agony crossed its face. Suddenly, the dormitory door was thrust open with a loud bang. I'm back. Did you miss Joanna who just walked in? Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan standing before the mirror, she swallowed the latter part of her sentence. Inside the room, Yi Xiaofan was applying a dark, murky substance to her face, rendering it akin to something charred. Meanwhile, Dudu was fervently devouring the dried fish on the table. Shao Yi, Joanna stammered, pointing at Yi Xiaofan, her body trembling uncontrollably. Why Yi Xiaofan turned her head towards the entrance. Joanna, did you miss me? Completely oblivious to how terrifying her appearance was, she flashed a broad smile at Joanna. With a sharp scream, Joanna collapsed to the floor. Upon witnessing Joanna's fainting, Yi Xiaofan rushed forward to assist her, only to be outpaced by another. Kales rushed through the dormitory corridor, excitedly envisioning the surprise on Yi Xiaofan's face upon her sudden return. However, as she neared the dormitory door, Kales heard Joanna scream and hurriedly ran towards the entrance. There, she found Joanna sprawled on the ground and Yi Xiaofan, whose face resembled that of a burnt offering. "Joanna, what happened?" After Joanna, Kales became the second to faint at the dormitory entrance. Why Yi Xiaofan gazed speechlessly at her two sisters on the floor and turned to the mirror beside her. "Am I truly that terrifying?" After saying this, she turned her head and spotted Suri, standing at the door. Suri, too, succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Why Yi Xiaofan muttered to herself in bewilderment, "Perhaps I should wash this off." Didu, meanwhile, continued its relentless assault on the dried fish atop the table. With her face cleansed, Yi Xiaofan sat on her bed, subjected to the critiques of her three roommates. "Xiao Yi, even if you are bored alone, you cannot frighten others like that. Look at the state you've put Joanna and Kales in." Suri was the first to speak, her tone devoid of emotion. Yet Yi Xiaofan sensed an undertone of fear within her words. Feeling uneasy under Yi Xiaofan's mischievous smile, Suri chided, "Stop laughing and be serious." Kales feigned anger as she addressed Yi Xiaofan. "Indeed, Xiao Yi, you nearly scared me to death." Joanna chimed in, pulling tufts of fur from Didu. Didu endured the pain of having its fur plucked. The three women took turns admonishing Yi Xiaofan, who, unable to bear it any longer, shared her nightmare and the countermeasure she had devised with her roommates. "So, what do you think of my idea?" Yi Xiaofan looked at them with an expression full of hope for praise. In response, the trio stared at her, as if she were a fool. Didu joined in the disapproval. Feeling disheartened, Yi Xiaofan said, "Well, I suppose it isn't that great, but you haven't told me how you all returned." "Xiao Yi, could it be that you're truly oblivious? School starts tomorrow." Kales looked at Yi Xiaofan with pity. Why Yi Xiaofan turned her gaze to Joanna and Suri, who nodded in agreement that, "My vacation has slipped away just like that. I haven't had enough fun yet." Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in despair, clutching her head. This familiar scene reminded Yi Xiaofan of her dark and dreary student life in her past existence. By the way, Xiao Yi, I heard from Xiong that Mage has dropped out. That you've been at school. Do you know what happened?" Kale suddenly inquired. Well, Yi Xiaofan hesitated, unsure how to respond. Should she tell Kales, I played her to the brink. Now she is hiding somewhere, honing her skills. If she were to say that, Kales would surely be furious with her. Tell her I have returned to inherit the family business. Unbeknownst to her, Mage had stood beside Yi Xiaofan, saying, "By the way, let her inform Xiong that I am sorry. I could not fulfill my previous promise." Why Yi Xiaofan glanced at Mage, wanting to say something but failing to find the words. With a sigh, she relayed Mage's message to Kales that he truly said that. "This complicates matters." Kales responded, a look of concern etched on her face. That Yi Xiaofan and the others watched Kales with curiosity. "Do not look at me like that. I do not know the specifics. All I know is that Xiong and Mage seem to have some kind of agreement, and Xiong values it greatly." Kales explained. "Why are you all staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Kales asked innocently, touching her cheeks. Joanna grasped Kales' left arm and demanded, "Come clean. When did you and that Xiong start?" Suri took hold of Kales' right arm and added, "Confess freely. Resistance will only lead to harsher consequences." Yi Xiaofan watched the playful banter with amusement as she discreetly waved goodbye to Mage, who was leaving through the window. Unbeknownst to them, summer had quietly arrived. The intense sunlight scorched the earth, while cicadas hidden in the shade chirped restlessly. Under the insistence of Kales and Suri, Yi Xiaofan shed her heavy mage robes and donned a light t-shirt and short skirt. "Kales, this is far too short." Yi Xiaofan awkwardly twisted her body, tugging at the white skirt that barely covered her thighs. Kales gazed at her with sparkling eyes. "Not at all. Summer requires a summer look. Wearing mage robes would be sweltering." "Quite fitting," Suri remarked calmly from the side. That Yi Xiaofan noticed the stockings and high heels in Suri's possession, realizing she might not escape today. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" Joanna burst into the room. Breathless after just finishing a supplementary class, as Suri looked on in confusion, Yi Xiaofan stealthily concealed Suri's stockings and heels in her spatial ring. "Joanna, what is going on?" Suri asked, oblivious to Yi Xiaofan's actions. After catching her breath, Joanna replied, The school festival is about to begin. The school festival, a grand event held to commemorate the anniversary of Rod Academy. Oh. The three responded disinterestedly, while Suri produced another pair of stockings from seemingly nowhere. Kales, meanwhile, prepared a longer t-shirt for Yi Xiaofan. Are you even listening to me? Joanna pouted in frustration. Suri pushed Yi Xiaofan onto the bed, attempting to force the stockings onto her. It's merely a school festival. There's no need to make such a fuss. Exactly. As long as we have fun and enjoy ourselves, that is enough to honor the founders. Kales chimed in, tugging at Yi Xiaofan's top. I say, you ruffians. Do not, Yi Xiaofan protested, her face flushed with embarrassment. Noticing the lack of interest from everyone, Joanna dejectedly returned to her bed. Oh, I initially planned to discuss participating in the Ten Kings tournament with you. A sudden hush enveloped the air. The Ten Kings tournament? Sui was the first to shatter the silence, turning to gaze at Joanna, her eyes glimmering with an inexplicable radiance. Joanna nodded and spoke. It is said that this is to fill the vacancy left by Eurildil. The individual elected as the new Ten Kings shall be granted a day's excursion to the Palace's Purple Light Secret Realm. The Azure Orchid Continent is home to numerous secret realms, and the Purple Light Secret Realm is but one of them, controlled by the royal family of the Starry Kingdom. It is rumored to be as breathtakingly beautiful as a celestial paradise. Moreover, legend has it that if a couple enters this realm together, they shall love each other eternally, never to part. The Purple Light's secret realm. Careless excitement sparkled in Kailaizi's eyes as she looked at Joanna. Joanna continued, That's not all. It is said there is also a reward of 1,000 gold coins. 1,000 gold coins. Yi Xiaofan nearly drooled at the thought. Recently, she had been troubled by a lack of funds. Upon her arrival in this world, Nalan Han Wu had given her around 20 coins, all of which she had spent without a trace. Lately, Yi Xiaofan had been relying on selling magical materials to make ends meet. But the worthless materials brought little profit, and she was reluctant to part with the valuable ones, leaving her in a rather dire situation. Indeed, it is unfortunate that none of you seem interested. Joanna lamented, raising her head to find the three of them fixated on her. Weren't you all disinterested? Joanna couldn't help but curl up on the bed. For their respective dreams and pursuits, the four residents of the dormitory had all gathered at the registration point for the competition. Yi Xiaofan surveyed the vast crowd and couldn't help but feel hesitant. With so many people, perhaps we should just forget it. Regrettably, the other three paid her no mind, their eyes glued to the instructor in charge of registration. As if in response to their fervor, the sun in the sky generously radiated its warmth. Why, Yi Xiaofan, are you here to compete for the 10 Kings as well? Just so you know, I will not lose to you again. Turning her head, Yi Xiaofan found a golden-haired beauty with twin ponytails standing before her. Oh, it's you, Tina. Long time no see, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed in surprise. Ever since Tina had been defeated by her in their last duel. Yi Xiaofan had heard that she had gone into seclusion for intensive training. See her here, now, astonished Yi Xiaofan. Humph, Tina huffed, positioning herself behind Yi Xiaofan. Noticing Tina's silence, Yi Xiaofan wisely turned away. Tina, realizing that Yi Xiaofan was indeed ignoring her, opened her mouth to call out, but no words came forth. As they continued to stand in the lengthy queue, Yi Xiaofan yawned out of boredom. The others in the dormitory were engrossed in their own thoughts, completely disregarding her. As for Tina, contemplating her haughty demeanor, Yi Xiaofan decisively chose to let it go. Verdant winds. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd, and a green wind swept through from the front. This wind was like a sharp dagger, leaving numerous small wounds on those it passed. Heavy shield, just as the wind was about to blow over. Yi Xiaofan was about to summon her magical energy to defend herself, when another voice resonated through the throng. A massive earthen wall rose to shield the crowd. Abel, Austin, do you two want to end up in detention? The instructor overseeing the registration swiftly appeared in the line, pulling out the two who had unleashed their spells. Rod Academy strictly prohibits students from engaging in private duels, except for sanctioned matches. Should any student be caught violating this rule, they may face confinement or, in severe cases, expulsion from the academy. Each year, many naive new students are expelled due to this regulation. Swiftwind, Austin, and Heavy Shield Abel. Tina remarked from behind, Yi Xiaofan. Fourth-year students, They're strong contenders for this tournament. Fourth year. They're about to graduate, yet they still participate in the tournament? Yi Xiaofan questioned, puzzled as she looked at Tina. Tina wore an expression as if she had been defeated by Yi Xiaofan. Fourth years can apply to extend their studies. How did you not know this? Yi Xiaofan blinked innocently. The T-Rod Academy. Students nearing graduation who feel their abilities are insufficient may apply to extend their studies for up to 3 years, after which graduation is compulsory. Essentially, nearly every fourth-year student delays their graduation for 3 years to take advantage of the Academy's abundant resources for unrestricted training. Xiao Yi, sometimes you really need to brush up on your common knowledge, Surui said to Yi Xiaofan, emerging from her fervent state with a blank expression. On this day, the Academy Festival's 10 Kings tournament officially commenced, with Yi Xiaofan, reluctantly compelled by Ivran to perform a dance at the opening ceremony, standing bashfully on stage. Alongside her on the stage were the other 9 beauties, all renowned members of Rod Academy. Prior to this, they had rehearsed the dance countless times, so despite her shyness, Yi Xiaofan executed the movements flawlessly. As the music played, the 10 enchanting maidens clad in midriff-bearing outfits and short skirts danced gracefully to the rhythm. The male students of Rod Academy watched, drooling as they admired the spectacle before them. Meister, this year's students are truly impressive, remarked Long Outyin III, fixated on the stage as he spoke to Meister from the judging panel. Haha, thank you for your praise, your majesty, Meister replied without taking his eyes off the stage. As the performance concluded, Yi Xiaofan retreated backstage, muttering to herself amidst the raucous noise outside, what a bunch of creatures who think with their lower halves. In that moment, she completely forgot that not long ago, she had been one of them. Xiao Yi, hurry and change your clothes. The competition will commence shortly, Surui urged Yi Xiaofan. Quickly, they dashed into the changing room. After changing outfits, Yi Xiaofan and Surui hurriedly made their way to the central square upon hearing the call for participants to gather. The 10 Kings tournament was divided into 3 phases. After these phases, the remaining contestants would engage in a series of matches to determine the new 10 Kings. Notably, this year's competition would see the election of new 10 Kings. Those previously honored with the title must also participate and win to retain their claim to it. Goddess of Night, go! Goddess of Night, go! Yi Xiaofan, donned in a cream-colored t-shirt and shorts, with her long hair tied to one side, walked shoulder to shoulder with Surui into the central square. The audience erupted with fervent cheers from the members of the Night Knights. In an instant, the only sound left in the stands was that of the Night Knights. Although there were many participants in this competition, there were also those with enough self-awareness to choose to be mere cheerers. Most members of the Night Knights fell into this category. Everyone, please quiet down. I will first explain the rules of the competition, Nalan Hongwu announced as he stood before the crowd, waiting for most to gather. Due to the large number of participants, it was impossible to call out names individually. Thus, any who failed to arrive on time would be deemed to have forfeited. This competition would feature a total of 2,234 participants. Shortly, I, along with the other instructors, will transport everyone to the foot of the magic ancient mountain. Those who pass within the designated time will proceed to the next round. The magic ancient mountain, located within the Starry Kingdom, is said to be the site of the ancient demon king's demise. It takes an ordinary person approximately 2 days to traverse from the base to the summit. This competition is limited to a duration of 10 hours, and apart from the prohibition against murder, there are no other rules. With that, Nalan Hongwu activated the spatial transfer magic array, and with the assistance of the other instructors, transported the more than 2,000 participants to the foot of the magic ancient mountain. During this competition, magical crystals will provide real-time broadcasts for everyone. After all participants have been transported, Nalan Hongwu addressed the audience and judges. After a brief moment of dizziness, Yi Xiaofan found herself standing before a towering mountain range, accompanied only by 2 or 3 fellow competitors, while Surui seemed to have vanished. This feeling was reminiscent of her experience in the City of Water. Yi Xiaofan recalled the scene when she encountered the high-level species trafficking group. It had also begun with a wave of dizziness, indicating that they had used spatial transfer magic then as well. Yi Xiaofan pondered. Above her, the screen projected by the magical crystal continued to display Nalan Hongwu, who was still explaining the competition rules. And now, Let the competition commence. With a command from Nalan Hongwu, the countdown began on the screen. The individuals surrounding Yi Xiaofan rushed eagerly towards the summit of Magic Ancient Mountain. What is the hurry? After all, there are 10 hours. They will surely have enough time. Yi Xiaofan sauntered into the depths of the mountain, retrieving a pear-like fruit from her spatial ring. She took a crisp bite, and a sweet, fragrant flavor tantalized her taste buds. This orange fruit is quite delightful. I must procure more next time, she mumbled to herself while enjoying the treat. As Yi Xiaofan leisurely made her way up the mountain, a fierce battle erupted among the students within Magic Ancient Mountain. Familiar faces formed teams, intent on reducing their competition by ambushing solitary students. Kaken was among them. Fortunate to be teleported with 2 classmates, as they advanced towards the peak, they hindered others along the way. Cough, cough. Kaken knelt, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale with horror as he gazed at the individual they had just ambushed. Just moments ago, when Kaken and his companions unleashed their magic and charged towards Feli, they felt an overwhelming force. Without even seeing how Feli struck, all 3 were sent flying. That Kaken's 2 companions lay unconscious on the ground. Weakness is indeed a grave sin. Feli cast a glance at Kaken before continuing on his way. The same scene played out repeatedly across Magic Ancient Mountain. Finally, after wandering for so long, I see a living soul. Why Yi Xiaofan strolled along the path, the sound of her small black shoes crunching on the dry leaves. She encountered Kaken and his 2 companions, Nigu and Shaman, who sat trembling together. Upon hearing her voice, the 3 turned their heads towards the source. Seeing Yi Xiaofan, their eyes lit up with excitement, momentarily forgetting their earlier fear. Kaken, emboldened, teased, "Isn't this the goddess of night? Come here and give her brother a shoulder massage, and I might consider escorting you to the summit." "Sure," Yi Xiaofan replied with a sweet smile, stepping towards Kaken. A glimmer of greed sparked in Kaken's eyes. Whether he could reach the summit was uncertain, let alone escorting Yi Xiaofan. However, at that moment, he was beyond caring. Having one of the 10 beauties give him a shoulder rub was a delightful indulgence. As for whether he would reach the summit, it wasn't he specified that it had to be within the allotted time. With this thought, a lecherous grin spread across Kaken's face. Nigu and Shaman exchanged envious glances at Kaken. Whispering, "Kaken, make sure she gives us a shoulder rub and leg massage too." Kaken looked at his companions with pride. Why Yi Xiaofan approached Kaken from behind, placing her delicate hands on his shoulders. "Is this the spot?" Crack! A sound of bones shattering echoed. In the depths of Mushroom Mountain, Yi Xiaofan reclined in a makeshift sedan chair woven from wood and bamboo, humming a carefree tune. A gentle breeze brushed past her ear, lifting her silky hair. Kaken, at the front, bore a grim expression as he carried the sedan. Behind him, Nigu and Shaman winced with each jolt, their wounds tearing painfully. Humph! Even in a place like this, one must not forget to enjoy. Not far from Yi Xiaofan, in the grass, 3 rugged-looking young women lay in ambush. The magical energy radiating from them suggested they possessed the strength of high-level mages. "Gaia, you take the left." "Zhao, excellent. Head to the right. I will count to 3, and then we strike," the leader instructed her companions. Their movements were not subtle. The rustling grass revealed their positions. "Kaken, Nigu." Shaman noticed the swaying grass and signaled to Kaken and Nigu. Kaken, already panting, reassured, "It's nothing. Probably just some low-level magical beast." If an uninformed person saw Kaken, they would assume him to be a formidable force. In reality, Kaken was also within that low-level range. Envying Kaken, Shaman lowered his guard, and one noticed the relaxed Yi Xiaofan in the sedan, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. What was that saying? Truly, 3 little mice in a flurry. After forcibly stuffing the last fishbowl into Dudu's mouth and wiping her greasy hands, Yi Xiaofan quietly summoned her magical energy. Before the competition, Su Rue had repeatedly cautioned Yi Xiaofan to only showcase her apparent strength, although she could only utilize the power of a mid-level magical warrior. It was sufficient for these weaklings. Why Yi Xiaofan confidently patted Dudu's little head. 1, 2, 3 attack. Suddenly, 3 robust-looking young women sprang from the grass beside Yi Xiaofan, brandishing their weapons. Gaia and Zhao Xen struck from the left and right, swiftly toppling Kaken and his companions to the ground. "Damn it, I came to this competition, and all I did was get beaten up, Kaken lamented as he lay on the ground, gazing sorrowfully at the sky. Take this. A flash of blades cut through the air as the commanding girl descended. Wai Xiaofan deftly sidestepped the attack, or so it appeared to onlookers. She managed to evade Jama's strike. It seems the opponent is not merely a pretty face. Gaia and Zhao Xen, standing over Kaken and his companions, stared in astonishment at Yi Xiaofan. It appears I underestimated you. Yi Xiaofan, my name is Jama. You have the right to know it. Seems even those from another world have their moments of youthful folly. Yi Xiaofan thought, unable to suppress her sarcasm, and took a step back, escaping the encirclement of the three that Jama advanced, flanked by Gaia and Zhao Xen, creating a triangulated pressure on Yi Xiaofan. Yi Xiaofan retreated. Jama pressed forward. What an opportunity, Yi Xiaofan thought, watching Jama approach. A spark of determination ignited in her eyes as her fiery form surged forward, appearing before Jama in an instant. A mocking smile crept onto Jama's face. The three fourth-year students had honed an uncanny synergy in the dark forest, with countless magical beasts falling to their combined might. Jama was confident that Yi Xiaofan, one of the 10 beauties, would be no exception. Soon, she would have Yi Xiaofan beneath her heel, proving that true strength does not require beauty. Dodging the initial punch, Gaia's assault would follow, leaving Yi Xiaofan no escape with this in mind. Jama stepped back, her fiery fist poised to strike. After the first attack missed its mark, Yi Xiaofan's second strike followed with tremendous force aimed directly at Jama. Impossible, Jama gasped, her eyes wide with terror as she beheld the incoming attack. Unprepared for Yi Xiaofan's ability to retaliate, Jama found herself at a loss. The roaring flames illuminated Jama's features, casting her in stark relief. Why Yi Xiaofan stood firm, delighting in her own power. Are you all right? Big sister, Gaia and Zhao Xen looked on with concern as Jama was sent sprawling. Why are you two just standing there? Jama, rising from the ground, demanded of her companions, although Jama appeared somewhat better after being struck by Yi Xiaofan. The thrill of dominating a man beneath her heel was exhilarating. Gaia, lost in her delight, remarked, while also stepping on Kaken beneath her feet. The already unconscious Kaken groaned in agony, slipping back into unconsciousness. Indeed, big sister, at last, a man has fallen at my feet. Zhao Xen nodded in agreement, her body jiggling with emotion. Why Yi Xiaofan looked at Zhao Xen, her expression filled with disbelief. Don't you feel any shame saying that? Struggling to rise, Jama was clearly hurt from Yi Xiaofan's punch. You two fools, come here. Once we claim the title of the 10 kings, untold men will kneel at your feet, begging for your indulgence. No, I think that is unlikely, came the retort. Why Yi Xiaofan shook her head at Jama. The three of them surrounded Yi Xiaofan tightly, their energy locking on her with an unwavering grip, causing the atmosphere to grow increasingly oppressive. As she surveyed the three individuals around her and sensed the pervasive pressure in the air, Yi Xiaofan's expression turned grave. This is truly unexpected. I never anticipated that their combined strength could exert such formidable pressure on me. The second stance of the Heavenly King sword technique, sword dance of 1,000 autumns. The first to launch an attack was Gaia, wielding a colossal sword nearly 2 meters in height, which danced through the air with a thunderous momentum. Sweeping towards Yi Xiaofan. Why Yi Xiaofan deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding Gaia's powerful strike. The massive sword, now devoid of its target, mercilessly cleaved into a nearby tree, a trunk so thick it would take 3 adult men to encircle it. Severing it cleanly in two, the sound of the ancient tree crashing to the ground echoed thunderously, resonating throughout the entire magic ancient mountain. Have people become so ferocious nowadays? A rather handsome young man, situated halfway up the mountain, remarked as he observed the direction from which the sound emanated. Riesta, do you agree with the suggestion I put forth? The handsome young man faced another, who looked at him with evident dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, having barely caught her breath after evading Gaia's strike, Yi Xiaofan found Zhao Xen silently approaching her from behind. The long spear struck like a venomous snake from an unexpected angle towards Yi Xiaofan. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaofan reached back and seized Zhao Xen's spear. Allah Allah, ambushing is not the behavior of a good child, you know. Zhao Xen, caught off guard by Yi Xiaofan's playful smile, couldn't he help but break into a cold sweat. Grasping Xiao Xian's spear, Yi Xiaofan engulfed it in searing flames, turning it a fiery crimson. Just as Yi Xiaofan and Zhao Xian were locked in a standoff, Jiama brought her large blade down upon Yi Xiaofan with great force. In that instant, the air seemed to crystallize that Yi Xiaofan was poised to disarm Zhao Xian of her spear when an instinctive feeling of danger surged within her. Almost reflexively, Yi Xiaofan slightly leaned to the side that a wave of blade energy sliced through the air a mere 3 centimeters from her, carving a massive gash into the ground. Heavenly Blade, 12 cuts. Jiama finally uttered the name of her technique. A hint of pride in her voice. Yi Xiaofan arched her willow-like brows and retorted, Heavenly Origin 12 blades. They say one can unleash 12 strikes in an instant upon mastering it. But you, my dear, still have a long way to go. The legendary originator of this technique was said to be an ordinary person, devoid of magical abilities, who once used it to vanquish a being of saintly caliber, earning the title of Sword Sage. Alas, the lifespan of an ordinary human rarely exceeds a mere century. After this individual's passing, no one has ever been able to refine this technique to its pinnacle, nor has anyone succeeded in inheriting the title of Sword Sage. Indeed, I can only manage 3 strikes at present, Jiama admitted, her face reflecting a sense of defeat. The trio once again encircled Yi Xiaofan. Now fully aware of her capabilities in that fleeting moment of 12 strikes, perhaps I could give it a try. Yi Xiaofan pondered, retrieving an iron branch from her spatial ring. The tip of the branch pointed towards the ground. What she held was no ordinary branch, but a millennium-old iron tree limb, previously acquired from Baisan Yang, who possessed a vast collection of treasures. This branch was indeed one of a kind. Observing Yi Xiaofan's actions, Gaia turned to Jiama and exclaimed, Sister, I assent that the initial stance of the Heavenly Blade 12 cuts. Could she possibly know it as well? Jiama's face blanched in shock. How is that even possible? Yi Xiaofan raised the branch and swung it towards Jiama. Though the motion was rapid, it appeared to Jiama as if it was unfolding in slow motion. The visual distortion left Jiama with a heavy sensation in her chest. As Yi Xiaofan wielded the branch, the air once more became thick with tension. A gentle breeze swept through, tearing Jiama's garments in two with a resounding rip. Sister, Gaia, and Zhao Xian gasped in horror as they watched Jiama. Stunned, gaze at the halves of her clothing that lay on the ground, bashfully covering herself. Jiama stood there, completely exposed, her robust hands shielding her bosom, while her thick thighs pressed tightly together like 2 colossal pillars. The flesh around her abdomen quivered with each of Jiama's startled cries, and an unnatural flush crept onto her face. Yi Xiaofan turned away, covering her eyes. This is far too eye-watering. After a considerable time, once Jiama had donned a new outfit, Yi Xiaofan turned back to regard the trio. My apologies. It's my first time using this technique, and I'm still quite unskilled. Shall we continue? Yi Xiaofan sheepishly scratched her head. With that, Yi Xiaofan aimed the branch at the 3, flames of magical energy coiling around it. The trio exchanged glances and, in unison, knelt before Yi Xiaofan, declaring, We pledge our allegiance to you, great sister. Huh. Yi Xiaofan tilted her head. Observing the 3. Jiama, not lifting her gaze, explained, I have been practicing the Heavenly Blade 12 cuts since I was 7. It has been 10 years, and I can still only muster 3 strikes. Yet you, great sister, have achieved such mastery merely by observing. Therefore, please accept our submission and become our leader. The last phrase was echoed in unison by the 3. Yi Xiaofan, petite in stature, walked ahead, followed by 3 formidable women. With a flick of her wrist, the trio approached her, presenting an array of teas and snacks. Oh no, I don't want any of that, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed, startled by the imagined scenario before her. Great sister, you must accept our offerings. The trio inched closer, kneeling to, I don't want it. Please, step away. If you refuse to accept us, we shall follow you relentlessly until you agree to our request. I don't want it. Help! Yi Xiaofan cried, her voice tinged with desperation as she fled into the distance. Great sister, wait for us. The trio rose and pursued Yi Xiaofan. Regardless of the realm, fans are always the most fearsome entities. If they happen to be fervent and obsessive fans, their intensity multiplies 100-fold. Given the imposing physiques of Jiama and her companions, one would assume it impossible for them to catch up to Yi Xiaofan. Yet, the reality was that even as Yi Xiaofan gasped for breath, Jiama and her companions remained unfazed, maintaining their pursuit. "I'm frightened of you all. I concede. Is that all right?" "Fear not, great sister. We shall assist you in completing the competition." The trio thumped their chests in assurance to Yi Xiaofan. After the trio's relentless persistence, a weary Yi Xiaofan found herself reluctantly accepting these three little fans. "I'll pretend to accept for now and find a way to shake them off later," she mused. With that thought, Yi Xiaofan addressed the trio. "I'm exhausted. Could you please construct a palanquin for me?" Thus, Yi Xiaofan reclined upon a makeshift palanquin woven from bamboo, leisurely humming a tune in her hand. She held a fruit resembling an apple, savoring its delectable taste. Du, nestled in Yi Xiaofan's embrace, gazed longingly at the snow fruit in her hand, drooling uncontrollably. Noticing the dampness on her clothing, Yi Xiaofan turned to Du. "Are you hungry?" She waved the snow fruit enticingly in front of Du. Du nodded eagerly at the sight of the fruit. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Yi Xiaofan retrieved a bag of dried fish from her spatial ring and placed it before Du. "Finish it all. If you can't, you'll get a smack." With teary eyes, Du picked a piece of dried fish from the bag. "Great sister is so kind." The three bearers of the palanquin watched Yi Xiaofan's actions, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement. Could it be that kindness is the secret to the great sister's beauty and strength? I too wished to follow in her footsteps, lost in their fantasies. As Yi Xiaofan was comfortably carried towards the summit of the magic ancient mountain, more than half of the competitors had already reached the halfway point, but were intercepted by two individuals. "Rias to Jilu, on what grounds do you prevent us from passing?" "By this," Jilu proclaimed, delivering a punch that sent the questioner flying, crashing through several trees before coming to a halt. "Huh. Those incapable of withstanding a single punch from me have no right to participate in the Ten Kings Championship." Jiru cast a disdainful glance at those present, yet constrained by his formidable prowess, the crowd dared not voice their resentment. With an arrogant gaze, Jiru surveyed the surrounding competitors. Suddenly, a colossal stone pillar materialized beneath him. In a state of panic, Jiru leapt into the air, only to be struck down by a fierce gust of wind. Yes, the bravado he had spoken proved to be merely of this caliber. A diminutive girl clad in a purple dress stepped forth from the throng, her expression calm as she addressed the fallen Zhu. If Yi Xiaofan were present, he would surely be astonished to discover that the assailant was none other than Su Rui. Trailing behind her were Ka Lei Si and Xiao Na. "Xiao Na, this is the first time I've witnessed Su Rui in action. I never imagined she would be this formidable. Indeed, I share your sentiments." As Jiru rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he remarked, "So, it is Su Rui of the 10 Beauties. I didn't expect her to be quite so spicy." Channeling his magic, Jiru gazed at Su Rui with gleaming eyes. "Jiru, you have already lost," Lysta interjected, blocking Jiru's path with a serious demeanor. "Bah!" Jiru spat a thick phlegm onto the ground, sidestepping to allow Su Rui to pass. As Ka Lei Si and Xiao Na followed closely behind Su Rui, they couldn't resist giving Jiru a victory sign as they passed. The onlookers gazed at Su Rui with envy. Yes, there's such a strong individual among the 10 Beauties. Enough of such nonsense. Every one of the 10 Beauties is powerful in every conceivable sense. Under the admiring gazes of the crowd, Su Rui maintained her serene expression, gradually vanishing from sight. The remaining contestants continued to lock eyes with Jiru and Lysta in a standoff, which persisted until the sun reached its zenith, marking the halfway point of the competition. Yi Xiaofan, seated in a palanquin crafted from bamboo, approached the gathering. What brings such a multitude here? Are we having a picnic in the wild?" Yi Xiaofan inquired as he stepped down from the palanquin, surveying the crowd. "What day is it that the 10 Beauties have abandoned their flirtations to contend for the title of 10 Kings?" Jiru scoffed at Yi Xiaofan. "Little girl, if I recall correctly, your name is Yi Xiaofan. To pass through here, you must either defeat me or spend a night with me." "How shameless! A rogue! A scoundrel!" a bystander exclaimed in outrage. Promptly shielding Yi Xiaofan behind them. Yi Xiaofan looked on, bewildered by the unfolding situation. Those who dare insult the leader shall face the consequences. Xiaomar brandished a large blade, pointing it menacingly at the ground. Focusing his energy, Heavenly Blade 12 cuts. Just as Xiaomar executed the first cut, Zhu effortlessly sent the blade flying from his grasp. Xiaofan narrowed her eyes. Observing Jiru's hands, she noted that, unbeknownst to her, Jiru now wore a pair of earth-tone gloves. Xiaofan distinctly remembered that prior to Xiaomar's strike, Jiru's hands were bare. In disbelief, Xiaomar stared at Jiru. How could you so easily counter my Heavenly Blade 12 cuts? Sister, we shall assist you to or not. Gaia and Xiao Xen rushed toward Jiru, weapons in hand, but Xiaomar urgently intervened to halt them. Alas, it was too late. They had already reached Zhu, second form of the Heavenly King's swordsmanship. Thousand Autumn Dance, second form of the Overlord Spear technique, scour the world. Simultaneously, Gaia and Xiao Xen launched their attacks at Jiru, but just as they were about to strike, Jiru vanished from their line of sight. When he reappeared, he had bypassed their weapons and positioned himself behind them. The greatest flaw of long-range weaponry is the inability to counter once an opponent closes in. Jiru swiftly aimed for their midsections, unleashing two rapid punches. The earth-tone gloves now bristled with sharp spikes. Smack! The spiked gloves failed to hit Gaia and Xiao Xen, as a pair of delicate hands emerged to intercept Jiru's assault. Xiaofan had intervened to shield them. Leader, Gaia and Xiao Xen gasped in astonishment at Xiaofan's intervention. Though reluctant, Xiaofan felt a duty to protect them since they had called her leader. She fixed her piercing gaze upon Jiru, which momentarily bewildered him. If there are multiple adversaries, then, according to the agreement, I must intervene. Lysta brandished his staff and swiftly recited an incantation. In an instant, he completed the intricate and profound spell. Xiaofan. Be careful. Lysta cautioned before casting his spell. Having never seen Lysta in action, Xiaofan was unaware of his magical affinity or the nature of the spell he would unleash. This was a significant advantage for a sorcerer, as they could designate the location of their magic's effect within a certain range. Icefall. Lysta gently thrust his staff forward, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. As Xiaofan grappled with Jiru, she suddenly sensed a surge of magical energy beneath her feet. Without hesitation, she released Jiru and swiftly retreated. As she did, delicate ice flowers blossomed before her. Fortunately, the onlookers had already distanced themselves. Even Gaia and Xiao Xen had been whisked away by Xiaomar. Otherwise, the ground would have become littered with lifelike ice sculptures. Retreating to a location beyond Lysta's magical influence, Xiaofan took a deep breath. Roar of the fire dragon. A torrent of flames erupted from Xiaofan's mouth, obliterating the massive ice flowers and cascading toward Jiru, who had yet to make his escape. With her deepening comprehension of magic, Xiaofan's roar of the fire dragon had evolved beyond mere magical flames. The fire she exhaled was not only larger and more voluminous than before, but also infused with an enigmatic power, embodying an essence that could ignite anything. The immense flames struck Jiru, and the sheer force of the impact left him feeling as though he had been struck by a mountain, combined with the intense heat. It seared his skin in an instant. As the flames subsided, Jiru lay on the ground, half-burned and unconscious, exuding the aroma of roasted meat. Thankfully, Xiaofan had intentionally avoided singeing his lower half. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated to an embarrassing degree. Now, it is your turn. Xiaofan turned her icy gaze toward Lysta, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The once dashing Lysta, who always maintained his composure, glanced at the charred Jiru sprawled on the ground and hastily waved his hands at Xiaofan. Leader, I concede. Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at Lysta and addressed Xiaomar and the others. Let us depart. With that, she led the way toward the mountain's summit. Xiaomar, Gaia, and Xiao Xen hurriedly followed, lifting the bamboo palanquin as they pursued her. Astounding! How impressive! Indeed, to defeat Jiru with a single blow. The other competitors gazed at Xiaofan with admiration as she departed. What are you dawdling for? Jiru has been vanquished. Rush to the mountaintop. Indine shouted at the dazed onlookers. Indeed, no one is stopping us now. We can ascend the mountain. Ha, brothers, let us charge forward. Indine smirked at the frenzied crowd. What a stroke of luck. That monster Juru has been defeated. Now I have the opportunity to claim the title of 10 kings and fulfill the task bestowed upon me by that esteemed individual, with the crowd providing cover. He was certain he could ascend the mountain with ease. Following closely behind the throng, Indine ran while contemplating his strategy. Ice, great shield, a massive shield composed of ice materialized before the crowd, the chill emanating from it sending shivers through the gathered individuals. Lysta, what is the meaning of this? Amidst the crowd, a voice rose and inquired. It was evident that Riista and Jilu were allies, yet throughout Jilu's obstruction of the crowd, Riista had refrained from intervening. The sole instance of his involvement occurred during the recent confrontation with Yi Xiaofan. In fact, Riista had even urged Jilu to temper his strength, which led to a relatively favorable perception of him among the onlookers. However, at this moment, the gathering finally grasped that Riista was ultimately not one of their own. After Yi Xiaofan departed, Riista resumed his handsome demeanor. Although Jilu had fallen, I shall honor our agreement and leave the weak behind. Valuing the pact above all else was one of the reasons Jilu had sought Riista's assistance. Jilu had long anticipated the possibility of being rendered unconscious. Thus, he had arranged with Riista that should he succumb, Riista would serve as the barrier. Damn it! Dean glared at Riista, his eyes ablaze with fury, as if he wished to devour him whole. Unbeknownst to Riista, Dean's thoughts were lost on him, even if he were aware. He would merely dismiss them with a scornful smile. The thoughts of the weak were insignificant, akin to mere grains of sesame. Regardless of the commotion on the mountainside, Yi Xiaofan, who was now perilously close to the summit, found himself once again intercepted. This time, it was not fellow competitors but the Academy's mentors overseeing the event. 4 more had arrived, perfectly completing a group of 10, ready for the commencement, while Yi Xiaofan gazed at the speaking mentor and muttered to himself. This instructor bears an uncanny resemblance to a Sharpei from my past life. Surprisingly endearing in a peculiar way. Though he spoke to himself, the mentor, possessing remarkable strength, caught every word. With tears of joy glistening in his eyes, the mentor regarded Yi Xiaofan. After all these years. Finally, someone does not look down upon me for my appearance. His heart, as beautiful as his exterior, truly makes him an angel. The fervent gaze of the mentor rendered Yi Xiaofan uneasy. Mode, in his early 30s. Though not particularly old, bore a visage lined with wrinkles that made him appear nearly 80, coupled with his darkened skin. He sent every girl fleeing in fright, while others grew younger with the increase of magical prowess. Mode's case was the contrary. The more powerful he became, the deeper his wrinkles grew. Now a novice magic tutor, the deep creases on his face could easily serve as eyelashes. Ahem, first and foremost, allow me to congratulate you all on your imminent arrival at the peak of Magic Ancient Mountain. Following Mode's statement, he inexplicably fell silent, prompting another mentor, Xiaofan, to clear his throat and continue. However, to reach the summit, you must first pass our trials, which lie at the core of the first challenge. Yi Xiaofan raised his right hand to indicate he had something to say. Mentor, what kind of trial is it? Without waiting for Xiaofan's permission, Yi Xiaofan posed his question. Do not rush. I was just about to explain. The first trial tests your physical strength and endurance. As a magician, good stamina is fundamental to your training. Therefore, you are required to ascend to the summit of Magic Ancient Mountain within 10 hours. As for endurance, it pertains to the mental maze behind me. Following Xiaofan's gesture, the steep slope appeared to morph continuously like a labyrinth. Merely observing it induced a sense of dizziness. This was a natural maze formed by the mountain's own magical essence. Additionally, Magic Ancient Mountain harbored 8 such mazes. You must successfully endure within the maze for 20 minutes to pass this trial. Should you faint or concede, Mode, and I will rescue you. Remember, do not be reckless. In the maze, a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Yi Xiaofan raised his hand once more to inquire. Mentor, why must we wait until 10 individuals are gathered before commencing? Could we not begin with just one? That is an excellent question, replied Xiaofan, but please wait for my consent before asking. One person could indeed start alone, but the circumstances within the maze cannot be discerned from the outside. We need to utilize our mental strength to observe the situation within. In such a case, the consumption of mental energy is considerable. Therefore, we wait for a larger group to minimize the frequency of mental energy release. Upon hearing Xiaowen's explanation, Yi Xiaofan nodded in understanding. However, he held a differing viewpoint regarding Xiaowen's assertion that the maze's interior was invisible from the outside, that it was abundantly clear. Verdant mountains, crystal waters, peculiar beasts, and a force that could influence one's psyche. Right, Dudu? Yi Xiaofan inquired absently, stroking Dudu's sleek, shiny fur. Unbeknownst to him, Du, fixated on the maze, harbored a fleeting glint of crimson in its dark eyes. Since there are no further questions, let us begin to ask Xiaowen's words faded. All but Yi Xiaofan and the four companions, Jama, Gaia, and Zhao Exin, dashed into the maze. Let us enter as well. Yi Xiaofan turned to Jama, Gaia, and Zhao Exin. We shall follow our leader to the ends of the earth. The trio responded with fervor, their voices causing the very mountain to tremble. Thus, Yi Xiaofan led Jama, Gaia, and Zhao Exin into the perilous natural maze described by Xiaowen. Upon entering, Yi Xiaofan quickly noticed that Jama and the others had transformed into headless flies, frantically spinning in all directions, their distances from one another increasing. Turning to glance behind, he could clearly see Mode and Xiaowen standing there. Their eyes tightly shut, a faint membrane encased them, shielding them from harm. It appeared that this maze could obscure one's perception, yet it had no effect on mental strength. However, if it were merely this, enduring the maze for 20 minutes should prove a simple task. Why, then, did the mentors claim it was fraught with danger? Yi Xiaofan pondered deeply. While lost in thought, he suddenly spotted the first competitor who had entered the maze, frantically assaulting a small tree as if driven mad. Despite the onslaught, the tree remained unscathed, while the assailant's wounds multiplied. I see it now. This maze not only obscures perception, but also induces illusions, even reflecting all attacks back upon the assailant. Realizing this truth was not difficult. Simply refraining from striking at the sights before me would allow for a seamless passage through the maze. Ah! I truly am a genius. Yi Xiaofan laughed triumphantly, his voice echoing within the maze. Outside, Mode and Xiaowen, observing Yi Xiaofan's incessant laughter since entering, began to wonder if she had been rendered foolish by the maze. Mode, should we go in and rescue this girl? Let us wait a moment longer. I believe the angel will emerge unscathed. Angel? Xiaowen opened his eyes, regarding Mode with a look of incredulity. Suddenly, a shrill scream erupted from within a maze, prompting Mode to plunge inside and rescue a bloodied girl. Upon emerging from the maze, the girl, shaken and disoriented, surveyed her surroundings. Once she realized her safety, she disregarded her bleeding wounds and trembled as she crouched on the ground, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Within the maze, Yi Xiaofan witnessed the unfolding events with clarity at a creature resembling a cockroach, measuring 50 centimeters in length, approached the girl, its antennae brushing against her gently before sending her flying several meters away. The area where the antenna had touched bore a gaping wound, blood pouring forth relentlessly. How could this be? I sensed no magical essence from that cockroach. Yi Xiaofan gazed incredulously at the creature. Unsure of its true nature, he whimsically named it a cockroach. Approaching the creature, Yi Xiaofan lifted it off the ground. How revolting! Far inferior to my Do. Meanwhile, Du, left outside the maze, shredded the bag of dried fish Yi Xiaofan had left for it into fragments. Then in place, it dug a pit with its claws, burying all the dried fish within. But why? Were its antennae so sharp? They appeared quite soft. Why? Yi Xiaofan, puzzled, touched the antennae atop the cockroach's head. The captured cockroach struggled incessantly, attempting to escape from Yi Xiaofan's grasp. As Yi Xiaofan caressed the cockroach's antennae, he suddenly sensed a piercing sensation emanating from them. This is it. Yi Xiaofan gazed intently at the cockroach's antennae, continuously feeling that earlier sharpness. Outside the maze, Xiaowen was tending to the wounds of the first eliminated girl when he suddenly heard Emoda shout, "Oh no, the angel has ventured deep into the maze." Upon hearing Emoda's words, Xiaowen's expression turned grim. Deep into the maze? Why didn't you stop her? Her speed was too swift. By the time I reacted, she had already dashed in. Quickly report to the Academy's higher-ups. This matter is beyond our control. Within the maze, a small river served as a boundary that on one side lay the outer layer, where moderately skilled magicians could easily remain for an hour. The other side was referred to as the depths of the maze, a place from which no one had emerged unscathed. Even Meister, the 7th-level magic master and head of Rod Academy, dared not enter the depths lightly. The sharpness that Xiaofan sensed from the cockroach's antennae was not inherent to the cockroach itself, but rather something that was transmitted through its antennae from another location. Feeling the direction from which that sharpness emanated, Xiaofan sprang into action, racing toward the maze, oblivious to the anxiety of Emoda and Xiao when outside. Closer, ever closer, as he ran. Xiaofan sensed that faint, elusive feeling. The further he ventured into the maze, the more the surrounding scenery transformed, shifting from enchanting vistas to a hellish landscape. The ground was littered with the remains of various creatures, and the air grew increasingly murky, faintly resonating with sounds of lament. Ignoring the terrifying and eerie sights around him, Xiaofan quickened his pace as he delved deeper into the maze. The intensity of that sharp sensation grew stronger. At last, he arrived before a cave from which the sharpness emanated. What could it be? Perhaps some celestial treasure. The anticipation was palpable. Why Xiaofan slowed his pace and stepped into the cave. Indeed, from the very beginning, he had come here with the intent of treasure hunting, having long since cast aside any thoughts of competition. In the silent cave, his footsteps echoed steadily as he ventured further. A faint red glow unexpectedly illuminated the dark cavern. At the cave's entrance lay a slender blade embedded in the ground, its soft red light brightening the cave. Beautiful, Xiaofan marveled at the sight of the blade in both of his past lives. He had never been a sword enthusiast, thus he could not categorize this blade. Its shape resembled that of a young sprout, the sharp blade displaying a vibrant crimson hue, while the hilt bore the delicate inscription, Mingyuan, causing Xiaofan to fall in love with it at first sight. From this day forth, you shall be mine. Why Xiaofan reached for the hilt, attempting to draw it from the ground. A mournful cry echoed as a powerful repulsive force emanated from the blade, attempting to push Xiaofan away. Clearly, Mingyuan was unwilling to accompany him. Legend has it that divine artifacts possess spirits, choosing their masters wisely. Mingyuan was likely such a divine artifact. Understood, I shall withdraw for now. At Rod Academy, Meister sat beside Long Outyin III. Observing the first match reflected on the magical screen above, he cautioned the mentors behind him. By the way, ensure that Nalan Hongwu remains unaware. Otherwise, that old man will surely go mad. Meister reiterated his warning. Old man? Who are you referring to? Just then, Nalan Hongwu arrived, having been summoned. Long Outyin III, seated beside Meister, was well aware of Xiaofan's venture into the depths of the maze. However, knowing Nalan Hongwu's temperament, he chose to remain silent. Humph, I told you. You are mine. In the cave within the maze, Xiaofan clutched Mingyuan tightly. The blade trembled violently, intensifying its rejection, yet remained unable to break free from Xiaofan's grasp. What did you say? I couldn't know. Nalan Hongwu slightly bowed to Long Outyin III, and before he could respond, he inexplicably produced a chair from somewhere, seating himself beside Meister while watching the magical screen above. By the way, why can't I see that girl Yi? Has she already reached the summit? The magical screen only captured the competitors who had successfully reached the mountain peak, while other times it displayed random participants still competing. Ahem, which girl are you referring to? Meister stammered, struggling to articulate an answer. Growing impatient, Long Outyin III intervened, attempting to steer the conversation elsewhere. The one with long hair, short stature, and exceptional beauty. Did you see her? Nalan Hongwu proudly remarked to Long Outyin III, completely disregarding any notions of hierarchy. Only a few childhood companions could behave so freely in front of Long Outyin III. Totaling merely 6 individuals, including Nalan Hongwu. Those who dared to act so boldly before Long Outyin III had long since become mere memories. The magical screen continued to showcase the competition, yet it never displayed the section of the maze where Xiaofan resided. Are you all prepared? It is exceedingly dangerous within. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. Meister led 7 academy mentors, standing before the maze. The previous participants had all been safely extracted and informed of their success, granted permission to ascend the mountain, though the JAMA triplets were puzzled as to why they couldn't see their eldest sister. They dared not challenge the Academy mentor's directives, obediently following the others up the mountain. The only one privy to the truth was a girl who had been eliminated early due to injury. Thanks to Xiaofan, she too was recognized as qualified and permitted to continue her ascent. She had intended to divulge what she knew, but upon seeing Meister's stern gaze, the words died on her lips. "Director, do you truly believe your projection can deceive the vice director? He can be quite fearsome when angered." After all the participants had departed, a mentor inquired of Meister Dada, "We shall see how long it can be concealed. Otherwise, that old man will surely stir up trouble." Once everyone was prepared, Meister led them into the maze, crossing the bright river and venturing into its depths. "You cannot escape your fate. Await recognition." Still grappling with Mingyuan, Xiaofan vaguely sensed the blade attempting to communicate something to her. Yet the words were fragmented, making it impossible to grasp Mingyuan's intent. Nevertheless, the essence was clear. It simply did not wish to accompany Xiaofan. "Hee, little darling, just yield to me." That a wicked smile crept across Xiaofan's face. If perceiving Xiaofan's demeanor, Mingyuan could not suppress a mournful cry. "Why must I encounter such a pervert? If I refuse, she intends to forcefully take me." If Mingyuan possessed thoughts, this would likely be her sentiment. The Academy. Nalan Hongwu incessantly shared corny jokes, his boisterous laughter echoing through the air. After all these years, his sense of humor remained as juvenile as ever, and it seemed unlikely to improve. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Long Outyin III mused, "Meister, hurry up. I can no longer endure this." To placate Nalan Hongwu and buy Meister some time, Long Outyin III forced a smile onto his face. "Dog egg, your laughter." Nalan Hongwu, caught up in his own glee, accidentally let slip Long Outyin III's childhood nickname. Upon realizing the gravity of his mistake, Nalan Hongwu swiftly closed his mouth. From the gaze of Long Outyin III, he unmistakably sensed a palpable aura of menace. To be called by his childhood nickname in such a public setting was a humiliation that could have cost anyone else their life. "Ah, Your Majesty, I spoke too hastily. I humbly beg for your forgiveness." Nalan Hongwu quickly stood up. The guard stationed behind Long Outyin III initially thought they had misheard, but upon witnessing Nalan Hongwu rise to pay his respects, they comprehended that Gooden was indeed the current emperor's nickname. All the guards tightly sealed their lips, their expressions taut, fearful of inadvertently bursting into laughter. Long Outyin III lamented his decision to leave the palace to witness this competition. It was indeed a foolish endeavor. Fully aware that this individual was present, why would he subject himself to such discomfort? Shifting his attention to the magical screen, he found himself disinclined to engage with Nalan Hongwu any further. Aware of his blunder, Nalan Hongwu dared not speak again, obediently taking a seat to observe the contest. "Rog, awaken quickly. You are my brother. How could you be so easily ensnared by an illusion?" Within the maze, among the 8 members of Meister's group, one mentor had already succumbed to the mirage, casting spells in a futile attempt to combat his surroundings. Meister extended a finger, and without uttering a spell, a massive vine erupted from the ground, ensnaring the mentor named Rog tightly. "We cannot afford to linger with him. Let us leave him here and return once we find Xiaofan." Meister instructed the other 6 mentors before hastily advancing deeper into the maze. The other mentors followed his lead. The mentor who had initially called out to Rod, cast a reluctant glance back at him before pursuing the others. "I will slay you all." Not long after delving deeper into the maze, Rod too fell prey to the illusion. A.S. Meister led the Academy's mentors into the labyrinth in search of Xiaofan. A final confrontation unfolded between Xiaofan and Mingyuan. Xiaofan gradually extracted Mingyuan from the ground, causing innumerable cracks to appear on the surface. Not abandon your duty to protect." Mingyuan urgently transmitted her will to Xiaofan. Yet to his ears, her words came through in disjointed fragments. As Meister and the other mentors approached the cave where Xiaofan lingered, an unsettling premonition stirred within Meister's heart. According to legend, All races on the Kanglan continent had once engaged in battle against the demon race here, resulting in the demise of countless formidable heroes. Furthermore, it was said that the demon emperor of the demon race had perished in this very place. The formation of the maze upon Magic Ancient Mountain was purportedly a remnant of the dissipated magical energy left behind by the fallen emperor. Come forth. With a sudden surge of strength, Yi Xiaofan exerted force, successfully pulling Ming Yuan from the ground. With a final, sorrowful wail, Ming Yuan lay still in Yi Xiaofan's grasp. As Ming Yuan was liberated, the fissures in the ground belched forth a torrent of malevolent energy, engulfing the entire Magic Ancient Mountain. Du, nestled beneath a pile of dried fish, abruptly raised its head towards the direction of the maze. Its small eyes glimmered with a profound gaze, as if capable of perceiving the happenings within the labyrinth. Rising to its feet, Du opened its mouth wide, continuously devouring the surging malevolent energy. As it consumed more and more, Dudu's fur began to undergo a transformation, shifting from an inky black to a lighter hue. Meanwhile, just as Yi Xiaofan had liberated Ming Yuan, Meister and his companions arrived at the cave's entrance, only to be violently thrown back by a powerful shockwave, losing consciousness on the spot. Within Rod Academy, Nalan Hongwu suddenly noticed that Meister was gradually vanishing from his side. Thought projection? When did that old fool manage that? Xiao Wuzi, do you see that? Long Outyin III's voice reached Nalan Hongwu's ears, prompting him to turn his gaze to the magical screen. The students who had been battling on Magic Ancient Mountain were now collapsing one after another. Their descent varied according to their strength and proximity to the maze. The spectators, who had been engrossed in the competition, began to murmur among themselves, inquiring about the unfolding chaos. The atmosphere in the venue grew increasingly tumultuous. Your Majesty, are you concealing something from me? Nalan Hongwu glared intently at Long Outyin III. Let us set aside such matters. We must prioritize saving lives. Damn it. Nalan Hongwu hurried towards the teleportation array, eager to reach Magic Ancient Mountain as swiftly as possible. Upon your arrival at Magic Ancient Mountain, remember to search for Meister. He is inside. Long Outyin III called after Nalan Hongwu's retreating figure. Before his words had even settled, Nalan Hongwu had already vanished through the teleportation array, uncertain whether he had heard the Emperor's warning. As Nalan Hongwu's silhouette disappeared, Long Outyin III instructed his aides to mobilize the army and to inscribe a large-scale teleportation array. The teleportation array Nalan Hongwu had just used could not accommodate a large number of individuals at once and required a significant cooldown period. To transport a substantial number of people simultaneously, it would necessitate the kind of teleportation array Nalan Hongwu had inscribed at the beginning of the competition. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos, Yi Xiaofan, stood transfixed, gazing at the fissures exuding malevolent energy. Oh dear, it seems I've caused a calamity. Ming Yuan buzzed in Yi Xiaofan's hand, as if to say, only now do you realize the trouble you've stirred? Quickly reinsert me. We must devise a method to seal this malevolent energy. Yi Xiaofan scratched his head, striving to formulate a practical solution. The malevolent energy emanating from the fissures was most intensely felt by Yi Xiaofan, who stood closest. The wicked sensation was so potent that even the slightest contact could spell instant death for an ordinary person. Though all present were mages, the likelihood of a group of lower-tier mages withstanding such energy for long was slim. As the malevolent energy surged forth, the ancient trees on Magic Ancient Mountain began to wither, and the fleeing magical beasts collapsed one after another. Before long, apart from Yi Xiaofan, only Dudu remained conscious on Magic Ancient Mountain. At this point, Dudu had grown to over 10 feet tall, excitedly darting about as it continued to consume the relentless flow of energy. In stark contrast to Dudu's exuberance, Yi Xiaofan wore a troubled expression. Aside from a life link, I possess no other sealing spells. Perhaps I should simply obliterate it with a single punch. A mournful wail escaped Ming Yuan once more. Currently, the malevolent energy could only seep out from the fissures. Should he choose to destroy it outright, the accumulated energy from millennia would erupt violently. Moreover, countless slumbering creatures beneath the fissures would awaken. If that were to transpire, it would not only spell disaster for Magic Ancient Mountain, but for the entire Starxiang Kingdom and all races on the Kanglan continent. Outside magic ancient mountain, Nalan Hongwu, having just teleported, rushed inside before the aftereffects of long-distance teleportation could wane. Even with Nalan Hongwu's prowess as a level 6 magic warrior, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the malevolent energy pervading magic ancient mountain, which was merely the weakest area at the foot of the mountain. Point 1 could only imagine the sheer magnitude of the evil energy emanating from the fissures. As he proceeded up the mountain, Nalan Hongwu utilized the teleportation array to transport any unconscious students he encountered to safety. In this tumultuous situation, his magical energy was rapidly depleting, sweat visibly beading on his forehead. If direct obliteration was not an option, then he would have to attempt sealing it using the lifelink. Mingyuan successfully dissuaded Yi Xiaofan from the notion of a punch, leaving him even more vexed. Has the army not yet arrived? Long Out Yin III gazed at the desolate magic ancient mountain through the magical screen. His countenance darkened as he inquired of the eunuch beside him. Your Majesty, came the reply, the journey to the army takes approximately 15 minutes. Round trip to inform the troops of the assembly will likely be too lengthy. Have you notified High Priest Hark? Envoys have already been dispatched, and both Elder One and Elder Wu have sent word as well. Although a sense of urgency gnawed at his heart, Long Out Yin felt a measure of satisfaction with the efficiency of his loyal servant, who had accompanied him for many years. Meister, what transpired in Mushroom Mountain that you could not be reached? Long Out Yin asked, could it be that your prowess is insufficient to contend with the mysteries of magic ancient mountain? It truly pains me to part with Yi Xiaofan looked wistfully at the silver necklace inscribed with the body-linking magic in his hand. Speaking with reluctance, this necklace was the first magical artifact he had crafted upon arriving in this world, imbued with profound emotional significance. Tossing the necklace into the fissure, Yi Xiaofan retrieved a plethora of magical materials from his spatial ring, branches of the iron tree, beast cores, silks from celestial silkworms, and other invaluable materials, which he continuously cast into the abyss. After toiling for decades, he found himself back at square one. To slowly closing his eyes, he recalled the body-linking magic array in his mind. Yi Xiaofan summoned the magical energy within him, connecting it with the materials thrown into the chasm, attempting to construct the body-linking magic to seal the rift. Yet, even with the body-linking magic array and countless precious materials combined, it remained inadequate to seal the fissure. Only by integrating Yi Xiaofan's magical essence could the rift potentially be sealed. After all, Yi Xiaofan's corporeal form was crafted by the supreme deity, causing the magic that entered this body to undergo a fundamental transformation. Meanwhile, Nalan Hongwu, desperately searching for Yi Xiaofan atop magic ancient mountain, found himself facing a dire threat. Was this monstrous creature perpetually sealed within magic ancient mountain? Encountering Didu, Nalan Hongwu gazed at the creature in disbelief. Didu, having shed its former adorable guise, had grown from a diminutive 20 centimeters to a monstrous height of approximately 3 zhong. Enormous fangs protruded from its mouth, and a crown of golden fur adorned its forehead. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently on Nalan Hongwu, its towering form exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. A robust tail, covered in multicolored fur, swished through the air, producing audible sonic booms. Excuse me, have you seen a beautiful girl with long hair, adorned with an exceedingly unsightly silver necklace? Nalan Hongwu attempted to greet Didu, suppressing the fear within. Unfortunately, Didu had no intention of engaging in conversation. With a mighty flick of its tail, accompanied by the sound of a sonic blast, it swept towards Nalan Hongwu. Before he could react, Nalan Hongwu was sent flying by the force of the tail. As Nalan Hongwu soared through the air, he remained oblivious to the flicker of human-like fear reflected in Didu's blood-red eyes. That woman is more demonic than a demon, forcing me to consume dried fish every day. A gentle breeze swept in from the direction Nalan Hongwu had been flung, bringing with it a multitude of verdant leaves. The green foliage swirled around Didu, incessantly slicing at its body. Yet the leaves proved utterly ineffective, failing to inflict even the slightest harm, unable to sever the fur upon its form. After all, Didu was no longer the mere magical pet that once reveled in cuteness. Having absorbed an untold amount of malevolent energy, its body had become harder than the most resilient stone. Nalan Hongwu had anticipated that this tactic would be futile against Du, seizing the opportunity while Dudu was distracted by the swirling leaves. He scuttled beneath its feet and began to ascend its back. Dudu, irritated by the flurry of leaves, expelled a great gust of wind, clearing away all the foliage at Dudu's roar. It bellowed, mimicking Xiaofan's demeanor as it mentally declared, "No, no, I refuse to be called Dudu." Finally reaching Dudu's neck, Nalan Hongwu drew forth a massive axe and aimed a strike at its back. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and the tremendous recoil left Nalan Hongwu's hands trembling. Gasping for breath, he looked at his quaking hands and muttered, "Damn it, this beast is harder than I expected." Already fatigued from expending significant magical energy, Nalan Hongwu was further sent flying by Dudu's tail. Struggling to maintain his footing, Du, now aware of the weight on its back, shook its head violently, trying to dislodge Nalan Hongwu. Despite being severely injured and nearly depleted of magical energy as a level 6 magic tutor, he clung resolutely to Dudu's back, refusing to fall. Realizing that it could not shake off Nalan Hongwu, Dudu decisively crouched down and initiated its invincible rolling mode. During his time beside Xiaofan, Dudu had often been forced to roll on the ground in a display of cuteness, not anticipating that today it would turn into a formidable technique. Dudu's massive form rolled across the ground, toppling countless towering trees, leaving chaos in its wake. Nalan Hongwu, painfully sheltered within Dudu's fur, found himself in constant contact with the hard bristles with each roll that he was truly grateful that he was a resilient magical warrior. Had he been a weaker mage, he would have likely become a mere puddle by now. The immense clouds of dust stirred by Dudu's rolling were observed by the kingdom's army, including Long Outyin III, who personally arrived at the scene. "Is this the source of the upheaval?" Long Outyin murmured, gazing at the swirling dust. "Father, leave this to me. There is no need for you to put yourself in danger," spoke a young man, resembling Long Outyin, standing beside him. "Floro, you are still young. This matter is beyond your current capabilities." The crown prince of the Starry Fortune Kingdom, Floro, lowered his head in frustration. "Truly, father always treats me like a child." In the Starry Fortune Kingdom, only the heir apparent could inherit the name Long Outyin, and Floro was the sole prince. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the title of Long Outyin IV would undoubtedly fall upon Floro. However, this also presented an opportunity for growth. "Floro, you shall take command," Long Outyin III declared after a pause, regarding Floro earnestly. Floro's face lit up with joy as he turned to issue orders to the troops. "Jeff, you and your men are to seal off Magic Ancient Mountain. N01 is to enter, and no suspicious entities are to escape." "Understood." "Xiao Jiuzi, lead a team in the mountain to rescue the students of Rod Academy." "Yes." Floro issued commands with unwavering composure, while Long Outyin III looked on with pride, contemplating the possibility of abdicating the throne. As Floro relayed his directives to the army, Long Outyin III shed his luxurious garments, revealing a suit of green leather armor hidden beneath. "Hark, it has been quite a while since we fought side by side. Dog Egg, after enjoying such a comfortable life for so long, can you still fight?" "You are no different. Do not call me Dog Egg." Hark donned a robe emblematic of a mage's identity and stood shoulder to shoulder with Long Outyin III, their combined aura exerting immense pressure on Floro. Yet, Hark's youthful appearance, resembling that of a 7 or 8-year-old boy clad in an oversized robe, struck a comical contrast. Floro gazed in astonishment at the duo before him. "I can accept High Priest Hark, but I never imagined my father's magical prowess was so formidable. Floro, this task is entrusted to you." Without looking back, Long Outyin III left those words behind as he and Hark plunged into the depths of Magic Ancient Mountain. Advancing toward the source of the dust, they broke through increasingly potent waves of malevolent energy, ultimately arriving at their destination, where they found Nalan Hongwu being pressed to the ground by Dudu. Without hesitation, Hark brandished a staff over a meter long, charging toward Dudu's feet with the intent to strike. Dudu, unscathed by Nalan Hongwu's earlier attacks, remained undeterred. When struck by Hark, a profoundly pained expression unexpectedly appeared on Dudu's face. "Roar!" A cry of agony erupted from Dudu's mouth, and the shockwave generated by the sound forcefully propelled both Hark and Nalan Hongwu away. Behind them, Long Outyin 3 released a vibrant mass of energy that deftly caught the two individuals. "What is that?" Long Outyin inquired, directing his question at the battered Nalan Hongwu. "I don't know. It was already here when I arrived. T might be a beast sealed within magic ancient mountain," Nalan Hongwu replied. "To inflict such torment upon you, it must be at least a level 7 beast. Get lost. Why don't you try confronting it yourself?" Nalan Hongwu shouted in indignation, detecting a mocking tone in Long Outyin's voice. The pain that had begun to subside for Didu was now replaced by fury as he glared at the trio with blood-red eyes. Didu could hardly believe that these mere ants on the ground could cause him such discomfort. "This environment is exceedingly disadvantageous for us," Long Outyin calmly addressed Hark, as he observed Didu's gaze shifting towards them. "Understood," Hark responded, placing his palms together, emanating a sacred white light. With a soft incantation, the holy glow radiated outward, enveloping an area with a diameter of 1,000 meters around him. As the white light gradually faded, a colossal transparent barrier emerged. The ominous aura within the barrier vanished without a trace. This maneuver had significantly undermined Didu's power. Relying heavily on the dense evil energy, Didu maintained his massive form. With the malevolent energy obliterated by Hark, Didu would soon revert to his original state, lacking the sustenance he once drew from it. Moreover, with the protective barrier in place, the trio no longer needed to expend excess magical energy to fend off the malevolent aura's encroachment. Recognizing the precariousness of his situation, Didu took the initiative to attack. His enormous claws descended from above with tremendous force, striking the ground where the three stood. Just as Didu's attack was about to land, Long Outyin, utilizing the vibrant energy mass, barely managed to evade the blow while bringing Nalan Hongwu and Hark to safety. "Hark, provide support. Little Woozy, we charge forward." As Long Outyin 3 and Nalan Hongwu rushed towards Didu, a flurry of enhancement spells erupted from Hark's staff. Cascading over the two, having teamed up since their youth, the trio had faced countless adventures together. The synergy honed through countless battles remained undiminished even after all these years. Didu prepared to swipe at the approaching duo with disdain. Long Outyin effortlessly deflected the attack using his colorful energy mass. Seizing the opportunity while Didu's assault was thwarted, Nalan Hongwu rushed towards Didu's abdomen, brandishing a massive axe to deliver a fierce blow. An attack that had previously failed to even sever a single hair from Didu now succeeded in leaving a long white mark across his abdomen. "Damn it, how high is this beast's defense?" Nalan Hongwu lamented, dissatisfied with the result of his strike. However, despite not inflicting significant damage, he had nonetheless succeeded in making Didu feel pain. Stimulated by the sensation, Didu hastily retreated, attempting to create distance. What Didu did not anticipate was that just as he had created some space, he would be struck again. With a flourish of Hark's staff, a blinding white light cascaded from above, crashing down upon Didu. This blow far surpassed the strength of Nalan Hongwu's axe, sending Didu crashing to the ground. "Roar!" Didu emitted another agonized cry. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Long Outyin 3 and Nalan Hongwu charged forward to unleash their assault. That was close. I almost lost my mind. Outside the cave, Meister rose from the ground, clutching his head. Observing the several academy mentors still lying on the ground, he casually cast a calming spell upon them before rushing into the cave. The nefarious aura that had previously erupted from within the cave must surely have its origin inside. With this thought in mind, Meister increased his speed. The deeper he ventured, the more potent the evil aura became, further reinforcing Meister's suspicions. In just a few minutes, Meister reached the innermost depths of the cave. There he beheld a fissure continuously exuding malevolent energy, with Xiaofan standing at its center, constructing a biological link. With her eyes firmly shut, Xiaofan's petite figure was enveloped in a purple glow. Releasing magical energy towards the fissure, attempting to seal the fissure with a biological link proved to be far more challenging than Xiaofan had anticipated. Hearing movement behind her, Xiaofan halted her actions and turned to look. As she ceased supplying magical energy, the 1/3 completed biological link magic circle instantly collapsed. "President," Yi Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Meister. Despite possessing immense power, she remained a novice in magic, and the arrival of an experienced individual filled her with delight. What nonsense! Attempting to seal it with a biological link magic. Meister scolded, furrowing his brow as he recognized Yi Xiaofan's endeavor. I don't know any other sealing magic. I can only use a biological link. To seal such a formidable entity, the biological link may not suffice. Moreover, it necessitates a link subject capable of withstanding this power. To whom do you intend to link? Yi Xiaofan lowered her head in embarrassment. Of course, I intend to link it to myself. Where else could I possibly link it? In the cave, Yi Xiaofan briefly explained the situation to Meister upon their meeting. Meister scrutinized the Mingyuan in Yi Xiaofan's hands. That is mine. Do not even think about it, Yi Xiaofan declared, clutching the Mingyuan tightly to her chest, regarding Meister as if he were a wolf. Ahem. Meister cleared his throat awkwardly under Yi Xiaofan's intense gaze. Allow me to give it a try. With my strength as a level 7 magic master, I may be able to seal this fissure. Meister stepped forward, standing alongside Yi Xiaofan, but a surge of powerful magic erupted, and a colossal magic circle unfolded beneath Meister's feet. In terms of magical prowess, Meister was leagues ahead of Yi Xiaofan. One sealing spell after another emanated from Meister's hands, and the constantly materializing magic circles illuminated the cave with an extraordinary brightness. President, are you sure you can do this? Yi Xiaofan inquired. To seal the fissure, an extraordinarily large magic circle must be constructed, but my magical power is still far from sufficient. Meister remained silent for a long moment before finally responding to Yi Xiaofan's question. The numerous fissures continuously emitted malevolent energy, seemingly mocking Meister's inadequacy. If that's the case, let me take over. I've already told you. Even if you construct the biological link magic, you won't find a suitable link subject. Uncle, you're so bothersome. If you're so bored, why not step outside and see if you can rescue the unfortunate students? Meister suspected Yi Xiaofan's intentions, but he knew that using oneself as the link subject would likely result in a catastrophic explosion for anyone unable to withstand such immense power. At that moment, the biological link magic would become futile without a link subject. So what difference would it make between sealing and not sealing? Yet upon witnessing Yi Xiaofan enveloped in the purple light, Meister inexplicably felt that perhaps this approach might actually work. After all, in that state, Yi Xiaofan exuded an aura of strength and reliability. Regardless of the process, Meister ultimately decided to take a gamble. After all, he could do nothing against the fissure. Quietly retreating outside the cave, Meister cast a spell to awaken the mentors of the students. President. What happened? Yes, President. Why did we faint? Meister raised a hand to silence their inquiries and briefly explained the current situation to them. That is the situation, so I am unsure what is happening with Magic Ancient Mountain now. However, the competitors must have found themselves in a dire predicament. Paired in twos, they embarked on a quest to explore the Mogum Mountain, aiming to rescue the trapped participants. Upon concluding his statement, the mentors present promptly followed Meister's instructions, setting off in pairs towards the periphery of the labyrinth. Fortunately, the explosive period had passed, and the malevolent aura had stabilized to a degree. Otherwise, Meister would not have dared to permit them to venture out so recklessly. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Meister pondered whether the monarch had dispatched reinforcements. Channeling his magical energy, Meister soared beyond the labyrinth's influence. Once outside, he immediately spotted Dudu, along with Nalan Hongwu and others engaged in battle against him. Upon noticing that Long Outyin III was also present, Meister's eyes narrowed. These individuals were always up to mischief. As the Emperor, why would he not remain in a safe location and instead come to this perilous place? Engaging with magical beasts as if they were still young princes, regardless of his inner complaints. Meister hastened towards the battlefield. At this moment, Dudu had diminished in size from an initial 3 zhong to just 1 zhong. The lack of the malevolent aura sustenance had a significant impact on Dudu. As his form shrank, Dudu grew increasingly frantic, relentlessly attacking Nalan Hongwu and his companions, exclaiming, I refuse! I absolutely refuse to return to that woman. Although Dudu was smaller and his strength had waned, Nalan Hongwu and his companions bore more severe injuries. Nalan Hongwu's arms hung limply from his shoulders, and a gaping wound the size of a bowl marred his abdomen that Hark's once imposing magical robe, capable of withstanding 7th-level spells, was now tattered, leaving him barely able to stand with the aid of his staff. The only one in relatively good condition was Long Outyin that is the emperor of the Xinjiang kingdom. He donned the magical armor passed down through generations, thus suffering only from excessive magical depletion. Without any significant injuries, Meister, having not been far away, swiftly arrived before the group and unleashed a torrent of magical energy upon Du. With a single strike, Du was sent flying several hundred meters. His size instantly halved. Where the hell have you been? You only just arrived. Long Outyin III exclaimed, unable to restrain himself from swearing upon seeing Meister, Nalan Hongwu, lying on the ground, and Hark, who was barely standing. Both managed to muster smiles. With Meister's arrival, the atmosphere shifted to one of relief. Yet, they remained oblivious to Du, who had been struck away, stealthily making his escape towards the protective barrier. Old Black, 7th-level Archmage truly, is something else. After battling for so long, you dispatched him with a single blow, Nalan Hongwu remarked, referring to Meister as Old Black. Indeed, I wonder when I shall reach the 7th level myself. The transition from 6th to 7th level signifies a qualitative change in magical prowess. While humans do not face the same arduous challenges as dragons in this ascent, it is by no means an easy feat, he continued. No, I believe that Strike did not take his life. Meister replied, shaking his head. How could that be? There was no further movement. Nalan Hongwu countered just as a thunderous roar echoed in their ears. Following the sound, they beheld Du, having absorbed sufficient malevolent energy. Returning to his formidable 3-zhang stature, the sight of Dudu's imposing form made all 4 men gulp in unison. Restored to strength, Dudu raised his massive claw, intending to strike the barrier with great force. It was this barrier that prevented him from absorbing the malevolent aura at will. Naturally, his first act upon regaining power was to shatter this obstruction. As his claw descended, the very heavens seemed to change hue. Dudu's paw struck the mountainside of Mogu Mountain, producing a deafening sound. Dudu stared in confusion at the barrier, unable to comprehend why he could not breach it. Indeed, magical beasts lack intellect. If the physical form could touch the barrier, how would you have escaped? Hark remarked, his tone earnest as he observed Dudu's continued bewilderment. Those familiar with Hark's character were taken aback to witness him making such a jest, as he typically bore a serious demeanor despite his youthful appearance. Old Black, can we defeat it? I do not know. It has grown significantly stronger since earlier, and my magical reserves are dwindling. Meister had already expended a great deal of magical energy, sealing the rift within the cave. What is there to fear? We have overcome countless perilous situations. The Zhu Tian team has once again gathered here. There is no foe we cannot contend with, Long Outyin III proclaimed, conjuring a multicolored bubble of energy in his hands. If only Ilya were here, Hark remarked casually, instantly creating an awkward silence. After a prolonged moment, Long Outyin III broke the stillness, asserting, though Ilya is no longer with us, we still uphold his ideals. If Xiaofan were present, he would undoubtedly quip about this group of elderly gentlemen engaging in youthful fervor. Just as they were lost in their thoughts, observing Dudu's futile attempts to breach the barrier, they saw him frantically consuming the malevolent energy outside the shield. This is not good. We must stop him. Meister, quick to notice Dudu's actions, was the first to react. Meanwhile, Nalan Hongwu's wound had been temporarily staunched by Hark, and his arms were now barely functional. The 4 rallied what little magical energy remained and rushed towards Dudu. Meister, capable of flight, was the first to reach Dudu, unleashing a torrent of magical energy upon him without incantation. The assault caused Dudu to emit a pained cry, turning to flee in the opposite direction of Meister, while continuing to consume the malevolent aura. Seeing Dudu's retreat, Meister quickly pursued him, continually casting magical torrents in an effort to subdue the beast. Long Outyin III and the others, already heavily injured and with little magical energy left, lagged behind the chase. Thus, a game of cat and mouse ensued, encircling the entire Mogu Mountain. The Xinjiang Kingdom's army, tasked with ascending the mountain to provide assistance, raised their weapons to attack Dudu upon spotting him. However, their feeble strikes proved utterly ineffective, resulting in a number of them being trampled underfoot by the fleeing Dudu. Once a mage reaches the 7th level, no amount of personnel can compensate for the qualitative disparity. While Dudu fled, he suddenly encountered a deluge, crackling with electric energy. With no time to evade, he collided head-on with the torrent. The electric shocks coursing through the water left Dudu feeling paralyzed, while the sheer force of the flood caused him to experience a tightness in his chest. As the water-based magic dissipated, 2 elderly figures, a man and a woman, landed before Dudu. Elder 1, Elder Wu, Meister, along with the newly arrived Long Outyin III and others, looked on with astonishment. "We apologize for our late arrival. We beseech your forgiveness, your majesty." The 2 elders bowed slightly towards Long Outyin III. Elders 1 and Wu were figures from the reign of Long Outyin II, although their magical prowess was merely at the 6th level. They possessed the combat capabilities of 7th-level archmages. The qualitative differences between the 6th and 7th levels made it almost impossible for individuals to engage in combat beyond their rank. Yet Wen and Wu were exceptions. Showcasing their formidable strength, Dudu, still recovering from the paralysis, struggled to rise. From the previous encounter, he had come to understand that these 2 elders were not to be trifled with. Elders 1 and Wu, let us join forces to subdue this monstrous creature. ASU command. Hart clasped his hands before him, and a massive barrier reappeared before the group. Under such circumstances, Dudu was evidently unable to continue absorbing the malevolent energy. Eyeing the group before him with a wariness befitting one who regarded them as mere insects. Despite his colossal size, Dudu's attack speed remained unimpeded, as his swiping claws created phantoms in the air. As for the assault by Dudu, Meister, Wen Lao, and Wu Lao could still withstand a blow or two, while Long Outyin and his companions could only desperately evade. Given the current condition of the 3, a direct strike from Dudu would likely lead them to bid farewell to this world. Xiao Wu, Hack, you provide support. Go Dan, what about you? My magical armor can hold on a little longer. Without waiting for Nalan Wu and Hack to intervene, Long Outyin charged forward. In exasperation, Hack unleashed a buff spell, while Nalan Wu continuously assisted the 4 in their offensive. Despite Dudu's massive form and formidable attacks, its vast range made evasion difficult. However, it was equally challenging for Dudu to avoid incoming strikes. Both sides inadvertently engaged in a mutually damaging strategy, as it seemed they had no other option. As time passed, Dudu's enormous figure began to shrink gradually. It was evident that the malevolent energy it had consumed was nearly depleted. Meanwhile, the life-linking magic inscribed by Xiaofan had reached a critical juncture. Thanks to the previous markings, reinscribing became surprisingly effortless in a state of emptiness. Xiaofan operated like a finely tuned instrument, meticulously channeling his internal magical energy to carve the magic array with precision. Before long, he successfully reinscribed a third of the previous work, greatly exceeding the initial progress at this juncture. All Xiaofan needed to do was transfer the target of the life-linking magic onto himself. Completing the step would signify that the entire life-linking magic was largely accomplished. This step, however, was the most challenging. With hollow eyes fixed on the fissure below, Xiaofan, aided by the emptiness state, executed his task with impeccable accuracy. With a muffled grunt, the target was successfully transferred onto Xiaofan. Even the spirit creature, Ming Yuan, seemed jubilant at the imminent success of the magic array. Yet, Xiaofan did not indulge in the fleeting victory. He continued diligently with each step of the life-linking magic, as long as he could completely merge himself with the magic array inscribed on the ground. The life-linking magic will be fully realized. Comparatively, this step was remarkably simple for Xiaofan. Soon, with a resonating hum, the entire magic array began to activate, emitting a distinctive glow. It worked. Xiaofan exclaimed joyfully as he gazed at the magic array beneath him. As the array activated, the fissures in the ground gradually sealed themselves. The malevolent energy pervading the entire magic ancient mountain was being drawn back into the crevice. What was happening? The individuals battling Dudu could distinctly sense the retreat of the malevolent energy. As for Dudu, which had relied on this dark energy for its strength, the The realization was even more acute. Dudu suddenly faltered, its body, initially charging towards Long Outyin and his companions, careened into a nearby tree. The already corrupted tree splintered into pieces upon impact. "I can't believe Xiaofan actually succeeded," Meister muttered in disbelief. "Old Hey, did you just mention ye girl? What about her?" Meister recounted the events within the cave in detail to Nalen Hongwu. Upon learning of this, Nalen Hongwu forced himself to his feet and rushed towards the maze's direction. Meister reached out to stop Xiaofan, but was restrained by Long Outyin and his companions. Long Outyin shook his head at Meister, saying, "You know about Xiao Wuzi's granddaughter, so let her be. There are pressing matters to attend to here, are there not? Indeed, it is time to conclude this farce." Meister channeled his magical energy and unleashed a fierce assault on the now-recovering Dudu. In its state of confusion, Dudu was left to endure the barrage of Meister's attacks. The situation only grew more dire with the involvement of Wen Lao and Wu Lao. At this moment, it was clear to all that Dudu's defeat was merely a matter of time. Dudu itself recognized this predicament, its blood-red eyes betraying a hint of madness. Under the relentless onslaught of Meister and the others, its already diminished form suddenly swelled again. However, this expansion was markedly different from before. Previously, it had grown in a harmonious manner, whereas now it resembled a balloon being inflated. This is bad. It's going to self-destruct. To self-destruct rather than concede. How unrefined. Upon witnessing Dudu's imminent explosion, the group hastily ceased their attacks and retreated swiftly. A deafening explosion echoed as Dudu detonated, its shockwave sweeping across the entire magic ancient mountain. What just happened? Xiaofan, having just emerged from the maze, tightly grasped her skirt, which had been lifted by the shockwave. That the old man? Once the force dissipated, Xiaofan spotted Nalen Hongwu motionless on the ground. Rushing to his side, she felt his faint breath and finally allowed herself to relax. With Nalen Hongwu on her back, Xiaofan moved towards the source of a shock. Upon reaching the site of Dudu's explosion, she discovered a massive crater approximately 100 feet in diameter. Long Outyin and his companions lay within, uncertain of their fate. The magical armor, passed down through 3 generations, was shattered and irreparable due to Dudu's self-detonation. After placing Nalen Hongwu on the ground, Xiaofan rescued the others from the pit. Although they were gravely injured, they were thankfully out of mortal danger. Given the number of individuals, Xiaofan could not carry them all down the mountain and had to wait for assistance in that location. Before long, the Grand Prince of the Xinjiang Kingdom, Flaw, arrived personally with his troops, surrounding Xiaofan. Sitting on the ground without a shred of dignity, she looked up at Flaw and asked, "What are you doing?" "Young man, you cannot leave at will until my father awakens." Tisich. Ignoring Flaw's haughty demeanor, Xiaofan, under the soldier's escort, was transported back to the capital of the Xinjiang Kingdom, Alaska, via the teleportation array. Upon returning to the capital, Xiaofan was unceremoniously thrown into a prison cell. The incident at the Magic Ancient Mountain had concluded, and all participants, including students and mentors, were safely rescued, although there was no threat to their lives. The pervasive malevolent energy had inevitably led to severe illness. According to the official explanation from the Xinjiang Kingdom, a hidden magical anomaly at the Magic Ancient Mountain had been opened, releasing its magical energy and causing the incident. The individual responsible for this breach had been executed by Grand Prince Flaw, and the anomaly had been resealed. Furthermore, access to the Magic Ancient Mountain will be prohibited henceforth due to the presence of the magical anomaly. The fact that Long Outyin and his companions remained unconscious was concealed by the royal family. Apart from a select few, no one else was aware of this situation. However, none of this concerned Xiaofan. Ever since being imprisoned that day, she felt as though she had been forgotten, with no one inquiring about the events she had experienced, while Xiaofan relished the freedom this afforded her. Her cell was relatively comfortable, with ample food and drink provided. Of course, her cell was the sole luxurious variant among the otherwise filthy accommodations of the prison. It was evident that Flaw had granted her special treatment, which only deepened Xiaofan's confusion regarding his intentions. He neither released her nor allowed her to languish in this confinement. Could it be that he has taken a liking to me? Hiding his treasure away, Xiaofan's imagination ran wild. Despite the pleasant environment, Prolonged confinement inevitably led to boredom. During such times, she would take out the unconscious Dudu from her pocket and amuse herself by positioning it in various embarrassing poses. When rescuing everyone from the pit at the magic ancient mountain, Yi Xiaofan had discovered Dudu lying there as well that moment. Dudu appeared gravely injured, bloodied all over. Rubbing Dudu's small head, Yi Xiaofan spoke to the unconscious creature. I warned you to behave. Now you've learned your lesson. Fortunately, I can barely condense water using the water element. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to embrace you in such a filthy state in the city of water. Yi Xiaofan once sensed the presence of the water element. That it was from that moment onwards that she could, albeit with great effort, summon a few water elements. Little girl, if you're not going to eat that chicken leg, could you possibly give it to me? A prisoner in the adjacent cell remarked, his gaze fixed on the chicken leg on Yi Xiaofan's table. The chicken leg was a staple of Yi Xiaofan's daily lunch, and she expressed her weariness of it. Here, take it. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan tossed the chicken leg towards the prisoner in the opposite cell. As the leg arced gracefully through the air, it narrowly missed the outstretched hand of the man, landing on the ground. However, he paid no heed to the dirt that sullied the leg, ravenously devouring it. Watching from the side, Yi Xiaofan felt an unexpected pang of hunger despite having just finished her meal. Little girl, you seem to be living rather comfortably in here. Your background must be quite significant, he remarked between bites of the chicken leg, his greasy hands busied. I don't know. I'm just an ordinary person. Yi Xiaofan replied, not wishing to divulge more, before patting her stomach and retreating to a corner. Ignoring her, Yi Xiaofan bore no dissatisfaction and continued to play with the unconscious Dudu in her lap. A week drifted by in the blink of an eye. On this day, someone finally arrived to take Yi Xiaofan out of her cell. During the Academy Festival at Rod Academy, this person had stood behind Long Outyin III. Yi Xiaofan recalled that Long Outyin III seemed to address him as Troy. Following Troy out of the cell, Yi Xiaofan inquired, Old Troy, do you know how that old man Elahongwu is faring? Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan call him Old Troy, Troy stumbled slightly but quickly regained his composure, assuring her, rest assured, the vice principal is no longer in grave danger. With the knowledge that Elahongwu was safe, Yi Xiaofan's long-standing worries vanished. They journeyed in silence until they arrived at an exquisitely adorned room that it felt as if Yi Xiaofan had been here before, though she could not pinpoint when. Upon entering, she found Long Outyin III seated at a table, savoring fragrant tea. Alongside him were Wen Lao, Wu Lao, and Meister. However, Yi Xiaofan's attention was not on them. Instead, she was horrified to see the man standing behind Long Outyin III. He was unmistakably a hunchbacked man with a large growth on his face, someone who had haunted her dreams during the holidays. Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, Yi Xiaofan slightly bowed to Long Outyin III. I have the honor of meeting your majesty. Take a seat, Long Outyin III replied, while Yi Xiaofan plopped down onto the chair that Troy had moved for her, showing no sign of restraint. Observing her demeanor, a faint smile graced Long Outyin III's lips. Little girl, we have met before, haven't we? Yes, and I owe a debt of gratitude to the old man. Wen Lao and Wu Lao's expressions darkened further upon witnessing Yi Xiaofan's audacity to converse so freely with Long Outyin III. I am fully aware of the events surrounding the Mogashan incident. You are the principal culprit, are you not? No, I am not, Yi Xiaofan boldly confessed. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you have caused? Wu Lao could no longer restrain himself and chastised her, while Yi Xiaofan feigned ignorance, pretending not to hear, which nearly provoked Wu Lao to violence, only to be restrained by Wen Lao and Meister. Long Outyin III found himself increasingly fond of Yi Xiaofan, yet even his affection could not shield her from the repercussions of such a grave incident. Since you have admitted your guilt, I must now announce your punishment. While she should have faced severe penalties, considering her later efforts to avert disaster and her service in saving the throne, he decided to show leniency. Although Yi Xiaofan feigned indifference towards her impending punishment, hearing Long Outyin III's decision to grant her clemency brought her a sense of relief. After discussion with Wen Lao, Wu Lao, and Meister, it has been decided that Yi Xiaofan is to be expelled from the Starshine Kingdom, never to return. Long Aoyan III pronounced her sentence with a measured tone that Xiaofan had imagined countless scenarios regarding her possible punishment, yet she had never anticipated this outcome. Being barred from entering the Starshine Kingdom for life meant she might never see Nalan Hongwu again, nor reunite with her dear friends in the dormitory, or the lively classmates who filled her days with noise. However, I shall keep the events of Mogashan confidential. The sword you obtained from Mogashan shall not be demanded back. Long Aoyan III continued. The severity of the situation had resulted in nothing more than expulsion from the kingdom. A remarkably magnanimous decision. Xiaofan rose from her chair, her expression tranquil as she offered a slight bow to Long Aoyan III. Subsequently, Meister escorted her back to Rod Academy. The journey was silent until they reached the entrance of Rod Academy, where Meister finally spoke. Due to the Emperor's gag order, the official announcement is that you sustained serious injuries at Mogashan and have been receiving secret treatment. Now, unable to fully heal your injuries in the Starshine Kingdom, you have decided to return to your homeland, the Flame Spirit Kingdom. Do you understand? Nodding quietly, Xiaofan stepped through the grand gates of the academy. As she beheld the familiar scenes within, a wave of nostalgia washed over her. It dawned on her that she had unknowingly become intertwined with this world. Lady of the Night Goddess, you have finally returned safely. As Xiaofan reflected, Kaelin rushed towards her, calling out in delight. With arms wide open, she clearly intended to embrace Xiaofan. Smiling, Xiaofan sidestepped Kaelin's embrace and teased, "Kaelin, if you dare to take liberties with me. Aren't you afraid the others in the Night Brigade will give you a thrashing?" Kaelin glanced around nervously, ensuring no one else was present, and let out a sigh of relief. Lady of the Night Goddess, please don't scare me like that. As Xiaofan walked ahead, Kaelin trailed behind, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Noticing this, Xiaofan prompted, "If you wish to say something, just say it." After a moment of hesitation, Kaelin finally spoke. "Lady Goddess, I've heard you were gravely injured, and even High Priest Hark could not cure you, so you're returning to the Flame Spirit Kingdom for treatment. Word travels fast. I didn't realize you all were already aware." Xiaofan replied, not denying the claim, merely following the script Meister had provided. After all, the incident stemmed from her own actions. Who could blame her for being drawn to Mingyuan? Only the captain, the vice-captain, and a few others are in the know. Most members of the Night Brigade are merely aware that you have been injured, Kaelin explained. "I see. Then let's keep it quiet for now. After I leave, you can find an opportunity to tell them," Xiaofan suggested. Unbeknownst to her, she had already accepted the noisy, troublesome Night Brigade. "Lady of the Night Goddess, please promise me you'll return once you recover. The Night Brigade cannot do without you." Kaelin, typically lewd and irreverent, displayed an unusually earnest demeanor for once. "Yes, I promise," Xiaofan replied, turning to Kaelin with a warm smile. Capturing this moment, one could only imagine how many more would join the Night Brigade. Yet in Kaelin's eyes, this beautiful scene was tinged with profound sadness. Accompanied by Kaelin, Xiaofan recounted her year-long life at Rod Academy since arriving in this foreign world. The empty classrooms, the silent library, each place held cherished memories in her mind. Even the arena where she had dueled Tina now seemed like a fond reminiscence. For one last time, Xiaofan wanted to etch this academy indelibly in her memory. "Thank you for accompanying me." Xiaofan gestured a farewell to Kaelin. "No, thank you." Kaelin remained rooted, watching as Xiaofan's figure gradually faded away. After bidding farewell to Kaelin, Xiaofan took out the green key, channeling her magic into it. And a cerulean door materialized before her. "Old man, I knew you would be here." Upon entering the grand gate, Xiaofan immediately spotted Nalan Hongwu seated on the ground, surrounded by a plethora of empty wine bottles. "Girl," Nalan Hongwu, reeking of alcohol, lifted his head upon seeing Xiaofan and gestured to the ground beside him. "Come, girl, join me for a couple of drinks." Xiaofan did not decline. Instead, she walked directly to Nalan Hongwu's side and poured a bottle of wine down her throat. Cough, cough. Drinking hastily, she choked and instinctively clutched her chest, coughing incessantly. "Ha!" Observing her predicament, Nalan Hongwu erupted into hearty laughter. If not for the tears welling in his eyes, Xiaofan might have believed he was genuinely delighted. Once she regained her composure, the elderly man and the young woman sat on the ground, completely devoid of decorum. Continuously pouring wine down their throats, it felt like a contest of speed, as both drank increasingly faster. And the number of empty bottles around them grew. Ultimately, it was Xiaofan who could no longer bear it. She turned to Nalan Hongwu and said, "Old man, tell me about your granddaughter." Nalan Hongwu's hand holding the wine bottle trembled involuntarily. "How did you know?" The bitterness in his voice was palpable to Xiaofan. Rolling her eyes at him, she replied, "I've lived here for a year. After all, I can sense these things. Her name is Yiliana, and you bear an uncanny resemblance to her. In fact, you could be carved from the same mold." "In no wonder," Xiaofan exclaimed. "When we first met through the spatial rift, you took me in, and I thought you had ulterior motives." She gave Nalan Hongwu a hearty pat on the shoulder, exclaiming loudly in his ear, "You little rascal, such disrespect!" Grasping Xiaofan's delicate wrist, Nalan Hongwu playfully flung her aside. However, it wasn't long before Xiaofan, clutching a wine bottle, staggered back. 3 years ago, Yiliana went to the Liling Kingdom and hasn't been heard from since. That it was only a year ago that I learned she was murdered by an assassin organization. Perhaps exhausted from drinking, Nalan Hongwu found a comfortable position against the wall. Xiaofan, mimicking him, leaned back against the wall as well. "When I first received the news, I sat here drinking just like this. Eventually, when I finally accepted Yiliana's death, I decided to go out for a breath of fresh air. And that's when you encountered me. Indeed, I was utterly shocked and thought Yiliana had returned." Upon reaching this point, they exchanged a knowing glance and erupted into laughter, simultaneously raising their bottles to drink. After downing another bottle, both felt their heads spinning slightly from the alcohol. However, Yiliana was far more endearing than you. With that last mumbled remark, Nalan Hongwu succumbed to a deep slumber on the ground. Watching him sleep peacefully, Xiaofan softly murmured, "Old man, thank you for your care over the past year." I could see that moment. Xiaofan's mind was as clear as day, devoid of any trace of inebriation. "If given the chance, I will find the murderer of Yiliana and avenge her." Placing the green key beside Nalan Hongwu, she exited the alchemy room. After Xiaofan left, Nalan Hongwu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the key on the ground. "Not charming at all. The 100,000 gold coins were the entirety of my life savings. Do spend them wisely." Closing his eyes once more, Nalan Hongwu truly drifted into dreams. Perhaps, if given the choice, he would prefer never to awaken again. Exiting the alchemy room, Xiaofan made her way directly to the gates of Rod Academy. Initially intending to return to her dormitory to see Su Ruwei and the others, she found herself at a loss for words, deciding instead to leave quietly. Arriving at the entrance of Rod Academy, the sight before her brought tears to her eyes. Su Ruwei, Kale Si, and Xiaona stood at the forefront, with all members of the Night Knights and Xiaofan's 3 little admirers behind them. Classmates and even Tina, with whom she had once dueled, were also present. A large banner hung above the crowd, wishing Xiaofan a swift recovery. "You all." Overwhelmed by emotion, Xiaofan was rendered speechless. Amidst the heartfelt farewell, she departed from Alaska, the city where she had spent a joyous year. As she reached the city gate, Su Ruwei suddenly embraced Xiaofan, her tears soaking Xiaofan's attire. To outsiders, it appeared that Su Ruwei was profoundly reluctant to part with her. Yet at that moment, Su Ruwei was secretly communicating with Xiaofan through mental energy. "Little Yi, tell me the truth. What on earth is going on?" "Su Ruwei." Xiaofan's astonished voice echoed in Su Ruwei's mind. Communicating through mental energy was a feat achievable only by those at the level of a grand mage or higher. For Xiaofan, it was a simple task. Yet, for Su Ruwei, who was only an intermediate mage, it indicated that her mental prowess had reached that of a grand mage, and with sufficient magical power. She could indeed be one. Xiaofan had always known of Su Ruwei's exceptional talent, but she never anticipated it surpassed her expectations. "The events on Magic Ancient Mountain were instigated by me, and the punishment imposed by His Majesty is that I am barred from entering the Starry Kingdom for life." Yes, that's so. Su Ruwei's voice faded from Xiaofan's mind, since it was a royal decree. Su Ruwei had no power to alter it, regardless of her family's influence or Su Ruwei's talent. This established fact could not be changed. Releasing her embrace, Yi Xiaofan exchanged hugs with Kalei Si and Xiaona. Amidst the sound of weeping, she departed from Alaska with grace. Within the dungeons of the Starry Kingdom, the prisoner who had previously enjoyed Yi Xiaofan's chicken leg looked curiously at the empty wall before him. Previously, no matter how he calculated, the plan seemed doomed to failure. Yet now, the likelihood of success was nearing 100%. It appeared that the factors capable of disrupting the plan had ceased to exist. It was time to commence. Reporting to the Pope, the subordinate lamented, "I am incompetent. I have been unable to investigate the cause of the enormous spatial rift appearing in the Starry Kingdom, in the southern region of the Kanglan continent." At the headquarters of the Holy Light Sanctuary, Itaros knelt before the Holy Light Pope. "No harm done. You have worked hard on this journey. You may retire to rest." "Yes." After Itaros withdrew, the Holy Light Pope gazed deeply into the starry sky. "It seems that the Kanglan continent is about to become unsettled once more. 3 days had passed since Yi Xiaofan left Alaska. At present, she found herself once again in the City of Water. This time, traveling on foot meant her journey was considerably slower than her previous visit. Along the way, the unconscious Dudu had awakened, upon opening his eyes and discovering he was nestled in Yi Xiaofan's embrace. He was so startled that he nearly fainted again. Upon arriving in the City of Water, Yi Xiaofan's first stop was the Mercenary Guild, due to the sealing of the rift on Magic Ancient Mountain. Yi Xiaofan had truly become penniless. In other words, her pockets were emptier than her face. "Grandpa Goral, I implore you to give me another chance. This time, I will succeed." As soon as she stepped into the Mercenary Guild, Yi Xiaofan spotted a towering, muscular woman pleading desperately with Goral, who was responsible for task registrations. The sight of her reminded Yi Xiaofan of Jama and the others. Of course, she also recognized this woman, who seemed to be called Mu-La after all. Mu-La had left a strong impression on Yi Xiaofan, not only due to her formidable physique, but also because failing 8 consecutive E-level missions was no small feat. "Mu-La, rules are rules. I truly cannot assist you. You should quickly find a mercenary of a level or higher," Goral said, his expression one of frustration as he looked at Muel et while Yi Xiaofan quietly listened to their conversation. Piecing together the backstory, unsurprisingly, Mu-La had once again failed the mission she had undertaken with Yi Xiaofan. Moreover, after a failure, Mu-La resolutely accepted another mission, achieving the dubious honor of 10 consecutive defeats. According to the regulations of the Mercenary Guild, an F-rank mercenary must undergo an assessment to be reinstated as an E-rank mercenary eligible for new missions. Should one fail even the assessment, it necessitates a guarantee from at least one E-rank mercenary, who must also assist Mu-La in completing the assessment task. Of course, this represents her last opportunity. Should she fail again, it would mean an irrevocable farewell to the Mercenary Guild. At the table, Mu-La was fervently pleading with Goral. She considered seeking another mercenary to act as her guarantor, but none were willing to. "I shall be her guarantor," Yi Xiaofan declared, stepping beside Mu-La and slamming his palm heavily on the table. In an instant, both Mu-La and Goral looked at Yi Xiaofan in astonishment. Thank you," Mu-La said shyly, her voice barely audible despite her tall stature. If not for Yi Xiaofan's keen hearing, it might have gone unheard. "Young lady, are you certain of your decision?" Goral cautioned Yi Xiaofan. "A guarantor for an F-rank mercenary. Failure in the task would result in a penalty of downgrading the guarantor's rank. This was precisely the reason that no one was willing to vouch for Mu-La, I am certain. Let us proceed with the task," Yi Xiaofan asserted confidently, believing he was displaying remarkable bravado. However, in Mu-La's eyes, his actions appeared endearingly naive. Just a moment," Goral said, retrieving a large black box from beneath the table. Perhaps due to his age, Goral's movements were notably slowed. He placed the black box on the table and instructed Yi Xiaofan. "Draw one." The assessment tasks for F ranks were all randomly drawn from this box. The difficulty of the tasks varied, with the simplest equating to an E-rank task and the most challenging rivaling a C rank. The box bore special patterns designed to shield against the mental probing of mages, preventing any form of cheating. Reaching into the box's sole opening, Yi Xiaofan casually selected a wooden stick. This one will do. Number 1190. Let us see what the task entails. After speaking, Mu-La retrieved a thick stack of books from beneath the table to verify the number. There were a total of 4,867 sticks within the box, each corresponding to a different task. Should someone complete a task, it would be removed and replaced with a new one by the mercenary guild. Found it. Proceed to the dark forest and investigate the cause of the magical mist. As Goral read the task aloud, Mu-La's expression darkened considerably. According to legend, the magical mist had existed in the dark forest for over 1,000 years, and even A-rank mercenaries who had ventured to investigate had failed to uncover its source. Such a task was far beyond the capabilities of an F-rank mercenary. It could only be said that Xiaofan's luck was exceedingly poor. Perhaps we should draw again, Goral suggested, sensing the task's excessive difficulty and discreetly exercising a small privilege. Addressing Mu-La and Xiaofan with a tone of concern, disregarding his colleague's expression of intent to report him. Just as Mu-La was about to agree with Goral's suggestion, Xiaofan interjected, "No need, this will suffice. Challenges are what make it interesting." But, Mu-La stammered, struggling to articulate a word of completion. "Don't worry. I'm here. You can rely on me," Xiaofan reassured her while signaling Goral to proceed with the registration. With a resigned shake of his head, Goral recorded the task number along with the names of Xiaofan and Mu-La on the assessment document. Upon exiting the mercenary guild, Mu-La finally summoned the courage to introduce herself. "My name is Mu-La. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" "I am Xiaofan. You may call me Xiao Yi, as my friends do," he replied. "Xiao Yi, thank you," though she had already expressed her gratitude moments earlier. They began to walk. While Xiaofan instinctively reached to drape an arm around Mu-La's shoulders, but the disparity in their heights compelled him to abandon the notion. Wu Dudu emerged from Xiaofan's embrace, calling out to him, "Are you hungry? Just a moment. I shall fetch you some chicken feet." Indeed, ever since Dudu had awakened, its diet had successfully transitioned from small fish to chicken feet. Of course, this chicken feet was merely Xiaofan's term for the claws of a bird-like magical beast, as chickens did not exist in this world. "Let me search. I believe I still have a few copper coins left," Xiaofan recalled, fully aware of his impoverished status. Upon probing into his spatial ring, he was momentarily taken aback. Inside the spatial ring lay a solitary green magic spirit card. This magic spirit card bore similarities to a bank card from Xiaofan's previous life, but it was categorized by colors ranging from red to violet, indicating levels from lowest to highest. The lowest red card could store 100 gold coins, while the orange could hold 1,000. Each subsequent tier increased the capacity tenfold. The green magic spirit card could store 100,000 gold coins. Why didn't the old man simply hand it to me? I would have accepted it without hesitation. Why the subterfuge? Staring at the magic spirit card within the spatial ring, Xiaofan felt a warmth spread through him. With newfound wealth, there was no longer a need to live in austerity. He promptly purchased 100 pounds of roasted chicken feet for Dudu, sufficient to last it a while. He then dragged Mu-La along, buying a plethora of fruits and snacks, feeling utterly satisfied as he embarked on the path to the dark forest. Mu-La watched in astonishment as Xiaofan squandered his funds, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. "Mu-La, do you know where the magical mist mentioned in the task is located?" "Yes, the magical mist is quite renowned. Everyone in the Water City is aware of it. Even 5-year-olds from the Starshine Kingdom are familiar with the magical mist in the dark forest. People from other nations have also heard of its infamous reputation. However, despite having been in this world for a year, Xiaofan remained oblivious to what the magical mist actually was, even having visited the dark forest previously. It was said that the magical mist was multicolored, yet those who entered it seldom returned. Noticing Xiaofan's ignorance regarding the magical mist, Mu-La began to explain. "The magical mist lies at the northernmost part of the forest. Follow me this way." They continued toward the dark forest, with Mu-La discerning the direction and leading the way. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly halted. Xiaofan followed her gaze, gasping in horror. A mere 10 meters ahead lay the bodies of 2 men and 2 women, all gruesomely severed in half, their intestines spilling onto the ground. The corpses had not yet begun to decay and bore no signs of having been gnawed by magical beasts, indicating that their demise was recent. Mu-La approached to examine the tragic scene, noting that the wounds at their waists were remarkably clean. The only weapons capable of inflicting such injuries would be human implements or the wind blades of a wind wolf. Regardless of the cause, it was disheartening news for both Yi Xiaofan and Mu L. Yi Xiaofan. Standing beside Mu La, silently awaited her verdict, having lived in this world for a year and engaged in several battles. Yet this was his first encounter with human corpses. He had often envisioned how he would react upon witnessing such bloodied remains, whether with fear or disgust. Yet, upon confronting the reality, he found himself devoid of any feeling. Not even a flicker of sympathy for the fallen. Xiao Yi, we must leave here quickly. Why? Mullah pointed at the still fresh blood pooling on the ground, explaining, the blood has not yet congealed. The scent will attract a horde of magical beasts. If we delay any longer, we may be trapped. Yi Xiaofan surveyed the surroundings, calmly stating, it seems we may already be too late. Surrounding the two individuals, a pack of over 20 gray-furred wolves began to encircle them slowly. Known as wind wolves, these second-tier magical soldiers are social creatures adept in the use of wind-based magic, their signature skill being the wind blade. In contrast to the Silver Moon wolves, the wind wolves are of a lower rank and lack the presence of a wolf king within their ranks. Despite the absence of a commanding alpha, the synergy among the wind wolves is something the Silver Moon wolves cannot rival. Mula quickly relayed information about the wind wolves, and no sooner had she finished speaking than a horde of them bared their bloody maws at Yi Xiaofan and Mula. A veritable storm of wind blades surged towards the 2.7 or 8 wind wolves concealed themselves behind the barrage, launching their assault. Mula, akin to an ostrich, crouched in terror on the ground, while Yi Xiaofan remained composed, only drawing his sword, Ming Yuan, just as the wind blades reached him. With a flash of steel, he dispersed the oncoming blades. As the wind blades dissipated, the wind wolves that had been lurking behind revealed their sharp claws to Yi Xiaofan. Without a glance, he stood his ground, wielding Ming Yuan to deflect their attacks one by one. Mula, still on the ground, gazed at Yi Xiaofan with admiration. Modified heavenly blade, 12 cuts, he called out, with a commanding shout. A glimmer of light flickered in all 4 directions around him. Utilizing the enhanced version of the Heavenly Blade 12 cuts, he cleaved the wind wolves in each direction in half, with the frontline attackers dispatched. The wind wolves that had been releasing wind blades from a distance began to show signs of unrest. Even with their limited intellect, they sensed that the prey before them was not to be trifled with. Unlike the Silver Moon wolves, who would never retreat without the Wolf King's command, the wind wolves would not hesitate to withdraw when the moment called for it. Silently, they departed, as quietly as they had arrived. Once the wind wolves had retreated entirely, Mula rose from the ground, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she exclaimed, Xiao Yi, you are amazing. Yi Xiaofan found her gaze familiar, reminiscent of the way Jiama and her companions had once looked at him. This thought sent a shiver down his spine, and no, it's nothing. We should leave this place quickly. Leading the way, Yi Xiaofan continued toward the direction of the magical mist, unaware that his chosen path was entirely opposite to the north where the mist resided. Lost in her fervor, Mula failed to notice the discrepancy. As for Yi Xiaofan, it was unreasonable to expect someone directionally challenged to find the right way, walking along the path, to alleviate the awkwardness. Yi Xiaofan forced himself to initiate a conversation. Mula, why did you lie on the ground earlier? With your prowess as a grand mage, you should have been able to handle those wind blades. Shouldn't you? Prior to their venture into the forest, Yi Xiaofan had already discerned Mula's true strength, which left him bewildered. A grand mage should be capable of completing even a C-rank task. Yet here was Mula, unable to manage even the most basic E-rank task. In a sense, she was indeed a prodigy. I don't want to, she replied, lowering her head, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. But every time, I lose control of my body, so I can never complete the tasks. Tears welled in Mula's eyes as she recounted her past. Previously, I was not like this. However, during my 4th year at Rod Academy, I came to the Dark Forest with my classmates for training, and Yi Xiaofan was taken aback, never having imagined that Mula was also a student of Rod Academy, and a 4th year at that. Shouldn't he address her as senpai? Unbeknownst to Mula, Yi Xiaofan's thoughts ran rampant as she continued to share her story. We initially killed many wild beasts and acquired numerous magic crystals. However, a man wielding a rusted sword killed all my classmates right before my eyes. It dawned on Yi Xiaofan that Mula's inability to fight stemmed from the psychological trauma she had endured. Yet, even with this understanding, he was at a loss as to how to help her overcome her mental scars. In the end, I was the only one who survived. Just me. Yes, Mula spoke. Her voice transformed from a quiver to a torrent of tears cascading down her cheeks, splattering onto the earth below. Neither in this life, nor the last, had Yi Xiaofan ever been one to console others that he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Reluctantly, he embraced Mula's sturdy figure. Wow. Mula's cries grew louder. Yes, that person you're talking about me. Young man? Who is it? Yi Xiaofan abruptly turned his head in the direction of the voice, his expression betraying his alertness. Before him stood a hunched figure wielding an enormous, rusted blade measuring over 3 meters. The stark contrast between the oversized weapon and the man's 1-meter height was striking to Mula. He appeared as a nightmarish specter. What a beautiful sight. It has been ages since I've savored such a delightful feast. His greedy, predatory gaze roamed over Yi Xiaofan, as if he could see through his clothing to the tempting form beneath. A wave of disgust washed over Yi Xiaofan. So, you are the one who has caused Mula such distress? I don't recall that at all. Perhaps you could jog my memory with your body. The man advanced, the massive blade exuding an oppressive aura as he stepped closer, eager to relish Yi Xiaofan's terrified expression. Unfortunately for him, Yi Xiaofan's demeanor disappointed his expectations. Pointing Mingyuan toward the ground, Yi Xiaofan declared, "Before you meet your demise, I'll grant you the opportunity to reveal your name." Old Man Madblade. Wei Shitian. Wei Shitian was far from pleased with Yi Xiaofan's demeanor. A mere second-tier magical warrior dared to confront him, a 6th-tier magical warrior. Yet the more he perceived Yi Xiaofan's defiance, the more he desired to toy with him. The Mad Blade Wei Shitian of the Dark Sect, a villain who had once ruthlessly slaughtered an entire city. Mula gazed at Wei Shitian in terror, clutching her sword. Heh, who would have thought that after my retirement? A junior would still recognize my name. As he closed in, just 2 meters away from Yi Xiaofan, he swung his massive blade with the force of a hurricane, aiming to cleave him in two. Yi Xiaofan initially intended to utilize the Heavenly Blade 12 cuts, but the 2-meter distance far exceeded his attack range. In a desperate maneuver, he grasped Mula, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The colossal blade made contact with the ground, sending a shockwave that lifted Yi Xiaofan's black skirt, revealing the safety shorts beneath. Phew, safety shorts are indeed the greatest invention in the world, he thought with a sigh of relief. You little girl. Why are you wearing shorts beneath your skirt? Wei Shitian bellowed in exasperation. Fool, they're called safety shorts. I don't care what you call them. They're just a piece of tattered cloth. Watch me slice them away. In Wei Shitian's hands, the massive blade became surprisingly agile, shielding Mula behind him. Yi Xiaofan brandished Mingyuan, clashing against Wei Shitian's weapon. The sound of metal clanging echoed as they battled fiercely. Think you could hold your ground against me? You must not be just a mere second-tier magical warrior, Wei Shitian remarked, momentarily halting his assault to appraise him. Yet you are merely a common 6th-tier magic mentor. What do you mean by that? As Wei Shitian paused, Yi Xiaofan also withdrew, positioning Mingyuan at his waist with a blade facing outward. He took a step forward, vanishing from Wei Shitian's line of sight. When he reappeared, Yi Xiaofan had already positioned himself behind Wei Shitian. Modified Heavenly Blade, 12 cuts. This technique was a creation of Yi Xiaofan, an innovative fusion of the Heavenly Blade 12 cuts with a spatial contraction maneuver. Wei Shitian, realizing Yi Xiaofan had suddenly vanished from sight, immediately sensed the impending danger. However, before Wei Shitian could react, the air seemed to solidify. A gentle breeze swept by. In an instant, Wei Shitian's body was cleaved in two. Xiao Yi, you actually managed to kill Quang Dao. Mula gazed at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief. No, it's not over yet. Pointing the tip of Mingyuan's blade towards the ground, Yi Xiaofan calmly stated. He then turned his gaze toward a nearby tree, following the direction of the blade's point. Mula was astonished to discover that the once severed Wei Shitian was slowly transforming into soil. Beside the tree, a figure cloaked in black looked down at Yi Xiaofan with a commanding presence. Wei Shitian stood behind this figure. I am Ladin, one of the 8 deacons of the Dark Sect, came a sharp voice from beneath the cloak. May I ask, Are you a eunuch? Yi Xiaofan did not intend to be rude. But that piercing voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a eunuch from his past life, and he could not suppress his curiosity. Seeking death, Ladin fumed, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of dark magic towards Yi Xiaofan. With a swift motion, Yi Xiaofan effortlessly dispersed the incoming dark wave with a single stroke of his blade. At that moment, Ladin regained his composure from his rage. Your prowess is indeed extraordinary. I apologize on his behalf for the earlier offense. Ladin gestured towards Wei Shirtan. I kindly ask that you spare him for the sake of the dark sect. Wei Xiaofan regarded Ladin's words with disdain. To beg for mercy when one is powerless? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Moreover, having never heard of the dark sect, why should he extend them any courtesy? Gripping Mingyuan tightly, Yi Xiaofan was about to refuse when he suddenly felt Mula tugging at his sleeve. Turning to look, he saw Mula shaking her head vigorously. As Ladin and Wei Shirtan vanished from sight, Yi Xiaofan turned to Mula. Mula, why don't you want me to deal with those two? As far as I know, the 8 deacons of the dark sect seldom make appearances that if they are here, it surely signifies some hidden agenda. I believe we should discreetly follow them and see what they intend to do. Upon reflection, Yi Xiaofan found Mula's reasoning somewhat valid. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. Grasping Mula's hand, Yi Xiaofan prepared to follow after Ladin, only to be pulled back by Mula once more. Wait a moment. Mula produced a vial of white powder and said, this powder can mask our presence and magical fluctuations, ensuring we remain undetected. That I have evaded several beast attacks using this, while the aura can be concealed. Magical fluctuations are notoriously difficult to suppress. Yi Xiaofan was astounded that Mula possessed such a valuable item. Sprinkling the white powder over themselves, they hastened to catch up with Ladin and Wei Shirtan. Maintaining a distance of approximately 100 meters, Yi Xiaofan observed the two of them cautiously covering their tracks. Their meticulousness suggested they were up to something significant. Xiao Yi, isn't it common sense to conceal one's trail in the wilderness? Yi Xiaofan turned his head away, not wanting Mula to see his flushed face. Darn it, I should really talk less in the future. After an indeterminate amount of time, a shroud of gray mist appeared before Yi Xiaofan. Following Ladin into the mist, he was astounded to find that, despite his keen eyesight, he could see no further than 3 meters ahead. This must be the illusory mist. I never expected the dark sect would set their sights on this place. Wasn't the illusory mist supposed to be colorful? Why does it appear so gray? Throughout their journey, Mula had described the illusory mist as breathtakingly beautiful, yet perilously dangerous. Now, witnessing it firsthand, Yi Xiaofan felt thoroughly disappointed. Why does this resemble smog? What you see is merely the byproduct of the illusory mist that we must traverse through it to behold the true illusory mist that I see. Then let us hurry. We might lose them. The two continued onward into the mist. Although visibility was limited, Mula managed to maintain a basic sense of direction, preventing them from becoming lost. Yi Xiaofan pondered the extent of the mist coverage. A sudden brightness appeared before him. It turned out he had emerged from a mist, and the genuine illusory mist lay not far ahead. Yi Xiaofan found himself positioned between the illusory mist and the gray fog. The vibrant, multicolored illusory mist shifted and danced, casting a magnificent reflection in Yi Xiaofan's eyes, momentarily leaving him entranced. The sound of slicing air broke the enchantment as a massive blade swung toward him from behind. Clang, clang! The metallic clash resounded as Yi Xiaofan instinctively raised his hand to block the enormous weapon. Impossible! You blocked my attack with a single hand. Wei Shirtian's heart surged with fear upon witnessing his full-force strike being thwarted by Yi Xiaofan's bare flesh. Even he could sense the silent lament of his status as a level 6 mage. Despite the growing trepidation within, Wei Shirtan maintained a facade of composure, declaring, I never anticipated you would dare to follow us here. Prepare to meet your end. It seems you were already aware that we were tailing you. Might I inquire how you discerned our presence? Yi Xiaofan smiled faintly at Wei Shirtian, revealing his pearly white teeth. The dispersing fragrance powder may conceal one's aura and magical fluctuations, but this is my invention. Do you truly believe it would affect me? Withdrawing his massive blade, Wei Shirtian distanced himself from Yi Xiaofan. At that moment, A dark substance coiled around Yi Xiaofan's feet, pulling him downward into the ground. Channeling his magic, Yi Xiaofan struggled to break free from the bindings. What? I can't seem to escape? I concede. You are indeed formidable, but the black source binding is composed of dark essence. Those ensnared by it have never escaped. Unbeknownst to him, Latin had emerged from behind Yi Xiaofan. It was evident that he was the one who had ensnared Yi Xiaofan. With a sinister smile, Wei Shitian taunted, little girl, it seems you. Before Wei Shitian could finish a sentence, Yi Xiaofan erupted with a powerful aura. Though fleeting, it succeeded in shattering the black source binding. Impossible! My black source binding was shattered so easily. Who exactly are you? Latin gazed at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief, his inner turmoil akin to 1,000 strikes. Drawing Mingyuan on, Yi Xiaofan pointed the blade towards the ground. What are you dark sectarians plotting here? Your answers will determine the direction of my blade. Why, dear girl, why be so hasty? Let us set aside our weapons and converse amicably, a voice chimed from behind. Turning around, Yi Xiaofan beheld a group of over 10 individuals emerging from the illusory mist. At their forefront stood a man with grayish-white hair, a gentle smile adorning his face. That must be him. Yi Xiaofan mused. Sensing his formidable presence, he is the archdeacon of the dark sect. Mula gasped in astonishment. The archdeacon? How do you know this? Yi Xiaofan inquired, puzzled by Mula's knowledge. The emblem on his chest can only be worn by the archdeacon. Following Mula's gaze, Yi Xiaofan noticed a hexagram insignia on the archdeacon's chest, encircled by a silver thread. The hexagram was the emblem of the dark sect, and the color variations represented different ranks. Black, white, red, silver, white, and white with silver or gold edges. However, due to the dark sect's rarity in the public eye, few were privy to this hierarchy that Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but regard Mula with newfound respect. Perceiving Yi Xiaofan's gaze, Mula hastily explained, I learned about the dark sect from a book I once read. Her clumsy explanation was unconvincing, even to herself. This young lady speaks the truth. I am indeed the archdeacon of the dark sect. Alan Hebrew, as the archbishop introduced himself. He bowed deeply to Yi Xiaofan, demonstrating a level of courtesy far exceeding what Yi had anticipated. Such a character was undoubtedly a quintessential villain template. Yet here he was, exhibiting such politeness. Had he mistakenly taken a wrong script? Observing Archbishop Alan, Yi Xiaofan pondered. With such formidable skills, I wonder if you two would be interested in joining our dark cult. It dawned on Yi Xiaofan why the archbishop was so courteous. He was keen on recruiting him. Meanwhile, Latin and Wei Shitian wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this all along. Their archbishop, upon encountering talent, sought to draw the individual into the dark cult. While I shall decline your invitation, I do have a question for you. Why Yi Xiaofan resolutely rejected Archbishop Alan's offer. Please, go ahead, since you can freely enter and exit the magical mist. Do you know the cause of its existence? Few who enter the magical mist emerge unscathed, indicating that the mist itself, or something within it, harbors some mysterious power. The members of the dark cult, able to traverse the mist at will, likely possess profound knowledge of its secrets. I am afraid I cannot disclose that information. Since you remain silent, I shall compel you to speak. Yi Xiaofan wore a knowing expression. After all, who would readily divulge their secrets to others? I shall see what capabilities you possess. Upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, Archbishop Alan responded not with anger, but with a smile, issuing a command to the dark cult members behind him to take action. The first to strike was still Wei Shitian. Not only because he was closest to Yi Xiaofan, but also due to his desire to reclaim his honor after being bested by a delicate young girl. The thought of being laughed at by the others in the cult was unbearable. Armed with his massive cleaver, Wei Shitian unleashed his full prowess. Countless blade shadows enveloped Yi Xiaofan, leaving no escape route. Yet it seemed Wei Shitian had forgotten that Yi Xiaofan possessed the extraordinary skill of shrinking space. In an instant, despite stepping back, Yi Xiaofan appeared right in front of Wei Shitian. The gleaming blade, Mingyuan, was raised high, poised to sever Wei Shitian's head from his shoulders. To Yi Xiaofan's surprise, a dark shadow crawled up from the ground and tightly bound her hand, saving Wei Shitian's life. Wei Shitian, having narrowly escaped Yi Xiaofan's blade, looked at the suspended Mingyuan, sweat trickling down his forehead. "That I hope you do not forget. We are not alone," Latin coldly remarked to Yi Xiaofan, his magical energy surging. "That I also hope you remember that this trick cannot restrain me." With a gentle exertion, Yi Xiaofan freed herself from the dark shadow. The members of the cult standing behind Archbishop Allen were all magic warriors of no low caliber. Each at least at level 6, they advanced towards Yi Xiaofan, weapons raised, preparing to strike. Some even attempted to take Mullah hostage while Yi Xiaofan was momentarily detained, hoping to force her compliance. However, the adept Yi Xiaofan would not allow that to happen. She swiftly stepped forward to stand before Mu-Li in a flash. A knife strike severed the assailant in two before Latin could react. Yi Xiaofan seemed to increasingly relish the sensation of cleaving individuals in half. Mullah, you should leave first. I will handle things here. After giving Mullah a few instructions, Yi Xiaofan re-engaged in battle with the members of the dark cult. Mullah obeyed Yi Xiaofan's command and fled into the gray mist, though she did not dare to stray too far, fearing she might become lost. Meanwhile, Archbishop Allen observed the scene calmly, neither attacking Yi Xiaofan nor obstructing Mullah. As if everything was under his control, the 12 blades of the celestial knife flowed from Yi Xiaofan's hands without interruption. Had it not been for Latin's interference, the group before her would likely have already turned into corpses. When Yi Xiaofan departed from Alaska, Jama had imparted all the techniques of the 12 blades of the celestial knife to her. After reviewing the entire blade manual, Yi Xiaofan realized that executing 12 strikes in an instant was merely the first layer of the technique. The subsequent techniques were far more intricate than she had anticipated. With her extraordinary physique and keen intellect, Yi Xiaofan swiftly grasped the first 3 forms. Yet, with a total of 9 forms in the technique, it was clear she still had much to learn. Of course, it also required her to be willing to study. The current situation was precisely what inspired Yi Xiaofan to continue learning the subsequent forms, as the first 3 were designed for single combat, while from the 4th form onward, they were tailored for dealing with multiple opponents. If Yi Xiaofan mastered the later techniques, even with Latin's interference, she could easily dispatch the individuals before her. Now seemed like a suitable time to learn. With that thought, Yi Xiaofan recalled the 4th form, in the distance. Latin, responsible for support, noticed Yi Xiaofan's figure becoming increasingly elusive. It was becoming exceedingly difficult to find an opening to effectively hinder her. Holding Mingyuan, Yi Xiaofan darted between her opponents with an agility that belied her status as a level 2 magic warrior, dominating a group of level 6 magic warriors. Moreover, it seemed her magical energy was inexhaustible, as she exhibited no signs of fatigue. In contrast, the members of the dark cult began to falter, their movements no longer as sharp as at the outset. Wounds increasingly visible upon their bodies. Having a target for continuous attacks was advantageous, but I have grown weary of this game. With that thought, Yi Xiaofan's figure gravitated towards Latin. Although Latin sensed Yi Xiaofan's intentions, he found himself utterly helpless, unable to outrun her, nor able to land a spell upon her. Despair washed over him. In mere moments, Yi Xiaofan appeared beside Latin, and at that moment, he felt the chilling call of death. Annoying flies, perish. Latin could distinctly feel Yi Xiaofan's breath against his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Enough, all of you retreat. Just as Latin sank into despair, Archbishop Allen's voice rang out. Without any visible action from the Archbishop, all present, including Latin, vanished from their positions. When they reappeared, they stood behind the Archbishop, a bunch of useless fools, unable to defeat a mere girl. Hee, is that even a villain's line? Yi Xiaofan mused that the Archbishop was finally exhibiting a semblance of villainy. Little girl, why not come and spar with me? The holy level aura erupted from Allen, pressing down towards Yi Xiaofan. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, Yi Xiaofan felt it was no different from a gentle breeze. Truly, the presence of a holy level being is fearsome, with their mere aura being so terrifying. Indeed, it is said that beneath the holy level, all are but ants. The members of the dark cult standing behind Allen gazed at him with admiration. While countless geniuses roamed the Kanglan continent, very few ever reached the holy level. This illustrates just how arduous the path to holiness is. Allen reveled in the admiration of his followers, having intimidated countless prodigies in the past, many of whom had subsequently joined the dark cult, himself included. Thus, Alan could almost foresee Yi Xiaofan trembling in fear. Alas, Yi Xiaofan would not succumb to his expectations. "You wish to spar with me. Why do you not make a move?" Regarding Alan's oppressive aura, Yi Xiaofan nonchalantly began to clean her ears. How could this be? Unless one reaches the holy level, one cannot possibly withstand the pressure of saint. I have always said she is a monster, yet you did not believe me. Why? Yi Xiaofan's effortless demeanor in facing Alan's pressure shocked not only the members of the dark cult, but also left Alan himself incredulous. Long ago, Alan, born in the Sunfire Kingdom, had been a prodigy capable of crushing countless peers. He had never lost a battle, and fighting above his level was a regular occurrence. Yet, all of this had changed in the year he turned 40. At the age of 40, Alan has just ascended to the rank of a novice mage, a feat that can be considered nothing short of genius in the annals of the Kanglan continent's history. Just as Alan was basking in the glow of his achievement, an individual claiming to be a member of the dark sect appeared before him, extending an invitation to join their ranks. Naturally, Alan resolutely declined at that moment, yet the stranger did not even lift a finger. The mere pressure emanating from him was enough to quell any thoughts of retaliation that might have crossed Alan's mind. Rather than dispatching Alan, the stranger left him with a chilling remark. "Darkness is the source of all." With that, he turned and departed. In due course, Alan found himself joining the dark sect, starting as an ordinary follower and gradually rising to the position of the current archbishop. His strength successfully transcended to the saint level. Following this elevation, Alan employed similar methods to recruit countless other prodigies. The individual who had once confronted him was none other than the previous archbishop, who had met his end at Alan's hands. "Little girl, I care not what allows you to disregard the pressure of the saint level. However, I shall show you the terror that comes with it." Upon noticing Yi Xiaofan's indifference to his aura, Alan's composure began to wane. After a prolonged period of inactivity, Alan, now enraged and embarrassed, finally directed his strike at Yi Xiaofan. Unexpectedly, witnessing a saint in action was a tremendous boon for Wei Shitian, who was transfixed by the spectacle, eager to behold the might of a saint. "Old man, have you finished your monologue? If so, hasten to make your move." "How senseless!" In response to Yi Xiaofan's taunt, Alan, furious yet incredulous, retorted, that very instant, he had already closed the distance to Yi Xiaofan, his right hand charged with immense power, aimed squarely at her crown. With a resounding smack, Yi Xiaofan raised her right arm above her head, colliding with Alan's palm. The impact created a massive crater at the center of their clash, even disrupting the flow of the magical mist. Alan gazed at Yi Xiaofan in disbelief. How could such a slender arm possess such formidable strength? The Archbishop's attack had been thwarted, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. Surely, it must be because he had not unleashed his full potential. Such was his rationale. Behind Alan, the members of the dark sect console one another, struggling to comprehend the reality of what they had just witnessed. Wei Shitian, too, found himself questioning the wisdom of his allegiance to the dark sect. Retracting his hand, Alan aimed a powerful kick at Yi Xiaofan's lower body, channeling all of his strength into the blow. With a thunderous thud, Yi Xiaofan retaliated with a kick of her own, sending Alan hurtling into the magical mist with a deafening crash before the members of the dark sect could react. Yi Xiaofan, wielding Mingyuan, swiftly maneuvered into their midst, dispatching all of them with the ease of slicing through vegetables. Each and everyone fell victim to her precise strikes, extracting the slumbering Dudu from her embrace. Yi Xiaofan gestured to the creature, which nodded in understanding, attentively sniffing the air around them. Woo-woo. Ever since the incident at Magic Ancient Mountain, Dudu's sense of smell had sharpened significantly, capable of rivaling that of a military dog. Following Dudu's guidance, Yi Xiaofan soon spotted Alan, who was attempting to flee. From the moment of his birth, Alan had never sustained such grievous injuries. Just a single kick from Yi Xiaofan felt as if he had been struck by countless mountains. His blood surged, and the magical ocean within him nearly shattered, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. This feeling evoked a legendary tale, one recounted by the Pope. Could she be a reincarnation of a deity? Such a notion seemed implausible. It was not yet the time for their emergence. Regardless of whether Yi Xiaofan was indeed a divine reincarnation, Alan was acutely aware that if he did not flee, he would truly meet his maker. The task assigned to him by the Pope was already cast aside. What mission could possibly surpass the importance of his own life? Hearing a commotion behind him, Alan instinctively glanced back. However, the sight he beheld nearly sent him into a panic. Yi Xiaofan, cradling a small black tiger, sauntered leisurely behind him, while the surrounding magical mist parted as if in deference to her presence. It is worth noting that even as a saint-level mage, Alan could only ensure his own safety within the magical mist, while other members of the dark sect relied on enchanted artifacts for protection. To witness someone like Yi Xiaofan, who appeared to stroll through the mist as if it were her own garden, was a feat even the Pope of the dark sect could scarcely achieve. I cannot allow this to continue. He will surely catch up to me. A glint of determination flickered in Alan's eyes as he dramatically increased his speed, more than tripling it, given Yi Xiaofan's current prowess. Each use of her spatial contraction technique allowed her to traverse a distance of a kilometer. Should she attempt to move further, the strain would shatter the fabric of space itself. Nevertheless, this speed was still considerably slower compared to that of a saint. As Alan employed some unknown secret technique to amplify his speed, it suddenly seemed inadequate. With each passing moment, Alan distanced himself further, compelling Yi Xiaofan to rely solely on her spatial contraction technique to keep pace. Of course, had she chosen to sprint at full capacity, no form of sorcery could have shielded Alan from her pursuit. However, doing so would undoubtedly lead to the collapse of the surrounding space, potentially endangering Mu-La outside. Amidst this relentless chase, time slipped away unnoticed until, without warning, Alan vanished from Yi Xiaofan's view. How could he simply disappear? Has he accelerated again? That seems unlikely. Yi Xiaofan scratched her head in frustration. Gazing at the spot where Alan had just been in her arms, his eyes sparkled with excitement, reveling at the prospect of escaping this woman so swiftly. Swiftly tell me which way to go. As Dudu daydreamed, Yi Xiaofan playfully smacked Dudu on the head. That wretched woman, her temper is growing ever more volatile. She used to merely flick my forehead, despite her dissatisfaction with Yi Xiaofan's actions. Dutifully pointed the way. Following Dudu's guidance, Yi Xiaofan cautiously approached the place where Alan had vanished. Meanwhile, Alan found himself within a grand palace, its walls adorned with intricate and enigmatic designs. A mere glance at these patterns ensnared him, drawing him deeper into their allure. Amongst the pillars of the palace, unknown magical beasts coiled, their bodies radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that ascended towards the ceiling. Clearly, the source of the magical mist stemmed from this very place. As Alan became entranced by the wall's designs, Yi Xiaofan too arrived, having been transported through a hidden teleportation array that brought her to this unfamiliar realm. Yi Xiaofan scanned her surroundings with keen interest, soon spotting Alan, who was still lost in the enchanting patterns. However, she had no inclination to disturb him. The grandeur of the palace far surpassed her interest in confronting him. Approaching a pillar that emanated vibrant hues, she discovered it to be composed of an unknown material. Feeling unexpectedly cold to the touch, to her astonishment, even when she exerted force against it, the pillar showed no signs of damage, which was remarkable considering it rivaled the strength she had used to launch Alan. There seems to be something significant here. Moving away from the pillar, Yi Xiaofan proceeded down the soul corridor. As for Alan, he remained ensnared by the wall's designs. If he could not rouse himself from his stupor, he might remain trapped here indefinitely. As Yi Xiaofan traversed the corridor, she marveled at the ever-changing colors surrounding her. After an indeterminate passage of time, the corridor suddenly widened. To her surprise, she discovered that there were indeed other living beings present. Exiting the corridor, Yi Xiaofan found herself in a space reminiscent of a library. A multitude of tattered individuals incessantly perused the books before them. Perhaps sensing the arrival of Yi Xiaofan, they all turned their heads in unison to gaze at him. Their crimson eyes and frenzied expressions unmistakably indicated their lack of rationality. Yi Xiaofan found himself perplexed as to why these irrational beings would still engage with literature. In appearance, they bore an uncanny resemblance to the zombies depicted in films from his past life. Yet, despite their zombie-like demeanor, Yi Xiaofan was acutely aware that they were certainly not such creatures. A true zombie would never exhibit such swiftness. Nevertheless, for convenience's sake, he decided to refer to them as zombies. In the blink of an eye, this horde of zombies had approached Yi Xiaofan. Their rapid movements and sheer numbers created a chaotic scene reminiscent of a car crash that Yi Xiaofan slapped his forehead and sighed. The mind is a precious thing. I hope you possess one, however. It seemed likely that these zombies had already devoured their own brains as they lay on the ground, baring their teeth at him. As he stepped over one, a zombie managed to reach his ankle and bit down fiercely, breaking two of its own incisors in the process. It was strange. There was nothing on the surface. So what were they so fixated upon? Yi Xiaofan pondered as he casually pulled a book from the shelf. From the presence of these zombies, Yi Xiaofan could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations belonging to the Holy Ones. The fact that a group of holy beings had lost their sanity was a clear indication of the extraordinary nature of this palace. Outside the magical mist, Mullah anxiously called out Yi Xiaofan's name. Yet she dared not step into the ethereal fog. Having searched everywhere without discovering any mechanisms, she wondered where the path truly lay. Inside the palace's library, Yi Xiaofan sat despondently on the floor. Addressing Dudu with a question, "Wu." Dudu replied, indicating its own uncertainty. Meanwhile, the zombies remained sprawled on the ground, and regardless of their struggles, they were invariably pulled back down by their companions just as they seemed about to rise. The library appeared to be a dead end, surrounded by towering bookshelves with no discernible exit. Yi Xiaofan even moved everything in the vicinity, but alas, no hidden mechanisms emerged as he had hoped. Given the circumstances, he resolved to resort to brute force to open a door. Rising from the ground and shaking off his despondency, he regarded the bookshelf before him with utmost seriousness. With a simple punch, he struck the shelf, causing it, and the wall behind it, to cave in, creating a substantial opening. Yi Xiaofan surveyed the pathway revealed beyond the breach, feeling quite satisfied as he clapped his hands in approval. Meanwhile, Alan, who had been engrossed in observing the patterns, was jolted awake by the resounding crash. Upon regaining consciousness, he hastily closed his eyes, confining his mental energy within, fearful of becoming ensnared once more. The location the Pope sought must indeed be here. It was truly a blessing in disguise. Imagining the rewards he would receive upon return, Alan nearly drooled at the thought. Not to mention the plethora of precious materials, even the maidens trained by the Pope's secret methods would leave one utterly enthralled. The Pope of the Dark Cult possessed a unique set of secret techniques, and indulging in women trained by these methods not only provided immense pleasure, but also enhanced magical power and increased the likelihood of breakthroughs. One could say that after experiencing such women, one could hardly be interested in any others. When he had first encountered Yi Xiaofan, Alan had felt no inclination whatsoever. Upon arriving at the library previously visited by Yi Xiaofan, he was horrified to see the holy-level beings sprawled on the floor, nearly losing his wits. Only when he discerned that they had lost all self-awareness did he finally relax. The Pope had mentioned that this place housed a complete chain of laws, and it appeared to be true that, if he could obtain it, the implications would be monumental. Gazing at the prostrate holy beings, Alan reveled in the thought. Avoiding the frenzied holy ones, Alan made his way toward the breach that Yi Xiaofan had created. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. This so-called struggle did not stem from the might of his adversaries, but rather from the sight of a silver chain not far from him. He stood upon a large magic circle etched into the ground, with the silver chain floating at its center. The faint aura emanating from the chain was sufficient to indicate its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, Yi Xiaofan sensed that the aura emanating from the chain was akin to that of the frenzied holy ones in the library. Presumably, it was the source of all this madness. A treasure, and not claim, it would be utterly uncharacteristic of Yi Xiaofan. Previously, even while aware of the peril facing the Academy's students, he had still taken the minuan from the ancient magic mountain. This clearly illustrated his insatiable greed. However, acquiring the chain was not without its challenges, for it was guarded by 4 puppets. Although they were indeed puppets, their movements were anything but mechanical. They exhibited remarkable agility, that if one were to shape them into human forms, it would be nearly impossible to discern them as puppets. The golden puppets were incredibly resilient. Even when Mingyuan struck them, it left only shallow wounds that healed almost instantaneously. Moreover, should any one of the puppets suffer irreparable damage, the remaining four would turn their attention to the chain, seeking to destroy it. This predicament left Yi Xiaofan in a dire position. To think they were the legendary golden-armored puppets, whose crafting methods have been lost for millennia, each one a formidable match for a holy level being. Concealed in the shadows, Alan watched in astonishment as the puppets engaged Yi Xiaofan. The sight of the chain behind the golden-armored puppets plunged him into a frenzied state. Could it be the complete chain of laws? If I could obtain it, I would ascend to godhood, and the entirety of the Kanglan continent would bow before me. As he mused, Alan stealthily approached the chain, though engaged in battle with the puppets. Yi Xiaofan was well aware of Alan's presence, since Alan had remained inactive and Yi Xiaofan had yet to devise a plan to handle the four puppets. He chose to ignore him. However, upon witnessing Alan's intent to stealthily seize the chain, Yi Xiaofan's mind turned, and a clever plan began to form. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Why Yi Xiaofan deliberately led the puppets away, creating ample opportunity for Alan. Could this be a trap? Alan, not a fool, began to harbor suspicions regarding Yi Xiaofan's actions. This prompted Yi Xiaofan to inwardly curse that I've lured the monsters away for you, and you still hesitate to act. Yet, regardless of Yi Xiaofan's inner frustrations, Alan remained resolute in his observation. Unfortunately for him, the subsequent actions of the puppets finally compelled Alan to ACT. As the puppets moved further from the chain, they exhibited signs of wanting to return. Unable to contain himself any longer, Alan dashed toward the chain. Reaching out to grasp it, a surge of immense power erupted from the chain, sending Alan hurtling backward, crashing against the wall and leaving his fate uncertain. The materials of this palace were a mystery, for the force unleashed by the chain was sufficient to obliterate a small mountain. Yet the palace remained unscathed. The sudden turn of events caught Yi Xiaofan off guard, and in that instant, the puppets returned to the chain, their golden fists poised to strike. As the metallic clash echoed, cracks began to form on the chain, multiplying rapidly. Soon, it was riddled with fissures. This thing truly so fragile. Yi Xiaofan couldn't help but voice his thoughts to the chain. The moment his words fell, the entire chain erupted, and even the seemingly indestructible palace was annihilated in the explosion. The shockwave swept through the dark forest, reaching the City of Water. This renowned city of the Xinjiang Kingdom nearly faced destruction beneath the onslaught of the residual forces. How unfortunate. I had thought to acquire yet another treasure. Yi Xiaofan stood naked amidst the ruins of the palace, letting out a regretful sigh. Although the explosion had not harmed Yi Xiaofan, the garments she wore were mere trifles, incinerated to ashes in an instant, leaving her alluring figure exposed to the as the remnants of the explosion gradually dissipated. Her tousled hair fell gently around her. The sight, both elusive and tantalizing, could drive any ordinary man to madness. Xiaoyi, are you all right? Just as Yi Xiaofan lamented her predicament, the voice of Mula echoed from above. It turned out that the entire palace was situated underground, and the force of the chain of law's explosion had uprooted the land above, creating a vast chasm. Mula stood at the edge of this cliff, calling out loudly for Yi Xiaofan. Upon hearing Mula's voice, Yi Xiaofan bent her knees slightly and leaped gracefully to join Mula at the cliff's edge. Mula's gaze fell upon Yi Xiaofan's bare form, and a faint blush crept on her cheeks. Sensing Mula's unusual stare, Yi Xiaofan spoke up. Apologies, let me put on some clothes first. She retrieved a set of women's lingerie and a purple dress from her spatial ring and donned them before Mula's eyes. Mula watched intently as Yi Xiaofan dressed, envious of her exquisite figure. If only I had such a perfect physique, she mused, glancing at her own muscular build, resigned to the likelihood that it would never be hers. I am all dressed now, Yi Xiaofan said shyly as she stood before Mula. The hem of her dress was somewhat short, and she kept tugging at it in a futile effort to cover her more enticing features. Mula looked at Yi Xiaofan, astonished by the stark contrast between them as women. The clothes Yi Xiaofan wore had been forcibly gifted to her by Su Rue and others before her departure. At that moment, the outfit she had chosen was relatively modest. Within her spatial ring lay an array of far more revealing garments. which Yi Xiaofan wouldn't even glance at. "Let us return," Yi Xiaofan urged, taking Mula by the hand as they made their way out of the dark forest. "But we still haven't uncovered the cause of the magical mist." Despite their many experiences, Mula had not forgotten the purpose of their expedition. Yi Xiaofan looked at the now noticeably faint magical mist and calmly informed Mula, "We have already identified the source. The dark forest shall no longer be shrouded in magical fog." "How can that be?" Mula asked, noticing the state of the mist, her confusion evident as she gazed at Yi Xiaofan. As they walked, Yi Xiaofan recounted the events that transpired within the palace in detail. Upon hearing the story, Mula expressed that the information was overwhelming, leaving her momentarily unable to process it. "Xiao Yi, you mean the magical mist was produced by a silver chain?" Mula asked. "I believe you, but the mercenary guild will demand evidence." "Evidence, you say? That is indeed a concern, but we shall address it later. For now, I simply wish to return and catch some sleep." Yi Xiaofan yawned, flashing a carefree smile at Mula. With a sigh, Mula followed behind Yi Xiaofan, apprehensive about her future. After some time had passed, Mula could no longer contain her curiosity. "Xiao Yi, do you truly know the way?" "Nonsense. I'm merely determining our direction," Yi Xiaofan replied, pointing hastily in a random direction. "What does nonsense mean?" "And that direction should be east," Mula corrected, reflecting on how deeply she had come to appreciate Yi Xiaofan's prowess amidst the magical mist, only to now experience firsthand how directionally challenged she truly was. "Ah, wait a moment. Let me take a look," Yi Xiaofan said. "Never mind. I'll let you take the lead," Mula insisted, taking charge of navigation. Due to Yi Xiaofan's haphazard guidance, even Mula was now unsure of their path, and they could only walk vaguely in one direction. Yet nearly half an hour later, they emerged from the dark forest. "I told you my chosen path was correct. Look how close we are to Water City." Yes, you're right," Mula replied, her patience with Yi Xiaofan wearing thin. Upon their return to Water City, they were struck by the devastation before them. The once towering city walls had collapsed by half, and the streets were strewn with the wounded. Those with strength, as well as those unscathed, were searching through the ruins for survivors, while priests skilled in healing magic desperately channeled their power to tend to the injured. "Excuse me, what happened here?" Yi Xiaofan asked a sweat-soaked man. The man, initially scowling at being stopped, was taken aback by Yi Xiaofan's beauty, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. "Little sister, you wouldn't believe it. Yesterday, an extraordinarily powerful force erupted from the dark forest, devastating Water City almost entirely. Could it have been the explosion of the silver chain? But why was the dark forest unharmed?" Yi Xiaofan pondered aloud, just as she was about to inquire further. Mula suddenly sprinted away as if driven by madness. Yi Xiaofan thanked the man and hurried after Mula's retreating figure. Following Mula's swift pace, Yi Xiaofan reached the western edge of Water City. In stark contrast to the opulence of the city center, this area resembled a slum. Perhaps due to its location at the fringe, furthest from the dark forest, the buildings here had remained largely intact. Mula reached a wooden house and anxiously knocked on the door. Before long, an elderly man with white hair opened it. "Ah, Mula, you're back. You must be hungry." "Let me, Mom," Mula interrupted, throwing herself into the man's frail embrace. Seeing the elderly man's frail form, Yi Xiaofan worriedly thought that Mula might hug him too tightly. Fortunately, her fears were unfounded as Mula released him, tears streaming down her face. "Thank goodness you are safe." Without uttering a word, the elderly man used his sleeve to wipe the tears from Mula's cheeks. Witnessing the tender reunion brought a lump to Yi Xiaofan's throat. Silently, she stepped away from the mother and daughter, making her way toward the mercenary guild. "Mula, that beautiful girl standing over there, is she your friend? How could you be so rude and not invite her in?" Mula's mother chastised her after Yi Xiaofan had departed. "Oh, I completely forgot," Mula exclaimed, glancing around in panic. But Yi Xiaofan was nowhere to be found. "I'll go find Xiao Yi. I'll be back soon," Mula called out, rushing toward the city center in search of Yi Xiaofan. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan had already used her ability to traverse distances swiftly and arrived at the ruins of the former mercenary guild. The guild now lay in ruins. "I have gathered all the details. Congratulations on completing your task." Upon locating the guild's deputy chairman, Mixius, Yi Xiaofan recounted the events in the dark forest that I not need to present any evidence. Yi Xiaofan was astonished by Mixius's unwavering belief in her account. Surely, one as charming as you would not fabricate such a tale. We have already formed some hypotheses regarding the magical mist's origins, and your report substantiates our theory, making it unlikely for you to lie. Fortunately, Mixius provided this clarification before Yi Xiaofan risked a future reliant on her looks. Regarding my friend, your assessment is complete. Your rank has reverted to dot, however. I shall take it upon myself to elevate your rank to C. Mixius, seeing the question forming on Yi Xiaofan's lips, smiled and offered the answer she sought, presenting her with a prestigious gift. This? How can I accept this? Yi Xiaofan hesitated as she received the emblem, symbolizing a C-level mercenary from Mixius. With Miss Ye's capabilities, serving as a C-level mercenary is undoubtedly within your grasp. Were it not for my limited authority, I would have elevated you directly to a level. Mixius, with a hint of jest, addressed Yi Xiaofan. Having completed the task at hand, Yi Xiaofan found himself at a loss regarding the current state of Water City. Remaining there held no further significance. He set forth towards his original destination. Shortly after Yi Xiaofan's departure, Mula arrived at the Mercenary Guild. Upon learning that Yi Xiaofan had already left, an indescribable feeling surged within her. This is what Miss Yi entrusted me to deliver to you, Mixius said, handing Mula a spatial ring. Opening the ring, Mula was greeted by the glimmering sight of gold coins, numbering at least 1,000. Little Yi, thank you. Within the borders of the Flame Spirit Kingdom. Along the official road between Zhuhua City and Shui Mu City, a merchant caravan passed slowly. Surrounding the caravan were guards, each possessing a formidable physique. That Yi Xiaofan sat within a dragon carriage, idly toying with his silky hair. Since departing from Water City, Yi Xiaofan first ventured into the dark forest to find Bai Sanyang, extorting a considerable amount of valuable items under duress. With his purse now thoroughly filled, Yi Xiaofan wandered aimlessly. Hey, this road is mine. This tree I planted. If you wish to pass, leave behind some toll at a Clichd line, lacking any novelty, as robbers obstructed the caravan's path. Yet despite the encounter with bandits, the entire caravan remained unperturbed while Yi Xiaofan discreetly leaned out of the carriage, observing the caravan's leader, a man dressed like a butler, engaging in negotiations with the robbers, with a disdainful curl of his lips. Yi Xiaofan returned to the confines of the carriage. According to the usual narrative, this caravan must surely contain a young lady or a young master. Under the butler's guidance, they would likely return to inherit a fortune, only to be ambushed by robbers en route, leading to the emergence of an unparalleled hero. That Yi Xiaofan had grown weary of such scenarios from novels in his past life. They offered no excitement whatsoever, and he preferred to simply relax in the carriage. After all, he had paid for the journey, and ensuring his safety was their responsibility. Don't you think so, did Yi Xiaofan remarked to the bewildered Du. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, Yi Xiaofan felt that Du seemed to have grown considerably and appeared sleepier than before. If previously Du had slept for 23 hours a day, now it had extended to 23.5 hours, leaving only half an hour for sustenance. Woo-woo, Du whimpered, roused from slumber by Yi Xiaofan, yet unable to express anger, merely grumbling in response. You think you can bribe me with such a meager amount? I'm telling you, without 1,000 gold coins, you shall not pass. As anticipated, negotiations fell apart. With the robbers demanding 1,000 gold coins, a typical family could manage an entire year's living expenses for merely 50 silver coins. 1,000 gold coins would require selling the entire caravan to procure. Naturally, Yi Xiaofan was an exception, as he possessed 100,000 gold coins given by Nalan Hongwu, along with precious magical materials extorted from Bai Sanyang, placing him among the wealthy elite. At this juncture, a wealthy young lady or master should be making an appearance. The script unfolded precisely as Yi Xiaofan had predicted, as a beautiful maiden descended from the dragon carriage, immediately drawing the attention of the bandits, who sought to abduct her as a mountain bandit's wife. The maiden, of course, would refuse, leading to an ensuing battle. However, the bandits, with their numerical advantage, clearly held the upper hand. Is it foolishness to emerge without the ability to back it up? Yet, given your attractive appearance, I suppose I shall make an attempt at a heroic rescue, Yi Xiaofan mused. The maiden appeared to be merely 16 or 17 years old, yet stood nearly 6 feet tall, her long, snow-white legs captivating Yi Xiaofan's gaze. Moreover, her figure was quite impressive. Yi Xiaofan could only aspire to such a stature in this lifetime. Duda, what manner of entrance do you think would be most dashing? If he were to intervene, it surely warranted a grand and stylish entrance to capture attention, ensuring the audience would shower him with admiration. Unfortunately, before Yi Xiaofan could devise a flamboyant plan, someone else had already seized the role of the hero. Since time immemorial, a sword has been the quintessential weapon for showcasing valor. The emerging hero wielded a long sword, his youthful visage etched with determination, swiftly subduing the bandit leader, a formidable warrior in his own right. "Get lost," the youth coldly spat at the bandit leader, his dashing demeanor causing the maiden's eyes to sparkle with admiration. Alas, a splendid cabbage is about to be trampled by swine, with a hero already in play. Yi Xiaofan's intervention seemed superfluous. He retreated into the dragon carriage, his face marked by discontent as he regarded the youth who had overshadowed him. Outside the carriage, praises for the young hero rang out, further fueling Yi Xiaofan's irritation. "Silly brother only knows how to show off," a youthful voice drifted from outside, prompting Yi Xiaofan to curiously peer out at the little girl. Feigning maturity, scolded the young hero, who gazed at her with affectionate eyes. "Wow, a 3-year sentence at the very least, the maximum being death." Yi Xiaofan watched the little girl with excitement. Unlike the pseudo-Lolas from his dormitory, this one was the genuine article in his previous life. He had been an unabashed, lowly enthusiast, but the real-life versions never quite lived up to his expectations. Now, however, he had encountered a little girl who could rival those from the realm of anime. "Xin, your health is fragile. Do not run around," the young hero admonished, ruffling the little girl's hair. "Silly brother, stop tousling my hair. It will hinder my growth," the little girl protested, though her expression betrayed her enjoyment of the attention. Yi Xiaofan found the subplot of a forbidden sibling romance amusing and thought the narrative had potential to continue. Just as he hoped to witness more, however, the little girl, appearing quite unwell, nearly collapsed from fatigue after standing outside for only a short while. The young hero hurriedly scooped her up and carried her back into the dragon carriage. With the protagonist having returned, it was time for the caravan to set off as well. Yet, with such a powerful presence among them, the guards inevitably relaxed their vigilance. "Boss, Plan A has failed." "Not a concern. I never expected that group of useless fools to achieve anything. Pay particular attention to that youth and the little girl in his arms." Unbeknownst to them, a group of cloaked figures lurked nearby, observing intently. "Boss, what is so noteworthy about that frail little girl? It's the youth holding her who is truly skilled." The speaker, despite his obscured face, exuded an air of lewdness. "That little girl harbors immense magical power. She is not to be underestimated." The one referred to as boss seemed accustomed to his subordinate's demeanor, responding calmly. "Boss, I have another question." "Speak. What is it?" It appeared this cloaked figure was not only lewd, but also quite chatty, unable to endure even a minute of silence. "Boss, why are we wearing black cloaks in broad daylight? Doesn't that seem rather suspicious?" "What do you know? Assassins dress this way. It makes us appear more professional." After a day filled with battles, fatigue settled over the group. As dusk fell, the caravan's members retired early, leaving only those assigned to keep watch. The night, after all, was the assassin's paradise. The cloaked figures who had been tailing the caravan throughout the day now stealthily approached. "Second, third, you two are tasked with eliminating the guards. Remember to remain silent." "Understood." "Fourth, fifth, your responsibility is to enter the tents and locate the target. Yes, the cloaked figures communicated telepathically. The guards remained blissfully unaware. The ability to convey thoughts telepathically indicated that they were at least of the high mage caliber. With the boss's orders delivered, second and third transformed into shadows, gliding towards the two guards on watch. Initially drowsy, the guards suddenly felt a chilling sensation creep up their spines. Years spent teetering on the brink of life and death warned them of an impending attack. Without time for contemplation, both guards instantly reached for their weapons. Yet, just as they grasped their arms, sharp daggers swiftly severed their throats. Silenced by magical force, No sounds escaped their lips and could tell the moment of the guard's demise. Fourth and fifth emerged in front of the tents, each checking to see if they had located the designated targets. Had it not been for their unrelenting power, the fourth and fifth assassins would have effortlessly slain their target. The entire process unfolded with an eerie fluidity, devoid of even the slightest sound. Before long, a faint yet palpable scent of blood enveloped the campsite. Inside a tent, cradling the slumbering Dudu, Xiaofan was abruptly jolted awake from his dreams. By extending his spiritual senses, he could distinctly perceive the movements of several figures lurking in the darkness. The man known as the fourth assassin approached Xiaofan's tent, utterly oblivious to the terrifying presence that lay within. Upon entering the tent, he found Xiaofan feigning sleep. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern Xiaofan's features even in the dim light. For a fleeting moment, the fourth assassin entertained a notion of cherishing this delicate beauty. However, this thought swiftly consumed his mind, causing him to dismiss his mission entirely. Producing a pouch of sedative powder from his pocket, he grinned wickedly as he scattered it into the air. Once this dream dispersal takes effect, even a dragon would be compelled to sleep for a day. Yet, as he released it into the atmosphere, he failed to consider the possibility of succumbing to the very effects himself. Unbeknownst to him, Xiaofan had already opened his eyes, curiously addressing the fourth assassin. "You forgot to mention that." With that, the assassin collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep slumber, while Xiaofan regarded the unconscious figure with a mix of exasperation and incredulity, pondering the absurdity of such a mind. Meanwhile, the pair of siblings from earlier also sensed that something was amiss. Brother, the adorable Xiaofan gazed with her large, innocent eyes at her elder sibling, who responded by signaling her to be quiet. The young man then scanned the campsite with his spiritual energy, detecting 3 assassins engaging in lethal intent, each possessing strength that rivaled his own. "It seems we've been discovered," the eldest murmured from the shadows, relaying to the others that they need not remain concealed any longer. To his bewilderment, he could no longer sense the fourth assassin's presence. Following his command, the 3 black-clad figures ceased their caution and unleashed their magical powers. The young man, who was strategizing within the tent, quickly recognized the change and hastened outside to confront the assassins. The caravan's guards, armed and ready, rushed out to join him, encircling the assassins. "Who are you?" inquired a butler-like figure, with a tall girl standing behind him. Unbeknownst to the assassin organization, they were facing the chief steward of Tiandan Pavilion. Their ignorance was palpable. The second assassin pointed to a blood-red rose emblazoned on his chest, shocking the caravan members. The assassin organization was a more enigmatic entity than even the dark cult. Shrouded in mystery, no one knew the identities of its members. Only that the assassin group was symbolized by a blood-red rose, and all those who encountered its leaders had never returned alive. "You will create chaos. I shall quietly eliminate those siblings. Also, where has the fourth gone?" The eldest's voice echoed in the minds of the other 3, but though one was missing, they complied with his orders. Launching assaults against the caravan guards, as the battle commenced, the young man wore an expression of suspicion. With the trio's strength, they had countless opportunities to eliminate the guards, yet they inexplicably redirected their focus towards him. Suggesting some hidden agenda, doubts clouded his mind, causing his actions to become less instinctual. However, the 3 assassins avoided a direct confrontation with him, retreating swiftly upon engagement. Frustration mounted within the young man, prompting a sense of urgency in his movements. Seizing the moment, the eldest assassin struck decisively, targeting the young man a high-level spatial ring. How troublesome to unravel, he mused. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, back in the tent, had entirely stripped the fourth assassin of his belongings to his surprise. The assassin bore a somewhat handsome visage, coupled with a notably impressive physique. He certainly has the potential to be quite the catch, Xiaofan thought, though his envy was unmistakable. I bid to test the efficacy of the dream dispersal. Xiaofan conjured a sphere of intense flame and directed it towards the lower half of the unconscious assassin, that I'm merely testing the effects of the dream dispersal. This is not jealousy. He justified that it wasn't until the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air that Xiaofan, satisfied, withdrew his magical energy and began to inspect his spoils at a steel dagger. Worthless, but a skin armor crafted from a magical beast. Also worthless. Counting his findings, Xiaofan could only hope for a pleasant surprise from the spatial ring. However, high-level spatial rings often possessed a blood-binding function. Unless the original owner severed their connection, even death would not free the ring from its bond. Nonetheless, Xiaofan believed it was merely a matter of time before he could break this connection. Although it appeared arduous, his greed for wealth was unwavering. He began to permeate his spiritual energy to locate and eliminate the mental imprint left by the original owner. Finally done. What a hassle! Xiaofan wiped non-existent sweat from his brow. From start to finish, the process took him merely a minute. Bang! An ice spike pierced through the tent, shattering the spatial ring in Xiaofan's hand, leaving a fine layer of ice shards resting in his palm. Stunned, Xiaofan stared blankly at the remnants, his mind momentarily blank. The assailant responsible for the ice spike was, of course, the eldest assassin. Originally aimed at the young man, the ice spike had been redirected when the latter's reflexes exceeded the assassin's expectations, narrowly avoiding the attack. Consequently, the spike continued its trajectory unabated towards Xiaofan, obliterating the spatial ring. "Brother, are you all right?" The little lowly, having noticed her brother was in danger, dashed out of the tent in a panic. "Xiao no!" the young man shouted in alarm. Just then, another ice spike struck, penetrating the little girl's chest. In disbelief, she gazed at the gaping wound before slowly collapsing to the ground. "Xiao, the young man cried, attempting to rush to her side, but was ensnared by the eldest assassin's magic. "Eliminate one. Focus on that boy," the eldest commanded the others telepathically, disregarding the fallen girl entirely. Having pierced her chest, he felt no need to even glance back. The ice spike's impact was lethal. Even a mere scrape could be fatal, let alone a direct hit to the heart. It was inconceivable for anyone to survive such an injury, not even a saint. Thus, the eldest assassin brimmed with confidence. Upon receiving the command, the three assassins turned their attention to the young man. The guards attempted to intervene, but were swiftly dispatched. It became clear to the guards that the assassins had been holding back their full strength all along. "You will pay for this. I swear by the name of the Ryan family that I shall see you annihilated." The young man glared fiercely at the surrounding assassins, his eyes bloodshot with fury as his words fell. His fiery red hair began to shift to a ghostly white, while his aura surged to unprecedented heights. The Ryan family? One of the most powerful families in the Qianyang kingdom. The assassins urged each other to eliminate him swiftly. Delaying would only complicate matters once his transformation was complete. The Qianyang kingdom was the mightiest nation on the Kanglan continent, with 90% of its populace being mages, one of the kingdom's foremost families. The Ryan family possessed a secret technique passed down through their bloodline, granting the user a fleeting fraction of their ancestor Brute Ryan's power. Though merely a tenth, it was more than sufficient to dispatch a group of 4th and 5th tier foes. Of course, this technique demanded a sacrifice of a portion of the user's lifespan, rendering it a last resort. Though I am quite enraged now, I will allow you to perform, given your use of the secret technique. Xiaofan thought, having recovered from his earlier shock and preparing to investigate who had shattered his spatial ring. He witnessed the young man, now grayed and transformed, being overwhelmed on the ground by the 4 black-clad assassins. "Kid, you're not the only one acquainted with secret techniques," the eldest assassin remarked, marking the first instance of an assassin speaking since the assassination had begun. The youth, pinned to the ground by the leader of the dark-clad figures, bore regretful tears in his violet eyes. "Xiao, I am sorry. It is all my fault for not protecting you properly, for taking you away from the family without permission." That moment, Xiaofan understood that it was his time to intervene. Having learned from the previous experience of being outpaced, he thought little of it and donned a black cloak, instantly appearing before the leader of the dark figures. This cloak had been a parting gift from the Night Knights upon his departure from Alaska, adorned with a prominently embroidered character for night. "I have a word of advice for you. Do not assume that the use of secret techniques renders you invincible." The haunting words echoed in the ears of the dark figure leader, who turned in disbelief to behold Xiaofan's exquisite visage. When did you position yourself behind me? I failed to notice at all. Despite his astonishment, the leader's seasoned combat experience allowed him to react swiftly upon seeing Yi Xiaofan. He kicked the youth towards his companions while simultaneously lunging at Yi Xiaofan with a dagger. Clang! Yi Xiaofan effortlessly caught the leader's lightning-fast strike with just 2 fingers, with a slight exertion. The dagger emitted a mournful wail and shattered into 2 pieces. Even with secret techniques, you are still remarkably weak, Yi Xiaofan remarked to the leader of the dark figures. Discarding his dagger, the leader quickly distanced himself from Yi Xiaofan, simultaneously encasing himself in several layers of magical shields. Such cowardice. How can you call yourself an assassin? Yi Xiaofan taunted. What should we do, boss? The secret technique won't last much longer. We must find a way to retreat. This woman is nothing short of a monster. The dark figures exchanged thoughts telepathically, their resolve wavering in the face of Yi Xiaofan's overwhelming power. But boss, we still haven't seen the 4th member. I initially thought he was distracted by a beautiful face, but it seems he is in grave danger now. Although the dark figures communicated using mental energy, eavesdropping on their conversation proved to be remarkably simple for Yi Xiaofan. You wish to depart without completing your task. The straightforward question sent chills down the spines of the dark figures. The fact that you can even overhear our mental exchanges confirms your extraordinary status. However, if you wish to detain us, you might find it a challenge. Every member who successfully joined the assassin organization received a sacred mark bestowed by a saint-level powerhouse. Activating the sacred mark allowed one's body to momentarily become ethereal, randomly transported to a location hundreds of miles away. Although it could only be used once, it could save a life in dire circumstances. It was precisely due to the existence of the sacred mark that the leader of the dark figures felt emboldened. As long as you grant us leniency, we can abandon this mission. Once the sacred mark is used, it cannot be activated again unless one has made significant contributions to the organization. Thus, in a bid to conserve resources, the leader attempted to negotiate with Yi Xiaofan, only to receive a disdainful glance in return that we are retreating. Observing Yi Xiaofan's gaze, the dark figure leader recognized that there was no chance of escaping unscathed. With a command, the 4 dark figures activated their sacred marks simultaneously. Humph! A cold snort escaped Yi Xiaofan's lips, and the 4 figures, already on the verge of vanishing, suddenly materialized once more at a saint-level powerhouse. The leader of the dark figures stared at Yi Xiaofan in terror. A saint-level powerhouse. The surrounding individuals gasped in astonishment. The combined number of all upgraded human powerhouses across the entire Kanglan continent would scarcely exceed 100. Underscoring the rarity of saint-level beings, as for god-level beings, they were relegated to the realm of myth. Without confirming or denying, Yi Xiaofan regarded the leader of the dark figures with an inscrutable expression. To encounter a saint, I concede my defeat. The leader of the dark figures realized that he had no hope of escaping the grasp of a saint. Yet, Yi Xiaofan did not execute him. Instead, he shattered the magical energy of the 4 dark figures, allowing the Merchant Association to deal with them. Why didn't you act sooner? After dealing with the dark figures, Yi Xiaofan was about to return to the tent for a nap when the youth, cradling the lifeless little girl, coldly addressed him. Calm down. Xiaofan's death cannot be attributed to the saint. The tall girl from the merchant group intervened, offering Yi Xiaofan an apologetic smile. It was evident that their relationship had grown closer following the events of the day. Why shouldn't I blame her? If she had acted sooner, Xiaofan would still be alive. The youth, having lost all rationality, roared at the girl, "Oh, it's all your fault. You are the one who caused Xiaofan's death." He then turned to Yi Xiaofan, fixing him with an intense glare. "Oh, how does it matter if I cause her death? Go ahead, bite me." Yi Xiaofan found the youth's reaction both amusing and infuriating. There are always those who project their inadequacies onto others. The youth was utterly taken aback by Yi Xiaofan's response, left speechless as he watched Yi Xiaofan retreat into the tent, just as Yi Xiaofan was about to bury himself in the tent's comfort. The youth called out, "My name is Andy Leon. If you do not kill me, I will avenge Xiaofan one day. That if you can manage that, then by all means come at me." Despite his distaste for the youth's attitude, Yi Xiaofan could not bring himself to kill someone merely for their insolence. Furthermore, he paid little heed to Andy's declaration. If Xiaofan could be easily slain, then even the supreme deity would have no need to intervene in such matters. A night passed in silence, and the next day, as the sun climbed high in the sky, Xiaofan finally awoke from his dreams, cradling the plump Dudu and yawning as he stepped out of the tent. The moment he emerged, he was taken aback. All the members of the merchant group were dressed impeccably, standing respectfully outside his tent. Even Andy wore a displeased expression as he was dragged over by the tall girl. "What is the meaning of this?" Xiaofan asked. "Respected saint, breakfast has been prepared for you. Please come this way." A middle-aged man dressed as a steward approached, addressing Xiaofan with utmost reverence. "Huh?" Xiaofan was momentarily bewildered. After a lengthy conversation with the steward, he finally grasped the situation. The previous night's remarks from the leader of the Dark Figures had led everyone to believe that Xiaofan was undoubtedly a saint-level powerhouse. Maintaining a good relationship with a saint-level being was undoubtedly advantageous. So early that morning, the steward had gathered everyone in the caravan to discuss how to curry favor with Xiaofan. After much deliberation, they realized that the only tangible offerings they had were gold coins, which Xiaofan likely would not value. With no other options, they resorted to treating Xiaofan with utmost respect in hopes of winning his favor. If Xiaofan were aware of their intentions, he would certainly inform them that as long as there was an abundance of gold coins, their attitude would matter little. Unfortunately, Xiaofan was oblivious to their thoughts, and they remained unaware of his preferences that, in this twist of fate, Xiaofan enjoyed an exceedingly lavish breakfast. "Could you all please stop following me? Go about your business, as if I don't exist." After finishing his meal, Xiaofan could no longer endure the crowd trailing behind him and voiced his frustration. In the end, they decided to send 3 young, beautiful women to attend to Xiaofan. 3 will suffice. It's certainly better than a whole crowd, Xiaofan reluctantly accepted. Although Xiaofan was merely having breakfast, time had already edged close to noon to make up for lost time. The caravan hastened its pace. Sated and refreshed, Xiaofan entered the most luxurious dragon carriage in the caravan, attended by the 3 maidens. The experience was markedly different. There was not even a hint of jostling. Reclining on one maiden's snow-white thigh, he munched on the translucent fruits being fed to him, marveling at the comfort. The previous dragon carriage had jostled him so much that it felt as if he had been split in 3. The evils of capitalism. As Xiaofan reveled in his comfort, the tall girl and Andy occupied the same dragon carriage. As Andy gazed at the dragon carriage occupied by Xiaofan, an unmistakable resentment flickered in his eyes. "Thank you, sir. You are the only one willing to remain by my side now." In his arms, Andy cradled a large jade urn containing Xiaofan's ashes. The night prior, he had taken it upon himself to cremate Xiaofan. "This is what I must do," he murmured. Xia grasped Andy's broad hand, offering him gentle comfort. Feeling the chill of her delicate fingers, Andy instinctively enclosed them within his palm. Xia, taken aback, attempted to withdraw her hand. But Andy held on firmly. Meeting his gaze, a faint blush colored Xia's charming face. "Miss," came the butler's voice from outside the dragon carriage, causing both to hastily retract their hands, caught in their moment. "Grandfather Fu, I will be out shortly," Xia called back, striving to compose herself. Stealing a glance at Andy, she exited the carriage. "With the assistance of Tiandan Pavilion, my potential to become a sage is assured. Xiaofan, then I shall avenge you." Andy spoke tenderly, stroking the urn that held Xiaofan's remains. Almost imperceptibly, the urn trembled, as if in response to Andy's words. "Miss, you and that Andy have taken Xia onto a cargo dragon carriage." The butler hesitantly addressed Xia. "Rest assured, I am merely playing along with him that a talent like his is worth cultivating," Xia replied, sensing the butler's unease ease slightly. After a moment's hesitation, the butler continued, "And what of that young girl who seems to be a sage-level expert?" "Seems," Xia queried, her expression growing serious. "The assassin should not be mistaken. Miss, have you ever witnessed our ancestor in action? Are you implying that Tiandan Pavilion, renowned throughout the Kanglan continent, undoubtedly has sage-level experts backing it? One of whom is the founder, Su Yu, the ancestor of the Su family. A sage-level expert can alter the heavens with mere pressure. There is no need for them to act personally. Let us not jump to conclusions." Once we reach Zhurua City, we shall find a way to invite her to the family headquarters for our ancestor to verify her authenticity. That shall have to suffice, the butler replied. Feigning contemplation, though his right hand discreetly ventured to Suya's slender waist. Suya swiftly swatted his hand away, chiding him, "Be cautious outside. We must not be discovered." With that, she stepped out of the dragon carriage, leaving the butler with a reluctant expression. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was comfortably indulging in the service of a maid. Du, lying nearby, feistily tore at the roasted chicken feet Xiaofan had given him. "Are you satisfied?" My lord sage, Sa, arrived post-haste at Xiaofan's side after leaving the butler. "Quite satisfied," Xiaofan replied, his mouth stuffed with food, rendering his words somewhat incoherent. "That's good to hear," Xia thought, observing Xiaofan's mannerisms and growing increasingly convinced that he was not a true sage. Though she kept this judgment to herself, "I wonder if my lord sage has heard of Tiandan Pavilion?" "No," Xiaofan responded. Xia had intended to reveal her identity, and, while Xiaofan was taken aback, extend an invitation for him to visit Tiandan Pavilion. But his lack of acknowledgement caught her off guard. "Ha! My lord sage certainly has a sense of humor." That why Xiaofan looked at Xia, bewildered, unsure when he had made a jest. Realizing that Xiaofan was genuinely unaware of Tiandan Pavilion, Xia felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. How could someone not know of Tiandan Pavilion? She thought, her expression one of defeat. Now, Xiaofan felt a twinge of embarrassment, recognizing that he had unintentionally dismissed her pride. He quickly corrected himself. "Ha! I was merely jesting. How could I possibly be unaware of Tiandan Pavilion? Isn't it that place? I'm the steward of Tiandan Pavilion in Zhurua City. May I extend an invitation for you to visit, my lord sage?" Contemplating his next destination, Xiaofan nodded. "Yes, I would be pleased." "Then I shall not disturb you further, my lord sage." With Xiaofan's agreement, Xia gracefully withdrew. The journey continued uneventfully, and the caravan safely arrived at Zhurua City, although some guards had perished along the way. Those seasoned in travel were hardly fazed by such occurrences. Upon reaching Zhurua City, the accompanying merchants dispersed, making sure to familiarize themselves with Xiaofan before departing, leaving satisfied after he promised to visit them in the future. In truth, Xiaofan had no recollection of who they were, let alone any intention of visiting. Once all had left, only Xiaofan, Xia, her butler Andy, and a group of guards remained, as they made their way to Tiandan Pavilion. Xiaofan cast a puzzled glance at Andy, wondering why he was accompanying Xia. Andy, unperturbed by Xiaofan's scrutiny, returned the gaze with equal intensity. Xia, sensing Xiaofan's confusion, explained, "Andy brother has nowhere else to go for the time being. So, I invited him to stay with me for a few days." Xiaofan replied, his expression one of understanding, causing Suya's cheeks to flush. Arriving at the entrance of Tiandan Pavilion, the young attendant, upon seeing Xia, hurried over with enthusiasm. "Miss, you have returned. You must be weary from your journey." Xia nodded graciously and strode into Tiandan Pavilion, exuding an air of confidence that belied her usual demeanor. Xiaofan followed closely behind, offering a slight smile to the attendant, who immediately appeared entranced. Upon entering Tiandan Pavilion, Xiaofan was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of its wealth, finally comprehending Suya's pride in the establishment. From the outside, it seemed unassuming, but within, its expanse exceeded Xiaofan's wildest imagination. The counters displayed an array of extraordinary treasures, nearly igniting within him a desire for theft. Why is it so vast? It appears entirely inconspicuous from the outside, and while Lord Sage may not be aware, but Tiandan Pavilion is equipped with a spatial formation, rendering its interior vastly larger than the exterior, Xia explained, her pride shining through. If the spatial formation were to be destroyed, what would become of the contents within? Xiaofan pondered, a mischievous thought crossing his mind, accompanied by a hint of temptation, sensing the shift in Xiaofan's demeanor. Quickly emerged from his embrace, using his paw to halt his thoughts. "Why, Lord Sage, is this your pet?" Xia inquired, her face lighting up with affection at the sight of Dudu. Even Andy, who had previously glared at Xiaofan, was now tempted to pet the creature. "Isn't he adorable?" "His name is Dudu," Xiaofan proclaimed, seizing the opportunity to boast, disregarding Dudu's silent protests as he raised the creature for all to see. Dudu shyly drew in his limbs, attempting to conceal his more sensitive areas. This endearing gesture only served to amplify his cuteness. "And why, Lord Sage, may I pet him? I would be glad to borrow him for a couple of days." Xiaofan extended Dudu towards Xia, unceremoniously relinquishing him. Though Dudu's heart swelled with joy at being temporarily liberated from Xiaofan, he put on a fa of reluctance to leave his master. To maintain the ruse, Dudu discreetly hooked his paw onto Suya's garment, fearing that Xiaofan would reclaim him. In truth, Dudu was overthinking. Xiaofan had long grown weary of his voracious appetite and eagerly sought a brief respite from his company. Thus, under mutual consent, Dudu successfully nestled into Suya's embrace. "At last, I can rid myself of this bothersome little creature." Both Xiaofan and Dudu internally rejoiced. "Why, Lord Sage, please follow me. I have arranged a room for you, and I hope you find it satisfactory." Suya, satisfied after embracing Dudu, placed the creature gently upon her chest, yet she did not forget about Xiaofan. During these past few days at the Tiandan Pavilion, Xiaofan had been treated like a distinguished guest. Suya had not only provided him with exquisite food and drink, but also endeavored to fulfill any of his requests, adhering to the principle of not being a burden while taking advantage of the situation. Xiaofan was unreserved in his pursuits. Utilizing the materials from the Tiandan Pavilion, he diligently crafted magical artifacts, with the success rate steadily increasing. Even when there were surplus materials, he would unabashedly store them in his spatial ring. On the fourth day, while Xiaofan was engrossed in crafting magical items in his room, Suya approached him. "Why, Lord," she said respectfully, bowing upon seeing him. Everyone within the Tiandan Pavilion would greet Xiaofan with deference. Initially taken aback by this newfound respect, Xiaofan had now grown accustomed to it. "There's something you need?" he inquired, not lifting his head as he continued to manipulate the materials in front of him. "It is like this, my lord. The family has become aware of your existence and wishes to meet you. What do you think?" Since the day Xiaofan took residence, Suya had contacted her family to report on him. It was only today that they responded, stating that the ancestor of the Su family, Suyu, would like to see him as the founder of the Tiandan Pavilion. Suyu was a formidable figure among the sages and possessed a sense of pride. It was not merely a matter of suspicion regarding Xiaofan's status as a sage. Even if confirmed, such meetings were not easily arranged. However, considering the immense benefits of allying with a sage, Suyu intended to meet him first and assess the situation. Should Xiaofan indeed be a sage, that would be fortuitous. If not, Suyu would ensure that the repercussions of impersonating a sage were made clear. "Well, since I have nothing pressing, I might as well go meet them," Xiaofan mused after a moment of contemplation, agreeing to the proposal. "I will arrange it at once," Suya replied joyfully, bowing once more before exiting the room. After leaving Xiaofan, Suya made her way to Andy. Ever since joining the Tiandan Pavilion, Andy had been fervently training, refusing to relent until he was utterly exhausted. Suya had attempted to persuade him multiple times, but he paid her no heed. As for the ashes of Xiaofan, Andy kept them on his bedside and would hold them close every night as he drifted to sleep. Xiaofan often suspected that Andy's mind might be somewhat unhinged. Thus, whenever he encountered Andy, he would dismiss the latter's sarcastic remarks as mere background noise. Why bother arguing with a fool? As usual, regardless of how Suya engaged Andy in conversation, he remained fixated on his relentless training. Only when Suya grew impatient would he respond with a casual remark that Andy's demeanor was indeed a source of frustration for Suya. She had initially hoped to use charm to recruit him as an ally, only to find herself led by him instead. "Miss, there are matters regarding business that require your presence," the steward interjected, finding Suya in her moment of vexation. "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," Suya replied, bidding farewell to Andy as she followed the steward. Once Suya had departed, Andy ceased his training, gazing in the direction she had gone for a long while before murmuring, "This Suya is surprisingly cunning. I nearly fell for her schemes that it would be prudent to abandon my previous intentions and leave this place as soon as possible." Meanwhile, Suya followed the steward through a labyrinth of corridors until they arrived at his opulent quarters. As the second in command of the Tiandan Pavilion, The steward's residence was nothing short of luxurious, boasting a spacious private courtyard. The moment they entered the room, the steward abruptly embraced Sia, showering her with kisses. "Yaya, I have missed you dearly. Get up and remove your disguise," Suya exclaimed, pushing him away in anger. Seeing her ire, the steward hurriedly rubbed his face, and after a moment, a layer of skin peeled away to reveal a strikingly handsome visage beneath. Subsequently, he applied the same technique to his hands and neck, transforming from an elderly man into a dashing youth. "Brother Su Ming, you look so handsome. Disguising yourself as an old man is utterly revolting." Suya pouted playfully, nestling into his embrace. Su Ming's hands roamed across Suyu's form, eliciting a sensation of warmth and softness throughout her being. "Has she agreed?" he inquired while caressing her. "Yes, and quite readily. She may very well be a sage," Suya replied, her gaze dreamy as she spoke ambiguously. "If she is indeed a sage, we will have accomplished something great. If not, that girl is certainly quite attractive," Su Ming mused, his grip tightening as he recalled Yi Xiaofan's appearance. "Pain, how can I not satisfy you? Yet you dare to think of others," Suya cried out in protest, discontent with Su Ming's intensity. "Enough, of course it's enough." Su Ming could no longer contain his desires. Tearing apart Suya's garments, as his words trailed off, she found herself pinned to the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Xiaofan, who was diligently experimenting with magical materials in his room, suddenly felt an unnatural flush creep across his face. "Oh dear, I didn't expect to witness such an intimate scene. Not suitable for children, not suitable at all." It turned out that when Suya departed, Yi Xiaofan had left a fragment of his consciousness attached to her. Thus, he was fully aware of everything she saw, heard, and said during her journey. This newfound ability to split his consciousness was a skill Yi Xiaofan had recently grasped. However, unbeknownst to him, only beings of divine level and above could perform such feats. Yi Xiaofan had unwittingly gained a front-row seat to a classic performance, and as he watched, he instinctively pressed his legs together, overwhelmed by an indescribable sensation. No, I mustn't continue watching. Reluctantly, he withdrew his consciousness. Yet, even with it returned, the vivid scenes continued to flash through his mind. With a heart as clear as ice, I remain unperturbed by the collapse of the heavens. Yi Xiaofan repeatedly chanted a calming mantra, striving to reach a state of emptiness to fend off his wandering thoughts. Strangely, the mantra that usually worked wonders now seemed utterly ineffective. Instead of achieving tranquility, the colorful images grew even more vivid. For a moment, Yi Xiaofan nearly succumbed to temptation. The restless night eventually came to an end, and early the next morning, a knock echoed at Yi Xiaofan's door, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He opened the door to reveal Sia standing outside, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "It seems the sage has not rested well," Sia remarked, observing him with curiosity. Why Yi Xiaofan, now a sage, should not have felt fatigue from sleeplessness. Yet his appearance left Suya increasingly convinced that he was not a true sage. Who, nestled in Suya's arms, had long since become accustomed to Yi Xiaofan's state. "Yes, I didn't sleep at all," Yi Xiaofan replied listlessly. "How could that be? Did I neglect something? It's nothing, don't worry about me." Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiaofan would have fallen asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. However, the earlier scene of Suya and Su Ming entwined kept replaying in his mind. Last night, lying in bed, he had found himself unable to resist reaching between his legs. Had he not snapped back to reality at the last moment, he would have unwittingly offered his innocence to his own delicate hands. "My lord, the teleportation array is ready. Please, have your meal first, and then Suya will take you to the Tiandan Pavilion's main estate." The main estate of the Tiandan Pavilion could not possibly be located in a small place like Zhurua City. Having eavesdropped on Suyu's conversation with Su Ming, Yi Xiaofan was well aware of her intentions. He chose not to reveal this, and, in accordance with Suyu's suggestion, indulged in a hearty meal. Having had no sleep, Yi Xiaofan felt it imperative to enjoy a substantial meal. Otherwise, he questioned the very meaning of his existence. After dining, Yi Xiaofan followed Suya to the teleportation array. To his astonishment, it was inscribed with elven tears, a testament to the Tiandan Pavilion's immense wealth. In the air, Yi Xiaofan faintly detected the scent of elven tears, prompting him to speak to Suya. The so-called elven tears are not the literal tears of elves, but rather a liquid that occasionally resembles droplets, formed within the magic void stone. According to legend, the fourth empress of the elven race once fell in love with a human. Tragically, during a fierce battle between the elves and humans, she accidentally killed her beloved. In her remorse, the elven empress shed tears of regret upon the magic void stone, hence the term elven tears. However, Yi Xiaofan was aware that the reality was different. The formation of elven tears stemmed from the excessive magical energy within the magic void stone, which compressed to create this substance. The elven tears, formed for the compressed magical energy of the magic void stone, possessed a magnitude greater than the spatial power held by the stone itself. In theory, using elven tears to inscribe a teleportation array could allow one to reach any corner of the world. Nevertheless, this remained merely theoretical, as the quantity of elven tears required was far too immense for anyone to amass. Given the great distance from his home, it would be impossible to inscribe a teleportation array without the use of elven tears. Suya explained to Yi Xiaofan. Upon arriving at the teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan was surprised to find Su Ming present, as well as that moment. Su Ming had reverted to his guise as the steward. Yi Xiaofan scrutinized Su Ming, seemingly searching for any hint of weakness. "Lord Saint, is there something on my face?" Su Ming felt extremely uncomfortable under Yi Xiaofan's gaze, fearing that his disguise had been uncovered. "No, pay it no mind," Yi Xiaofan replied, retracting his gaze but harboring a keen interest in Su Ming's skill in disguise, deciding he would like to learn it someday. "Lord Saint, we must not delay," Suya urged, for the elven tears have a volatile nature, and the teleportation array will lose its efficacy after a while. Yi Xiaofan understood that the teleportation array inscribed with elven tears could last for 2 hours. However, he had already squandered considerable time, so he cooperatively stepped into the teleportation array. After Suya and Su Ming also entered, the attendants outside activated the array. The array emitted a brilliant radiance. The figures of the three vanished within it. Despite this not being his first experience with a teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan still struggled with the discomfort caused by spatial transfer. In contrast, Suya and Su Ming appeared entirely unfazed. "Do saints feel unwell from using teleportation arrays?" Yi Xiaofan mused. "Impossible. Such discomfort only afflicts those with low magical power or those who seldom use teleportation arrays. Do you think the saint has low magical power or cannot afford to use a teleportation array?" "I'm increasingly convinced she is an imposter." Aware that mental communication might be detected by Yi Xiaofan, Suya and Su Ming resorted to the Su family's unique secret art to converse discreetly. "Lord Saint, have you recovered?" Suya inquired with a facade of concern as she approached Yi Xiaofan. "Yes, much improved," he replied. Had he not been aware of Suya's ulterior motives, he might have been genuinely touched. After all, Yi Xiaofan was far from an ordinary individual. His robust physique allowed him to recover swiftly. Only then did he take the opportunity to examine his surroundings closely. It must be said that the Su family's estate was indeed quite splendid. Verdant mountains, crystalline waters, melodious birdsong, and fragrant blossoms. Even the magical energy in the air was notably richer than in other places. Yet, Yi Xiaofan sensed an underlying instability in this space, as if it were on the verge of shattering. The entire atmosphere felt as though he had stepped into another world. "Lord Saint, please follow me," Suya beckoned, observing that Yi Xiaofan was now well. Nodding in acknowledgement, he trailed behind her into a grand hall, where Suya's kin awaited. The principal members of the Su family had gathered in the hall to await Yi Xiaofan's arrival. At the head of the hall sat a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Suya. Upon seeing Yi Xiaofan, so youthful and a girl at that, he felt a twinge of disdain, firmly believing that she could not possibly be a saint. Not only the middle-aged man, but even the other members of the Su family were convinced that Yi Xiaofan lacked the status of a saint. "The Lord Saint has graced us with a visit. We failed to offer a proper welcome, and we seek your forgiveness," the middle-aged man stated, maintaining a semblance of decorum even as he had already marked Yi Xiaofan as a fraud. However, he did not rise from his seat, instead looking down upon her from his elevated position. This demeanor irked Yi Xiaofan, prompting a frown. Despite his irritation, Xiaofan, who prided himself on his education, endeavored to uphold the necessary decorum. "Why do you not bow upon meeting me?" Xiaofan remarked, and the middle-aged man's gaze instantly turned frosty. Xu and Su Ming had already retreated to a distance, leaving Xiaofan to confront the situation alone. The presence of a saint should naturally warrant respect, but it was evident that the middle-aged man had never believed Xiaofan to be a saint-level powerhouse, channeling magical energy to exert pressure upon her. The overwhelming magical force emanating from him made it clear that he was an 8th-tier expert. The Su family members, observing Xiaofan under the oppressive magical pressure of the middle-aged man, exchanged knowing glances and smirks. To dare impersonate a saint was a grievous offense, and to come to the Su family to deceive them was a perilous gamble indeed. As time passed, Xiaofan remained composed beneath the magical pressure, occasionally nonchalantly scratching his ear and casting a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. Seeing Xiaofan unaffected by his magical pressure, the middle-aged man began to sweat nervously. Yet he had been the first to assert that Xiaofan could not possibly be a saint. And now he found himself in a precarious position, compelled to intensify his magical pressure in hopes of a miracle. The other members of the Su family began to sense that something was amiss. They did not believe that the middle-aged man could withstand Xiaofan. Her ability to remain unscathed under the 8th-tier pressure was a clear indication of her true identity. Saint, the word echoed in the minds of the Su family members. Having grown older, my mind seems to falter. Can anyone tell me how one who brazenly offends a saint should be dealt with? Xiaofan looked skyward, feigning ignorance, and spoke nonchalantly. One who offends a saint should rightfully be punished. As soon as Xiaofan finished speaking, one of the men seated beneath the middle-aged man immediately rose and knelt before her, responding, "We pay our respects to the Lord Saint." Shortly thereafter, the remaining members of the Su family, including Su and Su Ming, all knelt before Xiaofan. Having lived thus far, Xiaofan had always been the one to bow to others. This was the first time he had received such reverence. If asked how he felt at that moment, Xiaofan would certainly reply with one word: exhilarating. "Please rise," Xiaofan said with satisfaction directed toward the assembled crowd. "We were all deceived and dare to question the actions of the Lord Saint. We beseech your forgiveness," the first man to kneel said respectfully. "Elder, do not speak recklessly. Such a young girl cannot possibly be a saint," the middle-aged man retorted angrily, shaking with rage as he witnessed the elder's betrayal. "And what of it if I said so? You are the patriarch of the Su family. Is it wrong for me to echo your sentiments?" The elder showed no shame in his cowardice. The patriarch of the Su family was so infuriated he could not articulate a response. "Su Xing has offended the Lord Saint. I believe he is unworthy of the patriarch's position and demand his removal." The other 6 elders seated beneath Su Xing unanimously agreed with the elder's proposal, and in an instant, Su Xing lost his seat of power while Xiaofan crossed his arms, calmly observing the unfolding drama before him. "If only I had popcorn and soda," he mused internally. From the very beginning, I felt Su Xing was in the wrong. Even if the Lord Saint appears youthful, one cannot simply label her a fraud. I have heard that upon reaching saint level, one experiences a reversal of aging, forever retaining their youthful appearance. Indeed, Su Xing, lacking the stature of a sage, is incapable of comprehending the magnificence of such exalted beings. Following his fall from the chieftain's throne, the members of the Su family wasted no time in delivering their merciless blows. As an 8th-level archmagus, it had been an eternity since Su Xing had experienced such a suffocating sensation. "You cannot revoke my position as chieftain. It was bestowed upon me by our revered ancestor, and you lack the authority to do so." His proclamation rendered the gathering instantly silent for the Su family. Their ancestor was akin to the heavens. No one dared to defy the words of their forebear. Those who had previously mocked Su Xing now resembled quails, their mouths sealed, uttering not a single word. Even the 7 elders found themselves impotent to counter Su Xing's assertion that he was the most gifted genius the Su family had seen in a millennium, having attained the rank of archmagus at the tender age of 250, making him the second in the family with the potential to achieve sanctity. The ancestor had harbored immense expectations for Su Xing. Alas, since ascending to the rank of Archmagus, he had stagnated, showing no sign of progress for many years. You find yourselves at a loss for words now, do you? Su Xing reveled in the moment, contemplating how best to exact his revenge. The members of the Su family, well aware of Su Xing's vindictive nature, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them, cursing themselves for having forgotten their ancestor. Upon assuming the chieftaincy, Su Xing's first act had been to eliminate his 12 brothers and even his own father. The thought of Su Xing's ruthlessness sent shivers down everyone's spines. Have you all had your fill of chaos? With the room finally quieted, Xiaofan spoke up. It was then that the Su family members recalled that Xiaofan, the principal figure, had yet to make his voice heard. It was no wonder, then. Having long lived under Su Xing's oppressive rule, they were now caught up in the euphoria of a potential reversal of fortune. Since you dared to offend me, you must be prepared to accept the consequences. Xiaofan raised his hand and gestured toward Su Xing, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him, compelling Su Xing to kneel before him. The sensation came swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Kneeling, Su Xing realized he could not sense a trace of magic power within him. I shall spare your life, but I will seal your powers. From this day forth, you shall lead the life of an ordinary person, Xiaofan declared, adopting a demeanor characteristic of a sage. Was this the nature of a sage, capable of sealing the powers of a chieftain with a mere flick of the wrist? Their ancestor had held high hopes for Su Xing, and should he learn of this, he would surely erupt in fury. Rather than feeling relieved at Su Xing's magical suppression, the Su family members grew increasingly anxious. They had no desire to endure the wrath of their ancestor once more. During his stay at the Heavenly Dam Pavilion, Xiaofan had fervently crafted magical artifacts, disassembling and fusing countless precious magical materials in a relentless cycle. Through this repetition, not only had his alchemical skills seen tremendous improvement, but his comprehension of magical power had also advanced by leaps and bounds. The method he employed to seal Su Xing's magic was a recent insight he had gained. Furthermore, Xiaofan was not limited to this single sealing technique. His understanding of magical power had now genuinely reached the level of a sage. Naturally, in comparison to those ancient beings who had lived for countless years, Xiaofan still had much to learn. However, even if he possessed no understanding of magical power, he could still defeat a sage with a single blow. Yet, as his comprehension deepened, his combat style became more refined, aligning with Xiaofan's aesthetic sensibilities rather than resembling a brutish oath. No, this cannot be. Return my magical power to me. Su Xing, kneeling on the ground, could not accept the reality of his sealed abilities. Shouting hysterically at Xiaofan, the seal imposed by a sage could only be undone by another sage. Su Xing's 8th-level Archmagus strength was woefully insufficient for the ancestor of the Su family. He had just entered seclusion before Xiaofan's arrival and would not emerge anytime soon. The place where the ancestor meditated was protected by a magical array he had personally laid, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to intrude. Unable to fight back and now robbed of his magic, despair enveloped Su Xing. Had he known this would occur, he should have dutifully reported to the ancestor, allowing him to verify Xiaofan's authenticity. It seems your family is not particularly welcoming to me. I shall take my leave, Xiaofan declared, feeling that further presence was unnecessary, and he turned to bid Suya farewell. You think you can come to my Su family and wreak havoc, then simply walk away? Do you believe my family is without defenders? Just as Xiaofan turned, a voice imbued with authority resonated from above. In the next moment, a young man, appearing to be in his 20s, materialized beside Su Xing. This individual was none other than the Su family's ancestor. Su Yu. Ancestor, you must stand up for me. Upon witnessing Su Yu's arrival, Su Xing, disregarding how he should still be in seclusion, crawled over and clutched at Su Yu's trousers, smearing his snot and tears upon them. Years ago, when Su Xing was merely 8, he had been mercilessly beaten by his elder brother and had hidden in the back garden. Crying that time, he had been unaware that the back garden was a forbidden zone for all members of the Su family, for it was the dwelling of their ancestor, Su Yu. That day marked the first time Su Xing encountered Su Yu. Seeing the weeping child, Su Yu was reminded of the first child he had with his first wife. Those were the most unforgettable moments of his life. With a heart filled with nostalgia, Su Yu lifted Su Xing, his collar stained with the child's tears. From that moment on, this act of wiping his tears became Su Xing's unique way of seeking affection from Su Yu. Though he had not resorted to it for many years, boom. While clinging to Su Yu's leg and sobbing, Su Xing began to incoherently recount his misfortunes, only to be met with a forceful kick from Su Yu, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. So this is the ancestor of the Su family. Though somewhat cold-hearted, it was inexplicably satisfying. Might I suggest that you owe me an explanation? After dispatching Su Xing, Su Yu addressed Yi Xiaofan as a sage. Su Yu was not one to judge others based on appearances. From Yi Xiaofan's seemingly delicate form, he could faintly sense the immense power contained within. As for the second-level mage's magic energy that Yi Xiaofan had exhibited, it had long been disregarded by Su Yu. Although sages were rare, it did not preclude the possibility of encountering eccentric individuals among their ranks. Many sages relished in concealing their true strength. You invited me here, only to brazenly offend me. Does this suffice as an explanation? Yi Xiaofan mimicked Su Xing's demeanor, adopting a severe expression. Unfortunately, Yi Xiaofan was unaware that her attempt at authority only rendered her unexpectedly endearing. Observing from the sidelines, Su Ming watched Yi Xiaofan's antics. That's so. Su Yu directed a piercing gaze toward the Grand Elder, his icy stare seeming to penetrate the Elder's very being, reporting to the ancestor. It was all due to Su Xing. He acted unilaterally. That's so. Before the Grand Elder could finish, Su Yu's stern voice echoed once more to "It is." The Grand Elder replied, terror-stricken. You seven, go to the abyss for a year. Su Yu's command was clearly directed at the seven elders. Understood. Hearing Su Yu's words, fear gripped the faces of the seven elders. However, due to Su Yu's authority, they had no choice but to acquiesce to the punishment. Yi Xiaofan, witnessing their expressions of dread, became curious about the abyss they spoke of. I trust you are satisfied. It will suffice that Su Yu's demeanor left Yi Xiaofan at a loss for words. In that case, should we not also settle the matter of you bullying my Su family? Yi Xiaofan had thought the situation was resolved, only for Su Yu to spring a surprise on her, catching her off guard. What do you mean by that? My Su family is not to be trifled with. As he spoke, Su Yu's magic energy began to surge, indicating his readiness to engage. Tisich, after all this talk, you still wish to resolve matters through combat? What was the point of all this dialogue? Yi Xiaofan discerned Su Yu's intentions and likewise channeled the magical energy coursing through him. In truth, Yi Xiaofan had longed for a sparring partner. A perfect opportunity to test the skills he had recently acquired. Su therefore, unwittingly fulfilled Yi Xiaofan's desires. With the swiftness of lightning, Su Yu unleashed a ruthless strike aimed squarely at Yi Xiaofan's forehead. Caught off guard, Yi Xiaofan instinctively retreated in haste. Seizing the advantage, Su Yu pressed his assault, delivering blow after blow towards Yi Xiaofan, leaving him with little choice but to evade. Although both Su Yu and Alan, whom Yi Xiaofan had encountered earlier, were of the same saintly tier, their combat styles were worlds apart. Alan's every exertion of magical power wrought devastation upon the surroundings, while Su Yu's strikes appeared deceptively mundane. Yet, with each of Su Yu's movements, the air itself fractured with minute cracks. In a deft maneuver, Yi Xiaofan vanished from sight, reappearing behind Su Yu, and launched a kick towards him. With a resounding clap, their bodies collided, sending shockwaves that rippled through the vicinity, stirring Yi Xiaofan's long hair. Impressive, you managed to withstand half of my strength, Su Yu remarked, retracting his hand, his tone laced with arrogance. Despite his bravado, Su Yu was genuinely astonished by Yi Xiaofan's prowess. Given Su Yu's strength, even utilizing just half of it was sufficient to subdue most newly ascended saints, though I haven't even tapped into 1/10 of my strength. Yi Xiaofan replied, equally taken aback. Though the kick had been delivered casually, no one had previously managed to withstand it, making Su Yu the first. Arrogant, Su Yu scoffed, unable to believe Yi Xiaofan's claim. Did he think himself a god? Without even using a fraction of his power, Su Yu dismissed Yi Xiaofan's words as mere posturing. If you can endure my next strike, I shall reveal a secret, Su Yu proposed, extending a finger toward Yi Xiaofan. Though often underestimated, it was the first time someone had suggested using merely a finger against her, eliciting a mix of amusement and irritation from Yi Xiaofan. Before she could respond, Su Yu appeared before her in an instant. His finger aimed at her brow with blinding speed. The next moment, he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several buildings before finally coming to a halt. A mere ordinary punch, Yi Xiaofan remarked, her voice calm as she watched his departure. How is this possible? Su Yu wiped the blood from his lips. Disbelief etched across his face. It was the first time he had been wounded since the cataclysmic battle millennia. He lifted his foot. Yi Xiaofan had already positioned herself before him. Shall we discuss that secret of yours? Though she had not yet had the chance to test her newfound skills, she found herself more intrigued by Su Yu's secret. In her previous life, she had aspired to be a gossip journalist. You are nearing the divine tier, so perhaps the secret may not hold much allure for you. Su Yu replied, Enlighten me. Yi Xiaofan urged, Follow me. This place is not suitable for such discussions. Rising from the ground, Su Yu dismissed the members of his clan and beckoned Yi Xiaofan to follow him. Intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding the secret, Yi Xiaofan trailed Su Yu to his secluded retreat. Her surprise, he resided in a cave, and even more astonishingly, the cave descended thousands of meters underground. Traversing through the pitch-black tunnel, Yi Xiaofan suddenly found herself dazzled by a bright sight. Before her lay a vast expanse of magma, at the center of which stood an ancient, quaint cabin. The fiery glow emitted by the magma painted Yi Xiaofan's face a charming crimson. What is this place? Before Yi Xiaofan could voice her question, Su Yu had already stepped toward the small cabin at the magma's heart. He walked upon the molten surface, producing crackling sounds as sparks erupted from the magma, splattering against his skin, yet he felt nothing. Imitating Su Yu, Yi Xiaofan took a step forward, only to find her previously pristine clothing wrinkling and threatening to ignite, while the prospect of ruining her attire was trivial. Yi Xiaofan was not keen on exposing herself. She still valued her modesty. This is the perfect opportunity, she mused, retrieving a cloak emblazoned with the character knight, a gift from the Night Knights. The cloak, crafted from fine materials, had been further enhanced into a magical artifact during her time at the Tiandan Pavilion. Draped in the cloak, Yi Xiaofan confidently advanced. Although it did not cool the air, it maintained a constant temperature, allowing her to disregard the magma's intense heat. Glancing back, Su Yu instinctively noticed the cloak, his eyes narrowing in surprise, an artifact of semi-divine quality. This little girl is surprisingly affluent, he thought, a twinge of envy creeping in. Despite having lived for over 10,000 years, he possessed only 2 semi-divine artifacts, while Yi Xiaofan, seemingly under 2,000 years old, had already acquired one, either due to her lineage or sheer fortune. Are we going or not? Why are you just standing there? Yi Xiaofan queried, approaching Su Yu, curious if there was something amiss on her face that, yes, let us proceed, Su Yu replied, redirecting his gaze as he led the way. Before long, they arrived at the quaint cabin, which, although appearing to be constructed of wood, surprisingly showed no signs of damage from the searing magma. Yi Xiaofan reached out to touch the cabin's wall, only to be met with an unexpectedly cool sensation. This must be a treasure. Perhaps I should seize it, she thought, greed rising within her. This is the Tianyuan cabin, crafted from ice crystal snowwood, a semi-divine artifact. Su Yu informed her, pride evident on his face. Of course. We all know this is your precious treasure, Su Yu. But there is no need for constant boasting, Yi Xiaofan retorted playfully. Just then, a rotund figure emerged from the cabin, his greasy hands clutching a chunk of fatty meat that he munched on incessantly. Wang Pongzi, can you not keep your mouth shut when there's food? Su Yu sighed, clearly exasperated by the glutton. Has the issue been resolved? And who is this young lady? A tall woman with an alluring gaze stepped out from behind Wang Pongzi, eyeing Su Yu with flirtation. This is my newly recruited aide. Yi Xiaofan, I used 8/10 of my strength, and she sent me flying with a single punch, Su Yu explained, leaving both Wang Pongzi and the woman in shock. They were well aware of Su Yu's formidable abilities. How could he be bested? After introducing Yi Xiaofan, Su Yu turned to the pair. This is Wang Pongzi, and this is my sister, Ban Xingyu. Before he could finish, Ban Qingyu interjected, "Hello, little sister," extending her hand for a gentle shake. Ahem, just to clarify, he is male, Suyu added with a cough, drawing further attention to the peculiar situation. Male? Yi Xiaofan stared in disbelief at Ban Qingyu's chest, then glanced down at her own, feeling a sense of discontent as she squatted in a corner. As they entered the cabin, Yi Xiaofan noticed two more individuals inside. The one sleeping over there is Satu, and the one in the corner is Munka, Suyu said. After Suyu's introductions, Yi Xiaofan gathered a rough understanding of her companions. The gluttonous Wang Pongzi, the cross-dressing Ban Qingyu, the slumbering Satu, and the reclusive Munka. She felt as though she had stumbled into the wrong play. The secret you mentioned can now be revealed, can't it? Yi Xiaofan inquired, attempting to distance herself from Ban Qingyu, as she settled into a chair. Ah, you brought her over without explaining the situation? Ban Qingyu leaned closer, his intentions seemingly ambiguous. Surely you are familiar with the 9 great, or rather, the 10 absolute places. So you paid no heed to Ban Qingyu and turned to Yi Xiaofan. Before Yi Xiaofan arrived in this world, there existed a total of 9 perilous locations in the Songlan continent, where even the holy beings faced the risk of demise, due to the spatial turbulence caused by Yi Xiaofan. The number of these treacherous sites has now escalated to 10, observing Yi Xiaofan nodding in acknowledgement. So you continued, "What I wish to discuss pertains to the perilous Dora Tower." Dora Tower? Indeed, while the newly emerged area remains uncertain. Among the other 9 pre-existing dangerous locales, there are opportunities for one to attain divinity. Upon finishing his statement, Suyu paused, eager to witness Yi Xiaofan's astonishment. In Suyu's view, the ultimate aspiration for a holy being should be to ascend to godhood. Yi Xiaofan gazed at Suyu, responding in a daze that Suyu nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Could you at least show some respect?" "What does that vacant expression of yours mean?" Regaining his composure, Suyu continued, "I have discovered a way to safely traverse Dora Tower. However, my strength alone is insufficient, thus I extend an invitation to you all. How about we share the rewards equally?" Yi Xiaofan, naturally disinterested in attaining divinity, perked up at the mention of adventure. "That I agree." "When do we depart?" Yi Xiaofan eagerly inquired of Suyu, while remaining wary of Ban Qingyu, who had stealthily approached. Truly, the audacity of youth knows no bounds. The dangers of the 10 perilous locations are far beyond what someone of her stature could comprehend. Monka, who had been lurking in the shadows, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiaofan. The sarcasm in his words was audible to all present. Suyu quietly observed Yi Xiaofan, keen to see how she would respond. He harbored a sincere hope that Yi Xiaofan would take action and teach these individuals a lesson. After all, one should not bear the brunt of adversity alone. True companionship lies in sharing both fortune and misfortune. Then, Suyu watched as Yi Xiaofan produced a Zijing fruit, took a crisp bite, and awaited their responses. "If everyone has no objections, shall we set off now?" Noticing Yi Xiaofan had no intention of retorting, Suyu spoke up. Had Yi Xiaofan not stirred up trouble at the Su family, the group would have already embarked for Dora Tower. "Very well," that a somber voice interjected, revealing that the previously slumbering Satu had approached, his bleary eyes framed by heavy dark circles, seeing no one dissenting. Suyu waved his sleeve, retracting the Tianyuan house into his being. The individuals within the house promptly descended from the air. Just as they were about to touch the lava below, a massive magic circle appeared beneath their feet. And in the next moment, their figures vanished. In the Chilean mountains, the true extent of its vastness had remained a mystery since time immemorial. No one had ever traversed the entirety of the Chilean mountains. Not even the holy beings that, in the central region of the Chilean mountains, stood a towering black spire, which had loomed there since ancient times. This place is what the world refers to as one of the 9 perilous locations, the Dora Tower. On this day, the once tranquil Dora Tower welcomed a few uninvited guests. Think one could establish a transdimensional teleportation array with mere personal strength. Is this the prowess of a holy being? Yi Xiaofan murmured as the disorienting sensation of teleportation subsided. This is the Rotan tree, and the black tower to the right is Dora Tower, so you informed the group. Having heard tales of the grandeur of Dora Tower, Ban Qingyu was taken aback by its magnificence. Not only Ban Qingyu, But even Xiaofan, who was accustomed to towering edifices in her previous life, was witnessing such an imposing structure for the first time. It was truly difficult to fathom how the ancients had managed to construct this tower. Let us proceed. We must traverse a region filled with miasma to reach Dora Tower, though it shall not pose much threat to us. Suyu took the lead, soaring towards Dora Tower. The others followed closely behind. Why? Xiaofan glanced at the departing figures and then at the rattan tree beside her, ultimately unable to resist the temptation. She flew up to the rattan tree and hastily began to harvest the fruits. It was only when Suyu and the others were nearly out of sight that Xiaofan reluctantly departed. With the speed befitting holy beings, they soon arrived before Dora Tower. Upon reaching its base, the group realized they had underestimated its grandeur. In comparison, they appeared as mere ants. "Let us enter," Suyu remarked while gazing at the massive doors of Dora Tower, the fragrant aroma emanating from Xiaofan's hand, making him swallow hard. Sensing Suyu's gaze, Xiaofan discreetly concealed the rattan fruit in her hand. "Little sister, how about trading some meat for your fruit?" Wang Dana whispered to Xiaofan. She cast a glance at the greasy meat in Wang Dana's hand and decisively turned away, consuming the last of the rattan fruit. "I have none left," Xiaofan said, opening her empty palm and mumbling to Wang Dana. He displayed a disappointed expression, deciding to pick some rattan fruit for himself after exiting Dora Tower. The group cautiously approached the doors of Dora Tower, revealing not only a vast hall, but also an array of magical beasts scattered across the floor. These beasts are affected by the miasma and are significantly stronger than ordinary ones. "Everyone, be cautious," Suyu warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the magical beasts in the hall detected their presence and charged towards them with furious roars. "I love a good crowd of monsters." Xiaofan prepared to engage, but Ban Chengyu stepped forward, declaring, "Frostbound earth." Without uttering a spell, she merely tapped her fingertip, instantly encasing all the magical beasts in ice. Impressive. Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, as a holy being, even a demi-human should not be underestimated. Ban Chengyu reveled in the adoration reflected in Xiaofan's gaze. However, before she could bask too long in her glory, the encased magical beasts began to struggle violently, shattering their icy confines. "I warned you, these are no ordinary beasts. Conventional magic will not suffice against them," Suyu stated, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Let the ice melt, and all return to the earth." Ban Chengyu, feeling slighted, produced a purple wand and unleashed another spell upon the beasts. Astonishingly, the beasts that had been struggling within the ice began to melt along with it, flowing into the crevices of Dora Tower. Remarkable, to comprehend two laws simultaneously and integrate them for use. Suyu commended. Ban Chengyu's display tightened the expressions of everyone except Xiaofan. Upon attaining the status of a holy being, one must grasp a complete chain of laws to become divine, an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Most holy beings opt to master a single law, with few daring to comprehend two, as this undeniably complicates their path to divinity. Yet, Ban Chengyu not only grasped two laws simultaneously, but also endeavored to fuse them, making the ascent to godhood all the more challenging. For if one law remains incompletely understood, mastering the other will not suffice for divinity. Of course, the fusion of two laws undoubtedly results in formidable power. As they ascended further, the strength of the magical beasts intensified. With even holy-level beasts present. Holy-level beasts. Could it be that the complete chain of laws lies within their grasp? Ban Chengyu inquired, intrigued by Suyu's words. No. Although they possess holy-level strength, they lack any semblance of wisdom. Suyu replied, leading the group to a fearsome stone statue. "What is this?" Everyone, including Xiaofan, gazed at Suyu with bewilderment. Observed closely, Suyu retrieved a blue crystal, infusing it with magic. The crystal emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the grotesque statue, which gradually transformed into a beautiful woman. This crystal can purify the statue. She is likely a goddess from ancient times, though her identity remains unclear. What is its purpose? In this tower, spatial magic cannot be utilized for relocation. However, this crystal allows one to return instantly to the purified goddess statue. This is precisely why I hasten to this place. As long as this exists, there shall be no peril to life within this tower. Upon hearing Suyu mention that spatial magic could not be utilized inside the tower, everyone discreetly conducted their own tests and, indeed, confirmed this to be true. Even Yi Xiaofan's ability to traverse space was rendered ineffective here. Given such a remarkable object, why would you summon us? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for you to explore the Tower of Dora alone? With my current strength, I stand no chance against the formidable creatures above. Otherwise, I would certainly seize it all for myself. Suyu distributed the crystals, reiterating, there is one crucial point you must remember. Once you step out of this tower, the crystals will lose their efficacy. Should you wish to re-enter, you must activate them before the statue of the goddess. Yi Xiaofan nodded discreetly, channeling his magical energy into the crystal before the statue. Upon successfully activating it, he distinctly felt a faint connection between the crystal and the statue. Furthermore, it is vital to note that the magical beasts within this tower cannot be slain. Upon re-entering this chamber, all beasts will revive. Thus, exercise caution when using the crystals for teleportation. After conveying these important details, the 6 individuals, including Yi Xiaofan, cautiously ascended the staircase behind the statue. Before entering the next level, Yi Xiaofan seemed to have noticed something. Casting a meaningful glance into the air, then gesturing with his hand before hastening a few steps to keep pace with the others. The tense atmosphere filled him with excitement, reminiscent of his childhood adventures with friends exploring an abandoned house. Imagining it to be a haunted mansion. After traversing the lengthy staircase, they arrived at a door shimmering with magical light. In truth, the rooms within this tower are all independent. Only through the magical door can one access the next chamber. Suyu explained once more. Once everyone expressed their understanding, they stepped into the door radiating magical brilliance. Yi Xiaofan nervously passed through the threshold, finding himself enveloped in darkness, only to emerge in an unfamiliar room once the light returned. I thought it would be as uncomfortable as using a teleportation array, Yi Xiaofan remarked playfully, sticking out his tongue. Although he was unaware of the underlying principle, it appeared not to be spatial magic. Suyu took a few steps forward, summoning a puppet and addressing the group. Let us first send the puppet to scout ahead. This is the safer approach. Naturally, no one objected. Suyu directed the puppet forward. And surprisingly, they encountered no beasts along the way, smoothly reaching the first intersection. Through the shared vision spell, everyone could clearly observe the interior of the tower through the puppet's eyes. Which path should we take at the intersection? Let us take the stairs. If there are stairs, we can ascend higher. No, I believe we should move forward. Can't you see the area ahead is more spacious? The group exchanged opinions, each asserting their preferred route. Disagreements within a team are quite normal, and this situation highlighted the significance of a leader. However, within Yi Xiaofan's group, all were equals, existing in a cooperative relationship devoid of hierarchy. In light of this, after much deliberation, they unanimously decided to conduct a vote. After the tally, the decision was made to proceed up the staircase with a vote of 4-2. Suyu controlled the puppet to ascend the stairs. It was suddenly ambushed and brought down by a massive silver moon wolf, reducing it to mere fragments. Yi Xiaofan and the others exchanged glances. Isn't it a second-tier advanced puppet? How could it be so easily torn apart by a silver moon wolf? Sato exclaimed in disbelief. The puppets were categorized into tiers, each further divided into primary, intermediate, and advanced levels, corresponding to the 9 ranks of cultivation that I had mentioned earlier, that the miasma affects the strength of these beasts, rendering them beyond normal comprehension. Suyu explained with a wry smile, Oh, what should we do now? I only have 3 puppets left, and I must conserve the rest for critical moments. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Suyu expressed his reluctance to waste more puppets, and, as the others lacked any, they had no choice but to face the danger themselves. Following the previous encounter, even the saintly members of the group could not afford to be complacent. They returned to the earlier intersection, where the silver moon wolf that had slain the puppet was still prowling. Before the wolf could spot them, Suyu took the initiative and struck it down with a decisive blow. So, shall we adhere to the decision made by the vote and continue upward? The others nodded in agreement and proceeded towards the staircase. The staircase turned out to be much shorter than they had anticipated. At its conclusion stood a colossal wall. Above the wall, they could faintly discern a bronze chest. Wow, it's a treasure chest! The adventurous atmosphere is thickening, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed, standing on tiptoe to get a better view of the chest. Fortune favors the worthy. I shan't wait for you all, Wang Dana declared, shoving a piece of fatty meat into his mouth as he soared towards the wall. Thud. Just as Wang Dana reached halfway up the wall, a powerful force slammed him back to the ground. His plump body made intimate contact with the surface, causing the entire tower to tremble slightly. I forgot to mention, this tower is enveloped in an anti-flight spell. Even saints can ascend no more than 2 meters above the ground. You could have told us sooner, Wang Dana lamented, sprawled on the ground, gazing at Suyu with a look of grievance. Since we cannot proceed this way, let us return to the previous location, Yi Xiaofan suggested, and one objected, and they turned to descend the staircase. Wang Dana, still lying on the ground, noticed that no one was inclined to help him up. So he begrudgingly picked himself off the floor, shooting a discontented glare at the others. Upon returning to the intersection, the group made their way towards the expansive hall, where they encountered 7 silver moon wolves. Their crimson eyes fixated on Yi Xiaofan and his companions. Allow me to handle this. Sato stepped forward, brandishing a massive scythe and swinging it through the air. Purple flames ignited upon the blade, and as Sato swung it, the flames shot forth towards the silver moon wolves. Within mere seconds, those wolves touched by the purple flames were reduced to ashes, howling in agony. Let us proceed, Sato said, sheathing his scythe with an expression of icy resolve. Sato, you're so impressive. Han Qingyu whispered playfully into Sato's ear. A warm breath brushed against Sato's ear, causing his face to redden instantly. Witnessing Sato's flustered reaction, everyone could not help but burst into laughter. Following this brief interlude, the teased Sato sealed his lips, refusing to utter a word, while the others appeared noticeably more relaxed. Do you sense it? Suddenly, Suyu halted his steps, prompting the others to nod gravely. A sinister aura wafted through the air, incessantly pricking their nerves. Let us go investigate. For the first time, Yi Xiaofan observed Monka, who had been perpetually drowsy, displaying a spark of energy, following the trail of the malevolent aura. They soon stumbled upon a massive altar. Upon the altar lay a gem of emeralds, quietly radiating a sinister energy. Below the altar, a 3-headed silver moon wolf king, shimmering with a red glow, sprawled lazily, its tail sweeping back and forth in a leisurely manner. Sensing the intruders, the silver moon wolf king opened its eyes, fixating its gaze intently on Yi Xiaofan and the others. This is troublesome. Monka, the first to reach the silver moon wolf king, charged forward. Just as he prepared to strike, he was swiftly swatted aside by the tail of the central wolf. Cough. I was a bit careless, Monka admitted sheepishly as he picked himself up from the ground. No, these wolves are different from the ones we encountered earlier. Yi Xiaofan observed, a nagging feeling of unease settling in his gut as he regarded the 3-headed silver moon wolf king. All beings beneath the saintly rank are mere ants. Even if they possess some uniqueness, they are still just slightly more formidable ants. Monka dismissed Yi Xiaofan's assessment, his pride in his own strength overshadowing his judgment. In a bid to regain his dignity, Monka charged at the 3-headed silver moon wolf king once more. However, he was tossed about like a mere plaything by the 3-headed silver moon wolf king. Yet, despite the rapidity of the wolf king's attacks, they seemed incapable of inflicting any real damage upon Monka. Nonetheless, the nature of the silver moon wolf king's strikes appeared peculiar. Each hit left Monka feeling rigid, rendering him unable to retaliate. Allow me to take over. Unable to endure any longer, Yi Xiaofan finally resolved to take action. Apart from Suyu, the others intently focused on Yi Xiaofan, eager to discern her capabilities. Under the watchful gazes of the group, Yi Xiaofan's figure abruptly vanished, reappearing before the silver moon wolf king. Did any of you see how she disappeared? Sato inquired hesitantly, his expression one of disbelief, addressing Ban Qingyu and Wang Dana. No. Ban Qingyu replied nervously, swallowing hard, while Wang Dana nodded in agreement. I've warned you repeatedly not to underestimate this girl. She is indeed formidable, Suyu remarked to the 3. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Yi Xiaofan had successfully vanquished the 3 Silver Moon Wolf Kings and rescued Meng Ka from their jaws. Thank you. Thank you. Meng Ka expressed his gratitude to Yi Xiaofan, albeit awkwardly. Though reluctant, he could not contend with the 3 Wolf Kings, who fell before Yi Xiaofan without landing a single blow. Xiao Yi, I never expected you to possess such marksmanship. I'm growing fonder of you by the moment. Just moments ago, Yi Xiaofan had exuded confidence, but upon Ban Xingyu's approach, she promptly hid behind Meng Ka. Meng Ka, unwilling to face Ban Xingyu himself, felt compelled to act as Yi Xiaofan's shield, having just incurred a debt of gratitude to her. Make a tea that moment. A sudden crackling sound erupted from the altar, and a stream of azure energy surged forth from the shattered altar. Enveloping Yi Xiaofan, the azure energy enveloped her, gradually merging into her being. What is this? Yi Xiaofan inquired, as a gentle breeze materialized in the palm of her hand. Despite its diminutive size, everyone present could sense the destructive power it harbored. This power rivaled that of the laws comprehended by a saint. Could it be that by defeating the guardian beast of the altar, one can acquire its power? Su Yu pondered aloud. The prospect of obtaining power inherited from ancient times was immensely tantalizing. Hearing Su Yu's words, the crowd displayed fervent excitement. Meanwhile, in the ancestral grounds of the Su family, Su Yu was bathing Dudu. Under Su Yu's gentle touch, Dudu displayed a blissful expression. Suddenly, Dudu seemed to sense something. Raising its head towards the direction of the Tower of Dora, a contemplative look appearing in its round little eyes. Dudu, what's the matter? Su Yu inquired curiously, gazing at Dudu in the water. Dudu, what's the matter? Su Yu repeated, intrigued by Dudu's behavior. Woman, do you wish to become a saint? Dudu, you can talk? Su Yu exclaimed in terror, staring at Dudu. Only a level 7 demon lord could articulate human speech. Su Yu had assumed Dudu was merely a pet casually kept by Yi Xiaofan, never realizing it was a demon lord. It's just speaking. There's no need to make a fuss. Dudu retorted disdainfully, scratching its head with its hind paw. Yes, I was being overly dramatic, my lord demon. Within the confines of this small room, a level 7 demon lord could easily eliminate Su Yu. Even though the Su family boasted numerous experts, they would be unable to arrive in time to assist her. Moreover, given Su Yu's status, she had yet to reach the point where she warranted protection from her family. Additionally, Su Yu had only secured her position as the manager of the Tian Dam Pavilion branch by currying favor with Su Xing now incapacitated by the Su family's elder. Su Yu's circumstances were becoming increasingly dire. You still haven't answered me, do you wish to become a saint? Dudu asked, showing evident impatience. Aside from Yi Xiaofan, Dudu had never displayed patience towards anyone else. I do. After a moment's contemplation, Su Yu resolutely declared her answer to Dudu. Although Su Yu had considered Dudu's intentions, she understood her own situation well. Aside from her relatively good looks, she had little else of value to offer Dudu. If merely selling her body could grant her the power of a saint, it would indeed be a profitable trade. After all, this wasn't Su Yu's first encounter with such matters. First, give me a drop of your blood. This king has no desire to cultivate a traitor. Following Dudu's instructions, Su Yu summoned her magic power to extract a drop of blood and offered it to Dudu. Using its claws, began inscribing something onto the drop of blood. Moments later, having completed the engraving, Dudu swallowed the blood. Su Yu felt an inexplicable connection forming between herself and Dudu, as if she would unhesitatingly comply with any of Dudu's directives. This was a master-servant contract established under the highest of rules, one that no one could violate. Dudu was exceedingly pleased to have successfully acquired a servant. Master, what would you have me do? Of course, we must first make you a saint. You are currently far too weak. Upon hearing Dudu's words, Su Yu gazed at Dudu with delight. The very purpose of signing a contract with Dudu was to become a saint, and she had not anticipated achieving this so swiftly. I can sense that woman and your Su family's elder have both gone to the Tower of Dora. The Tower of Dora, one of the 10 forbidden places. What could they possibly be doing there? Su Yu exclaimed in astonishment, only to realize her voice had risen too high, hastily covering her mouth. The Tower of Dora, even I cannot trace back to the specific age of its emergence. However, It is certain that obtaining even a fraction of the power hidden within would be sufficient to elevate one to the status of a saint. Master, you wouldn't want me to go there too, would you? Not to mention that I have no idea how to reach the Tower of Dora. Even if I did, with my strength, I would surely perish inside. You need not worry about that. This king will lend you power, granting you saint-level strength for a brief period. As long as the seal of the Tower of Dora remains intact, it is not so easy for saints to perish within. During their time at the demon ancient mountain, Dudu had secretly concealed a trace of malevolent energy within itself, unnoticed by Chun Long, Ao Tan, and the others, though it was but a sliver. Infusing this energy into Suya, combined with a secret method, would be sufficient to elevate her to the status of a pseudo-saint. However, such a saint would naturally lack the strength of a true saint, and moreover, Suya would be unable to advance further in her life. Dudu had no intention of revealing these details to Suya. Even if it did, Suya would be unable to resist the allure of becoming a saint. Furthermore, given Suya's talent, it was unlikely she would ever reach the saint level, even with a lifetime of cultivation. After returning to the Tiandan Pavilion branch in Zhurua City, Suya retrieved a wealth of precious materials. Under Dudu's guidance, she set up an ultra-long-distance teleportation array. Transporting herself to the dark forest. Near the Tower of Dora, two towering trees, as ancient as the tower itself, were known as the Rotan trees. Xiaofan and her companions have been teleported to the Brother Rotan tree. While Suya, with Dudu's assistance, arrived at the Sister Rotan tree at the Tower of Dora. How imposing, how grand. Suya gazed at the tower, her eyes slowly reflecting a rosy hue. Without reaching the saint level, one cannot even withstand the miasma here. Observing the bloodshot in Suya's eyes, Dudu hesitated no longer and injected the malevolent energy directly into her body, overwhelmed by the influx of dark energy. Suya screamed and writhed on the ground. This was the malevolent energy transmitted through their contract. Had it been injected directly, Suya would have likely burst apart from the sheer force. As Dudu infused the malevolent energy into Suya, it simultaneously began to decompose the materials Suya had brought, employing secret methods to suppress the surging power within her as time passed. Suya's aura intensified, soaring from a level 3 mage to a level 9 holy sorcerer in just an hour. This the power of a saint. Truly remarkable. Having successfully broken through, Suya reveled in the overwhelming power coursing through her. Feeling invincible. Let us go. We must hurry into the Tower of Dora. If that woman acquires the power within, I'll be doomed to live as her pet for the rest of my life. Dudu perched atop Suya's head, urging her onward. Although Suya harbored thoughts of eliminating Dudu, the master-servant contract rendered her unable to act. Any hostile intent towards Dudu would result in excruciating pain in her mind. As Suya approached the Tower of Dora, upon entering, she was met with a vast hall teeming with densely packed magical beasts. Do not be overly complacent. The beasts here are extraordinary, despite Dudu's warning. Suya, feeling self-assured, dismissed it. With such immense power, no one could possibly resist. Immersed in her own power, Suya disdainfully waved her hand at the group of mere level 3 magical beasts before her, unleashing a torrent of immense magical energy that surged toward them. No. Dudu cried out in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was already too late. The magical beasts in the hall opened their gaping maws to consume the magical torrent. Absorbing it into their bodies, they devoured the flow of magic. Each of the originally level 3 beasts transcended, transforming into formidable level for magic generals. What is happening? Xia, who had just ascended to the status of saint, could hardly fathom that this group of level 3 beasts could actually swallow the magical energy she had emitted. These creatures were all tainted by miasma. They should not be confronting pure magic, but rather magical attacks. Alas, Xia, who had only recently attained level 3 herself, possessed little in terms of magical prowess. Ultimately, with Dudu's assistance, she barely managed to eliminate the beasts in the hall. This was only possible because they could not harm Suya, the newly minted saint. Otherwise, she would have perished countless times by now. Perhaps I have made a grave error in judgment. Dudu began to doubt his decision. Yet, stripped of any malevolent aura, Dudu could only carry on with the consequences of his choice. "Have you seen the statue of the goddess?" Dudu inquired, not allowing Suya a moment's respite. "That I have," Suya replied. "Infuse your magic into it." Following Dudu's instructions, Suya channeled her magical energy into the statue. Under the influence of her magic, the once holy statue of the goddess gradually morphed into a grotesque beast. Simultaneously, Suya experienced an inexplicable connection with the stone figure. "Should danger arise within the tower, teleport to this location immediately." I see. Suya mused, gazing at the now fearsome statue, feeling an odd sense of affection for it. Meanwhile, the others in the tower suddenly sensed a disconnection between the crystal and the goddess statue. What could this mean? Was something amiss within the tower? Xiaofan, seated atop a magical beast, gazed quizzically at the beautiful blue crystal in his hand. Ever since Xiaofan had defeated the beast guarding the altar on the first floor and acquired its power, tension had begun to brew among the once-formed six-person team. Before long, they parted ways, each seeking their own altars. Only Xiaofan remained, unperturbed by the power of the Dora Tower, leisurely wandering within its confines. "This tower is truly extraordinary. It even houses such creatures. This must be a slime." Why Xiaofan looked down at the gelatinous beast beneath him. Shortly after the group had separated, Xiaofan encountered a multitude of slimes. And now he faced the king of all slimes. They appeared unaffected by the miasma, allowing Xiaofan to easily intimidate them into submission and successfully recruit the Slime King as a steed. Remarkably, the slime's jelly-like skin was quite elastic, making it a comfortable ride. As the winding paths of the tower unfolded, Xiaofan couldn't help but burst into song. "Little Green, why have you stopped?" Given the Slime King's entirely green hue, Xiaofan had affectionately named it Little Green. That moment, Little Green halted, as if sensing something fearsome ahead. Why Xiaofan leaped off Little Green, playfully molding it into a hat, which he placed atop his head. The slime's form was wondrous, capable of expanding and contracting, even reshaping itself into various forms. Why Xiaofan pressed onward, with the slime atop his head trembling incessantly. After what felt like an eternity, Xiaofan spotted 4 magical cannon turrets, beneath which lay a colossal magical array. Cautiously approaching the turrets, Xiaofan felt an overwhelming gravitational pull. Without resistance, he was drawn to the center of the turrets. A wave of dizziness washed over him, akin to the sensation of stepping onto a teleportation array. As the dizziness faded, Xiaofan found himself atop a high platform. Gazing downward, he beheld the first floor of the Dora Tower, and atop the platform rested a bronze chest, quietly awaiting discovery. That treasure is mine. Let's see what lies within. Why Xiaofan gleefully opened the chest, retrieving a bronze key and a mask adorned with mysterious patterns. This mask appears to hold some value. Could this key belong to a lost lock, hence its placement in the chest? Xiaofan mused, a hint of disappointment coloring his voice as he examined the contents. Regardless, I'll just keep them for now. Opening his spatial ring, Xiaofan discovered that the key and mask could not be stored within. Thus, he tucked the key into his pocket and donned the mask upon his face. The mask, it seemed, had quite the allure. Once adorned with the mask, Xiaofan noticed that the entire world had transformed into shades of gray, with faint patterns drifting through the air. I believe I have discerned the purpose of this mask. "Little Green, let's move." Setting Little Green down, Xiaofan mounted it and leapt from the high platform, striking the silver moon wolf, which bore a gaping maw, unconscious upon impact. Little Green sprinted forward with remarkable speed. Every beast encountered along the way fell victim to Xiaofan's powerful punches, reduced to mere puddles of flesh. Following his memories, Little Green arrived at a room devoid of exits. Within, 4 blood-sucking bats loomed, each larger than Xiaofan himself. After the group had split, Xiaofan had previously ventured into this chamber. Though he sensed something amiss, he could not pinpoint the cause. However, upon donning the mysterious mask, he felt a familiar magical essence. Believing there to be a connection, Xiaofan returned to the room. Slaying the 4 blood-sucking bats, he meticulously examined every wall within the chamber. There it was, on the lower right corner of one wall. An image of an unusual eye was drawn. The source of Xiaofan's unease emerged from this very spot. With the mysterious mask in place, the wall gradually faded, revealing a pitch-black doorway. Without hesitation, Yi Xiaofan stepped through the threshold. Should anyone have been present, they would have been astonished to witness Yi Xiaofan vanish as he passed through the wall. The room was modest in size. Roughly 10 square meters, 8 t. Its center stood a stone tablet, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. The twin goddesses have vanished. The 6 priests command us to form a rescue team and seek the goddesses' trace upon the surface. Yet, the teleportation magic has been disrupted, leaving me and my comrades lost. Upon awakening, I found myself surrounded by a pack of famished beasts. Although Yi Xiaofan could not comprehend the characters on the stone tablet, he instinctively understood their meaning as he approached. In a panic, I fled into this tower, a cursed edifice constructed by monstrous beings. Within, I encountered foolish individuals who sought to capture the goddess, constructed by monsters. A cursed tower? So this is the origin of the Dora Tower. And who might the twin goddesses be? Yi Xiaofan pondered, increasingly perplexed as he continued to read the tablet's inscriptions. In the wake of their pursuit, I sought refuge here. Only by utilizing the ancestral magical eye mask of the Gemma family could one enter this dimensional space. This artifact is known as the magical eye mask. It seems it holds significant power, Yi Xiaofan mused, eyeing the mask in his hand. Though I managed to evade those 2 outsiders, I sustained grave injuries, and I am uncertain if I can endure until my companions arrive. My comrades, if you find yourselves here, please return the magical eye mask and this blue stone necklace to the Gemma family. Lastly, I wish for the safety of the 2 goddesses and the eternal prosperity of our great homeland. Gemma. This must be the blue stone necklace mentioned on the tablet. I wonder what purpose it serves. Next to the stone tablet lay a blue necklace, coated in a thick layer of dust, indicating it had remained there for quite some time. Yi Xiaofan quickly discerned that the gemstone embedded at the end of the necklace was an Imila's stone. Given that the necklace was here, it suggested that this individual, ultimately did not wait for his comrades. Yet, there were no corpses in sight. It was truly perplexing. The secrets concealed within this tower seem extraordinary. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Yi Xiaofan wiped the dust from the necklace and draped it around his neck. Yi Xiaofan crafted a silver necklace, which was employed to seal the fissure atop magic ancient mountain. Accustomed to wearing the necklace, the absence of adornment around her neck left her feeling quite uncomfortable. This was just the remedy she needed. A satisfied smile graced Yi Xiaofan's face. The 4 bats, previously dispatched by her hand, had now fully resurrected. Upon witnessing Yi Xiaofan emerge from the secret chamber, they bared their sharp fangs. Without any particular order, the 4 bats swooped before her, just as Yi Xiaofan intended to strike. The blue stone necklace around her neck radiated a dazzling blue light. The bats that came into contact with the luminous glow recoiled in terror, as if confronted by a natural enemy. Shrieking as they retreated, before they could escape, they disintegrated into a wisp of smoke under the brilliance of the blue light, gradually vanishing into the air. Could it be that this necklace possesses the power to purify the beasts of the tower? With this question lingering in her mind, Yi Xiaofan retreated into the secret chamber. Upon re-emerging, she found, as she had surmised, that the 4 bats that were meant to be revived had utterly vanished. Truly a remarkable item. It was not in vain that she had traversed such a convoluted path. Yi Xiaofan felt a genuine surge of joy when she had obtained the magic eye mask. She sensed a connection between the mask and this place. However, her notorious sense of direction led her to wander for an hour between 2 rooms that were in close proximity. Yet, she remained oblivious, continually lamenting the complexity of the tower's design. So, it is you, Xiao Yi, smiling so happily. Have you come into possession of something extraordinary? A familiar voice chimed in, prompting Yi Xiaofan to turn and behold Ban Qingyu approaching with a cheerful demeanor. Upon recognizing Ban Qingyu, Yi Xiaofan involuntarily shuddered. The enigmatic figure in women's attire had always been a source of trepidation for her. In her previous life, while still in university, Yi Xiaofan had taken a liking to a junior from another department, whose name had faded from her memory. However, she vividly recalled the gazes of her classmates when she had endeavored to curry favor with the junior, as well as the moment in a small inn when the junior had playfully remarked, Look, mine is bigger than yours. Shaking her head, Yi Xiaofan cast aside that dark memory and addressed Ban Qingyu. I have matters to attend to. Let us connect another day. With that, she hurriedly made her escape. Watching Yi Xiaofan's retreating figure, Ban Qingyu flicked her delicate tongue around her dry lips. Such an adorable creature. Indeed, quite valuable. Unbeknownst to Yi Xiaofan, Ban Qingyu's little gesture went unnoticed, in her bid to evade Ban Qingyu. Yi Xiaofan dove into the areas teeming with magical beasts. Harnessing her swift movements, she navigated through the throngs of beasts, stirring a refreshing breeze in her wake. The day's magical creatures were entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had just dashed past them. To her surprise, the necklace resisted the gravitational pull of the magical array. Upon halting, Yi Xiaofan found herself once again in a chamber adorned with 4 magical cannons. The blue stone necklace draped around her neck enveloped her in a gentle glow, rendering her impervious to the gravitational force of the magical array. She approached the cannons with ease, delivering a kick to each one, shattering them. With the destruction of the 4 cannons, the magical array on the ground also dissipated. The fact that a mere 4 magical cannons could establish such a powerful array indicated that the architect of this tower possessed divine mastery over magic. Yi Xiaofan held a profound admiration for the creator of this tower. Little did she anticipate, however, that her admiration was premature. With the previous magical array's disappearance, another one materialized on the ground. A beast, adorned with claws all over its body, slowly emerged from a new array. It was a chaining magical array, a technique long since lost to time. It seemed necessary for her to study this further. Excitedly, Yi Xiaofan crouched down to meticulously examine the structure of the magical array. Roar! The clawed beast, seemingly displeased by Yi Xiaofan's disregard, let out a fierce roar. A foul stench assaulted her senses, nearly overwhelming her. Yi Xiaofan lifted her gaze to the beast, furrowing her brow as she remarked, "If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should consider brushing your teeth. I am rather busy and lack the time to entertain you." Having said this, she resumed her examination of the magical array, ignoring the creature. Unfortunately, the magical array was fleeting. It vanished after summoning the beast. Yi Xiaofan attempted to glean clues from the residual magical energy permeating the room. As for the clawed beast, perhaps her words had wounded its pride, for it now sulked in a corner, exhaling heavily before inching closer to sniff around. After repeating the same action countless times, the beast seemed to finally realize it indeed ought to brush its teeth. Somehow, it procured a twig and began to scrub its teeth diligently. "Are you ever going to stop? Must you be so noisy?" The sound of the twig scraping against its teeth prompted Yi Xiaofan to shout in frustration. Nodding in response, the beast softened its movements and continued its dental hygiene. "Your brushing technique is painfully inefficient. Can't you use some sort of abrasive agent?" Once her research concluded, Yi Xiaofan stood and addressed the beast, which was still fervently brushing its teeth. The beast turned, gazing at her with an innocent expression. Expecting a magical creature to comprehend the significance of toothpaste was undoubtedly an unreasonable request. "Oh, you even know what toothpaste is? It is a viscous substance comprised of abrasives, cleansers, humectants, preservatives, and flavoring agents, effective in removing plaque and preventing halitosis." The beast stared at Yi Xiaofan with wide eyes, utterly perplexed by her words. "How did you spend your previous life as a magical beast without knowing something so fundamental?" Yi Xiaofan sighed, lightly tapping her forehead before retrieving an assortment of mysterious items from her spatial ring that I won't bother explaining the principles to you, as you wouldn't understand anyway. Just watch how I mix it. Before the beast, Yi Xiaofan combined the unknown items in precise proportions, like this, then this, and finally this. Success! She presented her homemade toothpaste to the beast, gesturing for it to give it a try. With a skeptical expression, the beast took the toothpaste from Yi Xiaofan's hands and smeared it onto the twig. Tentatively applying it to its teeth, the beast's eyes instantly gleamed with delight. "How is it? It's effective, right? I added fragrant grass to keep your mouth fresh all day long," Yi Xiaofan proudly informed the creature. The beast nodded in approval, its claws flailing in joy to express its elation that Yi Xiaofan looked on with satisfaction. A clean, loving magical beast was indeed a good one that after bidding farewell to the tooth-brushing creature, Yi Xiaofan mounted her little green steed and proceeded toward the 4th level. Shortly after her departure, Wang Dana arrived at the same location, only to discover the beast engrossed in its dental care. "Stop. Brushing your teeth is the utmost disrespect to food, and I will not allow anyone to do so in my presence," Wang Dana shouted in exasperation. Hearing his voice, the beast ceased its activity, regarding him with confusion. As for the story between Wang Dana and the beast, Yi Xiaofan was entirely unaware and had no desire to know. At that moment, Yi Xiaofan was preoccupied with the sheer cliff face before her. Upon reaching the 4th level, she encountered a statue identical to one on the 1st level. Following Su Yu's instructions, Yi Xiaofan successfully purified the statue into a goddess figure. A beam of light emanated from the goddess statue, flickering in an instant. After being illuminated by the light, Yi Xiaofan distinctly felt the azure energy she had received from the altar swell significantly. It turned out the goddess statue could amplify this energy's potency. Yi Xiaofan drew the azure energy from her body, surrounding herself with a protective barrier. This azure energy was not only useful for offense, but also enhanced her agility. Unlike the power of magic, what exactly was this force? Yi Xiaofan had yet to comprehend the magic of this world, let alone the ancient powers of yore. Suppressing her questions for the time being, she continued forward along the path. The further she ventured, the narrower the path became, until it could accommodate only one person. Ahead, the way was blocked. Approximately 5 meters away, a solitary pillar stood, forlorn and isolated. It was evident that if she wished to proceed, she would need to scale the pillar. The distance of 5 meters can neither be deemed distant nor close. Within this tower, where constraints abound, a sage's limit is merely a leap of 5 meters. However, being capable of jumping 5 meters does not guarantee the ability to land upon a pillar. Although the consequences of a fall remain unclear, one can undoubtedly surmise they would not be pleasant. Yi Xiaofan, while confident that a fall would not be disastrous for him, harbored no desire to test this theory and chose instead to adhere to the rules of the game. As Yi Xiaofan prepared to jump, his companion, the little green creature, began to leap anxiously above him. "Budgie, budgie," Yi Xiaofan mimicked the creature's call, attempting to communicate with it. A bead of sweat, as large as a bowl, dripped from the little green being. As it leapt from Yi Xiaofan's shoulder, its form elongated, stretching towards the opposing pillar. In no time, the little green creature had fashioned a bridge. "You're truly clever," Yi Xiaofan praised, noticing the creature's ingenuity. The little green being, its vibrant green hue now tinged with a hint of pink, emitted a soft budgie. As Yi Xiaofan traversed the creature's back, it would call out with each step he took. "Does it hurt? Perhaps I should remove my high heels," Yi Xiaofan said sympathetically to the little green. The creature's voice seemed to carry a hint of sorrow, almost as if it could weep. Ultimately, with the little green's assistance, Yi Xiaofan successfully crossed the chasm. The little green, having completed its task, seemed to curl up on Yi Xiaofan's head, as if feeling great grievance. That a thunderous crash echoed from the door ahead, piquing Yi Xiaofan's curiosity about what lay beyond. Xiu felt utterly vexed. Not only had the allies he summoned turned into adversaries, but he had been engaged in a futile battle with the monster before him, where neither side could claim victory. Opposite Su Yu stood a humanoid creature clad in armor, wielding a massive cleaver and a gleaming silver shield. The sound Yi Xiaofan had heard was the monster's shield deflecting Su Yu's attacks. This creature not only possessed formidable offensive power and thick defenses, but also boasted alarming speed. Su Yu exhausted every strategy at his disposal, yet none proved effective against this foe. The oppressive frustration threatened to drive him to madness. "Looks like you found yourself in quite a predicament," Yi Xiaofan remarked with a mocking tone as he stepped through the door and witnessed Su Yu's struggle against the monster. "Please, help me take down this beast, and I shall reward you handsomely," Su Yu gasped, regaining his breath beside Yi Xiaofan. Before Yi Xiaofan could respond, the armored monster charged towards them. Observing Su Yu's confident demeanor, it was clear he expected Yi Xiaofan to assist him. However, both Yi Xiaofan and Su Yu were swiftly knocked back through the door by the monster's shield. Wow. Yi Xiaofan remained unscathed by the creature's blow, while Su Yu coughed up blood, glaring furiously at Yi Xiaofan. "Why are you looking at me like that? I never agreed to help," Yi Xiaofan replied nonchalantly. "Wow." Su Yu, upon hearing Yi Xiaofan's words, couldn't help but spit out more blood that if you don't make a move. You won't get past, Su Yu declared after a long silence. Not a chance. It can't keep up with my speed, Yi Xiaofan replied dismissively. Su Yu was left speechless by Yi Xiaofan's audacity to in truth. Su Yu understood that he had invited these individuals for the sake of the complete chain of laws that existed within the Tower of Dora. From the outset, he had prepared for the eventual separation from this group. However, his plan dictated that they should at least reach the mid-level of the tower before parting ways. Until then, Su Yu intended to make the most of their presence to conserve his own magical energy. Yet, to Su Yu's astonishment, upon entering the Tower of Dora, the group had become envious of Yi Xiaofan's newfound powers, leading to a rift. This disruption completely derailed Su Yu's plans. Nevertheless, having arrived at this juncture, Su Yu had no reason to retreat in pursuit of that coveted item. Among this group, Yi Xiaofan's abilities were undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet Yi Xiaofan's reluctance to cooperate exceeded Su Yu's expectations. After all, they were still ostensibly allies. A little courtesy would not go amiss. Su Yu's inner thoughts raged with frustration. What will it take for you to lend a hand? Su Yu, fully aware of Yi Xiaofan's intentions, inquired. 2 portions of power, Yi Xiaofan specified, referring to the essence emanating from the altar. Unlike magical energy, this essence could be freely given to others. Deal, Su Yu agreed without a moment's hesitation. In comparison to the item he sought, the power within the Tower of Dora was trivial. Upon hearing Su Yu's consent, Yi Xiaofan dusted off the little green and stepped into the room behind the door, with Su Yu closely following. As they entered, a shield came crashing down from above. The very monster that had sent them flying earlier now stood guard beside the door, launching an immediate attack upon their appearance, while Yi Xiaofan extended his immaculate arm effortlessly to block the shield. With a gentle push, the armored creature was sent reeling backward. Witnessing this, Su Yu's pupils dilated in shock. Having previously fought the armored beast, he was acutely aware of its tremendous strength. Yet, Yi Xiaofan had effortlessly repelled it with a single hand. Appearing remarkably at ease, Su Yu recognized Yi Xiaofan's strength but never anticipated it to be so overwhelming. Ignoring the monster's fate, Yi Xiaofan turned to Su Yu and stated, "I fulfilled my part. Now it's your turn." Why Yi Xiaofan's formidable presence left Su Yu deeply shaken. He could not afford to go back on his word. He promptly handed over 2 spheres of energy, one azure and one golden. There's even a yellow one. The blue one is akin to the wind. What does the yellow represent? Yi Xiaofan pondered aloud. Examining the 2 energy spheres in his hands, you'll have to figure that out for yourself, Su Yu retorted, hastily ascending the tower. Though the energy spheres were inconsequential compared to his ultimate goal, Su Yu could not bear to part with them. The sensation was reminiscent of lightning that Yi Xiaofan absorbed the 2 orbs. He distinctly felt the azure sphere swell within him, while a smaller yellow sphere floated beside it. Channeling the yellow sphere into his hand, it crackled like electricity, emitting a series of sharp sounds. What would happen if all the energy spheres within this tower were collected? In his past life, Yi Xiaofan had a penchant for collecting and a compulsion to complete tasks. The thought of leaving any items uncollected was intolerable. Thus, he set himself a modest goal, to gather every energy sphere within the tower, as for those already claimed by others. Yi Xiaofan believed there was no challenge a well-placed punch could not resolve. If there were, he would simply throw another punch. Having made his decision, Yi Xiaofan wasted no time. He chose a path distinct from Su Yu's and soared away upon the little green. Curiously, Yi Xiaofan noted that this route was remarkably barren of monsters. In stark contrast to the previous path, which had been teeming with beasts, this area felt eerily desolate. Meanwhile, Su Yu, on the other route, was drenched in sweat, facing 3 armored creatures, while he could manage one. Facing 3 was a recipe for misery, especially since escape was not an option. Given the scarcity of monsters, Yi Xiaofan wasted no time, urging the little green to hasten their pace. Before long, he arrived at the end of the path. There lay an expansive clearing, at the center of which rested a bronze chest. "Hee, what a delightful surprise!" Yi Xiaofan exclaimed as he approached the chest and opened it. Inside, he discovered a necklace adorned with 3 leaves. Another necklace? Just how fond were the ancients of such trinkets? Yi Xiaofan grumbled in dissatisfaction. In addition to the necklace, the chest contained a sheet of paper, the words upon which remained a mystery to Yi Xiaofan. Yet, akin to a stone tablet, one can comprehend the meaning inscribed upon the paper by merely directing their attention towards it. The ancients were indeed eccentrics. Even in death, they seemed compelled to leave behind treasures alongside a plethora of ramblings. Although Yi Xiaofan remarked thus, he earnestly began to scrutinize the contents of the paper. It was truly unexpected that the individual in question was, in fact, the brother of the one wielding a hook claw. Observing the cold demeanor on his face, it was heart-wrenching to witness such a countenance upon encountering his elder brother. And that detestable Saba, my magical beast, is utterly disobedient. Otherwise, I would not have suffered such humiliation before that individual. Nevertheless, he must hold a deep affection for his brother, much like my own. From the leader's insinuations, it appears there are intentions to take action against him. It seems I must offer him a warning. He must not perish. Upon reaching this juncture, Yi Xiaofan withdrew his gaze, not because he had finished reading, but rather due to the incomprehensibility of the subsequent characters. It felt akin to being obscured by a veil. From the content of the note, it could be inferred that its author belonged to the faction responsible for constructing this tower. The individual mentioned in the note, however, was from an opposing side. How tragically poetic that individuals from two rival camps could love each other so dearly, yet remain shackled by their identities. Gazing at the sky, Yi Xiaofan let out a soft sigh. However, the ancient paper, procured from one of the 10 forbidden places, must be of considerable worth. Why, Yi Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of ambition as he contemplated selling this note, stowing the paper and necklace into his spatial ring. Yi Xiaofan was about to turn back when a resounding rumble echoed through the air. The treasure chest on the ground gradually vanished, revealing an opening large enough for a person to pass through. Within the entrance flowed crystal-clear water. It was evident that the path ahead lay concealed beneath the water's surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiaofan leaped in. His decisive movement startled Little Green, who promptly followed suit. Whether as a mage or a magic warrior, upon reaching the 6th level, one could endure brief periods without breathing without any adverse effects. The magic power within them was sufficient to provide ample oxygen. As for saints, they could survive an entire lifetime without the need for breath. Why Yi Xiaofan's body, created by the supreme deity, was even more formidable than that of a saint. However, even he felt a sense of suffocation upon entering the water. Though he had never experienced drowning, he understood the source of this discomfort. Moreover, Yi Xiaofan could not swim. Indeed, whether in his past life or this one, he was an unequivocal landlubber. Although uncomfortable, Yi Xiaofan was not in danger of drowning. The feeling of suffocation was merely a result of his unfamiliarity with the situation. While he would not perish, his inability to swim remained a significant shortcoming. He flailed his limbs in the water. He continued to sink. Glub glub. Yi Xiaofan attempted to speak, but as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of water rushed in, prompting him to hastily close it once more. He wondered if anyone had ever urinated in this water. Even if not, it must have deteriorated over the countless years. The mere thought caused him to feel nauseous. Following closely behind, Little Green, upon witnessing Yi Xiaofan's struggle, expanded in size and grasped him from below. Several tentacles extended from Little Green's body, firmly clutching Yi Xiaofan to prevent him from sinking further. Glub glub. Yi Xiaofan expressed his gratitude to Little Green, only to inadvertently swallow another large gulp of water. He quickly resolved to refrain from speaking again. Suddenly, a few golden currents crackled against Yi Xiaofan's body from behind, causing him little discomfort, but inflicting agony upon Little Green beneath him, who cried out in pain. Though Yi Xiaofan could not discern the nature of the cry, it was evident that Little Green had managed to escape the golden current. To Yi Xiaofan's astonishment, the assailant was revealed to be a large turtle adorned with antennae. The turtle's shell shimmered with red light, reminiscent of the 3 silver moon wolf kings before the altar. After an arduous search, Yi Xiaofan triumphantly grinned at the turtle and unleashed a punch. Despite the resistance of the water diminishing the punch's power, it remained formidable enough to severely injure an 8th-level magic warrior. However, Yi Xiaofan was taken aback when his fist struck the turtle, producing a metallic clang. The turtle merely recoiled slightly, seemingly unharmed. Unwilling to accept this, Xiaofan increased his strength and launched another punch. The surrounding water surged in the direction of the turtle, following the force of Xiaofan's blow. He was convinced that this strike possessed the power to slay the turtle. Even against a saint, he had never delivered such a powerful punch. Yet, as he watched, the turtle that had dared to ambush him was swept away by the current. Gradually disappearing from his sight, that while Xiaofan obediently closed his mouth and rubbed his stomach, which felt bloated from swallowing too much water. Little Green gazed at Xiaofan with concern. Why was it that he remained unscathed when he spoke? Xiaofan, oblivious to Little Green's worry, harbored resentment instead. Subsequently, he stepped onto Little Green and continued his exploration of the submerged labyrinth. Soon, he encountered several turtles glowing with a red radiance, as well as some shrimp capable of firing water bullets even underwater. Realizing he could not confront them, Xiaofan opted for retreat. However, in the water, Little Green's speed was woefully inadequate, unable to outpace the creatures that thrived in this aquatic environment. Since magic was ineffective, he wondered if the air orbs obtained from the tower would prove useful. Suddenly inspired, he unleashed a cyan whirlwind from his hand, striking the turtle shell with a distinct sound. The cyan orb was ineffective, so he decided to try the yellow orb instead. Given that these turtles could generate electricity, he held little hope that the yellow orb, resembling lightning, would yield any results. The use of the yellow orb was merely an instinctive reaction. To his surprise, upon colliding with the turtle, the lightning emitted by the yellow orb caused it to explode. The remnants of the turtle gradually disintegrated in the water, merging with the current. Witnessing the successful defeat of the turtle, Xiaofan erupted into laughter. Glub glub, he expressed his growing disdain for this place. Little Green extended a tentacle towards the spatial ring on Xiaofan's hand, though while Xiaofan regarded Little Green with a puzzled expression. Little Green gestured again, urging Xiaofan to open the ring. Immersing his consciousness within the spatial ring, Xiaofan instinctively gazed at the necklace adorned with 3 leaves. Was Little Green suggesting he wear it? With this thought, Xiaofan retrieved the necklace and waved it before Little Green. Little Green's face lit up with joy, nodding eagerly. Observing Little Green's reaction, Xiaofan seemed to grasp the implication. He removed the blue stone necklace from his neck and donned the necklace with 3 leaves. As soon as he adorned it, Xiaofan felt an overwhelming sense of relief, the earlier heaviness dissipating. Little Green, Xiaofan tentatively called out, and this time he miraculously did not swallow any water at all. At last I can speak. Yet it nearly suffocated me. Thank you, Little Green. Flattered by Xiaofan's gratitude, Little Green shyly turned his head away. Not only could Xiaofan now speak, but he also felt a newfound freedom of movement in the water. He promptly detached himself from Little Green, surprisingly floating serenely in the water. Moreover, he found he could swim freely with the flow of his thoughts. Phew! After absorbing this person's magic power, I feel significantly empowered. In the depths of the Tower of Dola, Suya sat cross-legged on the ground, gradually opening her eyes as she addressed Idu beside her. That, of course, this is a unique technique of the demon race. Were it not for the drop of my blood that I bestowed upon you, you would never have been able to wield it. Monka lay before Suya, completely naked and devoid of any trace of life. On the chest of Monka, there lay a gaping wound. The blood that had seeped from it had long since congealed into a dark brown mass. Although one might never advance in their own capabilities, by relying on secret techniques to siphon the magical energy of others, it was still possible to augment one's strength. Dudu sank its teeth into Monka's lifeless body, devouring the flesh it had torn away. Master, why do you not absorb his magical power? My situation differs from yours. It is of no use to me. After Suya and Dudu arrived at the Tower of Dora, despite Suya possessing the strength of a pseudo-saint, she still found herself inadequate within its confines. Just as Suya faced peril, Monka appeared before her. Greed and lust are indeed the very nature of humanity. Had this man not coveted your beauty, with your current abilities, we would have had no chance of defeating him. After rescuing Suya, Monka was ensnared by her exquisite allure, and soon, avarice engulfed his heart. Under Dudu's guidance, Suya and Monka spent 2 hours in this abode as husband and wife. Subsequently, as Monka lay weakened, Suya reached into his chest, employing the secret technique bestowed upon her by Didu to extract all of Munka's magical essence, including his understanding of the laws, having successfully absorbed Munka's powers. Xia, though still lacking in practical experience, finally possessed a modicum of ability to protect herself within the Tower of Dora. Let us depart. I can already faintly sense the presence of that woman, and I believe she has sensed us as well. Didu consumed every morsel of flesh from Munka, leaving only a pristine skeleton behind. It was hard to fathom how such a diminutive creature could have devoured all of Munka as flesh. Yes, master. Sa placed Didu atop her head and stepped through the adjacent door. After her departure, the room was enveloped by a peculiar force. The skeleton of Munka, now devoid of flesh, began to rise slowly from the ground, emitting a series of cracking sounds. Within the eye sockets of the skull, 2 blue flames flickered to life. Woman, kill them all, it commanded as the skeleton advanced step by step toward the door leading to the upper levels. All of this, Xia, who had already left, could not possibly know. Meanwhile, Xiaofan, searching for treasures beneath the water, remained oblivious to these events. Having acquired another yellow energy orb, he felt its power growing ever stronger. At the deepest part of the water, Xiaofan retrieved the yellow orb from an altar to his astonishment. This altar bore no glowing red guardian beast. It seemed not all orbs required vanquishing a guardian beast. Although there was no particular reason to go elsewhere, that if Su Yu and the others exploring the tower were to hear Xiaofan's words, they would undoubtedly be infuriated. The guardian beasts that took them considerable effort to barely defeat were dismissed as inconsequential by Xiaofan, which would surely provoke their itsu, Xiaofan exclaimed as he prepared to leave, only to encounter Sato, who was also in search of energy orbs. Although he did not possess the 3-leaf necklace like Xiaofan, he too was unaffected by the water currents, perhaps even more effortlessly than Xiaofan. That I believe your name is Sato, Xiaofan said hesitantly, observing him. Due to Sato's lack of presence, Xiaofan did not have a strong impression of him. He could only remember him because of the large scythe he had wielded earlier. With a sullen complexion and a dark cloak, coupled with the scythe, Sato bore an uncanny resemblance to the Grim Reaper from a past life film. Indeed, I remember you. Your name is Xiaofan. Sato nodded in acknowledgement. Although Xiaofan had only just managed to recall Sato's name, Sato held a vivid impression of Xiaofan. Whether it was her stunning appearance or her effortless defeat of 3 silver moonwolf kings, as well as being the first among them to acquire an energy orb, all made Sato indelibly remember this seemingly 15 or 16-year-old girl. The energy orbs here have already been collected by me. You should quickly seek another location, Xiaofan remarked as she passed by Sato, not forgetting to offer him a hint. Wait a moment. Just as Xiaofan was about to step through the door, Sato called out to her. What is it? I know where there are energy orbs, but I require your assistance. How about we split the spoils afterward? Without any hesitation, Sato stated his purpose plainly. Besides, we have just met. Why would you seek my help? Wouldn't it be more reliable to find someone you are familiar with? Are you not afraid I might turn on you later? To answer your first question, it is in the upper layer of the water domain, within the fire domain, that in the face of Xiaofan's rapid-fire inquiries, Sato remained composed. As for your second question. Wait a moment, Xiaofan interrupted Sato. You mentioned the upper layer. Why would I need to team up with you? I intend to ascend regardless. Without my assistance, you would be unable to find the path to the upper layer. Moreover, you alone could never defeat the guardian beast. Xiaofan was well aware of what the guardian beast was, having encountered one before, a creature covered in claws. Yet that beast had merely been preoccupied brushing its teeth with a twig at the time. How can you be so certain that I cannot find a way? But fine, go on. Xiaofan was not convinced by Sato's assertions. Even if she were to get lost, she could simply punch a hole through the ceiling. Had it not been for her desire to savor the thrill of adventure, she might have already reached the pinnacle of the Tower of Dora. As for the second question, the reason I seek your help is quite simple. I cannot find anyone else, and I'm not as familiar with them as you might think. So it makes no difference to me whom I enlist. Pausing momentarily, Sato continued, if I had not been unable to contact my avatar within the tower, I would not need to team up with anyone. Avatar? Xiaofan was puzzled by Sato's words. As far as she understood, there was no magic in this world capable of creating an avatar. Of course, it was also possible that she simply had not heard of it before. As for your third question regarding whether I might turn against you, let me be clear, I am not afraid. Sato's tone was imbued with unparalleled confidence, clearly indicating that he did not consider Xiaofan his equal. I rather admire your audacious confidence. I accept. Follow me. With that, Sato stepped forward, entering through the door. Xiaofan trailed closely behind him, navigating a series of twists and turns until they reached the outermost layer of the water domain. The glowing red tortoise they had encountered earlier had vanished. Presumably slain by Sato, she wondered what treasures he had obtained. This is it, Sato declared, halting before a walled, this the path to the upper layer you spoke of. No wonder you thought I would be unable to find it. Xiaofan scrutinized the wall intently, yet could find no hidden mechanism. Sato nodded, unleashing a crackle of yellow lightning from his hand, which struck the wall, creating an opening in what appeared to be a solid barrier. He too has acquired yellow lightning. Xiaofan mused, feeling a surge of excitement, as seizing it would amplify her own yellow energy orb. Once inside, there will be a gorilla-like beast, impervious to blades and bullets. Only yellow lightning can penetrate its defenses. Sato did not bother to inquire whether Xiaofan possessed yellow energy, and if I do not have any yellow energy, I saw you collect the energy orb at the altar earlier. Sato replied, startling Xiaofan. She had been completely unaware of his presence, further justifying Sato's confidence in his strength. Without exchanging further words, the two slipped through the breach in the wall. Upon entering, they beheld a red gorilla standing not far away. Behind the gorilla looms a grotesque stone statue. Upon spotting the two individuals, the gorilla immediately let out a ferocious roar and charged towards them. While Xiaofan remained silent, Sato, having been tempered by countless battles to attain the status of a sage, easily evaded the oncoming beast. In contrast to Sato, Xiaofan chose not to dodge. Instead, yellow lightning erupted from his form, obliterating the gorilla into mere fragments. What? Is it truly so weak? No, the real guardian beast has yet to reveal itself. As Sato's words echoed, the room trembled that a colossal centipede descended from the ceiling, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Xiaofan. Based on my experience, the centipede would leisurely eliminate anyone who had slain the gorilla. Sato remarked, keeping his distance from Xiaofan. How dare you betray me? Xiaofan exclaimed in indignation, pointing an accusing finger at Sato. Just as Sato had predicted, the centipede seemed to recognize Xiaofan as the assassin of the gorilla, moving its massive body towards him with single-minded determination. You act as bait, and I shall seize the opportunity to slay it, Sato instructed, trailing behind the centipede. The centipede, fixated on consuming Xiaofan, paid no heed to Sato, who followed closely behind. As the centipede advanced, it began to produce numerous egg-like entities from its body. Very well. Then you must be swift. Since Sato claimed he would deal with the centipede, Xiaofan deemed it unnecessary to exert any more effort. After all, merely avoiding the centipede's attacks was but a trivial task for him. The enormous centipede naturally possessed an expansive attack range. However, its speed was pathetically slow. Moreover, its tactics were exceedingly simplistic, relying solely on its head to thrash about. Truly, one cannot be so stubbornly reckless. While dodging the centipede's strikes, Xiaofan taunted it. Surprisingly capable, Sato mused as he observed Xiaofan's ease, his evaluation of him rising a notch. Why are you still hesitating to act? Although evading the centipede's assaults posed little challenge, Xiaofan felt a twinge of resentment towards Sato's reluctance to engage not rush. If we failed to dispatch this creature in one blow, provoking its wrath would be ill-advised. Why Xiaofan was well aware of Sato's intentions, which were to wait until he had expended a significant amount of magical energy to minimize his perceived threat. Indeed, Sato might even be harboring the notion of achieving two objectives with a single action. If that is the case, then I shall oblige you. Why Xiaofan gradually feigned a lack of magical power, struggling more and more to evade the centipede's strikes. Upon witnessing Xiaofan's apparent fatigue, Sato finally made his move that a surge of yellow lightning, far more potent than before, struck the tip of the centipede's tail. The once resilient carapace was directly pierced. The centipede emitted a wretched cry before hastily retreating towards the ceiling. Given that the tower was imbued with anti-flight magic, if the centipede reached the ceiling, neither Sato nor Yi Xiaofan would be able to attack it. "Let us strike together," Sato urgently called to Yi Xiaofan. For the sake of theatricality, Yi Xiaofan donned a fatigued expression and unleashed yellow lightning in tandem with Sato's assault on the centipede. However, at that moment, Yi Xiaofan's lightning was noticeably diminished in size. This only solidified Sato's belief that Yi Xiaofan was genuinely low on magical energy. Despite their relentless barrage, the centipede managed to ascend to the ceiling. Though it was now cloaked in darkness, clearly suffering significant injuries. Upon reaching the roof, the centipede curled itself into a ball, astonishingly remaining suspended, while Yi Xiaofan gazed in wonder at the spherical creature atop the ceiling. Failing to eliminate it in one fell swoop had complicated matters. Sato regarded the ball with concern, as if to validate Sato's fears. The curled centipede let out a roar, and the previously produced eggs simultaneously detonated. Even Sato had not anticipated such an offensive tactic from the centipede. The unprepared duo was sent flying by the explosion. Were they ordinary sages, they might have perished in that blast. Fortunately, both Yi Xiaofan and Sato were far from typical sages. Cough, cough. Sato rose from the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood. In an effort to conceal his condition from Sato, Yi Xiaofan mimicked his actions, forcing out a greater amount of blood. Following the explosion, the curled centipede tumbled from the ceiling. Rapidly charging towards the two, how shall we combat it? Evading the centipede's charge, Yi Xiaofan turned to inquire. There is no way to strike. In its current state, we cannot inflict any damage. Then what shall we do? We must wait until it dispels on its OWNAS, he spoke. The centipede rolled towards them once more, its speed now even greater. As time progressed, the centipede velocity increased, making it increasingly difficult for Yi Xiaofan and Sato to evade. Just as they were nearing their limits, the centipede flattened its body, fixating its gaze upon them, while producing more eggs from within. "It is beginning to expel eggs again," Yi Xiaofan remarked, furrowing his brow. "Let us unleash our yellow lightning in tandem. If we allow the centipede to fill the room with eggs once more, we shall inevitably face another explosion." With this thought in mind, Sato urged Yi Xiaofan to act while rushing towards the centipede. Yi Xiaofan nodded, positioning himself alongside Sato. As they approached the centipede, a broad and a slender bolt of yellow lightning struck the centipede's back, causing it to emit a pained howl. "Look, its carapace is beginning to shed." Yi Xiaofan observed as a bare patch on the centipede's back revealed its red, fleshy interior. This spot was precisely where they had both attacked moments prior. "Continue the assault," Yi Xiaofan urged upon hearing his words. Sato recognized the same and felt his resolve strengthen. With the centipede no longer curled up, its lethargic attack speed posed no threat to Yi Xiaofan and Sato. Instead, it was forced to emit pitiful cries under their relentless onslaught. Injured, the centipede hastily slithered towards the room's walls in an attempt to ascend to the ceiling and escape their attacks. "It is attempting to flee. We must stop it," Sato called out to Yi Xiaofan. But the centipede's escape route directly opposed his own. Despite this, the centipede's escape trajectory fortuitously led it toward Yi Xiaofan. Hearing Sato's words, Yi Xiaofan quickly pursued the centipede, seizing its tail. "Come down here." The centipede, which had already made contact with the wall, was forcibly yanked back by Yi Xiaofan, its massive form crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. "Well done. Watch this." Sato, sensing Yi Xiaofan's triumph, praised him and summoned all his yellow energy, transforming it into lightning that struck the centipede's head. In an instant, the room was illuminated by golden radiance. The brilliance persisted for nearly 3 seconds before gradually fading. Exhausted from exertion, Sato stood panting, while Yi Xiaofan mimicked his stance, also gasping for breath. "At last, it is resolved." Once he steadied his breathing, Sato approached the statue, purifying it into a goddess figure. "Where are the energy orbs you mentioned?" With the boss defeated, it was time to distribute the spoils, and Yi Xiaofan unceremoniously inquired of Sato. Scanning the room, he saw nothing but scattered debris, with no trace of the promised orbs. The energy orbs are right here. The question is whether you possess the ability to claim them, Sato retorted, cradling 2 orbs of azure and yellow in his hands, a sinister expression on his face. The goddess statue within the Tower of Dora not only serves as a means of emergency refuge, but also gradually heals physical injuries. Of course, it does not restore magical energy but can replenish energy orbs. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hunting dog is cooked. That why Xiaofan fixed his gaze on Sato, enunciating each word carefully. Haha, well said. Sato matched Xiaofan's gaze, his expression growing increasingly menacing. Hand over the treasures and powers you acquired within the Tower of Dora, and perhaps, if you accompany me for one more night, I may consider granting you a chance at survival. That why Xiaofan had long suspected that Sato must be harboring some sinister plot. After toying with him for a while, Xiaofan felt it was time for Sato to experience the true essence of fear. What did you just say? I couldn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it? A melodious voice emanated from behind Sato, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? Sato stared in disbelief at Xiaofan, who was slowly fading from view, feeling the chill creeping around his neck, and his previously menacing expression transformed into one of sheer terror. Behind Sato, Xiaofan had positioned Mingyuan against Sato's throat, grinning as he looked at Sato. Did you not claim you were not afraid of me turning against you? Why, then, are you sweating so profusely now? Have you been hiding your true self from the very beginning? Hiding my true self? Perhaps, but it was rather tedious. So, I wanted to witness the art of transformation. Xiaofan replied, retracting Mingyuan to, I shall grant you a chance at redemption. If you willingly surrender the treasures and powers you acquired within the Tower of Dora, I may consider sparing your life. What say you? Very well, I accept your terms. Faced with the choice between life and power, Sato unhesitatingly chose the former. Stepping back 2 paces, Sato hurled 2 orbs of energy, one blue, the other yellow, toward Xiaofan. Why Xiaofan reached out to catch the orbs, merging them with his own energy. Seizing the opportunity, Sato retrieved a crystal and activated the teleportation magic inscribed upon it. That damnable woman. How could she be so formidable? My clones are unreachable, and I've lost 2 energy orbs in a secluded area before a statue of a goddess within the Tower of Dora. Sato glanced nervously around, his face contorted with rage. Who is that accursed woman? Before Sato could gather his thoughts, a familiar voice pierced through the air once more. Turning to the side, he found Xiaofan smiling at him. How did you arrive here? I thought I was the only one who had discovered this place. Sato gazed at Xiaofan in disbelief that on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Dora, nestled between the walls, no one could have anticipated the existence of an independent chamber here. By a stroke of luck, Sato had stumbled upon this location. Like Xiaofan, he had also uncovered a passage detailing the reasons behind the creation of the Tower of Dora. I've given you the energy orbs. What more do you desire? Sato, realizing his escape was futile, roared in frustration at Xiaofan. What I demand is for you to relinquish all your gains from the Tower of Dora. Xiaofan feigned a grim demeanor, slowly advancing toward Sato. Under Xiaofan's pressure, Sato instinctively retreated until he collided with the statue of the goddess. What lies within is all I have acquired from the Tower of Dora. Confronted with reality, Sato reluctantly tossed his spatial ring to Xiaofan. Upon receiving the ring, Xiaofan discovered it was a high-grade spatial artifact capable of recognizing its master, though Sato's mental imprint had been erased. Very well, I shall begrudgingly let you go this time. After examining the spatial ring, Xiaofan remarked with satisfaction, Could you enlighten me on how you followed me here, instead of making his escape? Sato, granted a reprieve, inquired of Xiaofan. Well, it's quite simple. By tracking the spatial fluctuations you left behind when you departed, I was able to locate you with ease, Xiaofan replied, resting his chin on his hand. Speaking earnestly, impossible. Within this tower, one cannot possibly perceive spatial fluctuations unless you are not a saint. Just as Sato dismissed Xiaofan's words, a sudden realization struck him, and he was left aghast as he addressed Xiaofan. It seems I never claimed to be a saint, did I? Xiaofan smiled sweetly at Sato before activating the crystal to depart from the scene. Not a saint, Sato stood there, watching in a daze, as Yi Xiaofan vanished. After leaving, Yi Xiaofan mimicked Sato's actions, using the magic I masked to locate the dimensional space, where he began counting his spoils that I've struck it rich. This time, I truly have, Yi Xiaofan exclaimed excitedly as he examined the items within the spatial ring. The ring surrendered by Sato contained not only the treasures acquired from the Tower of Dora, but also a significant portion of his life savings. What is this? Among the items in the spatial ring, Yi Xiaofan discovered a yellowed notebook. Its aura distinctly different from the other contents that it seems to be a diary. Yi Xiaofan extracted the notebook and began to read its contents. The writing within bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the inscriptions he had previously encountered on the stone tablet and parchment, unfamiliar yet comprehensible. Opening the first page, Yi Xiaofan read aloud. Year 118 of the Innovation Calendar, March, weather overcast. This is truly a day of calamity. Countless monsters have surged forth from the depths, wreaking havoc upon our homes and slaughtering our kin. Is this the dawn of the apocalypse? O great twin goddesses, please bless your people with the safety to weather this disaster. Year 118 of the Innovation Calendar, May, weather overcast. The calamity has persisted for 2 months. We have been forced to retreat before the onslaught of the monsters that my beloved nation destined for annihilation is too dreadful to contemplate. Year 119 of the Innovation Calendar, June, weather cleared. It has been ages since I last penned an entry. How long has it truly been? Upon checking the previous dates, I discovered that a whole year has slipped by. I can scarcely believe that I have endured a year of such perpetual darkness. However, I have heard that the twin goddesses and the 6 divine officials seem to have devised a plan, which is indeed a stroke of good fortune. Year 119 of the Innovation Calendar, June, weather clear. Today, the captain announced that the twin goddesses and the 6 divine officials are preparing to relocate the entire Salmon Temple into the skies. Such a feat could only be accomplished by the twin goddesses. Year 119 of the Innovation Calendar, July, weather cloudy. Today, the twin goddesses took matters into their own hands, and with the assistance of the 6 divine officials, successfully elevated the entire Salmon Temple into the air. Yet, despite having escaped the monsters, I find no joy in this victory. The captain, Sir Sulu, and the vice-captain, Tor, ventured into the fray to buy time for the transfer. How unfair it is that I am left behind. When I too am a member of the Knight Order and a vice-captain, it seems I have begun to unravel the secrets of the ancient era. This feeling of discovery is quite exhilarating. However, the owner of this diary appears to be akin to an abandoned puppy, Yi Xiaofan murmured, continuing to peruse the subsequent entries. Year 120 of the Innovation Calendar, July. Weather clear. How could such a tragedy unfold? The twin goddesses have suddenly gone missing. The 6 divine officials have resolved to dispatch a search party to the surface in search of the twin goddesses. And then there is Unica, who insists on joining the search party. Seeing her reminds me of myself. The feeling of being abandoned, left all alone, must be dreadful. Forgive me, Captain. I promise Unica I would hope for her safety, and that the spirits may bless our journey with success. The individual who inscribed the message on the stone tablet must be allied with the owner of this diary, as for the parchment I previously found. It is likely in opposition to them. Yi Xiaofan speculated quietly. Year 120 of the Innovation Calendar, July. Weather clear. The teleportation magic has encountered obstacles, and during an emergency landing, I became separated from my companions. Standing here, I can see that tower, the one used by the monsters to pursue. The ominous Tower of Dora. Year 120 of the Innovation Calendar, July. Weather cleared. At last, I found my companions. I have heard that the twin goddesses have entered the tower. I truly cannot fathom their reasoning for entering such a perilous place. It is fortunate that Unica has safely made her way into the tower. Surely, the captain is watching over us. The diary abruptly concluded here, suggesting that the author had no opportunity to write further after entering the Tower of Dora. Yi Xiaofan closed the diary and tossed it into the spatial ring that I never would have imagined that those foolish monsters would possess the ability to construct buildings. It is truly surprising. However, what events transpired among these individuals within the tower? It seems I must ascend to the upper levels to uncover more clues. With that, Yi Xiaofan produced the crystal and returned to the chamber where he had previously collaborated with Sato to eliminate the centipedes. He replenished his energy orbs before continuing his ascent. Upon reaching the upper levels, the environment transformed entirely from before. The stifling air was almost devoid of moisture. Domain of the Scorching Flame, it seemed aptly named. For this place was populated by fire-wielding beasts. Xiaofan felt the sweltering heat in the air as she observed a group of fire-breathing magical beasts rushing toward her, within the Tower of Dora. After ascending just a few levels, one would encounter a new realm, guarded by a sentinel beast at the entrance. Only by vanquishing the sentinel could one proceed to the next level. Unlike ordinary magical beasts, the sentinel would not respawn. Once defeated, it would not return. Each level's entrance bore the name of the new realm. The initial base level, the subsequent water realm, and the current realm of blazing calamity all followed this pattern. Speaking of fire, it seemed quite some time had passed since she last employed that particular technique. Xiaofan tilted her adorable little head, and suddenly inspiration struck her. The roar of a fire dragon erupted. Flames swept across the entire room, intensifying the oppressive heat in the aftermath of the blaze. All the magical beasts had been reduced to mere ashes, leaving no trace of their existence. Although it had been a while since she last used it, she was relieved to find she had not lost her touch. Xiaofan clapped her hands, content as she surveyed the vacant room. "Little Yi, we meet again. Are you all right? I've been so worried about you." A graceful figure materialized at the entrance, and Ban Xingyu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Xiaofan in the room. With Ban Xingyu's arrival, the magical beast slain moments ago by Xiaofan revived amidst a glow of crimson light. "I just finished off those beasts, and then you show up," Xiaofan said. Looking at Ban Xingyu with a hint of frustration, "It's my fault. Don't be mad at me. Let me help you deal with them," Ban Xingyu replied, her tone laced with a hint of playfulness that made Xiaofan feel quite out of sorts. A large volume of mist emanated from Ban Xingyu's hand, and all the magical beasts that came into contact with it began to dissolve. In no time, the resurrected beasts were once again defeated. "You seem stronger than before," Xiaofan remarked, noting that Ban Xingyu's display of power was significantly more impressive than when she first entered the tower. Either she had been concealing her abilities, or she had encountered some fortuitous event in the Tower of Dora. "None can compare to you. Little Yi, that you've made that Sato fellow too afraid to even resist," Ban Xingyu said, casting a meaningful glance at Xiaofan. "How do you know that?" "Nothing much. I just happened to see it." "What do you want?" Xiaofan responded, unfazed by Ban Xingyu's words. She had already sensed Ban Xingyu hiding in the shadows during the Great Centipede incident. Since Ban Xingyu had remained inactive, Xiaofan chose to ignore her. However, now that Ban Xingyu had made her presence known, it was evident she had ulterior motives. "You know, if you say things like that, it will make me sad. When I get sad, I cry. Would you like to see me cry?" As she spoke, Ban Xingyu actually began to weep. Large tears streamed down her face, forming a small pool on the ground. Xiaofan gazed at the puddle of tears created by Ban Xingyu, sensing an extraordinary magical power contained within. This magic felt distinct from ordinary magic. It was more akin to a massive energy. "You can't be Ban Xingyu. Who exactly are you?" Xiaofan pointed at Ban Xingyu, addressing her directly. You discovered my secret. Follow me, and you shall learn who I truly am." With that, Ban Xingyu led the way, and Xiaofan followed closely behind. The two journeyed in silence until they arrived at a place resembling an altar. Unlike before, there were no red guardian beasts present, but on the altar lay a gigantic red sword, towering to the height of an adult. The aura emanating from the sword indicated it was anything but ordinary. The energy radiating from the sword was identical to that of Ban Xingyu. "Knight Commander Salu, am I correct?" Upon seeing the red sword, Xiaofan immediately grasped the situation. "You should have perished long ago, having fallen to the magical beasts while buying time for the ascension of the Samurai Temple." "Oh, how do you know of me?" Ban Xingyu, now revealing herself as Salu, appeared taken aback, her initial frivolity replaced by a serious demeanor. "This contains some accounts of you," Xiaofan said, brandishing a diary in front of Ban Xingyu. "Or rather, Salu, this is Galen's diary. How did it end up in your possession? Has he truly sacrificed himself?" Sala's expression turned somber. "I'm not sure about that, but I'm quite curious about you. How is it that someone from ancient times has survived to this day?" "Back then, I remained behind to buy time for the Samarin Temple's ascension, defeated by a man named Jar. However, it was not a battle that brought me shame that in fact, I still relish the memory of that fight. Stop! Get to the point. Xiaofan interjected, noticing that Salu was digressing. After my demise, my soul resided within my weapon. The Red Lotus Greatsword, it is the power of Lady Fina that has allowed my spirit to persist. Fina? Xiaofan heard a new name from Salu, and it was clear that he held great reverence for this Lady Fina. Indeed, one of the two great goddesses, though I have survived thanks to the pure power of Lady Fina. I had been in a state of slumber until recently. What about her? Xiaofan inquired, clearly referring to Banqingyu. She awakened me from my slumber. When she did so, the pure power left by the goddess resonated with her, allowing me to enter her body and glimpse her memories. What is this pure power, and why did it resonate with her? The pure power is a force possessed by the goddess, as for the resonance. It may be due to her carrying the bloodline of our kind, as the information poured in. Xiaofan found her questions multiplying. The enigmatic Tower of Dora, the long-lost ancient nation, concealed far too many secrets. As the pure power left by the goddess dwindles, I can no longer hold on for much longer, that I can see that you possess a kind heart, yet your spirit remains in a state of confusion. Salu's voice grew faint, imparting a sense of frailty. Just as he had indicated, he could not endure for long. Wait, I still have so many questions for you. Xiaofan urged, but Salu cut her off. Follow your heart, face your weaknesses. It is through this that one can grow stronger. Lastly, heed my warning. Be wary of this being whose true nature remains unclear. Salu's words trailed off as his spirit faded, and Banqingyu collapsed onto the ground. Her steady breathing suggested she was not gravely harmed. Why is it that both of you do this? Just when the conversation gets interesting, it ends. Xiaofan stamped her foot in frustration, gazing at the prone Banqingyu, uncertain of how to proceed. Oh well, at least I gained something. Why? Xiaofan grasped the oversized Red Lotus Greatsword from the altar, immediately feeling a surge of power coursing through her. Within Xiaofan's being, two tranquil orbs of azure and yellow energy resided. As the Red Lotus Greatsword transmitted its power, the previously calm orbs began to bubble, as if boiling water. For anyone else, even a sage, this would have been an excruciating experience, likely resulting in cries of agony. Yet, Xiaofan's body, crafted by the supreme deity, was impervious to such discomfort. As the power infused into her, a red orb gradually emerged behind the two existing orbs. Xiaofan sensed that the red orb bore a fiery essence. Once the Red Lotus Greatsword completed its transfer of power, 3 orbs of varying colors floated within Xiaofan. She initially thought it was over, only to discover this was merely the beginning. The 3 colored orbs began to resonate, as if yearning to merge, yet they also exhibited a mutual repulsion. This led to a continuous collision among the 3 orbs within Xiaofan's being. During this tumultuous encounter, the magical energy within her began to be uncontrollably absorbed by the 3 orbs, while Xiaofan's meager magical power was swiftly absorbed, leaving him utterly astonished. He never anticipated that he would encounter 3 insatiable gluttons. As he peered inward, he was taken aback by the scene unfolding before him. It wasn't the loss of magic that troubled him. After all, Xiaofan could easily elevate his magical prowess to that of a sage whenever he wished. What concerned him was the transformation of the energy spheres, which instilled a sense of unease within him. If it turned out to be akin to Su Rui's spiritual magic, a relic of a bygone era, he would inevitably have to confront the will of Kanglin once more. Oh no, I certainly do not wish to engage in conversation with that individual. It was exasperatingly exhausting, with a look of disdain etched across his face. Xiaofan thought to himself, yet he began to absorb magical energy from the air to nourish the 3 voracious energy spheres. The spheres, in turn, were unrelenting in their appetite, no matter how much magic Xiaofan drew in. They devoured it all without hesitation. Within the Tower of Dora, no magical energy existed. Rather, it was Xiaofan who extracted it directly from the outside, from the Chilean mountains. Utilizing spatial power, he transported the magic to his vicinity for absorption. While an ordinary sage could not accomplish such a feat for Xiaofan, It was merely a matter of exertion. As the consumed magic increased, the three energy spheres visibly expanded at an astonishing rate. With their growing size, their internal conflicts intensified. At this level of power, even a divine body would likely be torn asunder. However, the progress seemed agonizingly slow. When would it reach fruition? Just as Xiaofan's patience began to wane. A faint change finally occurred. The three energy spheres began to merge, forming a new white sphere that detached itself from their tumultuous battle and floated serenely to the side. The power released from their collisions gradually coalesced into a black sphere. Hovering beside the white one, could this white sphere be the embodiment of pure power? And what, pray tell, is this black counterpart? Xiaofan was acutely aware of the transformations occurring within him. The emergence of the new energy sphere escalated the conflict among the three. Yet they no longer consumed the magic Xiaofan fed them with the same fervor as before. Instead, they began to exhibit signs of rejection, as if they had grown weary of their feast. Have they had their fill, or simply grown tired? Xiaofan pouted in dissatisfaction. The fusion of the three spheres accelerated, and in no time, they completely melded into one, creating the embodiment of pure power. At this juncture, the presence of the three colored spheres had vanished entirely from Xiaofan's interior, leaving only a large and a small black and white sphere. An overwhelming itch spread across his back. Xiaofan yearned to scratch it, but found it utterly unreachable. The sensation intensifying gradually. Suddenly, two pristine white wings sprouted from his back. With a mere thought, the wings unfurled, effortlessly lifting Xiaofan into the air. The anti-flight magic within the Tower of Dora seemed to be ineffective at that moment. Posing no hindrance to a being naturally capable of flight, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies rejuvenated Xiaofan's spirit. Wings? Hadn't the winged race long since perished? Could she be one of the remnants? A precious species indeed, and a sage as well. How delightful it would be to possess her. Unbeknownst to Xiaofan, Ban Qingyu had awakened from her slumber on the ground, with her eyes squinted. She observed Xiaofan soaring above. Noticing his intention to descend, she promptly shut her eyes and feigned unconsciousness. Naturally, Xiaofan remained oblivious to her subtle antics and continued to revel in his aerial frolic. After a delightful interlude, he touched down and finally recalled Ban Qingyu. Thus, Xiaofan flapped his pristine wings and took flight, leaving her behind without a second thought. How utterly lacking in tenderness to abandon someone in such a manner. Once Xiaofan departed, Ban Qingyu rose from the ground. Discontent etched across her face as she watched him vanish into the distance. An urgent need to relieve herself struck her, prompting her to stand beneath the altar and indulge in a moment of relaxation. After adjusting her garments, Ban Qingyu began to ponder how she might best capture Xiaofan. Direct confrontation was out of the question. His strength was far too formidable, and even Sutu was no match for him. Engaging him would only lead to her demise. Although she had previously been possessed by Sa Wulu, the events that transpired remained vivid in her memory, including Xiaofan's robbery of Sutu and the conversation between Sa Wulu and Xiaofan. It was precisely this knowledge that made Ban Qingyu acutely aware of her inability to defeat Xiaofan. It seemed she would have to resort to potions. She possessed a considerable stock of elixirs capable of dealing with sages. However, it was evident that he had developed a wariness toward her, making it challenging to approach him. Acquiring such potent elixirs is arduous for the average individual, but is a mere matter of course for Ban Qingyu, who had ample supplies. Yet, many of these potions required a sage to consume them directly. The remaining portion necessitated contact with a sage to become effective. Given the current circumstances, Ban Qingyu found it exceedingly difficult to approach Xiaofan. "What are you all doing here, having a gathering?" Xiaofan was taken aback to encounter Su Yu and others in front of the guardian beast at the gate of the realm of Calamity Fire. A month had elapsed since his initial entry into the Tower of Dora, and during that time, he had spent half a month within the realm of Calamity Fire. Not only was the realm vast, but during this period, Xiaofan had meticulously studied the black and white energy spheres. The more he investigated, the deeper he delved into the mysteries of the spheres, leading him to a state of rapt concentration. By the time he regained awareness, a month had passed, Setting aside his research on the black and white spheres for the moment, Yi Xiaofan thoroughly searched the realm of Calamity Fire, and he managed to arrive at the Guardian Beast Gate quite smoothly. With an additional ally, their odds against the Inferno Demon had improved considerably. The others naturally noticed Yi Xiaofan's presence, with Su Yu speaking first. However, his tone was noticeably unfriendly, clearly still harboring resentment over Yi Xiaofan's earlier appropriation of his energy spheres. Indeed, having an extra person certainly increases our chances, Sutter remarked, his demeanor betraying a hint of discomfort. Little Yi, you have no idea how arduous these past few days have been for your sister. Ban Xingyu added, her expression briefly reflecting a similar unease before it vanished. The subtle exchanges between the two did not escape Yi Xiaofan's notice, nor did they elude Su Yu's keen eye. What exactly transpired between these two and Yi Xiaofan? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Su Yu's mind. Among the gathered, only Wang Dana remained unchanged, gnawing on a greasy bone with unrelenting enthusiasm. What is the Inferno Demon? It is the guardian beast of this realm. We have faced it thrice, each time ending in failure. Su Yu clarified for Yi Xiaofan, successfully piquing his interest in the Inferno Demon. Here stood 4 sages, and together they were unable to best a single beast. Could it be that this creature was also a sage? Please tell me more about this Inferno Demon, Yi Xiaofan urged. His curiosity piqued. Noticing Yi Xiaofan's eagerness, Su Yu couldn't help but scoff. Initially, he had shared a similar enthusiasm, only to be soundly defeated by the Inferno Demon. It's in that room, Su Yu pointed toward the chamber behind the group. The Inferno Demon resides within, surrounded by magma. The only place to stand is a ring of heated stone slabs. As he spoke, Su Yu seemed to recall a painful memory, falling silent, while Ban Xingyu continued. The Inferno Demon slumbers in the magma, awakening at the slightest hint of a living presence. It stands about 100 feet tall, its body enveloped in flames, with a blue crystal atop its head. That is its weak point. Given that you have identified its weakness, why have you been unable to defeat it? Yi Xiaofan interrupted, his curiosity unabated at a height of 100 feet, and with none of us able to fly. How would we attack it? We have exhausted every conceivable method and still failed to reach its head. Wang Dana, who had been quietly munching, interjected. Moreover, the Inferno Demon possesses immense strength. A single punch can sink the stone slabs into the magma. We have attempted this as well, but even at full strength, we could only cause one slab to sink, he continued. However, those stone slabs are indeed peculiar. Not only are they unbreakable, but after sinking into the magma, for a time, they resurface anew. This implies that the Infernal Demon, as every assault possesses the strength of a full strike from a saint. Except for Yi Xiaofan, the other 4 present silently nodded in agreement. Clearly, the Infernal Demon had inflicted profound psychological trauma upon them. It is not hard to imagine. These once mighty saints, who could summon the wind and rain at will, were now being toyed with by a horde of beasts. Anyone would feel disheartened in such circumstances. What is even more disconcerting is if these beasts were all divine, or at least of saintly rank, the others might find some solace in their defeat. Being vanquished by a higher or equal being is not inherently shameful. Yet, the most formidable among these beasts is the Infernal Demon lurking behind them, barely reaching the 6th rank. Now, we have 5 individuals here. Aside from Menka, the others are already present. I am acutely aware that each of you harbors your own calculations. Yet for now, our interests align. Let us set aside our petty thoughts and vanquish that accursed beast. What transpires thereafter, once we have triumphed over the Infernal Demon, is a matter for each to navigate on their own merit. Why Yi Xiaofan nodded in agreement with Su Yu's sentiment. With wings now at her disposal, Yi Xiaofan could soar freely within the Tower of Dora, rendering her task of defeating the Infernal Demon exceedingly simple. However, she had no intention of revealing her wings to the individuals before her, nor to anyone else for that matter. In the realm of Kanglin, winged beings had long since faded into the annals of history. Were Yi Xiaofan to display her wings in front of others, she would undoubtedly attract an endless stream of troubles. While she was not intimidated by complications, she certainly found them bothersome. Unbeknownst to her, the fact that she possessed wings had already been secretly observed by Han Xingyu. According to our research, The infernal demon appears to be a mechanical construct that, on its legs, one can clearly discern joints composed of machinery. If we could devise a way to shatter those joints, we could force the infernal demon to kneel and shatter the crystal atop its head. SUS words were evidently directed at Yi Xiaofan. ISNT, that already a solution. What more is there to deliberate? Yet, this only left Yi Xiaofan more perplexed, for a significant issue loomed before them. They simply could not break its joints. SUS face flushed slightly. After all that talk, the outcome was akin to saying nothing at all. Yi Xiaofan, exasperated, cast Su Yu a sidelong glance. Let us proceed inside. I need to see for myself what the infernal demon looks like to devise a better strategy. With that, Yi Xiaofan prepared to step through the door, only to find the others rooted in place, showing no inclination to move. Why aren't you all going? Yi Xiaofan inquired. Once we enter, all paths of retreat will vanish. To withdraw afterward. We would have to force our way back through the magma. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yu solemnly remarked. Why? Yi Xiaofan glanced at the others. Their expressions mirrored Su Yu's. It was evident that they had likely returned in the same manner during the previous 3 encounters. Even for saints, the experience of plunging into magma must be rather unpleasant. These individuals were renowned even among saints. An ordinary saint might not survive such an ordeal. Very well, if you choose not to go, I shall proceed alone. Yi Xiaofan shrugged indifferently and turned towards the door. Overconfident, when she returns, she will realize just how naive she truly was. Su watched Yi Xiaofan's retreating figure and quietly spoke to the others. Su Yu had assumed the others would share his sentiments, but to his surprise, they remained silent, creating an awkward atmosphere. Sato, who had clashed with Yi Xiaofan, certainly understood the extent of her terror. Perhaps she was even a divine being. Han Qingyu had caught a glimpse of Yi Xiaofan's extraordinary nature when he was possessed by S for Wang Dana, so you had no idea what else he could do aside from eating. Upon stepping through the door, Yi Xiaofan discovered the temperature here was significantly higher than in other areas. After all, magma surrounded them, making such heat entirely reasonable. Once inside, Yi Xiaofan immediately spotted the stone slabs Su Yu had mentioned. Or rather, aside from the stone slabs, the room was filled solely with the intense heat of magma. As she descended along the stone slabs, with each step Yi Xiaofan took, a slab would vanish behind her. Eventually, she arrived at a circle formed by the slabs. Within the circle, the magma suddenly surged outward as a towering beast with a blue crystal atop its head emerged from the molten depths. The infernal demon, guardian of the realm of fire, was one of the 6 great beasts that had once assaulted the Salmon Temple. Why Yi Xiaofan regarded the infernal demon and calmly recounted all that she knew about it. This knowledge, of course, was gleaned from her diary. Previously, she had faced a centipede alongside Sato, which was also among the 6 beasts, known as the Zijing centipede. How did they ascertain that the infernal demon's weakness lay in the blue crystal atop its head? Merely because it was conspicuous? Yi Xiaofan certainly did not believe that to be the case. Clearly, Su Yu and the others were concealing something from her. First, let us observe what offensive capabilities this infernal demon possesses. During her time in the Tower of Dora, Yi Xiaofan had noticed that all beasts tended to have rather singular methods of attack. Perhaps this was due to their lack of intelligence. If the beast's methods of attack are indeed limited, then understanding how they strike would inherently place one in an advantageous position. After all, if one cannot be killed, surely one can evade? Yet, as the next moments unfolded, Yi Xiaofan realized she was gravely mistaken. The infernal demon let out a roar, its massive form moving in tandem with Yi Xiaofan's movements, displaying no clumsiness despite its size. Seizing the opportunity, the infernal demon brought its colossal fist crashing down towards Yi Xiaofan. Flames, accompanied by a fierce gale, radiated an undeniable ferocity. Yi Xiaofan sidestepped, but the fist struck the stone slab beneath her, sending winds swirling that momentarily blinded her. As the fist collided with the slab, it was sent crashing into the magma, including the very slab upon which Yi Xiaofan stood. With her footing gone, Yi Xiaofan plunged into the molten depths. The intense heat of the magma, of course, posed no threat to her. However, her garments were instantly reduced to ash. The magma was not deep. At Yi Xiaofan's height of just under 1.60 meters, it barely reached her chest. Her modest bosom was exposed to the air, half revealed in a manner that, combined with her youthful appearance, could drive any male creature to madness. Even haunching you, in his existence, might not escape unscathed. To think there was a lecherous beast among them. Fortunate indeed that she had entered alone. Xiaofan covered her chest with her hand, her face flushed as she gazed at the infernal demon, unsure whether it was from the heat or embarrassment. Around her neck hung a necklace adorned with 3 leaves. Originally glowing faintly, it now began to dim rapidly. With a soft crack, the necklace shattered into countless fragments, vanishing into the magma below. Xiaofan leapt nimbly onto an adjacent, intact stone slab. The moment she emerged from the magma, a delicate white gown enveloped her form. She had no intention of running about unclad. Just as Xiaofan settled onto the slab, the infernal demon spun in place, its massive hands sweeping all the slabs into the magma. Having barely made it to safety, Xiaofan found herself plunged back into the molten depths. The elegant white gown had barely graced her for 10 seconds before its demise was sealed in the magma. Xiaofan swiftly tied her flowing hair up, retrieving a set of casual attire from her spatial ring. Slipping it on. This outfit, crafted during her leisure time, had attained the rank of a semi-divine artifact. Mere magma could not hope to dissolve it. With a roar, the infernal demon, having sent all the stone slabs into the magma, raised its head to the sky and unleashed a thunderous cry. Countless fiery star-like embers rained down upon Xiaofan. Once again, her form was exposed to the light. "You lecherous beast, perish!" The incessant destruction of her garments drove Xiaofan to the brink of madness. Her pristine white wings unfurled from her back as she leapt above the head of the flame demon. Previously, out of sheer amusement, Xiaofan had repeatedly retracted and released her wings, resulting in the ruin of numerous outfits. At this moment, her ring contained not a single piece of wearable clothing. The remaining garments were all gifts from Joanna and others upon her departure from Alaska, and they were exceedingly revealing and bold. Xiaofan had once vowed that she would rather perish than don such attire. The only reason she had kept them was for sentimental value, as her white wings flapped gracefully in the air. Beneath them lay Xiaofan's exquisite form. Her hair, bound yet cascading down her chest, framed her fair skin, which glimmered with a hint of pink. Her long legs and delicate feet were captivating even to her own eyes. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. If only her bosom were a tad more pronounced. Shaking her head to dispel such errant thoughts, she raised her hand, conjuring a beam of black light that struck the blue crystal atop the flame demon's head. To her astonishment, the seemingly indestructible crystal shattered effortlessly under the black beam, splintering into fragments that fell from the demon's crown. With the crystal lost, the massive body of the flame demon toppled down, splattering molten rock upon Xiaofan. Truly, it was a lecherous beast, even in death, still intent on scorching my attire. Fortunately, I am clever and chose not to wear anything this time, Xiaofan thought with a sense of pride as she gazed at the fallen demon. What transpired outside, as the flame demon collapsed, those waiting for Xiaofan at the door suddenly found it enveloped in a colossal barrier. Inside, Xiaofan too recognized this development. Nonchalantly, she retrieved a garment from her spatial ring and adorned herself before soaring towards the barrier. Folding her wings, she landed upon the stone slab that had just risen to the surface. This barrier appeared to be specifically designed for defense. While not particularly robust, it was sufficient to withstand an assault from a god-level entity. With just a glance, Xiaofan assessed the approximate limits of the barrier's capacity. Observing the room, she noted the door leading to the upper level and concluded, it seemed that to ascend, one must first vanquish the flame demon. This barrier was evidently established to prevent any opportunistic individuals from circumventing the challenge. Once I leave this room, the barrier should dissipate, she mused. However, isn't the guardian beast supposed to be non-respawnable? This puzzled her. Why Xiaofan had a good habit of not dwelling on things she couldn't comprehend, believing that clarity would come in due time. Thus, she strode confidently towards the upper levels. Yet, Xiaofan was mistaken in one regard. Even upon exiting this chamber, the barrier would not vanish. What unforeseen events had transpired within, leading to the emergence of this barrier? Outside, Su Yu and the others gathered at the barrier, speculating on Yi Xiaofan's actions. What is the maximum force this barrier can endure? Should we test it? Sato pondered aloud as he gazed at the barrier. Let you try if you wish, but she's merely a girl. Delicate and frail. What if she gets hurt? Ban Xingyu shot a glance at Sato. The girl is delicate and frail. The gluttonous Wang, Dana chimed in, surprisingly engaging in the conversation, just as words alone incited Ban Xingyu's ire. Wishing to tear him apart at this point, we still lack a clear understanding of the barrier's attributes. Perhaps we should deliberate further. Su Yu interjected, attempting to mediate Yi Xiaofan, traversing a lengthy staircase and having purified a statue of a goddess, successfully ascended to the upper realm of the domain of calamity fire.